Whoa. Gemsy, that bird is crazy. That's a big one. And that's a hawk, right? Just a big hawk. Yeah, broad-winged. Anyway. Oh, that...
What is a Mayan harvest bake plant? I don't know what that means. Anybody else know?
I think you're being facetious.
No, I mean like.
No, you're being facetious. And look, see at the top right or top left of that image of the food, pumpkin seeds.
Yeah, I see that. Looks yummy.
It is fucking delicious. It is absolutely delicious. But I'm sick of it. Like I ate so many of those when I was bodybuilding because it's perfect carbs. And like right after a workout, chug a glass of orange juice, eat one of these bad boys, and then like a can of tuna. Woo wee! That's the way. So I got sick of those though. That's how good they are.
I'll have to try one of these.
Yeah, they're about $100 a piece, but yeah. No, it's serious. It's like $12 for one of those. It's horrible. Yeah.
Like a McDonald's, it's like a freaking Happy Meal or a supersized meal.
You could get like 2 Big Macs, a large fry, and an extra large Coke for the price of this meal here at McDonald's. Yeah. Yep.
Right.
And it's a difference of probably plus 2,000 calories. Yeah, I got to stop looking at that. Man, it's making me hungry. Shit.
There's something scary about plant-based, though. I mean, if it was just plants, it'd be one thing, but plant-based, that scares me.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So, like, they could put like one molecule of plantain in there and then make the rest out of like plastic, and you wouldn't know the difference.
Jello, pig Jello.
Well, but yeah, I mean, basically, we don't know what that means. So.
Oh, and you know what else sucks about this meal is one of the first ingredients is soybean oil. So they marinate the plantains in soybean oil. Shit.
Why wouldn't they use peanut oil? Isn't peanut oil like the best? Or is it
allergies? That's why they don't use peanut oil.
When you say soybean oil, I hear soybean girl.
Soybean girl? Well, soy boys are essentially girls, so that makes sense.
So what is soy in? Because I mean, I've never like seen soy on the shelf. Like,
it's in a lot of shit, almost everything.
They're called soybeans, and they squeeze them, and they get soybean oil. They're little round, like brown berry-looking seeds.
And it's because most people aren't allergic to it. Soybeans are easier to produce than a lot of other stuff that they make those oils out of, the cooking oils.
They're very cheap to produce,
yeah.
Well, they have natural estrogen in them as well.
Yeah, phytoestrogens.
Soy boy, that's Johnny Chick stuff.
Soy boy is because of the phytoestrogens in not only the food, but the plastics and all kinds of shit.
Edamame.
Yeah, edamame. And I used to love it too. Oh, man. And then I found out what it was, and I was like, no wonder I have really good-looking female breasts. No, I'm just kidding. Or am I?
My mom told me it was from smoking all this weed.
She did too. My mom tried to say, like, oh, Sean, you're going to get bitch tits. And I'm like, you know what? I'm willing to be the guinea pig. Talk to me in 10 years.
I already had bitch tits when she told me that, so it didn't really matter.
Oh.
No, not really, but I was already heavy from the time I broke my leg. That was it. I was pretty much chubby until just recently.
Well, and some people are born with a little bit more estrogen activity in the chest than others. It's just how it works sometimes. My stepbrother was born that way, and when he started to take bodybuilding supplements for a little bit, and he would get close to cycling off, his nipples would get really, really sensitive because he had more activity up there than other people.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, you're pregnant. And he's like, I knew it. I knew bodybuilding would get me pregnant.
Hey, I heard something, I don't know if it's true. I heard that if you pee on a pregnancy test and it comes up positive, that it means you have some kind of cancer. You heard about that?
Who in the fuck told you that?
I don't know. I saw it on some dumb YouTube
Okay,
video.
yes, you did. That's exactly what. So you might as well have not just said anything right now.
Well, no, I believe it. I mean, it sounds
What?
feasible.
You believe it?
It's true.
Well,
Might
yeah,
be true.
Well, it was on a
True.
TV show.
Oh my! It's a TV show. No.
Pretty sure it was on
Wait,
CSI. so it must be true.
How is this proof if it's just a TV show?
Hold
For a
on,
man.
hold. Let me get a
Hey,
disclaimer. This
For a
is not
man.
medical
Hold on.
advice. Consult
For a
your
man.
doctor. Get a pregnancy test from your OGBYN.
It's
or
just an
get a
opinion.
pregnancy test.
So, but you believe
It's
it?
an opinion that it's true.
It has something to
Fuck
do with
off.
the chemical that they test for that finds pregnancy in women is the same chemical that your body will produce if you're being attacked by certain
Listen,
kinds of
if you
cancer.
say it one more time, people might start putting it in their subconscious, kind of like
Oh,
propaganda.
no. Oh, darn it. Damn it.
It one more time.
No.
Help me.
Yeah, this is not a medical channel. This is not medical advice.
I'm not a
Ask your
doctor.
It
doctor if
isn't, but I
neurotoxins are
thought
right for
I did think though, Hank Hill, that the cancer is really like just holding like the toxins, like the tumor is, like toxins that your body has accumulated, and it slowly releases them. So is toxins that are in your urine then is what they're basically saying.
Yeah, that may or may not be true, but when someone posts something from like the Heart Association, whatever the damn thing's called on Twitter, and then that's get deleted for being fake news from the, what is it called? The something Heart Association? What's the name of that?
American Heart Association?
That's it, American.
Oh,
Forgot about American.
Forgot
Yeah.
about the American word.
Yeah.
Darn it.
So when that gets posted on Twitter and it gets taken down as fake news, I mean, what is fake news? And are you willing to lose the server over, talking about peeing on?
All right. Well, I just found some a reference, so I might actually be true. You want me to
Well,
post it?
send it to me. If it's true, I'd like to see it. Just don't put it in the
Okay.
mainstream.
All right,
Don't,
I'll send it
don't
right
post
to
it in the
you.
mainstream. Yeah, thanks.
All right.
I'd like to look at it.
Hank,
Oh,
if
no.
you're
I mean, I'm
busy,
willing to look at
Livestream
all
isn't running right now
information.
anyway.
Yes, it
Oh, I
is.
didn't know that.
Oh, I thought it wasn't.
He just put it back on.
Anyway, my point is that, we can't really talk about medical stuff. It's unfortunate, right? Because
Yeah,
YouTube
no,
is like,
I'm
who's
sorry.
got sensitive nipples? It's YouTube, right? It's not your friend's working out, right?
I just sent it. I just DM'd it to you, so if you want to share it, you can.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I mean, I'm
All right.
always open to look at new stuff. It's YouTube that's not, right? It's Discord that you can't put it in the voice text.
Right, so we can't be
That's
saying
YouTube.
if you got 6
Yeah.
nipples, you probably live under power lines.
Yeah.
But
Or
if
if you
you
got 8 nipples, you got cancer.
But if you only have 4 nipples, come talk to me.
Yeah, that's
You got
man, that's
more
an
than 2 nipples.
awesome
I want
bird
to see.
to come out and find on your. That looks like a rural area, like he lives right in a city or something. He got a hawk out there in his car. That's cool. That's cool, Jemsy. It just looks like a common brown hawk to me. A broadwing, they have a noticeably striped tail. And their feet won't be white. They'll just have a thick white tail feather all the way across the bottom of their broad tail.
Shake your tail, feather.
It just looks like a common brown hawk, which is indigenous to the Euro continent.
Shake that tail, feather. 1 time, come on. 2 times.
They are awesome birds. It could be a turkey hawk too, though.
I'm a chicken hawk, and you're a chicken.
Those are the cutest.
Son,
Are you gonna come quietly, or do I have to mush you up?
son, now somebody lied to you. I'm not a chicken. I'm a chicken hawk, and you's a chicken. Dang it, dang.
I'll say.
I say, boy, you're fixing to get more marbles than you're itching for.
Yeah, I was sitting in a car after dropping my girls at their aunt's house, and sitting in the car, it came out of nowhere, down from the sky, obviously, and it caught a rat between my car and a car.
Oh no shit! You got to watch it eat.
Actually, no. He caught it. It stood there for a second. Then it jumped into some some table next to the vehicles, and then he jumped on top of the vehicle. Then from that vehicle to a fence, and scared some neighbor that was getting out of a door, and then he flew away
Yeah, I see. In the
with the rat.
summertime, it's not uncommon. I see hawks all the time, but I got barn owls here, and they try to hunt them. You know. Not only that, I got a feed silo. You know, a corn silo. Now they'll come down and eat the corn, but they'll try to hover way above and wait to see rats going to the corn silo. You know. I don't fuck with the hawks because they eat the rats. I've seen a hawk big enough that it comes. You know, I got a dairy farm. A lot of people drop cats off. I've seen a hawk fly away with a cat before.
I haven't seen him do it, but I've heard people have said they've seen it.
Yeah, well, he grabbed it and went to fly away with it, and the cat fucked him up pretty good, so he let the cat go, let it drop, but it had claw. I took care of the motherfucker for a while. It had
People say that they can see miles away, can they? They can see really far?
Oh yeah, the motherfuckers can be 300 foot up. They can be 400 foot up, and they can zone right in on a mouse and start a circular dive. If you watch them come down, they circle, and then all at once they dive. And these things can like freeze in air, grab something, and then take off flying again. They're like the jet fighter or the fucking fowl. Hawks are badass. I like.
Do you think they take into account the curvature and the movement of the ground?
100%.
No.
They do.
They can't, dude. Have you ever seen them when they're mating, man? These things that fly around with a woody, like almost hit the ground, and they show off for the females. Watch out.
No, I haven't seen that part yet.
Look it up on Google when hawks are mating. The male will do this crazy shit in the air where he flies all around and he'll do a deadfall. He'll just curl all his wings up and everything in him and fall and then spring it out and take right off again, you know? Or they hover. I don't know how they do it, but I've seen a hawk literally look like, at the time when I seen it, I was in the Mandela. I thought the Matrix was glitching, dude. Because his feathers were moving and shit, but it didn't seem like the hawk was moving at all. It seemed like he was just hovering in one spot, and I was like, man, is it a simulation? Did this shit freeze? Is something glitching? And then just all of a sudden he started moving again, and I noticed that they were doing like this mating ritual. And I watched a YouTube video on it, and it's common. They're not sitting still. They just look like they are. They're kind of rising. Like they get in a convection, you know, of warm air. And they'll constantly rise upward with their wings out, but they won't fly forward, backward, left, or right. They just rise up. And it makes them look like they're hovering.
Well, according to Jim Panda, you were doing science.
Science? Well, I didn't experiment on the hawk, but I did watch a video. I phoned a friend.
Science.
Observation is only one portion of a science. It's a part of it, and each part doesn't hold all the parts of a whole.
Well, Jim Panda drives his alternator to work. Don't you worry about him now.
Yeah, Jemsy, you know there's hawks out here, right?
That motherfucker wears elevator shoes because he can't touch the ground.
Dude, I watched a hawk snatch a pigeon out of the air, land in a tree in front of a bunch of old people, and rip the pigeon's head right off. Dude, they were all freaking out in their walkers and wheelchairs, like, ah!
Yeah, in New York, hell yeah. You guys got woods up there that not a lot of people go through in New York.
This is the city, man. This is the city. There's so many pigeons. It's a feeding frenzy here.
Oh, yeah, and that's just prey for the hawks.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of pigeons.
Next to Revere Beach, near Revere Beach.
I bet, dude, because
You saw a hawk near Revere Beach? I didn't think they would go there.
a big
I
flock
took
of
those
pigeons.
Like, 'cause seagulls, dude, a seagull will fuck a hawk up, to be honest. Seagulls are bad motherfuckers. Don't let them
Yeah,
fool
they
you.
are. They are.
They're tough as nails, dude.
They'll peck your face off too, just like a
Yeah,
pro kid.
but if you got big flocks of pigeons, all the hawks got to do is fly through and come out on the other side with dinner. It's like, fast.
That's
fast
literally what it
food.
did. Dude, it dove. Like, they were kind of like, maybe like 30 of them in a formation. They like fly around this high-rise building that's like 20 stories.
Yeah.
And he dove, snatched a pigeon out of the formation, kept like coming down, landed in a tree, and like there's like leaves flying everywhere, and all of a sudden like the fucking head comes flying out of the tree, dude. The
I can
fucking
see.
hawk just rips the pigeon's head like right off.
I can see old people feeding pigeons breads, and he's just looking at them like, "What's up? Keep feeding him. I'm getting him next."
Do
Because
you
I
think
tried to
the
get that bread, it was like halfway down.
do you think the pigeon it is doing fine?
What's doing fine?
The pigeon.
Is the pigeon okay?
No.
Probably not.
The hawk said, "Ooh, look, a city chicken shack."
Yeah.
He said that he took his head off.
Pigeons are just flying rats, anyways.
Back in the day, people used to hunt pigeons.
Yeah, you ain't gonna be saying that when the motherfucking shit hit the fan, man.
So this building, right?
You're gonna be
pigeons
saying,
were like,
"Hey, man, them pigeons be looking real plump right about now."
Squaw.
yeah, I don't live in that part of the city. I don't live anywhere near Martin Luther King Boulevard. Anyway,
It's a squab.
so these pigeons, they would fly in like a formation, like they would like swoop around. And when they knew the hawk was around, they'd go like crazy. But the weird part is, there was like one white pigeon, dude, and it would be dead in the center of the formation. And the formation was like a fucking eye, dude. It was weird as shit.
Hey, you know what city chicken is? Pork on a stick, and you call it city chicken.
I know what a city chicken head is.
Yeah. My mom used
I
to
know
make
what a
this
city
stuff.
is, and I know what a chicken is.
It's deep fried pork on a stick, like a shish kebab, and they call it city chicken. And my grandfather used to tell me, boys, he'd say, "That's pigeons, boy," and I'd be like, we ain't eating pigeons, because I had a pigeon coop and a mulberry tree and pigeons. I'd be like, "We're not eating my pigeons, don't lie," and he'd be like, "I used to hunt your pigeons in the 30s, boy. It was a depression. We weren't depressed when we got 30 pigeons." I was like,
"Ooh wee,"
and my mom was like, "It's pork, boy. It's pork. Quit letting your grandpa lie to you." But they did eat pigeon.
Yeah, of course. Why not? It's a bird. It's got meat.
Yeah, my mom would tell me, "Oh, they eat a pigeon, boy. It's like Corny Chan."
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yep. Put them in a pot and cook them long enough, and they just dissolve into the soup.
You can eat anything that's alive. Wait, what?
Rice and cream of mushroom.
Like, never seen a baby pigeon.
They're
Those
ugly.
are called eggs.
No,
Sorry.
they're ugly.
I'm sorry.
I have. I just said I had a pigeon coop, bro. Yeah, I've seen baby pigeons. They're ugly.
Ugly, huh? Well, some
Till they
pigeons
get
are
all-
pretty.
Well, most birds are till they get all their feathers, and then they're like, yeah. But when they're a baby, they're fucking ugly. They got the weirdest looking shape when they ain't got no feathers on them, bro. Most people wouldn't know. You ever plucked a turkey? Most
Nope.
people just eat the
No,
fucking
don't do
turkey.
that.
Yeah,
Don't do
most
that.
people just eat the turkey that comes from the fuck. You let somebody else kill the cow, but those of us that actually got to kill this shit and cut it up and skin it and dress it out, we know what it looked like.
Chicken ain't so bad though. Turkey's another story.
They're a bitch, man. It's nice if you tenderize it. Normally, turkey comes a little pre-cooked, and most people say, "Oh, cool, it's a little pre-cooked." Yeah, we boiled it so we could pull them fucking feathers out.
Right.
Yep. Drop
That's
it in hot. Yep.
Yep, you just
Don't
drop
see-
it down. It's fucking. That's a job. Plucking a turkey. That's a fucking job.
Cooking a chicken's hard enough. I don't think I want to try.
Wild turkeys out there, out in East Boston.
Shit, I got wild turkeys all over here, bro.
Oh,
Look,
they're all over here too. There's shitloads in Cambridge. They actually attack people.
Hell, I got a herd of turkeys clucking around all the time out there. Shit.
Hey, tell him, Indio, a baby pigeon looks like a fucking dodo bird.
Waddling.
I've never seen a baby pigeon.
Baby pigeon, baby chicken, all them. Look, here, I'll show you a picture.
They are rather ugly.
That's a baby pigeon.
They look like they're on crack cocaine until they get feathers.
Yeah. Yeah, and their skin is like see-through. You can see all their organs. It's creepy.
It's like, are you okay? Oh wait, you're getting feathers. Never mind.
Look at that, dude. That's dinner to somebody. That's a delicatessen in Japan. They're like, oh yeah, fry that up.
If I were starving and I saw that thing walking around, I'd put the whole damn thing in my mouth. I don't care.
Well, the beak,
feet and all.
yeah, the beak's not even hard yet, bro.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yep. I'd chew it up like a piece of gum. I'm just kidding.
Imagine cracking an egg open to fry it and seeing that floating in the center instead of yellow.
Oh,
I'd just keep cooking. I wouldn't bother me.
Don't invite me to that party, bro.
Take a baby pigeons. I take it with the Glovers when they say prove the container. They say prove the container. Like, yeah, like pigeons don't exist unless I prove baby pigeons.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Gas pressure requires a container.
Well, I got to prove.
If I can't prove the container, it can. Like, despite all experimental evidence.
Our pigeons don't just fly away. They're not space alien pigeons.
Yes, the stork brings the pigeons.
My stork brings all the pigeons to the yard.
See, stork got the worst job. He never gets laid, but he's always handling babies. See, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was.
At the end of his life, he gets to get laid, and he has a heart attack.
That poor bastard.
Sounds like a child protective service is a lesbian.
Makes you wonder who held up that poor chick. Who held that chick up so they could take a picture of it? Because his back foot is all creepy looking. It looks like somebody twisted it all sideways.
Those are pigeons.
I know. I'm just saying.
Oh, all right.
Chick, whatever. You know what I mean?
It's all the Glovers.
Baby chick.
There ain't no more Glovers, man. They don't exist anymore.
Some of them hang out in the YouTube chat.
There's only agents.
They've been all over the lobby, man. So I don't know, man. Like, why aren't they coming in here?
Baby chickens are cute. They come out. They got like fur on them. They're
I mean, if you had evidence and all that, wouldn't you want to come on and talk about it? I would.
Well, how do you become a flat earther? Anybody?
You just look for evidence of the ball Earth. That's simple.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm specific about it. You become a flat earther by trying to scientifically prove a globe.
Yep. And it's not hard to see that you can't do that once you start trying to do that. And so
there you go.
Yeah.
And an honest man will do. You know what I mean? An honest man.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was just going to say, listen, you just hold the globe to its burden of proof, right? That's all you have to do.
Yeah.
Okay, you have the burden of proof because it's self-evident that you're flat. So, okay, I'm open to the idea that I'm actually on a gigantic ball that I can't perceive. So prove it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at these equations. No, I said prove it.
Yeah, I didn't know mathematics.
Trust these people over here.
Yeah, I didn't know mathematics was going to cook me the pizza that I bought tonight. You know what I mean?
5 times 5 equals 25, so the Earth is flat. There you go.
There, see how easy it is, guys. That's all we got to do.
Oh, dude, I got to tell you guys this. So I had there's a guy in YouTube chat. He responds to me. He says, all the international maritime personnel in the world think the Earth's a globe. So it's a globe, right?
Yes, I think I've heard that before.
So I said to him, first of all, you don't know what all the maritime personnel think. You didn't take a survey, right? And they all agreed, and you all got the one answer for every single person, right? That, yeah, the Earth's a globe. So, and on top of that, it's a logical fallacy in the first place.
Yeah.
So you lied just to use a logical fallacy. Like, you're fucking mentally defective, man. If you're gonna lie, dude, just lie, but don't make you're gonna have to stack on with a logical fallacy on top of it. Like,
shouldn't he be saying all merchant marines?
Someone taught him
I
that
guess.
you have to add
My
lies
cousin's a
to lies
merchant
to make
marine.
other lies
But look,
more
listen,
true
bro,
or
I
something.
like to they act like they oceanic navigation is done by a globe, but it's not. It's done by a Cartesian coordinates Mercator projection map. So I went through the history of it. I copy and pasted from the history of the Mercator map one sentence that it tells you at the bottom. If you only the very bottom of it is, do I even bother reading, or do you have to even bother reading? It says, with questions of run lines, longitude and latitude, compass variation, and curvature of Earth's surface could be safely ignored. Not just the curvature, but longitude and latitudinal lines and compass variations. Why can they be ignored? Because on a Cartesian coordinate such as the Mercator map, you're worried about run lines or your line of travel. And that's the only fucking thing you're worried about. Because it's a Cartesian coordinates. It's a tic-tac-toe board, and you're going from box to box. It's just like chess. Rook R1 to R2. So you're moving from sector to sector in a Cartesian coordinates. You don't have to worry about longitude, latitude, or Earth's curvature, or distances of direction of travel. The only thing you have to worry about is your run line, which is your heading, and how long you've traveled on that run line from sector to sector. Origin to destination is square to square.
Square inches, square miles, tic-tac-toe board, which is flat. You guys, it's over. The globe never had a chance.
Nobody has ever used a globe for navigation on the sea. They use two-dimensional Cartesian coordinates, Mercator maps, and Mercator projections, and they follow run lines, not longitude and latitude. A run line is the line you see if we do a tic-tac-toe board, which is basically a Cartesian coordinates, where you just put tic-tac-toe boards all over the entirety of the land and the ocean. A run line are the lines that outline the sectors, and the sector is a square in the tic-tac-toe board. So
which
you
is
want
straight lines, by the way.
Yeah, so if you're going from sector to sector to sector, you want to stay in between two run lines. It has nothing to do with longitude or latitude. If you're in the south sector and you want to head north, you head to the north sector. And you can do it by celestial navigation with the two-dimensional angle direction. The direction wouldn't work on a globe because the run line doesn't work on a globe. We don't navigate by longitude or latitude. We navigate by the lines on a tic-tac-toe board. Those are called run lines.
Yeah, Mike. And on top of that, so that's how they navigate. So I looked all this up because this whole sextant ordeal, right? So I and Wolfie said, like, how do they get the distance, blah, blah, blah. So I was kind of curious, like, how do you, like, if you have two latitude and longitude coordinates, want to know the distance between them, it's got to be a formula, right? So there's a formula. And it makes a great circle route, right?
Yep.
But they don't actually use that. Because, like, say you're like, because initially your heading might be like 45 degrees northeast, right? But by the time you get to the location, if you're going far enough, your heading is like 170 degrees southeast.
Yeah,
right? So they don't do any of that.
With minutes and seconds too. Yeah,
their heading would change. Their heading would change if they were on a ball and they were taking a great circle route. They wouldn't take the same heading. They use a run line so that they can cross all the lines to the latitude at the same angle, but it's a straight fucking line.
Yeah, and the angles define. They're basically the 32 points on a compass. That's why you want to know the angle to know your run line or your heading.
Exactly. Otherwise, you'd have to constantly change like your heading, dude. You'd have to like literally sail in a fucking arc.
Right, and if you do this, you can.
Why would you have to sail in an arc on a globe? You shouldn't have to sail in an arc. You only have to sail in an arc on latitude, longitude coordinates on a flat fucking map. That's the only place there would be an arc. It wouldn't be an arc on a ball.
bro, it says right here for application of navigation with this chart, you ignore longitude, latitude, and compass variation, and you ignore curvature of Earth, and you can do this safely because you just want to sail box to box. And look, I know it for the same reason you do. I wanted to see.
Well, I mean,
I had to see how it was applicable with nav charts. You know what I mean?
well,
'Cause
actually, I looked up a whole bunch of ways, right? And like you said, in the navigational charts, they use Cartesian coordinates, and typically when they use that, like the charts, because usually the chart only covers like a shorter distance, right? They don't have a chart of the whole world, right? So they have a chart of a section, but in that section, they use dead reckoning.
Right. Yeah, that's the one thing I left out, dead reckoning. And that's
Yeah, so they and Globers will say dead reckoning will only work for like 300 miles, right? Well, that's actually not true, because I know you've heard this before. In 1898, there was a fucking dust storm in the Atlantic Ocean where you could not see the sky or the horizon. You couldn't see like 10 feet in front of the boat. So someone navigated miles by dead reckoning. So those are all planar triangles, right? According to the globe, there's no such thing as planar triangles. And if you use dead reckoning, they never would have got to their location. They would have been off by hundreds of miles.
Yep, and they used a planar triangle, which is
and they made it, and they're all still alive, and they wrote about it. And it's in the Royal Society, with the Royal Meteorological Society, which is like the Royal Society of Science in Britain, the meteorological section of them.
And a planar triangle is a normal triangle, equal sides, equal distances, only works in a two-dimensional plane. It's planar geometry. Doesn't curve.
Adds up to a 180 degrees.
Yep,
right?
It doesn't exactly. It doesn't curve at any angle. All points are equal and equal distance. So basically, it's an equidistant triangle. They call it, whatever, but it really is an equidistant triangle because all points are equal distance from each point.
Yeah.
We do all the work for them, and they still say we're wrong.
No, but it's possible on an
You know what
equidistant.
Bob, the science guy, said to me when I showed him that shit? This is a couple years back. He was in this chat. He was like, "Oh, he just must have been a really good navigator." Yeah, dude. That's your excuse.
So
he was
Bob
just really good.
Hey, Bob flies a plane, but his ass never goes out on the Great Lakes.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's very good.
And we know he got weed for the veterans, that the VA pays for now. They'll pay for your medical marijuana. Now, Bob got that in my state, so I got to give him respect for that. It helps with PTSD, but he's probably smoking weed when he's flying that plane, too.
You got to give those mariners props, though, right? Because
anyway,
the sailors, especially, think about it. The sailors, they had to veer left and right they had to veer with the wind in order to go, so they had to keep constant navigation all the time because they'd have to cut into the wind and out of the wind all the time. So that would screw them up big time. Imagine how hard it would be out on the sea with no visibility. I mean,
plus currents.
We call them merchant marines nowadays. Mariners, they're merchant marines.
Look, the beauty of it is no horizon or stars, right? So there's no way they navigated using the globe. There's no, it's impossible.
Yeah, that is the beauty of it. You can't say the stars are a sphere. You can't use any globe, anything on that.
And just like that, it went.
Well, I just want to say I'm really glad that I played Legend of Zelda, right? And got a little older and played Wind Waker, because at least I kind of know what y'all are talking about.
Well, yeah, every video game is
on a flat level plane. Just so anyone listening to YouTube chat, some globe are having a spiral right now, saying that, nuh-uh. I'm gonna post the citation right in the chat. Just that's how I roll, bro.
Just ignore it.
So from now on, anytime someone shows you a globe, you need to say that's abstract art. Because usually art mirrors reality. But abstract art is like art mirrors your psychosis.
That's completely abstract. I don't even think it technically is abstract. Because nothing about a globe or the globe picture or the drawing looks like what we see in reality, so I don't know if it's an abstract of reality. Because even Picasso kind of looked like a face. It had a nose and eyes and a mouth and shit.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys find it like at all gratifying that it was the math that debunked the globe? Because it was the math that allowed them to wander off into psychosis land. Am I the only one that really appreciates that? Like in the true meaning of the word appreciate? Like, I fucking love that shit.
I think the best part about it is that it's just a concept, and in no way can they demonstrate it in reality to anybody. Look, if you strip it all away, right? Strip it all away. There's only a very small handful of people that say they have personal knowledge that the Earth's a ball. And all the other 7 billion people are just believers. That's all they can be, and that's all they'll ever be. And there's no argument. This is 100% fact. There's nothing anybody can say to argue against it. That is reality.
Imagine the anxiety that they must be feeling, because that is the reality, and they're not stupid.
And the richest man on the planet can't even afford to go to space. But somehow...
It's pretty funny, yeah.
Somehow NASA can.
I don't think most globe earthers, I ask them sometimes, I don't think most of them have ever actually asked themselves the question, what have I ever experienced to indicate that the Earth is a globe? And that there's literally nothing they've ever experienced that indicates that.
Yeah, that's what Catexas used to say. He wasn't the original person who said it. It was a YouTube video, 2015, 2016. It was a guy with a beard, kind of looked Middle Eastern. And he said, your primary senses inform you that the Earth is flat and stationary. This is your primary knowledge. What in your secondary knowledge has convinced you otherwise? And that's the question, right? That's the same question. What in your secondary knowledge, because you have no primary knowledge of the Earth sphere. So in your secondary, can't even really call it knowledge. In your secondhand information, what has convinced you to throw away your primary knowledge, firsthand information?
Science fiction. Go back into history. Who are the people that presented the globe to us? It was all
shit, man.
science fiction
I
writers.
think you'd have to be a fucking idiot to do something like that, Hank.
Hank, that tower stacks a little higher too, because wherever they got that secondary information, that person doesn't have primary knowledge either. And that person got his information from somebody that also did not have primary knowledge. And on it goes. There is no original source of primary knowledge.
So basically, they're just a bunch of people just appealing to authority. That's all they are. Appealing to one liar.
Monkey here,
yeah, it's
monkey
just a bunch
there.
of parrots, an endless line of parrots all squawking in each other's ears.
Exactly.
And their argument is, see all those other parrots? All those other parrots, they're saying the same thing I'm saying, so it must be true. Great, you have infinite parrots all squawking the same wrong thing. Fantastic.
And like you said, India, there's only a few hundred that claim primary knowledge. That must be weird to be one of those guys. They know they're lying, but
It's not even a few hundred, it's
everybody
23.
else. Yeah.
So even the people that think they went up into space, right? Those people, like at the ISS altitude, they only saw 3% of the Earth, so like they don't have primary knowledge. They could have just been flying in a circle, right? Because they can't see the whole Earth; they can only see a really small portion of it.
Yeah, that's true.
So we got the 23 Freemasons, and that's it. So let's the whole world, all 7 billion of us, bet on that. Bet on 23 people telling us a fantastic story and that it's actually true. And let's all live our lives by it, right? Let's live our life by it. We're going to put it on TV. We're going to tell each other, Earth's the globe. We're going to go global. We'll have global warfare. We'll have global shipping. We'll have global this, global that, because 23 freaking people said global.
Right. And also, those 23 people are Masons, and Masons swear a blood oath not to tell certain things outside of the lodge. So these people are sworn liars, lie by omission. It's still a lie, regardless. Right? So these people are sworn liars. They swear an oath upon pain of death if they were to divulge information outside of the lodge.
I would argue that Hollywood has had more influence over the globe propaganda than science or academia, but that's just me. So,
Absolutely, Hollywood influences everyone.
Because
I think it's all together. Because well, I mean, probably at this point, because of saturation of media compared to the past, I'm thinking of like when you first start, being exposed to it. But nowadays it's so early, kids are exposed to television at like 3 and 4 years old. So now like the school isn't the first place they're exposed to it. Yeah, but I'd say in the past the school would be the first place.
I would include NASA as being a part of Hollywood, by the way.
Yeah, of course. They have the world's largest green screen. I've never heard a Glober address that. I've never heard a Glober address that when I've showed them that. Why does NASA own the world's largest green screen in a place they're supposed to be building heavy rockets, right? But they're not building any heavy rockets there by their own admission.
I think they have the world's largest filming studio as well.
They're the subsidiary of Disney. That's what they are.
World's largest movie budgets. Hey, you look at it that way.
Disney is a subsidiary of them.
Cartoons for adults.
Hey, keep the sheep occupied. Keep them fantasizing about infinite possibilities. Because there's infinite planets and infinite stars. So, there's a planet out there just for me. It's perfect for me. And if I wait long enough and, suspend belief, maybe I can go to these planets. But on the other hand,
you guys remember when you guys remember when they were saying that you could name a star, name a planet after yourself? Remember when they were trying to say that stuff? This was like 6-7 years ago.
Look,
you can pay a certain amount of money to, like, on your honeymoon, dedicate a star to your wife or some shit.
You can still do it. You can still buy real estate.
Is that right? You can still do that?
I found
you
a
see that
plaque
star
in the
up there,
trash.
honey? That star cost $20,000 to put your name all over it. Honey, I don't see
Look,
my
dude,
name all over it. Just
look,
go
they
with
give
it.
you listen. They give you a framed star chart. I found one in the trash like 2 years ago. I probably still have a picture of it. So I snapped a picture. You can have a star named after you from some international firm. They send you a plaque with a picture of the star field that's near that star, and they have like a whole thing and like a little official seal and all that stuff. It's really official. It's an official looking document, framed and everything. I
Yeah,
probably
you can
posted it
also
in this
buy
chat.
Martian, lunar, and Venetian real estate.
Yeah, there's people that bought moon real estate. I know that for a fact.
I just posted it.
I love
go
it.
there
It's
now.
so adorable. I fucking love it.
I love the people that threw down $250,000 or whatever to Branson, and they'll never go anywhere. But anyway,
Here, take my money. No, take my fucking money.
So all those people that gave Branson the money, and then he went. Like, is it their turn next? Are they going next, or what?
yeah, you would think they'd be bugging him about it, right, honey? Come on, man! I gave you some money. When am I going? Come on, man.
Yeah, apparently that's an old
Up
con.
next on 24/7.
I
As
heard
the globe burns.
I heard
Yeah,
all the way back in the
go ahead.
70s they were collecting money for like moon, civilian moon missions.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's the greatest lie
As far
ever
as I know,
told.
it's called the First Moon Something Club.
It was all the way back in the
I'll get a
70s,
link
wasn't
to it. 60s, like 2 years after.
Yeah,
Follow.
see, that's an old con.
Hold on, I'll drop a link. Hold on.
Mr. Branson.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. The Moon Club.
Back in the 60s or recently, Dave. I didn't think you're that old.
I'm an old fart, man. I'm 59 years old.
Well, you know what they say about old farts? They're not as smelly as new farts.
I'm a late baby boomer, born in '62. I did see the moon landing on TV when I was 6 years old, though. Never forget that. I see a familiar name on the list we haven't heard from in a while. Maybe he went back to the globe. Let's find out. Zodiac, are you at your mark? Find any curvature while you were gone? Because he's not at his mic. Y'all continue.
Just had a Glober in the YouTube chat admit that it's flat. So yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, Bobby Hill, he or she comes in and out every now and again. And yeah, I said Bobby Hill is the Earth at Globe. Bobby Hill said at 8:05 p.m. Central Standard Time, glad no, it's flat. And I said, cool, thank you for being honest, Bobby Hill. And then after that, he said, glad it's definitely flat. So, there we go. Thank you for being honest, Bobby Hill.
Bobby and Ace are both agents. They both work for NASA.
Well, they're agents for sure, but I like to fuck with them. I don't know who they work for. But again,
they work for some agency, some space agency.
Since I don't know where they are, listen, since I don't know physically where they are, I can only do the next best thing and fuck with them on the internet live.
They're flat earthers.
It's fun though.
See, the people that don't have any evidence for a globe have to be the best flat earthers. Like when they tell you all the stuff, they can be the top physicists. They can be Neil deGrasse Tyson for all I care. They're the best flat earthers because they only have evidence for flat Earth.
Correct.
And Ace is definitely an agent. There's no doubt about that. He's like 100%, 500% an agent. Every time a new person comes in there, he's on them like a vulture, and he's just trying to tell them that the Earth's totally round. He's like,
well,
on everything.
If the audience isn't smart enough to see what people like Ace Trades and all those are doing, then I don't want them on my team in the first place. It's called low-hanging fruit. Right, the officers and agents grab the low-hanging fruit because it's the best they got. Because what? Earth isn't a globe. Thanks.
Right.
That's a good point, Glad. If anybody that can't dig below the surface, at least that deep, we really want them figuring it out anyway.
I don't want to take that person into battle. No fucking way, dude. I need someone who's got my 6. You feel me? I'll put it to you this way. You're going to go into war, and you've got 2 people to pick from. You can either go with the guy who read all the textbooks about how to shoot somebody, or are you going to go with the guy who's been practicing physically how to shoot somebody? Which one are you going to go with?
The more I spoke with him when I first heard about flat Earth, and the more I spoke to Ace, and the more I spoke to Bobby, the more I knew the Earth was flat, because they were actually proving that it was flat by their ridiculous arguments, or non-arguments. They didn't even have arguments. The fact that they couldn't even argue or even have a point showed me that they have absolutely nothing to offer, and that the Earth's flat. They were actually evidence the Earth's flat. Their very existence is evidence.
I see where you're coming from, but technically no. But yeah, I know what you're saying. It doesn't prove, it doesn't evidentiate that Earth is flat, but it does evidentiate the fact that there is no globe evidence, right?
No, I could figure out that they're lying, though. I could figure out that they're liars. So
I understand, but that doesn't, listen, you have to be hyper-specific. It doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, it just proves that their stuff is bullshit.
Yeah, but why would they lie?
No, God, see? You're doing it. But now I think you're being cheeky, so fuck it, whatever.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they?
That's funny.
Why would they?
When I lied about stuff, it was to get away with something. Simple as that. Why do you have to ask somebody, why would somebody lie? Like, are you sure you don't know that answer? Are you sure you don't know how to answer that question?
Yeah, I want to find out their motive for lying. And I did.
Yeah,
I
for
found
sure.
out their motive for lying.
Well, the murder didn't
then-
happen until we figure out why it happened, right? So the murder didn't even take place until we figure out why it happened. Does that make sense?
What about stealing? How about taking your money? How do they get that? They tell you the truth.
The money isn't stolen until you figure out why. Listen, the money isn't stolen until you figure out why someone would steal from you. Does that make sense? Otherwise, you still have the money.
Comes up missing, it's missing. I don't care why. It's missing and they fucked up.
See, that's what I think too. But Globers will tell you something different. They'll say, the murder didn't happen if I can't figure out why someone would murder someone.
Why would they?
No, but that's why they would, because why would you? Telling somebody the truth isn't going to help you get your root cause of fucking ripping them off and be making them a slave.
Apparently, no one's lied to these people in their lives, so they don't know how to smell it. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Or they've never had to find out they've been lied to. Uh-oh.
Have they ever met a neighbor?
That's part of life, guys.
Down the road? Have they ever met like a store person, a bum, anybody on the street, a stranger?
I doubt they've even seen that. We're talking about people raised on screens at this point, dude.
Well, people lie to take from you what you have and make it theirs. That's the usual purpose.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
In fact, most of these people that are alive today, like these young people, you ask them, what hand sign would you make if you wanted someone to call you? Right? And they would act like, they're holding their smartphone and bring it up to their face. Right? But we know, you just stick your pinky and your thumb out and you bring it up to your ear and your mouth, shit.
Phones don't look like that anymore. Back when shit mattered. Yes, bad things. Okay, so in the YouTube chat, there's someone named Bad Things. They say, I've globe evidence, which means I have globe evidence. Can I join Discord? Yes, Bad Things. I'm going to give you the link, even though it's literally posted everywhere. I'm going to put this in the YouTube chat. Yeah, there's the link. Go ahead and drop by. Yeah, come on in. Seriously.
Difficult. So difficult to find that link, huh?
Yeah, it is. So, but I'd put it in the YouTube chat, so there's literally no excuse. Do you need me to email it to you? I think I need to email them the link too, and then also call them on their phone and have them write down with a pencil and paper the motherfucking link. Sorry, go ahead.
And you might as well set up their Discord account.
I don't care what they do.
Proofs he's incoming. Proofs he's incoming. Long as that's saying. All right.
What? How much money you guys want to put on that this isn't going to go the way we think?
I don't think they can figure out how to get on Discord to begin with. So,
well, if they can figure out how to get onto Discord, they're better than most of them. They say Bad Things is requesting, just let me speak, don't talk over me. Guys, can we oblige this person with that?
I got $20 on Aristosthenes.
No promises.
$20 Eratosthenes. All right. Who's got Newtonian gravity, but then we have to explain to them that it's Einsteinian gravity that superseded it, and now that's what they believe. I got $30, so we'll have to do that.
I'm going to go for the long shot of Christopher Columbus and Galileo.
I got $10. He says that he ain't going to share it because we won't believe it anyway.
I'm going boats over the horizon.
Okay, write all these bets down, bros. Someone needs to make some cash out of this.
I got 50 on pointing to the sky.
Oh shit, that one's gonna win. Dude, I got 100. I got to put 100 in there with him.
All right.
On pointing to the sky.
I bid $1, Bob.
$1. That's right. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Oh, Bad Thing says, I'm just getting my evidence ready. Oh, boy. This is great. What a build-up, right?
Yeah, I see they've been getting evidence ready for 8 years, bro.
What
8 years.
Yeah, I think the pandemic is their biggest evidential response, and they don't. I mean, we can't cover that, but that lacks evidence too.
He's downloading Discord.
Yep.
I'm so excited.
Who's downloading Discord? The dude from YouTube? Don't let him lie to you.
Bad
That
Things.
motherfucker's on. He's making another alt account because he's been banned here 1,000
That's
times.
okay. That's okay. Let's bring him in, and they can embarrass themselves again, and it's fun.
I just don't like to let liars be liars.
I know. Me neither. But what else are we going to do with our time, Michael?
Oh, well, I still got company. But she likes to do her. She's on the internet too.
Is this company family?
No.
We should let you go then, I think.
She spends more time with my daughter than me, but they're both right here anyway. They're listening. They listen just as much as I do. She's full-blooded Ojibwe. She's like, Mike, you told him about our 13 moons and our 12 suns? I'm like, yeah. She's like, it's flat, that's what we believe. How could you have 13 moons? Okay, we don't believe in cycles. Those are different moons, many moons. Many moons it covers multiple things, not just days, but that could be what you would consider moon cycles. And if I said 13 half moons, now you wouldn't know that that's probably 52 weeks.
No, I wouldn't.
I would, because I know how many weeks is a half moon from a half moon. So there are times. Just like it's a Saros cycle.
It's a watch in the sky. Wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
Yep. And the turtle calendar is a lunar calendar.
Hold on. You lost me at turtle.
Well, you know how like a painter turtle has 13 sections on its back?
I do now.
We make them represent the 13 moons. And you can keep track of a lunar cycle with it. So, like, if the fifth moon comes every 2 weeks, and it's a quarter moon. So a quarter moon is 2 weeks, right? So 10 quarter moons is 20 weeks.
Thank you for explaining that. Makes a lot more sense now.
With the lunar calendar like that, you don't need a leap year because it's exact. Unless, of course, they're not always perfect. The lunar cycles are no more perfect than the solar cycles, so you could have 1 quarter moon cycle that's 2 1/4 weeks or 2.5 weeks. But you would live that. So if you were referencing the last, like if you're using it and you're, a native and you say, I haven't seen you in the last quarter moon. Well, if me and you just lived through the last quarter moon, we'd know, well, that's about 2.5 weeks, bro. Yeah, I hear you. It's been a minute, ain't it? So we'd know it if we used it in real time. If we used it in antiquity, it'd be like a generalization or in a past tense.
You didn't need the leap year or daylight savings time.
No, not at all. Because one makes up for the other.
What a bunch of hooey that stuff is, huh? Malarkey.
Well, yeah, because if a quarter moon's longer than a half moon shorter, so it equals out. Because there's only so much time in the 13 cycles. And there were 13 months, too. But hey, whatever. Enoch's calendar was real close to, Native American calendars. The thing I hate the most about, well, I won't say white people's history, because Americans are Americans. They're all different colors now. But American or Western history is that all natives were from different families or bloodlines. You know, they say this tribe battled against that tribe. But the truth is, all North American continent and South American continent natives are related. In their history, they all come from one point. And as the families grew, families started moving out, and those families became tribes. Tribes are your sister, brother, cousin families within a nation. And you can have many nations within one nation. So the nation, we didn't use nations. We're a peoples. So there would be peoples within a peoples within a peoples, but they would all be peoples of the great mystery, peoples of the great spirit. So Ojibwe would be the ones who collect herbs by the great water, the peoples of the great spirit who collect herbs by the great waters. And that would cover their name and their area and what they do, and maybe even their last name, you know, as they're a branch in a family tree. So all natives were related. All natives weren't at war with each other because we weren't different nations. They're all related. And we had rules. And when you broke the fucking rules, of course, we went to war. The police go to war every day when people break the law. Does that mean the cops are from a different bloodline than the citizens? And that they're always at war with different citizen tribes? No. It means motherfuckers broke the rules and they got policed. And that's what happens. I mean, if you had a group of them out here that were eating people, and because that's against the law of the Great Spirit, you know, they would get police. They'd have to run as far south as they could, because if the rest of us caught us, we'd be like, them motherfucking man-eaters. Let's kill them. Because the wage of sin is death. You don't eat other men, so you sinned. You broke the law of the Most High, the great mystery.
Man, I've never eaten a person. I don't know why you're yelling at me.
The wage of sin is death, right? Everybody reads that, right? For the wage of sin is death. But everybody, listen, what they believe now is that, well, God delivers the wage of sin, and that's why you die someday. But these people didn't read their own scripture. Leviticus tells you when to stone a motherfucker to death, right? He who's without sin cast the first stone, right? So what's that tell you? It tells you right there, those who sin or fall or move away from the law of the Most High, that is sin, transgress the law of the Most High. Those who sin should be taken out, stoned to death, killed by those who do not sin. Because everybody wants to say, well, the Bible says don't kill. No, it doesn't. A more proper translation is thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not commit murder, because the Bible doesn't tell you not to kill. It tells you when you can kill. And when you go outside of when it says you can kill, that's murder. Murder is a legal term. It means you took a life when it wasn't legal to. Kill means you shouldn't kill anything. Well, then that means you shouldn't eat on earth and you should be born and die. Your ma's milk comes from her breast and it's living. The milk is alive. It has life, full of bacterias and all kinds of stuff. All that's alive. You're killing the milk when you drink it. You're killing the plant when you eat it. Killing the animal when you eat it. If you're going to apply kill, you got to apply it to everything that's living. Whether you think it's sentient or not, doesn't matter. It has life. If you take life, that's killing. The thing is that there's a proper time. There's a time to kill. Who's seen that movie? Time to Kill?
With Tom Cruise?
I think it is where
Hang on. I'll look it up right now. It's very important. I need to know my Tom Cruise movies back and forward. Back and front.
I think
That's McConaughey. Time to Kill with Matthew McConaughey.
Damn it!
Yeah, Matthew McConaughey. Yeah. So Lemon knows. So that man right there, I would say he was a righteous man, and he delivered the wage of sin to those boys who transgressed the law and harmed his daughter.
Look at that butt chin on Sam.
Because I agree that there is a time to kill.
Fucking huge butt chin on Sandra. Sorry.
So I don't care who you are, if you're Mexican or Oriental, or if you don't watch that movie and it doesn't bring some kind of emotional effect to you.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
If it's not a tearjerker than you, then I'd say you're less than human. You're a moral degenerate. Yeah, you're not a real person. Because it shouldn't matter color. And the guy wins the case by, he says, imagine all this that happened to this girl. Now imagine she's white. And it took that for these people to understand that life was taken there in the worst way possible. And color shouldn't have had a fucking thing to do with that. I don't care if you're an animal or a plant, or when you take life, and it should be recognized. There's not a bunch of different races. There's one race, the human race. They teach you to label and categorize shit so you can treat it less than human. If you treat humans less than human, you're not human. You don't have the love of humanity in your heart. If you label a guy a different race just so you don't have to treat him like a guy, you're a piece of shit.
Yep, absolutely right. See, when you do that, man, I don't have much to say as a response because it's so dead on. You finished the subject, right? And now it's almost like we have to find something else to say because no one's going to be more true in what they talk about than you just were there in that topic. Does that make sense? Super duper. That's a good question. Someone in the YouTube chat asked, a flat earther asks, if snipers need to account for rotation with the Coriolis effect, why don't airplanes have to? Very good.
Who bet that they weren't going to show?
610. The reality is that it's a globe. Haven't you seen the pictures from space? I'm going to repeat it again for anybody out there who's struggling with that. The logic and the acceptable scientific measurable proof that you must stand by is that you accept images and video as measurable scientific proof. Okay. Now, if you're willing to stand by that logic and standard of, proving things objectively, you're opening up a can of worms to every other charlatan that's alive to start producing images of Superman, unicorns, Yeti, whatever it might be, fucking Loch Ness Monster. And you people who, push that will have to accept it, that these things are reality based on whatever image somebody can produce. You don't go to images and video. Science deals with measurement of substance, practicality, practical demonstration. Now, if somebody's offering you an image or a video that contradicts physics, chemistry, biology, the substances, somebody offers you an image that contradicts those, you don't ignore the substances. You throw out the image. It's as simple as that. So that should make it easier for the dipshits out there who think my space pictures is real. Right? They're no fucking real because they depict something that is physically impossible. If you doubt that it's physically impossible, recreate it. Demonstrate the claims practically for yourself. That's what science is.
Cool. Anyway, sorry, XO. I wanted people to hear that one. That was a nice little short. Globe photos are not scientific proof we live on a ball. They're just not. End of story. So go ahead, XO. Oh, he's gone. Well, anyway. Oh, so we do have the big red spot up in the VC check-in. I'm gonna head up there.
If you or someone else spots a Glober, call this one number, 1-800-UNBELIEVABLE. That number again, 1-800-UNBELIEVABLE. That's right. If you or someone you love starts to believe the earth is round, please call the asylum. We'll pull up and put you in a round jacket right away. Curb jackets are free.
What happened?
Here at Globe Manor, you get the best care. Our curb jackets are nice and padded. Globe Manor. There's room for everyone. Who believes in a globe? Come to Globe Manor. We'll set you straight. FE Juice. It keeps you straight. That's right.
How do you expect to get like voice verified for voice chat when they don't have a voice?
I don't know, but they better get one. Voiceovers Anonymous. 555, where's the globe? I don't know.
I love it.
We have the global asylum is ready, and we've got curb jackets waiting. If you or anyone spots a glober.
In a world of pure imagination, where the schools indoctrinate you with the global lie that you will defend and defriend anyone that comes against it.
In a world where wearing a mask makes you a zombie. Count 'em up.
Today on In a World, woman drives with 4 masks on, gets in car wreck, blames COVID. Coming up next.
Yeah, apparently if she would have had just 2 more masks on, she would have been fine from the wreck.
Coming up next, man dies. His mask didn't prevent a smell of a fart, so he ran out into traffic. Later on today.
Right. That's basically what we're dealing with now. But I don't want to change the subject. Did you know when airplanes hit cruising altitude and level off, they fly nose up at 3 degrees? This is impossible if airplanes fly over a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles, as they should be nose dipping to account for the curvature. Time to re-examine your indoctrination.
Where the center focal point of the plane should be held towards the center of gravity of the planet at all times. That's not what's going on. Next.
Here's Tom with the weather.
It's
gonna rain. Sorry.
Going rain, cats and
Oh,
dogs.
with the weather. It's raining.
If you look on the computer screen, you will see cats and dogs. It is raining.
Want to know what the weather is in your area? Go to windy.com. That's windy.com.
So
if you want to know what the weather is in your area, don't go outside. Check 2 or 3 of the screens in your home.
In Russia, we had weather rock. If rock was wet, it's raining. If rock is gone, it's a blizzard or tornado or something like that. If rock has blown away, it's a tornado. Yeah. Some stupid shit like that. Screw you guys.
No, I got shit to do, and it just popped up, so I'll be right back.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna try to ride this fucking donkey. Wait a minute. Were those wise men riding camels, donkeys, or horses?
Carpets. They were riding magic carpets. What else does a wise man ride? I wouldn't ride a horse or a donkey.
I don't know, but they're fucking magicians, man. That's what magi means.
I'd ride a magic carpet, baby, all the way. I'm a wise man.
So wait a minute. Does that mean if I have a van that's got this plush carpet in there from like the 70s, is that a magic carpet?
Fucking right. Put it on the license plate. Magic carpet. I can ride the magic bus.
The shag bus. Shag carpet everywhere. God, that'd be horrible to clean all the dust. Fuck, man. Imagine if the dog is in there with you. Fuck that.
The cat piss bus. Stray cats, I can't ride the cat piss bus. I jumped it.
So here's a new theory. You know how everybody's sitting there accusing Disney of being perverted? I go along the means of being satanic, right? So you got the image of the letters S, E, and X in Aladdin, I believe it is, right? And a lot of people say it's sex, but in reality, it's the Greek for 666. It's the mark of the beast. Mickey is literally a depiction of the jinn as having round ears and it's small like an elf when it takes form. You know, the genies. Somewhat similar to what John Dee said was the Yoda spirit.
Can anybody help Kyle Rittenhouse up there in the VC check-in one?
Where did everyone go? Go make dinner in the lobby crashing. Where, oh, where can my flat earth be? Somebody took it away from me.
It went to find the globe.
I think it just wanted to eat the breadcrumb trail that got left behind. It got hungry. Oh, I made the grub, man. I got 2 cats and a dog sweating me right now because I didn't bring them a plate.
Irish Leonard, I sure hope you type something coherent. And what's gravity, by the way?
Don't get your hopes up. Don't hold your breath.
He's never cracked his mic open, Quantum.
Oh, yeah.
Be a coon's age before you get another breath.
Gas is not a liquid. Liquid is not a gas. You're a fucking idiot.
I know they say it's in a gaseous state, as if that doesn't mean it's a gas. What is up with these fucking low-educated idiots?
These got to be fucking clown.
Yeah, and why is it the fucking grade
That's
school
the problem. They're educated.
to us? Oh, they're not educated. That's the problem. Listen, you get a remedial education in high school. Go to college and get an advanced collegiate level, then come holler at me.
You need a collegiate education to figure out that gas is not a liquid?
Well, it seems that all high schoolers think science is 100% sewed up. Is there 100% in science?
I'm pretty sure I know my kids, they went through school and they learned that in grade school.
Well, like me, we made sure our kids paid attention.
Yeah, that particular subject. I'm not talking about all subjects now. No, there's no doubt that the education
Science
system
and math
blows.
Yeah. Oh, it does. I make sure my kids know their science and their math and as many economics as I can teach them, because that's the world they have to navigate to survive and have. You can be.
I passed that along to a few people. They enjoyed it.
That chart.
The Portolano Marine
yeah.
Church. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you brought up the sexton, and Indio said it earlier. Well, I only know that, Mike, because I wanted to know how the sexton actually applied to the charts we navigated. Well, me too. That's how I got there too. I was like, and it tells you right there. You can ignore longitude, latitude, compass variation, and curvature safely because you're only worried about run lines and Cartesian coordinates and direction of heading. A run line, they think, well, you can't navigate without longitude and latitude. Yeah, you can. Matter of fact, if you use longitude and latitude, you'll probably end up somewhere you didn't want to be.
Where are those at? I've been out on the ocean. I haven't seen any longitude or latitude lines.
Nope. You better go sector to sector. Or dear vector, you'll end up in the wrong sector. And somebody be coming at your ass like Hannibal Lecter. Yeah, I read quite a bit on it. I just, I mean, I fully understand how the sextant works, but on Earth, but I wanted to know how it applied to our navigational charts, so that you can gap the bridge between what information you obtain from a sextant and how it's applied to a charting system. Well, it's no different than a compass and a square in planar geometry. That's the simplest way to put it, but most people wouldn't understand it that way, It's just a sector point on a chart where you have an origin and a destination.
No one said anything about relative buoyancy, and I'm dipshit. The question was concerning your knowledge of whether gas and liquid are the same. Number one, we didn't get into your fairy tale gravity yet, which I can just whip around like a fucking pinata. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
This dude, I mean, you know what I mean, lads? I just ask simple questions. If I had water in a closed bottle, why does the water always settle at the bottom? I mean, buoyancy and density absolutely describes that. You act like things without energy could go up. Does water have energy? Does it have kinetic potential? Does a dead body have energy? Does anybody understand why dead bodies don't get up and walk around? They have no energy to navigate this system. They have weight, though, and they would need energy to move that way. It's the same with every atom here on Earth. Nothing can go up without the energy to do so. It's called work potential and kinetic energy in a system. Potential. I'm tired of hearing, why does a rock fall? Why does a rock fall? Because it's not a living thing and it doesn't have energy and it couldn't move up if it fucking tried. So its weight and its buoyancy and density, Archimedes explained it. The rest you can just, in the medium that it's in, it's more dense than anything else and less buoyant. So there you go. Simple questions. Simple questions have simple answers, and only simpletons ask simple questions without knowing the simple answer. That's the problem. See, we're tired of simpletons. Yeah. Oh, gee, if I turn the bottle around, everything goes back to the bottom. Yes. Are you saying there's a preferred direction? Have you studied kinetic energy, Leonard? There's more than one vector because of varying variables. In kinetic theory, we can have up, down, left, right. Left and right is due to resistance. Up and down is due to kinetic potential or energy. You can't do work if you don't have the energy to do it. I don't care whether you're a rock or a person. Person who has no energy, they're going to lay down and rest until they have energy again. Then they'll get up and move around. And that takes energy. Can't do work with it. Man. This isn't stuff, though, that you learn at in high school. I don't know where they learn this preferred direction. Physics doesn't actually teach a preferred direction. Is this something they just assume? I mean, even when they're taught as the four fundamental forces, they're taught it's the weakest force in nature. So how much work can it actually do, right? Being the weakest force in nature.
What?
Gravity.
Gravity doesn't exist, even if it's not a force.
I know it doesn't, but why would they assume that when they've been taught it's a weakest force that it would control a preferred vector?
It's taught as a force. It's not a force, and it doesn't exist. You're in 3 levels of bullshittery.
Yeah, I know. I know.
You're up to your neck in bullshittery. You're trying to ask. Go ahead, Indio.
Well, I was just going to say, let's bring it down one level to the politics of Star Trek. So, what do you think? Do you think Kirk would win the popular vote?
Why is Flatman Can still Indio? Flatman Can got put in Cogdis, was supposed to be for 48 hours. All he did was post an image of shirts he sells. Do we see put him in there?
I thought he was out.
No, he just messaged me saying he's in.
Well, if he leaves the server, that like it doesn't count. So if you get put in Cogdis and try to like leave the server,
yeah, I don't know if he did that.
The timer doesn't like keep rolling.
Yeah, I know. So,
but I mean, he knows why he was in there, right?
Yeah, he said for posting a T-shirt he had for sale. I didn't know we had a problem with our community promoting their goods on here. I mean, I know we don't want
it
you
said
doing
weed something. I don't know. It's a drug paraphernalia. I don't know. I don't know the details.
Weed?
What CI said in the bot audit chat was that he was saying, I don't know. I can't remember the exact verbiage of what he said, but it was something that he was saying in the silver chat.
All right.
I don't know. I'm not going to talk about it on here. I'll just look into it.
Yeah, I won't. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I won't bug you about it. I'll just talk to C. I'm cool with C.
I'd rather go back to the politics of Star Trek than the server.
Who was Kirk? I know. I hate
something on the wing. Something.
I hate the politics. Everybody knows I'm the nicest guy. They get to overtalk me and I don't do shit, so they all holler at me when they get a problem. Fuck that.
Well, I told Flatman Can to talk to CI, so I mean, that was either yesterday or the day before. I don't know if he did or didn't.
I absolutely love Scotty. What is he, Irish or Scottish? Because he's
Scottish.
He was my first experience with Scottish people. I give her a wee bit of that Scottish love, but I don't know if she can handle it. So I love Scotty. I used to get high and be like, yeah, go Scotty. When this shit was on, when I was 13, dude, I could play Mario World and Mario 2 and still watch this shit and keep up with it all at the same time.
Huey.
Yep.
You got any numpty clips of Mr. Sensible?
No, I didn't. I wasn't paying any attention to him.
Mr. Sensible, the YouTuber, the clown, one of the many clowns of the circus.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's a dumbass cracker.
Well, who is this Irish Leonard that keeps asking questions? Leonard, man, just unmute your mic. Are you fucking muted? I can't stand that text debate. We're all in a freaking voice chat because we don't want to type.
Yeah,
Where's it?
Where's it?
Yeah, where is air created, guys? Is it created in the atmosphere? Everybody knows where fucking air is created.
Ask him. I'll bet you he doesn't. Ask him.
Well, that's the question he asked us in the live stream, and I'm wondering why he won't type. I'm thinking he's Sean Hawkins, and he should probably voice up so I don't ban him just on GP.
Yep.
Irish. I'm not joking. I'm absolutely 100% serious. Those are the same dumb questions Sean asks all the time. Everybody knows. Well, plankton makes the most of oxygen. When you say air, you're talking about everything in the mix, and it comes from multiple different places and sources.
And how does it get up 5 miles high if all the air, the atmo, is created at or near the surface. How does it get up there? Go down, you retard.
Right. I thought he was just asking about this preferred direction of down, but gas rises.
Yeah. Speak up, boy.
Could it be kinetic energy that causes the gas to rise?
Uh-oh, Mike. I think he's going against your wishes. He's typing. Not saying anything.
Listen, bro. Why do I have to talk? I was pretty fastidious about why. Do you have a comprehension problem, Sean? All that flattery, that doesn't go far. I think you're Sean Hawkins. If you don't speak up, I'm probably going to ban you, Sean.
We're conducting a transvestigation.
Yeah, Sean Hawkins, prove me wrong, Sean.
He's guilty of sin.
And don't tell me you ain't got a mic in 2021. I'll tell you you're full of shit, man. Hold up, on, kitty. Damn it. Sean, you only got seconds, bro. You're going to have to make an alt account. You can run, but you can't hide. Look, he's split.
Did
he? Damn, am I good or am I good? Did somebody kick him? Let's make sure nobody kicked him. I'm pretty sure that's Sean, but he's asking all the same fucking questions that dumbass asked. Does how air is created, does that prove the shape of the earth? Anyone?
What?
The process by which air is created, would that prove the shape of earth?
That's pretty stupid.
Thank you. I'm feeling the same way. It's always the non sequiturs.
Hey, so I want to read something. I'm going to read a comment I got on YouTube. I talked about this a little bit earlier, but I didn't read the comment. So this is what someone left me. Okay. According to the charts in the entire international maritime community, the Earth is a sphere. Unless you can prove the entire international maritime community wrong, there is no argument.
Well,
so
bring him
there's
in
two
here.
problems. The entire international maritime community.
Yep.
So not only is that a lie, right? He didn't survey the entire international maritime community. He used it for a logical fallacy.
Yep.
So like, dude, if you're gonna lie, at least formulate your lie into like something that proves something. At least say like we measured the radius by taking a tape measure from the core to the surface. If you're gonna tell a lie, at least make the lie support something that is not fallacious. I mean, you could have skipped one or the other. The entire international maritime community. This guy speaks for them. I mean, to me, like when you do something like that, you're totally mentally defective. Because you're like, I'm going to tell this bullshit story. How can I formulate that so I can prove him wrong? Oh, I'll use this logical fallacy. What? See, that's how that illustrates how far gone they are. They can't even think rationally.
Nope.
So, but I just call it like it is, man. I tell them straight up, they're you're irrational. You know, because their English, comprehension is so poor, they think irrational means hysterical. Like, no. Irrational means you are being illogical. Using a logic fallacy is by definition irrational.
But bro, he said maritime instead of naval. Come on, bro. Bro. Maritime, bro.
The international maritime community.
I know. So what does naval trade have to do with anything? Originally, if you go into the entomology, it's about trade pathways on the sea. Originally, now it's just being applied to the entirety of the oceanic subject. But originally, the maritime only had to do with the seas.
Well, I was going to say, from my information, the most accurate maps ever in use, at least nautically, were Portland charts that the Spanish used to use.
Yep, that's
They have
why
nothing to do with a globe.
That's why I went to the Portland, bro. Portland, moron again. That's where that dude's from. And they were port charts. They got you from port to port.
Sure. You take a heading out of port, you maintain that heading, and you arrive where you want to arrive.
Yeah, I mean, you can be a sector off, but port to port is sector to sector too. So yeah, most people, they don't even know how to say nav chart without saying nav chart. And it's to say Portland charts, marine charts. I mean, and when we go to marine charts, what do they say? Ignore longitude, ignore latitude, ignore compass variation and curvature of Earth. Safely ignore this stuff. Just follow your run lines or your Cartesian coordinate sector lines. It's tic-tac-toe, bruh. Tic-tac-toe. And they're playing tiddlywinks.
Huey, when you were doing your stream the other day when I was in the chat, did you see that guy in there saying that anyone that has a phone in their pocket proves the globe? He says if you got Google or Apple Maps, that proves the globe, right? So I asked him how. And what does he do? He runs away from his own claim and says, "Where's the flat Earth map?"
Jeez. Typical, right?
Yeah, dude, it's like whack-a-mole, man.
I seen you in the chat. Almost had a heart attack.
Yeah, I had a couple minutes.
Thanks.
I would have jumped in your stream if I didn't, get on there late.
Okay.
Because you were just like ending the stream right when I clicked it on and I saw you were streaming live, so I jumped in and it was over.
Oh, right.
If I was like anybody that's like just like okay, they're not in this topic on flat Earth, globe Earth, just a normie, right? Just watching and observing it from the outside, watching the debate. Okay, just the type of argumentation that we make versus what globers make should tell any just passive observer that it's not a globe. Just the sheer fact that they have to use non-stop logical fallacy, make shit up, lie, cheat, steal, deflect, shuck and jive, dance around, run away from their own claims, say stupid things like, "Oh, you wouldn't believe me anyway," or "You just ignore it," or "You'll just call it fake," or like all these excuses. Just from the style of argumentation, they should know that the Earth's obviously not a globe, because a glober should just be able to come in here and in 2 minutes go, "Okay, they did this, and that. Boom, done. You can go do it yourself."
Yep, 100% agree. Yep, you just consolidated all of Matthew Learn's arguments.
Did I should say that to globers after they've been in here like an hour? It's an hour and you've made no progress. And the hour has gone by. If you had globe proof, you would have presented it right off the bat, and like we would have just shut down the server.
Mm-hmm.
But an hour later, we're still here, and you're still Googling stuff to figure out what your belief is.
It is pathetic, isn't it?
It's mind blowing that they believe something so ardently, but they have to Google their own belief.
No,
what do I believe again?
They even go against their own beliefs. Ask Matthew.
Well, if they typo, man, yeah.
Has he shown a curved adjacent yet? I'm still waiting for that.
Oh, man. Matthew, he's got his good old propaganda tactics too. Pointing at the horizon, trademark. Oh, we can't see if there's curvature. I don't think squinting at the horizon is a reliable method. Oh yeah, but it was a laser. It's still whatever.
I can't believe that Matthew didn't understand what a triangle, how it works. A triangle.
Yeah.
And that was crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand how triangles work.
Here he is. He couldn't help himself.
Got you there.
I was trying to provoke you.
No,
Hey, Matthew, have you ever seen the Chicago skyline video where the sun sets behind the Chicago skyline, and you can see the silhouette? So you've seen that?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. How does a mirage cast a shadow?
The sunlight only has to curve 0.007 degrees per mile for that.
Yeah, cool. But the
I mean,
Chicago
that is-
but listen, you see Chicago, and you see Chicago casting the shadow of the sun that's behind it. How can the mirage of Chicago cast the shadow? Because the shadow is on the other side. It's on this side of the horizon.
If it's in front of the sun, it's eclipsing it. It's not casting a shadow. So, yeah, you're right. It's a
silhouette. So that's a shadow.
Blocking the sun, right?
That's not the worst problem.
How can a mirage block the sun? Oh, go ahead. Yeah, well, it's obviously not a mirage, but anyway, go ahead.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that was pretty. Yeah, I liked how you delivered that. That was pretty funny. I liked the little delay. That caught me off guard because I was doing something else.
Well, I mean, they're saying it's a mirage, man. Like, how can a mirage block the sun? I don't get it.
Okay, good point. That and pretty funny. Matthew, what's a mirage?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call that a mirage.
No, what is a mirage?
Weatherman?
No, yeah, he did. What is a mirage?
It's when you're seeing something that's not really right there. It's kind of like bent by refraction. That'd be my guess.
Nope, that's not a mirage. I knew you didn't know what it was.
Yeah, you're right. I don't.
Bugs Bunny called it mirage.
Yeah, mirage. That's right. That's correct. Does anyone know what a mirage is? I mean,
I know what it looks like.
The actual.
I don't know. I don't know the technical definition. Tell it. Inform us.
I can't believe that I'm sitting here and this is the case. I want to just waller. Yeah, just right here for a little bit, if you don't mind. Does anyone?
It's not in the contradictionary, so I can't.
I'll take a chance at being wrong.
Okay.
It has to do with something to do with like
It's not-
heat in the atmosphere, right?
It's not I'll tell you that much.
Sorry, but like heat in the atmosphere, right?
No, I didn't say what caused it. I said, what is it?
Okay.
It's the inversion, right? It's the inversion of the image.
Nope, I'm not asking for the cause of mirages. I'm asking for what is it?
It's a perception of something that's not there?
Nope.
Okay. I'm giving up now.
It's very simple. All right, is that long enough? Okay. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object. Make sense? So one or more of the
What a spot to pick for a mirage.
So what you're saying is a mirage is an image of something that's not where it is, but it is there. Like it's there,
No.
but not where you're seeing it, right?
No, you got to have an extra image or images of that object.
Okay.
If you want to fight with that, go bang on Andrew Thomas Young's door. I know most Globers don't know what the fuck it is. Pretty simple, right?
I don't think. Listen, I don't think Andrew Thomas Young is all that in a bag of chips. Personally,
No, I don't either. But that's what a mirage is.
I don't even think he's like good at what he does.
Yeah, I
quite
don't
honestly,
either.
I think he's just like mediocre level.
And then what I was trying to equate to a mirage and what an actual mirage is isn't the same, because I was kind of referring to that, like how it looks like there's water on the road, and then as you keep driving, no, the road's not wet, so that's not even a mirage. That's just sort of a
mirroring.
Yeah, that's it, mirroring. Sorry, thanks.
Well, the thing about Andrew Thomas Young is if you start like looking on Google Scholar and start looking for like the scholarly literature on refraction, he comes up a lot.
Yep.
And as like let's put it this way. He's a pretty good source if you want historical references on the so-called science of refraction or the science history of it being investigated, right? If you want old citations, like who investigated it when, the history of it, and all that. Yeah, he's a great source. But other than that, I as far as like his ability to evaluate the information is shit. Yeah, incoherency. Yeah, coherency is. Yeah, he's pretty incoherent.
Consistent coherency is somewhat of a challenge, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, like he was one of the first sources I read, at least on like astronomical refraction. He published Understanding Astronomical Refraction, and it is gobbledygook. Like he's got poor writing skills, but you know, not everybody can write good, so I can't like fault him for that. But like, he's all over the place, and a lot of that stuff is just like. There is one good thing because like he doesn't lie, but he still believes he's like the model. Okay, I'll give you for instance. So he has some equations for refraction, and then the model goes to infinity at the horizon, right? There's infinite refraction at the horizon according to the model that he uses.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, it's like an exponential, man. So like z goes exponential, and z is like the what do you call it?
Z.
The k coefficient, but the variable z in his little equation.
Is that in Snell's law?
Z is for like the zenith angle.
Zenith.
So the zenith angle is 0 in astronomy. They're like backwards, right? So the zenith angle 0 degrees is directly overhead, and 90 degrees is the horizon.
Oh, I see.
So between at 89 degrees, it's basically between 89 and 90 degrees, which would be 1 degree above the horizon to the horizon. The formula, pressure, temperature, humidity, it goes exponential. So it's exponent, so if you're at 89.9 degrees, like the refractive index is, a gazillion or whatever, right?
Whoa. Refractive that's Snell's law. Show me two mediums.
Yeah, well, I'm just giving his formula. I'm just saying like what he has. So he lays the math down there, right, accurately of what it predicts, but it doesn't predict reality, and he still believes it. Like that's the stuff that blows me away. Is that you write down a bunch of equations, the equations spit out something that's never been observed in reality, but you still believe the equations are accurate. Yeah. That's the craziness that blows me away with him.
Yeah.
And I found like a major flaw in Walter Bislin's little thing.
Bislin, no, what a crap.
Walter Bislin's little refraction simulator or whatever, right?
Refraction? What's that?
Yeah, a cock. It's something parrots say.
Yeah, I shouldn't challenge you, but it's a point. It's come up a number of times today for some reason. I thought I dashed it out, but you know how that goes.
Well, listen, they're never going to let go of it. You can disprove it wrong all day. Like, they won't let go of it.
Right.
What else are they going to do? Concede? That's like the only other choice. They're like, they can concede or just keep saying the same wrong thing. They've chosen to say they keep saying the same wrong thing.
Yeah, refraction.
Gentlemen, am I correct? Am I correct in calculating the ground temperature having something to do with the mirroring that I was referring to earlier?
You correct? And no, I don't know what that was.
Like the mirroring happens depending on the temperature at the ground. Like it's sometimes you won't see that illusion of water, and at other times, if it's hot enough, it does look like water until you get close.
Who knows?
So okay, so there's. I want to go over this for a second because this is a problem. I don't think anybody's. I wouldn't say a problem, but something question maybe no one's ever asked. Right. So for a superior mirage and an inferior mirage, they say it's created two ways, right? So there's a temperature inversion, right? A layer of cold air and a layer of hot air inverted. So that's they say causes a mirage. That's never been validated or verified by any experiment.
Okay.
So, like, seriously, if you look up, inferior mirage, superior mirage, and you look through, they'll have a little diagram. They'll show like a little light ray, and they'll show like hot down here, cold up here.
Exist.
But well, that's the thing. That's never been validated by any experiment. So I've actually gone and looked. There are a couple published papers that challenge this, right? And they actually went and did some experiments. So one of them, one of the so-called, let's call it a hypothesis, right? So one of the hypotheses is.
Go ahead.
What would you prefer I call it?
Idea.
Wild guess. One of the wild guesses.
Yeah, wild guess. That's good.
Yeah. Okay.
So one of the wild guesses is that because the angle is very shallow, right? Even on a rough surface, right? Because you're looking at it at an angle that, like, say, the mirroring effect, what you're talking about, that's not caused by temperature. That's caused by the shallow angle, because you're looking at it. Like, say, if you're looking at a car that's on a hot ground surface and it's very, very far away, right? You're looking at it, the angle to the ground, right? Let's call it the angle of intersection. The angle of intersection of your line of sight is almost 90 degrees. So, like, the surface is rough.
Not on a sphere. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm talking about reality. I'm talking about the real world. Well, one thing is that mirroring is caused by the fact that you're looking at a shallow angle, because even though the surface is rough, when you look at a shallow angle, your line of sight, the surface is smooth. Okay? Because you're not seeing into the cracks and crevices because you're almost parallel to the ground. You can only look into so say you have a bunch of, say it's like a golf ball. So there's a bunch of holes in it. You can only see the holes if you're above it, right? But if your eye line is parallel to it, you can't look down into the holes. So you're looking at this surface, you can't see the holes. So the light is reflecting off the ground like it's a mirror. The ground itself, in a shallow angle, it becomes reflective. Okay? So it's well known that at shallow angles of incidence, the critical angle, everything's reflective, no matter what, right? So that's one hypothesis. Another one is that there's such a severe temperature. There's a temperature gradient so close to the ground that it creates like a surface layer, and that's what everything is reflected off of. It's almost like a duct, right? Almost think of a fiber optic cable. So the light, like below a certain elevation, say 40 centimeters above the ground, anything that's below that level can't come back up and reach your eye because of total internal reflection. So that's the other wild guess. Okay.
You almost said it again.
But listen, these have actually been tested. So they actually went out and tested these. So the total internal reflection one is particularly interesting because what they did was they took a camera, right, and they took a mirror. This is in the Gobi Desert, so bright sunlight mirror, they're reflecting the mirror to the camera so they can see the reflection of the sun. And they have a vertical like a little tree where they measure the temperature, the gradient of temperature. So it's like a 4-foot tall tree with thermocouple spaced like every 6 inches. So they know the temperature at every level, right? They also know the humidity and whatever. So while they filming this over a period of several hours, I think they did this a couple different days too. When this temperature gradient spikes and the humidity, also the humidity spikes and the pressure spikes, and the mirror would disappear. Like they wouldn't have it in view anymore. It would just vanish. So they can see the mirror, then the mirror disappears. They look at the thermometers and they notice that there's this crazy temperature gradient. And then, but if you look and say, okay, so we're going to punch into the formula for the refractive index, like what's the refractive index at these temperatures? And contrary to what Glober say, total internal reflection is, they think that light always bends towards the denser medium, but if the angle is small, and the light's in a denser medium, it'll reflect off the lens less dense medium, and that's called total internal reflection. So when Glober say, oh, the light just always bends to the more dense medium, I was trying to pin Mick West on this, but someone interrupted me, QE. When he says, because he said light was a wave, and then you had to,
Oh, really? Was it me?
Yeah. But I didn't mind because, I just wanted to hear him get beat up on because I'm a little bit of a sadist than me. But he was saying things because he was like, oh, light just gets sucked down like to the he's like, that's the funny thing. That was his scientific reason. I said, okay, so you have a temperature gradient, right? So if you have a ray of light that is completely horizontal, like it's going with the temperature gradient, and it never crosses over into some other part, right? And any other place that would have a different index of refraction. How does it bend down? And he says, well, that's the funny thing, because light is a wave and blah, blah. He didn't make it any farther than that. He jumped in. But they think that somehow if you have light and it's in a medium of one density, it'll just automatically get sucked somehow to the medium with another density, even though it never, like, that other medium is never in the path in the first place.
Yep.
It's Walter Bislin does this too in his shit calculator. But here's the thing. Like I said, it doesn't always do that, right? It doesn't always do that when the angle of light to say someplace, right? Someplace at the boundary of the mediums, right? At the boundary of the mediums, there's something called, if the angle that it hits the boundary is past something called a critical angle, it'll reflect and it won't refract.
Makes sense.
And this is not in Bislin's calculator. This is not in Mick West's calculator. The simulator. They call it a simulator. I shouldn't even say calculator. They actually call it a simulator, but it's actually not simulating anything.
Yeah.
And it's particularly problematic to Bislin's calculator or simulator because the angle at which the light is traveling is the what would you call it? The origin, the coordinates is parallel to the ground. So if you draw like an imaginary line parallel to the ground, right? How much the light ray is tipped, like relative to that, when he computes the angle of which way it went, which way it bent, he starts with the zero angle is horizontal to the ground. But the problem is, if it's nearly horizontal to the ground, it'll reflect, not refract. So that's like, his calculator is a huge flaw. Huge flaw. That's like it's totally bogus. It's junk. Basically, he junked it.
Shocking.
So total internal reflection is the way a fiber optic cable works. That's how a fiber optic cable works completely. A fiber optic cable has a refractive index gradient that's radial from the center. So it has a core of a high index of refraction. In the outer part of the core, has a lower one. But because of total internal reflection, it won't refract into that. It'll just reflect off of it, and it travels down that fiber optic cable. And this is what they were saying is happening with when they observed the mirror disappearing. Now think about it for a second. You can't see below a certain level. What does that sound like? I look out and see a boat, and it appears half of it's gone. Why can't I see the bottom of it? Because below a certain level, that light is never reaching the camera or the eye because it's being totally internal reflected, basically like in a duct, as if it was a fiber optic cable, and it never reaches the camera or the eye. And if you look on Sky Free, have you ever seen any of the Sky Freeze videos in QE?
Couple, yeah.
Yeah. So you've seen what happens. Like, so I think the physics explanation for that would be the total internal reflections happening. So like below a certain elevation above the water surface, the light is not escaping for it to ever reach the camera lens. And it's supported, in my opinion, by that paper I mentioned, which I'll post the link to the paper. Good luck finding it. It's not like freely available on the internet anymore. It was, but it disappeared. I mean, you can find the paper, the citation, but now you got to buy it.
That's a surprise.
I do have it on a hard drive somewhere, but I have to like dig through like my several computers to find it.
Yeah, useful stuff's hard to find and usually costs, and all the rest is free and plentiful.
Yeah, like one thing on the buoyancy page for Wikipedia, on that page it used to have the formula for buoyancy, and it would say, it used to say, oh, you don't need to use G because it's on both sides of the equation and cancels out. Mm-hmm. Now that's not there. That little line. You know, some Glober went on there and erased it. You know they did, because they always say, "Oh, everything floats because of gravity, right? Gravity pushes down and everything else floats up." And I tell them, well, like the formula has G on both sides of the equation, so gravity cancels out. It's not necessary if it's not even necessary for the formula.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'm gonna get that citation.
All right. That's another good point. Ask a globetard what a citation is. They can't even tell you that. Pretender clown numpty dipshits. Matthew Learns, you know what a citation is, don't you?
Yeah, I've heard of citations.
You heard of such a thing?
And that refraction stuff sounds pretty complicated.
You're diverting away from citation. What's a citation?
It's not complicated.
You just redirected. No chaff and redirect. What's going on?
Oh, you're asking what a citation is? Well, I'll know when I see one. I don't know if I could articulate it good.
You know what a bibliography or a works cited page is, right?
Yeah, basically you're just saying the source of where you got some quote or information, some data.
Yeah, but the citation's not a source.
Well, the citation is a link to the source, basically.
It's the body of the substance and the source, but the citation's not the source or the reference. Right? Follow?
So I just wanted. This is kind of like a side quest about this paper, this published paper. Now this was published. These guys are Chinese, and the reason they did this test was less about desert mirages. There's something in Chinese like folklore about that the ground breathes. that like a couple times a day that the earth exhales. Part of their like folklore or something. It's called something called phoretic evaporation. right? And mainstream science has said, blah, blah, this doesn't exist. That's some Chinese hocus pocus. So this guy has actually done tests and demonstrated that this phenomenon actually does exist. Well, that a couple times a day, the ground like exhales like a burst of air and humidity.
Well, that would make sense because of the gas cycles. It would have to take in
basically belches, right?
Yeah, it would have to take in. It's not continuously exhaling. It can't do that. It's gotta be a balance.
You like a release valve, probably something like that. It builds up like pressure, right, and then just
Well,
it doesn't have to be like a wind.
That describes the gas cycles.
Yeah,
that's. Yeah.
I'm just saying it's weird that they were like this is like Chinese folklore that mainstream science didn't exist. That the Chinese are writing about, like in fucking 400 BC or something, but it actually does exist.
Yes, it would have to. Now, maybe inhale and exhale will give, the connotation of nonsense.
But they didn't do the inhale part. They only wanted to document or measure the exhale part. And part of this was, like I said, a couple times a day they get this mirage, right? So they measured it in the Gobi Desert because the humidity is so low that it's a lot easier to eliminate the daily variation of humidity as a variable because it's constant and low. So you can if there's a variation, it's easy to measure. It isn't like there was a wind that blew up a lake of humid air. You know what I mean? There's only one place that humid air could be coming from. That's underneath the ground.
From rotting plants? Do they know what it comes from?
Not very humid here, man.
I think that they were saying it comes from deep under the ground, miles. A lot of it, there's another paper, and that's in broken English. But there's another paper that's even more so this person, this particular scientist in quotes, he kind of researched this in stages. So he wrote a paper, and then he wrote a paper, and then he wrote another paper. The first one is this one. The second one is kind of in broken English. He kind of elaborates it where he kind of introduces it a little bit more. It's like one of those things I don't want to say I'm investigating this because it's Chinese folklore and they're going to think I'm crazy. So it's he came up with another excuse to investigate it. But then when he got some evidence for it, he kind of revealed what he was actually investigating, but not fully. But then the third paper's in Chinese, and I can't read Chinese, so I don't know exactly what it says. It says something in Chinese, that's all I know. I mean, don't discount Chinese science. I mean, they have a rover on the moon.
the Atari graphics.
I think they spotted some sort of a hut on the dark side of the moon recently.
By the way,
yeah, there was already a homeless tweaker shelter up there when they got there, right?
By the way, which one's pink?
Is a trick question?
No, those are lyrics. Beautiful.
Not too many people got that
if
one.
If we all work together as a team. Oh, I know the
novices, man, that didn't catch that. Only
I know
one person caught.
Yeah. Yep. And that's only because I'm a musician. I have to know that. Anybody who doesn't know Pink Floyd and claims to be a musician, you need to start over.
Yeah, I take issue with the refractive index. Well, the refractive index, they're going to have to show me two mediums. If not, then they're just making shit up out their ass.
Well, I'll also add this, right? So they make the they're called gradient index lenses, right? So I've looked high and wide and far and whatever to find out how they design these lenses, right? The mathematics or like how they actually model it. And I can't find anything. Like, I mean, nothing. Like, I mean, I'm talking like professional software programs like ANSYS and like Maxwell.
Right. Well, you're not going to find a refractive index with one medium. It's not going to happen.
Or Mathematica or whatever. Like, it's not out there. So I think they actually make it by trial and error. I think that's really what I think. That they come up with like a rough estimate and just manufacture a lot of lenses and keep doing it until they get the effect they want. Meaning they don't have an accurate model the accurate mathematical method of predicting how a ray of light will pass through a gradient of index of refraction. And I'm more than welcome for somebody to like prove me wrong. I actually want somebody to prove me wrong because I want to look at it. I want to, research it. So if anybody knows anything more than me, please DM me or whatever. Because I know the lenses exist. How they design the lens, I cannot find like any software package or any mathematics anywhere, not on Phys forums, nowhere that shows how they actually do this. I don't know what logical fallacy that is, Matthew, but it's dumb. I think I might lose hair if someone actually did that.
I agree. I'm just I'm wondering if it has a name. I know that you guys are good at that type of stuff. And I don't know which specific one that is.
Well, that's a common like little. I wouldn't say like the anti-flat earther tech. I'd say it's just like the random Globers that come in here. Basically, I have a story. If you don't have a replacement story, my story's correct.
Yeah, that's exactly what that is. I'm looking at it. I'm reading it. I'm like, what?
Now yeah, I guess it's kind of something like that, right?
Well, it's an explain my beliefs to me fallacy, and it's been going on since 2015.
Yeah, if you can't explain this, then I'm right and you're wrong.
In Soviet Russia, beliefs explain you.
I think the conclusion isn't like harsh enough though, because they don't like say they don't just reach the conclusion that the globe model would explain eclipses, they actually say it's correct. They go one step further. Because I can explain anything, like anybody can explain anything. It doesn't have to make sense, be coherent, or be right. It's just an explanation. I can explain eclipses, three-toed gnomes, right? Like, I mean, that's an explanation. It's not correct, but it's an explanation.
Got it. So a stronger version of that fallacy would say, like, cause A cannot explain evidence E, therefore cause B is proved or something.
Matthew, science.
Yeah, it's proven. Your inability
Science.
to prove, your inability to replace my model proves my model.
Science used to think that women couldn't get pregnant unless they had an orgasm.
Tell me more. I'm just kidding. Please don't.
Did I ever tell you guys about plant sex and how smoking marijuana is like? Never mind.
No,
I'm not going to go there.
Well, technically, you're only smoking the female part, right?
Well, that's what makes it sexy.
The vaginal secretions.
That's right. That's what makes it sexy. If it were just man stuff, it'd be disgusting and gross.
Yeah, that makes you sneeze. Pollen. That's the male part.
Yeah,
that's the part that
marijuana.
sucks.
Yeah, marijuana pollen doesn't even get you high.
The pollen
No,
doesn't.
it gives you a headache.
I bet you there is some species out there who it does get high, though. I guarantee
Did you just say species?
Species? Yeah, species.
You just fucked us.
Strains.
Why? There's no species on a flat Earth?
I don't think species are a thing, man. Exo gets real mad.
Well,
it's not a species,
it's a strain, right? You have
the way I define
different
species is you can't like procreate with it, right? So I can't
cross
like,
species.
Yeah, exactly. So I can't like jerk off on a marijuana plant. It gets pregnant and has another marijuana.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
No, it doesn't work like
that.
Because it already would have happened by now. Wait, what?
Imagine that fucking happened.
Oh, shit. Hey, Rick. Your marijuana plant just said hi to me. I don't know what you want to do about that, but shit.
You got my no. You want me
oh no, that's just Randy. He's my kid. He's about 1.5 years now. Yeah, say hi, Randy.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but quantum is here, so just act normal, guys. Come on.
Oh shit! Sorry. Okay, I'll shut up for like 2 hours.
Are you gonna pay child support for an out of wedlock marijuana plant?
Nah, some Roundup or salt will take care of it.
I don't believe in abortion.
Well, it's not abortion because it's already alive, and it's just time to harvest.
Oh, yeah, that's right. If it's still alive, it's not an abortion. That's how that works.
Yeah, then it'd be murder. But I don't know if you can murder a plant. Uh-oh, vegans.
Plants scream, you know. Did you know that? Have you heard that?
Carrots do. Damn it, let the rabbits wear glasses.
If the ladies can if they can choose what happens in their body and they can abort, can I opt out of child support?
No.
But they can opt out of the baby by aborting, but I cannot opt out of the child support. Damn.
Women have 100% control of the reproductive process. They decide every single person that gets born.
If you're a man, you have no say in it, and if you're a white man, then you're the devil. Yeah. Funny thing is there's a link between Ava Braun's child and Obama's mama.
Can someone help me out here for 2 seconds? Can someone tell me when I first started coming in here and hanging out, how long I've been around? Because I'm just curious, because I've heard a lot of these, brilliant geniuses tell us they're coming back with proof of all kinds of crap. And
only you can know such information. and perhaps maybe the Oracle. Seek her, and you may find your answer.
So we had someone come in here. They claimed they had 3 PhDs. And they said, you have to concede that the Earth's a globe because there's more globe than flat earthers. And if flat earthers done a laser test, there must be more globe laser tests than flat earthers. So the Earth's a globe because there must be a globe laser test out there that proves a globe. We said, okay, go find that laser test. He said, I'll be right back. 3 years ago.
Must be. That's a good one. You know, they do the imagine or if, they maybe, suppose, all this kind of stuff. Must be. That's a little stronger one, isn't it? It's not, hey, just imagine. It's, motherfucker, this must be the case, okay? Because I said so. Anyway, go ahead.
You know my response was actually, since there's more globe earthers than flat earthers, most pedophiles are globe earthers.
Oh, God. God help us.
Which is true.
I don't know.
That's just facts.
About that. Dude, come on.
What if 99% of the people on Earth are globe earthers? It goes to the reason that...
Listen, I'm not a mod. I can't honestly answer that, okay?
Now I'm suspicious of gymnasium teachers.
Don't do that. I have a bad experience with those people. I'm not kidding. Anyway.
Is this something about climbing the rope in gym class?
No, it's way worse. The middle school gym teacher had cameras in the girls' locker room and he got busted.
Ooh, well, yeah, I've heard of that.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
So what were you doing in the girls' gym room on camera?
Me?
Yeah, just you snitched them out on camera.
Listen, it doesn't matter what I was doing. It was the fact that he was watching.
It's not funny. That's really bad. I mean,
do you guys not understand how this works? It doesn't matter what I was doing in there. Okay? It's the fact that he was watching that's gross.
Yeah, it is pretty fucked up.
Guys.
So the messed up part is there are all those adults in the school, right? Nobody tarred and feathered this guy, like nobody strapped him to the back
All
of the
that
Chevy
happens,
and went...
bro, it's worse than that. All that happened is that he had to leave the state, but he went and taught gym somewhere else in a different state. That's all that happened. He didn't go to jail, nothing.
It kind of sounds like what happened with the Catholic Church films.
They don't really care. They're going to make it look like they
teaching.
kind of care, but they don't really care. Anyway, go ahead.
I thought you had to have a license to be a teacher. You had to have certain credentials, like accredited credentials that has background.
Certainly do.
We have to have a degree. That's pretty much.
Well, I mean, like I think there should be a thing like annually, like background check, or every 6 months, like even DWI, you lose your teaching license.
The best he could do was assistant volleyball coach. That was what he did after he got caught with all this stuff, and that was years later.
Shouldn't even be allowed on campus.
I understand.
No. Well, I mean, but while you're on campus, how this can happen is it's for someone that's a teacher, works at the school, and you have a key. You can get in there and work, in your office at your school. You can easily be after hours at the school when nobody's around and set up those cameras like that. I mean, it's not
Helio. What the fuck are you talking about right now?
I'm just talking about how did he fucking set up cameras in the locker room?
It doesn't matter how.
I'm saying
the fact that he did it.
Probably how.
Oh, great! I don't want to know how.
Well, I'm just saying that's probably how. So
great. No super duper.
There should be some more. There should be some more. It was like not all teachers should have access to the school the whole time.
Let's change the subject.
After
Can
hours. Anyway.
Please. I know how to do that, and that's terrible.
Hold on. Matthew just claimed you do not need a triangle to use as a sextant.
What do you need instead, Matthew?
On a globe. On a flat Earth, you'd need triangles for sure, but on a globe, you don't.
Would it work on a globe? Can you navigate using a globe or the globular model?
I think Michael and Indio covered that about 2 hours ago.
Oh, this is gonna get good. Dude.
Here's a simplified example. Like, let's say you're looking at Polaris, which is directly above the North Pole, and then you find in some other city that Polaris is at 45 degrees.
Matthew, can you do something about your mic, please, man? It's like going in and out.
Oh, sorry about that. How's this?
Nope.
That's the same.
Yeah, okay. I changed.
That's a little better. But still like...
Okay.
Did you do something to your setup? Because it used to be a little
must
better.
have. Yeah. I must have done something. Okay.
Hey, oftentimes what
That's
happens,
better, though.
Michael and Matthew, is that some people, if you're using an external microphone, sometimes you don't. If you're using a laptop, you don't have your microphone on your external microphone. It sounds like maybe that your laptop microphone is hooked
Yeah,
up
because we can
instead
hear
of
the
your.
whole room.
Good call. Good
Yeah,
call.
and we can hear your neighbor's
Yeah,
heartbeat.
it happens oftentimes. You know, it happens often. So check that.
We can hear the conversation across the street, is what we're trying to say.
Well, no, not quite that. It just seems like it's coming through the AM.
Don't speak for
no,
me.
sure. Usually,
mister.
usually Matthew sounds pretty good. So I mean, that's happened so many times to a lot of
Yeah,
people.
but
who's
here
trying to
lately, it
talk.
sounds like when Matthew's talking about stuff, he's got like fading facts. Like the longer he talks, the more it fades, and it sounds like he's making shit up.
He's like, I'm just like, run away.
You guys need to behave and grow up.
I know. I'm just. Hey, I've been defending Matthew, but anyway. No, he's deaf and he can't hear anything. But no, yeah, Matthew's.
Listen here, mister.
He's always reaching.
So, Matthew,
Is that
what
any
would
better?
you need to do it on a
That
globe?
is so much
Yes,
better,
it's
Matthew. Yes, keep it
What
just
would
like
you
that.
need to do it on a globe?
There you go.
Is what she said.
Okay, got it. A simplified example would be if you go to Montreal and see that Polaris is 45 degrees elevation, either above the horizon, or you could do it the other way, 45 degrees down from straight
Matthew,
up.
when was the last time you did that?
Oh, I've never done it. No,
okay, well then why the fuck are you talking about it?
Aren't you a lot closer to the North Pole from Montreal?
Yeah,
Come on,
it
guys, let
shows
him
that
finish.
it's 45 degrees.
Come on, let him finish. 45 degrees.
Yeah, 45 degrees. And so in the diagram I posted, then that would tell you that you're that much around a globe. Of course, you have to assume a globe. You have to assume the radius, all this type of stuff that you guys don't like. But I'm just saying that if you assume all those things, that's how you could get it to work on a globe.
All right, cool. So what is your? Do you realize why we have a problem with assuming those things?
Yeah, of course. I'm just arguing that it's possible on a globe if you assume those things. Of course, you're not going to assume those things.
Okay, so that tells us we're somewhere along in my case, it'd be 33rd parallel, right? But I could be in Israel or Texas. Not real sure. Somewhere in between Israel and Texas.
Yeah, you'd have to do it with several stars, of course.
Okay, so you'd have to do it with other stars. What about the refracted horizon? Are those reliable? Those
That's
refracted
why
horizons?
that's why you follow the example of sailors and don't shoot stars below 20 degrees. If anything close to the horizon, you ignore and try to find stars higher than
When's
that.
the last time you did that? You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah,
Yeah,
I've
but
never
you're
done it.
measuring it from the horizon, which the horizon apparently it goes up and down like, I don't know, like a snap bracelet.
Hey, and if you follow the what sailors do, then they don't assume sphericity. When they're doing these measurements. No, but where does this idea of sphericity come in? When using a sextant to do navigation, where's this sphericity involved?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I am saying if you assume a globe, then that's how you could get it to work.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but do sailors do that? They assume sphericity of Earth.
Do they?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't studied their books and understand their thing very much.
Well, you
I
should.
don't know. I think so, but I don't know for sure.
No, that's not the way. If they're using a sextant,
All right, so let's.
These days, sailors don't necessarily use the sextant.
If I want to perform heart surgery, I'm just going to look at their books and figure it out. Totally. You bet.
So let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Okay, so I see Polaris. It's 33 degrees up.
How about
somewhere
45?
in between. Right, but I'm in Texas, right? So I'm on the 45th parallel, wherever you want me to be, right?
Got it.
So I'm somewhere along that 45th parallel, right? Which, puts me, like thousands of miles, right? So then I look up at the next star. What's the next star going to be?
You could look up Sirius or Betelgeuse. I don't know. I mean,
okay.
All I'm saying is that one star will give you one measurement. That's all you need.
Right. So that puts me in a big old circle, right? And then the next star gives me another circle.
Right.
And then where those two circles connect, I could be at either one of those places, which is difficult, right? Then I'll have to do a third star, and where that circle connects.
Whoa! You're on paragraph G. You bypassed
Yeah, I know.
A. How did you get an elevation angle without a curved adjacent?
One way you could do it is to.
No, there isn't one way you can do it. There's no way you can do it. You know it. I know it. We all know it. You're a fucking retard, right?
I don't think he's a retard. I think he actually knows that we're right about this, and he's just obfuscating.
Yeah, he is. You're already exposed. I'm not going to do it again. I just got back. I'm out of here. You want to go? Go with, listen, flat earthers, for fuck's sake. Do I got to put it in Braille and shove it up your ass? Elevation angles. You can't get them. It's the first fucking thing you do with a sextant. Do you get it?
Straight lines.
Don't go to GP. Don't pass go. As soon as you get an elevation angle, it's fucking over. That's it. You got me. Now I'll probably have to come back tomorrow and redress again, right? For goodness sakes. I'm out.
No, I get you, Huey, man. Yeah, exactly. Matthew, come on, man. You see our point on this, right?
I do, yeah. And so what if there were a way, instead of getting an elevation angle, to instead calculate the angle down from straight up?
Do you think that's what people do? Hold on. Do you think that's what people do when they're navigating across Earth, when they're using a sextant? Is that what you think they do?
What's going on? He's saying this is how you would have to do it on
if you were on a globe. Yeah, but you're not. So
right. That's not how they do it. So this is the proof that it's not a globe. Thanks, Mo.
Thank you, Matthew. You proved our point. Thank you.
If you could not see the horizon, if there's trees or fog or something, do you think there would still be?
No, but we're talking about sailing across the ocean. There's no trees on the ocean.
Right. What if it's super foggy and you just can't see the horizon? Do you think there would be some way to figure out an elevation angle?
Oh, it's more difficult. You'd probably slow down and be like, hey, let's wait till the fog dissipates so that we can figure out where the fuck we are. Then they'll use the sextant. Say, oh, now I can see that star and I know where we are now. That's how people navigate the ocean. I mean, or in the past. I mean, I guess if you use GPS, but if you're deep in different parts of, like, the mid-Atlantic or, God forbid, the South Pacific. I mean, how are you going to figure out where you are in the South Pacific?
Listen, even if you arbitrarily input a curved adjacent, and you try to use it, it won't work. The navigation only happens with straight lines.
Yeah, it's just like.
Do you know what I'm saying?
He's like, all right, once I figure out the straight line triangulation, once I do the calculations over the globe, then I'll know where I'm at. It's like, who told you that?
Actually, here's a problem. They don't have the
strangest thing I've ever heard, man.
Listen, here's a problem for them. We only have a flat stationary Earth to test stuff with, so I do kind of see why it would be frustrating to be a glober. Right? That's too bad. Matthew.
I'm not frustrated at all. I think,
okay.
I think I'm right.
No,
but you're also not a navigator. But
yeah,
you've also admitted that you've never even really looked into this too much. And to be honest, for the past year since we've been talking about it, we have looked into it a lot, and you haven't. So navigators don't, like, at sea, put in the globe Earth calculations when they're navigating across the sea.
Matthew, are you staunchly defending that a sextant is and or can be used on a globe, on a curved surface? Are you defending that position?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then we need you to shut your mouth and go out and perform tests on the water using the celestial navigation tools in question. Do you track on that one?
Yeah.
You copy, man?
We're going to get a shrimp boat.
You have to
right?
do something in order to talk about the thing.
We're going to get a shrimp boat. And
a shrimp boat.
We're going to
I
put
don't
you
care what
somewhere
kind of
in the
fucking
middle
boat.
of the Pacific.
Get
Right?
a
We're going to
canoe.
give you
Just
one
do
journal
some work.
and a pen. Right? We're going to give you one journal and a pen with no eraser, and we're going to give you a sextant. And you can only use the globe Earth math to get back to California or wherever you want to be.
And don't worry about shrimping because there ain't no fucking shrimp, you numpty. Just worry about your measurements.
Would you take
If you
that
can
offer
even
up?
do that.
Would you take that offer? You can only use globe math.
It's pretty complicated. I don't know if I can do it.
Do it on your next vacation
Then why are
time,
you
man.
here
Travel
arguing
with
for it?
I'm saying that it could be possible. I'm just sort of like giving
Could
the.
be possible. That's a
It
waste
could
of
be
time.
possible, but
based
you
on
could end
what,
up in
Matthew? Based on what?
Argentina.
Common sense and geometry.
Oh my fuck! Yeah, common sense is maybe perhaps the most
Another lie.
relative
Ignore
thing.
your senses. Yeah, ignore your senses. That's common sense.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
where's the common sense involved when you observe a flat stationary plane and the sextant only can work with straight lines?
That's what I'm saying, dude. He needs to get out there and prove it just to himself. Because I know what he'll find if he actually does one lick of work on this research, right? I know exactly what he'll find, so I'm not worried about it. I am waiting for the elation coming from his side when he, if he can, admit to himself. Earth is flat and stationary.
Good luck.
Used as, especially by navigators. Especially, like, probably more so than anybody else, they had to use it as flat and stationary to navigate the fucking oceans. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, glad he said, "What if there's trees in the way over on the ocean?" So good luck.
Oh, trees!
Trees in the way. Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
he's talking about.
congratulations. Yeah, good luck.
Good.
Yeah. Come
That's
on,
cute.
Matthew, man. I mean, you know where we're coming from, and quit pretending that you don't know where we're coming from, man. Come on, man. It's not that hard. I mean, it's just like, I could do the calculations to make it a globe after we figured out, that the horizon is a straight line. I mean, we can plug in some globe calculations afterwards, and then it would work. And it's like, no, it actually doesn't. Matthew, come on, man. It doesn't work that way. That's not
Once
how
again,
people navigate
I gotta say
Earth.
it. He needs to see that
What
for
will happen if
himself.
Matthew? What will happen if Matthew is on this vessel and start telling the captain, "Hey, captain, we have to start taking into account the curvature of the Earth to reach our destination," and start
Dude,
pushing this?
the captain would punch him in the mouth.
He's gonna say, "How the fuck are we
Again.
gonna do that?
For the
Right?
second time.
How the fuck are we gonna do that?" Right? You tell me. Yeah.
So this is like the second or third time you've been in here discussing your new theoretical way to use a sextant. Can you please demonstrate to us how the one you invented, this new method, works, please?
Yeah, I posted in the live stream.
Yeah, you did it?
Yeah,
you went out and did it, huh?
Demonstrate to us that it actually works, though. Like, I'll put up $1,000 to put you in the middle of the ocean with a globe and a sextant and a journal.
$1,000. Do we have $1,250 anymore?
And maybe like 50 gallons of water, because I don't want you to die.
You have to make
dude,
about.
let's pay for everything.
You have to make about.
We'll do a little GoFundMe for Matthew, huh?
40 different.
Hey, Matthew, will you let us pay for you ruining your career? Think about that. Take some time now. You could be the guy.
Yeah, I thought your
that
argument
proves to the
was-
world the Earth is flat and stationary just by being who you are. Let that sink in.
I thought your argument was if the globe were an Earth, if the Earth were a globe, there would still be no way to use a sextant.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's unfalsifiable. What we do know is that it's straight lines right now that a sextant operates with. That's all we know. You see what I'm saying? So even if you make the globe claim, there's nothing to test it upon. There's no, well, let's go test it on a globe now. There's nowhere to go to test that. Do you kind of see what I'm saying? Reality is that it's flat and stationary. You can't go anywhere to test your globe claims. You're going to keep coming up a flat. That's a big problem for you guys. That's all I'm saying. So I will pay for that moment. If you dare.
Well, if you're sold on Disney
I'll go.
World,
You know what I
then
mean? You and me,
if you're
Matt.
sold on Disney World, it's not a problem for them. It's just like I guess the cogdiss is so prevalent that They just can't really grasp what we're talking about.
No, they got it. They're just.
Yeah, it's really
they're
weird.
Just talking nothing. That's what they're doing, wasting time, muddying the waters.
I'm trying to find that image where there's a triangle and a flat horizon and a star above it, but I don't know if I have that image.
Is that an image?
Curved adjacent, bro. We need a curved. Show us how that works.
Were you just about to use an image?
No, I wanted to see how the sextant works on a flat Earth. That image.
So go out and use it on the fucking ocean.
Hey, when you're listening to the flat earthers, when we're talking about this, practice going and save our memes and stuff on your computer so that you can post them and then refute them if you want to have a conversation, because we post all kinds of stuff. So I know we post a lot of stuff, but something pertinent to what you want to bring up, just go ahead and save it on your computer so that you can bring up a pertinent argument.
Yeah, I think I had saved it somewhere. I'm going to see if I can find it.
Because we save all the Globy shit, and I mean, we do say,
Matthew, elation.
Or you know what's really cool is that most of the flat earthers are really creative, and we make freaking holy shitloads of flat Earth memes. And so if we make a meme or an argument that you want to dispute, we're here 24 hours a day. Bring that shit on. What the hell?
I'm telling you, bro.
Okay, I found it.
Elation. You'll be so happy once you admit to yourself the truth.
All right, cool. So explain this one. Go ahead, Matt.
This image is how a sextant would work on a flat Earth.
It's not even close. It's not even.
This is.
I got it from you guys. Fourth grade representation. I don't care who you got it from.
So you're saying this is wrong?
I'm not saying it's wrong or right. I'm saying it's a fucking image with Sharpie on it.
Yeah,
no, it looks like
that's the hilarious part.
No, he didn't do it. Someone else did, but it doesn't matter who did it.
This image is actually done by a captain of the Navy explaining a sextant.
There you go.
Right. And I think he's wrong about his explanation.
Yeah, I think he is too.
Anyway, it's just an image. Again,
you should.
Does that one line from one point say 900 miles?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, or that may or may not be true. Distance to the horizon, because, but it won't help you in this circumstance to travel, because by the time you see the sunset, you're not really going to travel 40 miles maybe before you see the sunset. Not even that far. You're gonna have to readjust. So anyway,
I just don't think this picture shows anything.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's ridiculous.
My question still is that, Matthew, if the horizon is refracting like a slap bracelet, sometimes it's bent and sometimes it's straight, right? How are we supposed to, use this sextant, to get our location on Earth if the refraction is causing, the horizon to be all over the place? I mean, sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low, right? How would that work?
It doesn't change that.
Theo fixed it for the globe. Look, he posted that.
I'm just curious, because if the refraction is stooping and looming and doing all the stuff you guys are claiming that it's doing, then how could it be the baseline for determining, the elevation of a star and then using that to calculate our location accurately? It would seem like the horizon must not be doing all those things.
Come on, Matthew. I mean, to be honest, how can we take you seriously when you post something like that?
I got this from you guys. This is a flat Earth meme that I posted.
All right,
this
so
is QE, I think, posted
show us a flat Earth, a globe Earth meme that something similar, and how the sextant would work. See, you're trying to take the piss out of us, but bro,
Matthew,
you're not good at it.
Can we let him answer my question? Question?
Sorry, I'm being a dick. Go ahead.
No, you're fine, bro.
My answer would be that the horizon doesn't change that much, and so it's still close enough. Is my guess.
Oh, so it's negligible now.
The horizon never changes. The sun does move, but the horizon never changes.
So before it was enough to make things set and unset based on the horizon, and now it's negligible. Okay.
Yeah, like if it's a 0.07 degrees per mile change, then it's going to be hard to do the black swan thing. But if it's 0.07 degrees when you're shooting a star, like the elevation of the star, that's probably within a margin of error, and it's probably okay.
Let me ask you this: when sailors navigate, do they use the sun most of the time, or do they use the stars? Because when they're traveling across a vast ocean, half of the time they're looking at the sun, half of the time they're looking at the stars, right?
Yeah, they can use both. I think they can even use the moon if they have the right charts.
Sure. Okay, so tell me about that. What do you know about it?
The moon and the sun are directly over some point on Earth at all times. And so if you can get the elevation angle, you can use that to figure out how far you are from that
What are you saying the stars aren't?
The stars are too.
Okay, then. Okay, so there you go. It's the same patterns moving year after year.
Right, yeah, so you can use those patterns to determine how far you are from the ground.
What does that have to do with a globe?
The same thing on the globe. Like the stars, the moon, and the sun are all directly above some point on a globe.
Wait, I thought the sun was at the center of the solar system.
Yeah, but it the subsolar point is what it's called, is a point on the Earth under which the sun is directly overhead.
How can it be directly overhead when it's at the center of the solar system?
What do you mean? At noon on the equator, it's directly overhead on the equinox.
Well, I've never been to the equator. When it gets hot as hell in Arkansas in the summertime.
Yeah. I haven't seen it myself, but there are times when the sun is directly overhead and shadows disappear because, a lamppost won't cast a shadow.
Okay, but let's get back to navigation. So the sun, moon, and stars move in a certain path, correct?
Right. That's right.
And they repeat the path every single year.
Right.
And the sun and moon have different patterns that they move throughout the year as well. And but when you're navigating, sometimes instead of using the sun, you're going to use a star, like Andromeda, say. And you'll measure the angle to travel, in a certain direction based on your position on Earth.
Right.
Okay. So what is... nobody's ignorant about this when it comes to this. So what I want to get at is what you were saying earlier. It's just like, hey, we can use sextants to measure a horizontal and the angle of a star or the sun. Usually navigation isn't necessarily by the sun because, of course, the sun is the easiest thing to see and navigate by. But at nighttime, they have to use the stars. And those stars move in repeated patterns throughout the year. And you're going to have to use a sextant to measure the horizon. Throughout the day, you're going to know which direction you're heading. You're not going to go, oh shit, the sun set, and now I have to remember where the horizon was because at nighttime you're not going to be able to see the horizon. You know what I mean?
Right.
So then you're going to have to navigate in the same direction, but now you're using the stars. So yeah, so then you're going to go captain of the ship and say, let's do some calculations. Not that they never did. use calculations, but were they calculating the globe ever? Like in the past, like say in the 1800s.
I think they were, but you would have to ask the people who made the charts and the books what assumptions they were making, and that I don't know and can't prove either way.
Well, sure you can. Were they using globes? Did everybody carry pocket globes? Or did they carry maps? Flat?
Yeah, they carried flat maps.
Yeah, they carry flat maps.
Flat maps.
You know why, right?
And yeah.
Yeah, because on the scale of those, because it's hard to make round paper. That's
round paper. Wait. Couldn't they have made a globe for them to sail around, and it was in the captain's chamber? They were just like, here we are on the globe, and we're traveling this way.
Yeah, they'd have been lost as fuck. They probably did try that. Religiotards.
Maybe they did.
They're probably at the bottom of the ocean right now. Like, I wonder why we didn't make it. We know it's a globe. Ships go over the horizon. The refracted horizon.
Yeah, it's much more difficult to travel across the ocean, 100, 200 years ago than it is now. And nobody travels across the ocean now uses the globe to navigate.
You still haven't made any measurements?
I mean, I won't say nobody because they're using GPS, which, that's a different idea. That's a different discussion. But
which oddly works in the middle of the ocean with no balloons or cell towers or anything.
Which ocean and where?
South Pacific, 1,000 miles from any balloon or...
Ships travel there. Do they?
They do. There are some routes there.
All right, well, show me one.
Hold on.
Show me one.
Stop. Right there.
Sydney to Los Angeles.
Stop right there. Matthew, you remember the plane that got lost? Right?
Right, MH380.
Yeah, if they got like all this stuff there and all these GPS satellites, couldn't they just rewind?
I have to make another meme. This guy just lied and says he knows where all balloon satellites are. I mean, this guy's literally the biggest liar I've ever met in my life. He has no idea where these things are and says things work out there with nothing helping them.
Bro, I couldn't get back to my chair fast enough. Yep.
I know, bro. I'm glad. This guy is literally the biggest perverted liar in history. He's never even been there, and he's telling you there's no balloon satellites out there.
I love it.
Which guy?
Matthew, did you say something about 1,000 miles? Something?
No, he said that ships travel across the South Pacific.
Hold on. What did he? Matthew? Hold on. Let him say it again, Matthew.
Yeah, ships going from Sydney to Los Angeles at some points are 1,000 miles away from land where there's no cell phone towers.
And when was the last time
he said no balloons. Now he's changed his claim. He said there's no balloons out there. He's already changed his claim.
And there are no balloons.
I'm asking, when did you go to check that information? When did you go out there to check all that?
When did you go to check to show that there was?
Did you see what I just posted there, Matthew, in the live stream there? That boy, it helps navigation.
I can post a lot of shit.
So burden of proof is on you always and forever, Matthew. So
of course, because I'm a glober, so we always assume.
Because the Earth is flat and stationary, and to say otherwise is a claim against reality. Go ahead.
See how I posted a meme of a navigation buoy there? Helps show the ships where they are on the ocean instead of a cell tower.
Yes. What if they're 1,000 miles away from any of those?
So if I could get back to what I was saying, right? The flight went down. We lost the flight over the ocean. Right. And the military has, an assload of satellites we probably don't know about. And then there's all the commercial satellites. So if they got satellites watching the Earth at all times, couldn't they just rewind? Because if we can see the ISS from 250 miles away, wouldn't the satellites be able to see the plane from the same distance?
No, I think the satellites that take pictures of the whole Earth are much higher than the ISS.
How the fuck do you know that?
Have you not seen footage of the shipping lanes? Footage of the shipping lanes of the ships and the shipping lanes.
Hold on, Glad. Are you letting him put that reversal of proof fallacy on you now, Glad? He made the claim, but now he's asking you to prove his claim.
Dude, I don't want to scream at people. That's the only deal.
Exo. Listen, we're letting him step on his own mud puddle.
What else?
No, we're letting him step on his own mud puddle.
He's gonna do it. Fucking whatever I say.
Yeah, so come on,
can't believe
Exo,
how
man.
evil this is. I just can't believe how evil this person is.
No,
It's
check
so
this out. I mean, he was talking about there's some type of shipping lane in the South Pacific. I could prove that there's nothing there. Nobody goes across
he's never
the
done it.
South
I know.
Pacific.
Exactly. He's just a habitual liar. It's exactly the evidence I need. I'm just going to make another meme. It's fine.
Well, I have a meme that I'm looking for. I have so many thousands. I'm trying to find one to disprove him. God damn it! Be patient, Exo, man. I know you're excited.
What?
Just be patient.
Jeez, what did I do wrong?
And if they get out of range of those navigation buoys, they rely on their pocket globes.
So wait, you're saying there aren't ships that go between Sydney and Los Angeles?
Not directly. Yes, of course. I'm claiming that. Yes, directly. I claim that nothing goes directly from Sydney, Australia to Los Angeles.
Wouldn't you have to prove that?
Yes. I know because I can pull up their charts.
Here's how it goes. It's unfalsifiable. Reality
I could
can
pull
either
up their
confirm or
charts
deny
and
this, especially between you, me, and the folks listening. You have to go experience the thing that you're talking about if you want to talk about it. All these other claims you're making. Tonight, we aren't making claims. We're asking you to back up the ones you bring to us. You have to experience these shipping pathways. Do you plot flights? Like, how do you really fucking know about all this stuff? Or are you just saying, well, yeah, the smart guys wrote some shit down and they published it on the internet a little bit, and I figure I'll just go with that.
It's just like it'd be a cool thing if they just traveled from Los Angeles to Sydney, and they wouldn't have any. Well, I mean, for one thing, if you wanted to travel straight from Sydney to Los Angeles or vice versa.
If you wanted to learn how to save somebody's life,
you're gonna have to carry one. No, hold. You're gonna have to carry one cargo. Nobody can make any money doing that.
If you wanted to learn how to save somebody's life, would you want to learn from somebody who read about it or who did it? Thanks.
I mean, the shipping lanes are about money. You grab cargo from one port, and then you travel to the closest other port, and then you travel it from another port. So if you wanted to take a ship from Sydney to frickin' Los Angeles, you better have a frickin', a good idea, because it's going to cost you a lot of money to do that in one trip. And nobody sends anything direct from Sydney to Los Angeles. Never happens, whether it's on an airplane or a ship. Nobody does it. Come on, Matthew, man. I mean, figure out. You're smart enough guy to figure this out. I mean, it's going to cost them too much money to make one trip, even if it was possible. So stop trying to take a piss out of us. Use your fucking brain, Matthew. You're a smart guy, but you're too freaking caught up in your own bullshit to actually use common sense.
Okay, I think you're right that Sydney to Los Angeles is a economically unviable route. I think that's true.
Yeah, no shit. I just told you that. So anyway.
Okay, so how did they lose a flight with all this GPS tracking data, right? There's all these global positioning systems, satellites up in the sky, constantly tracking everything. And, an airplane has, all this stuff to let everybody know exactly where it's at. So how do they lose it? Like, how do you lose a flight?
GPS doesn't track anything.
So you don't think they have transponders and stuff that shoot out their location? So listen to what I'm saying.
GPS is broadcast.
Hold on, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not claiming that the GPS signal is telling everyone else where the plane was. I'm claiming that on the plane, they can get their signal via the GPS and then broadcast their location out. I know that the GPS doesn't broadcast your location outwards. You have to have a secondary device for that.
Right.
I'm already aware of that. Right. So what I'm asking is, did they not have transponders on the plane? And did they not have accurate GPS location? How many satellites are out there for GPS? Like 20 something.
No,
right?
You're exactly right. They had transponders on the plane that could have broadcasted the GPS location of that plane during the whole trip.
Right. So how do they lose it? Especially if they know the flight path, its location when it went down, because GPS, right?
They lost it because somebody turned off the transponders on purpose, intentionally trying to divert the
That
plane.
sounds like a conspiracy theory, man.
Conspiracy theory is not synonymous with false, so I think it might be a true one.
Someone turned off the transponders.
That's right.
Is MH370 your 911, Matthew? Is that what we're establishing here?
No, this is just.
What a psychopath!
This is
the gateway drug.
mainstream explanation.
He's just
The
that
gateway drug,
stupid. He's
MH370.
literally that stupid.
No, wait. What do you guys think happened with MH370?
It's the desperate. They're so desperate to hide from reality.
I couldn't tell you. They didn't give me enough information to actually research it.
No,
so
listen. Any conspiracy is real as long as it disproves flat Earth. They're all real. Yeah.
No, this one doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth. It's just,
He's just such an insane perverted criminal. It's amazing. This is the greatest evidence for how destructive this psychopathic, infanticist outer space religion is I could ever ask for.
So I got another one for you. Okay, so what about the plane that went down over the Ukraine in the beginning of the Ukraine conflict that's going on right now, that's heating up right now? Okay, so allegedly the United States says that Russia shot it down, and Russia's like, nah, it wasn't us, right? It was you guys. So was the public ever provided like GPS, like satellite imagery of where it came from? Because, surely if there's a hot zone, now I understand, them not having footage of that big ass ocean, but Ukraine, they're in a hot zone. Did they ever provide the public with, absolute proof this is where it came from? These were the troops on the ground at the time, all the satellite imagery. You know what Russia provided? They provided some cartoon, sketchy looking shit. That's what I remember looking at. And that was from their satellites, allegedly. And it looked like they went to a fifth grader and they said, here's a ruler, kid. Give us some satellite imagery. That's so bad. So how did they not know who shot that missile? Was it Russia or was it the U.S.? How come
it was Russia. They have some recording of some Russians saying, "Oh crap, this was a civilian plane" or something like that. So yeah, I think it's pretty clear that Russia did it accidentally.
Okay, so if someone says, "Oh crap, that's a civilian plane," that automatically means that they did it?
I don't remember.
You see a plane go down. You see a plane go down, you're like, "Is that military?" And you're like, "Oh crap, that's a civilian plane." Does that automatically mean that I shot it down?
No, but something about the transcript implied that they shot it down, but I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember the story. So,
but we've had these treaties with Russia for a really long time about how we can spy on them and they can spy on us. There isn't no satellite imagery that we could just rewind the tape and see where the missile came from.
I don't know how satellites work, but I don't think it takes like a live image of the entire Earth the whole time.
So it wouldn't have hot zones, but they would be. There'd be like military satellites that are not only for communication, but also for observing hot zones. Like civil wars. Would that be a thing?
I don't know. I guess
surveillance. Does the military do surveillance, Matthew?
It sounds like the form of your argument is, hey, shouldn't they do this? And because they didn't, that proves that they didn't.
No, the form of my argument is does the military do surveillance? And if they do they do it from space? And if they do, wouldn't they be able to prove that, hey, it wasn't us, it was Russia? Because there's a dispute on who shot the missile and shot down the plane. So wouldn't they want to prove themselves innocent if they had the ability to do so?
Hank, I know the official claim for that.
What's up?
I know the narrative. They claim that they can't actually look anywhere on the Earth unless they're doing it at that moment. Like it's not like a feed where they're already recording the Earth. They have to pick it out and record it when they want to, and then they can use that footage.
But like looking through a telescope, exactly.
Yeah, that's how they claim it works. There's never a live feed of it where they can just, here's this timestamp, zoom in. Oh, that's them. It makes no sense.
So we got a telescope that can zoom in to galaxies that are like further than, like 13 billion light years, right? But we don't have cameras that face the opposite direction that are, 8K, 16K cameras that can zoom in on a location and rewind the tape and then zoom in, right? That doesn't.
It's even dumber than that. They have Starlink, which is a grid. It's an entire grid of thousands of so-called satellites up there that can communicate to each other and send a signal up and down, and they communicate to each other just like the way a drone, those drone displays do. So they literally have that, but they can't put a camera on there and just go, okay, why don't we just record what's going on from up here? It's stupid. They have the best technology, but they also have the worst technology at the same time. It's never ending.
Yeah, so Hank, I'll admit that I cannot defend your speculation of how you think the military should have done things, because I just don't know.
Well, these were some of my very first flat Earth questions. Those two planes, when they went down in 2015, when I heard about the flat Earth, I was like, oh, that's how you lose a plane. There are no satellites up there watching, because you see, when you watch Hollywood, right, they zoom all the way out from Universal Studios logo. They zoom all the way in, to the scene. And it's like, you're thinking like this is what they're doing in real life, but they don't actually have that shit. And if they did, they'd be showing it off, right? Not in Hollywood movies, but every time a plane went down, right, they'd be like, oh, the Russians did it. Here you go. Oh, and by the way, things were heating up a little bit with the United States and Russia, but apparently, you're not going to believe this, Joe Biden had a talk with Putin, and it went well. And we don't have to nuke each other now. That's good, right, guys? Biden did a good thing.
So yeah, going back to what you were saying before, Hank, about the satellites, most people think that Google Earth images, like when you zoom into your house, comes from a satellite. So if they have that technology, why wouldn't they have the ability to zoom in on, like Hank was saying, a plane, Matthew learns? Or do those images that we're told are satellite images from Google Earth that see our homes, do those just come from high altitude planes?
They come from high altitude planes, that's right.
Right, so we don't have that technology.
They want to get several angles so they can do the 3D stuff with the Google stuff. Probably the military does have very high resolution satellites.
So when it comes down to an emergency, people's lives are at stake, the military has the ability to be able to pull up their satellite images and maybe see where a plane might have gone astray when it comes to something like MH380.
Yeah, but if it didn't happen to fly under right when the satellite happened to be taking a picture of that square mile, then they're not going to see it.
I thought the whole globe was covered by satellites, is it not? We're talking about the ability for GPS or satellites to track ships from Sydney, Australia to Los Angeles. This was your claim. So why would there not be the ability to also have visual confirmation of any of that?
Well, I think what he's talking about is what he saw on TV, because I've watched a lot of TV shows where they can be like, we have a grid around the earth and we can zoom in, follow people and follow airplane flight. We have this whole total grid of high resolution cameras around the earth. This is what people think. That's not the case.
It makes good TV, though. You're right. Yeah.
All those CIA movies?
Yeah, all that stuff. Is this what you're referring to, Matthew?
Yeah, I don't think that those are real. I don't think they can zoom on any spot.
All right, so okay, so is any of it real, where they can do like high resolution, real time images of Earth. You know, they're in a CIA freaking bunker somewhere, and you're just like, hey, zoom in on this point. We can follow and track these people. Is this something that's real, or is it just on TV?
Well, let me give an analogy. I have lots of pictures in my backyard because when I'm out there hanging out, I take pictures, all this type of stuff. But then if somebody says, "Oh, there was a possum in your backyard. Did you get a picture?" I'd say, "No, I didn't happen to be out there right then." They say, "Yeah, but doesn't your cell phone have enough resolution?"
Cameras pointed at, you don't have 3,000 cameras or satellites capable of holding a camera in your backyard either, right?
Right. 3,000 sounds like a lot, but it's not to cover the whole Earth. You can't get a live view of the whole Earth with 3,000. That's right.
You can't get a live view of the whole Earth, period.
We can watch the sky, and it's quintillions and quintillions of square miles, but we can't turn those satellites around to watch the Earth for just what?
In my opinion, the only way that they can get live time images of, you know, a certain area is if they're flying a drone with a high definition camera over it at a certain time. It's the only way. It doesn't come from satellite.
Well, that's certainly way cheaper than putting some shit in a fucking violation of natural law, huh?
And spitting it out into space and just hoping
right?
hoping it just goes in the right place.
Dude, it'll map the area in like a week. We'll be good. The fuck?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're gonna send satellites all the way the fuck out there so we can look at some shit that we really don't need to be that far from to see what it is.
So yeah, that only happens in movies and on TV. It's not, that shit's not real. You don't have to believe that, Matthew.
Just like the globe, it only happens.
Why would you go further away from something, and the further you go, the higher quality the image you can get? That doesn't make any sense.
Right, you go further away to get a bigger view of the whole thing. So
but it's not a higher quality
but
image.
The higher resolution.
You're going further away from it, so you're seeing less of it, regardless of what you want to think.
And oftentimes, when we bring this up with a lot of Globers, they'll bring up JAXA and their little 8K thing. What's it called? God, I can't remember the name of it. Somebody here knows.
Yeah,
in your model, you're seeing less of it.
They're JAXA satellites, like weather satellites or whatever, but it's only over their portion of Earth. You know, from what they're saying, it's like, hey, man, well, we have proof of this because JAXA sent this up there. Did they? Really?
Yeah, because they want to see the weather over Japan. They don't care about the weather.
Yeah, why the fuck did they give a rat's ass about Earth?
That's a good question.
We're going to pick which one.
What's that got to do with the price of tea in China?
What?
So let me ask you a question, Matthew Lawrence. Do you believe that they have the ability to remotely control a rover on Mars?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you think that it would be easily possible for them to have the ability to control a camera on a satellite 400 miles away?
Yes. And I think they do. I think the military does it all the time.
Okay. So you are just going back on what you said previously, as we don't have the ability or the technology to zoom in like we were talking about in the movies, right?
Yeah, you can't do it. After the fact, you can't say, oh, this plane went down. Well, oops, I wasn't looking. If they knew ahead of time the plane was going to go down, they could probably like zoom in and say, okay, let's see, Russia's about to shoot this plane down. We'll record it. But they didn't.
Wouldn't they have done that when the transponder stopped transponding?
Maybe. I mean, this is all military secrets, so it's speculation.
And it's off topic.
They didn't know ahead of time.
So let me go back to what you said previously, where you said that we don't have the technology to zoom in like the movie shows from satellites, but you're also claiming that we do have that technology. But then you're bringing it back to, well, we weren't looking at a specific spot, right? So then when I asked about Google Earth and the images, you said that those would come from high altitude planes. So do you not think that we have the ability to take those pictures from satellites? Only from planes, but now you're saying that we do have the ability to take those from satellites. Which is it?
You can take them from both. Google Earth typically gets their data from planes. I'm sure the military has much better cameras than we even can imagine, but they could zoom in on things if they want to, but it's probably very expensive and they don't do it very often. But it surely isn't like the movies.
If they're looking for a lost flight, they wouldn't spend the money to do that because it's just, hey, that shit ain't America or whatever country. Just like, hey, that plane's lost.
But
irregardless
of the flight,
by the time the flight was, by the time they were anybody knew to look, they were like 5 miles under the ocean. There's nothing to see.
Irregardless of the flight, I'm having a hard time trying to reconcile you saying that we don't have the ability to garner the images that Google Earth has from satellites, but then out of the other side of your mouth, you're saying that you know that the military would have such technology.
Well, so nobody knows for sure. My guess is that the military has much better satellite imagery than what we see on Google Earth.
So if they had the ability to track this flight prior to them crashing into the sea, they wouldn't know where to look. I mean, this is a lost flight, you know.
When do you think they got the ability to do this, right? Because we used U-2 spy planes to take high-altitude images. We used the SR-71 Blackbird, and we still use high-altitude planes, stealth technology, to garner images, excuse me, for the military.
Right. I'm sure the military has lots of tools in their arsenal. And
why wouldn't they use their satellites? Why would they need why would they need to risk the lives of pilots flying over enemy territory, human lives at stake, when they could utilize satellites?
You're talking about the U-2 flights in the 60s and 70s? I don't think they do those kind of flights.
No, I said they utilize the U-2 spy planes, and then they use
still in use
SR-71s, and they're still utilizing high-altitude planes in order to get recon images. Are they not?
Yeah, because you can probably get better resolution the closer you are. I mean, if you're asking these military questions, I don't know. I
thought you could get 4K, 8K images from space, and now you have to. Yeah, you're talking about U-2 planes and stuff. You know, you get better images.
It just doesn't matter, guys. The satellites thing is not an argument on either side.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Wait, guys, they can see black holes
from Earth.
Away.
I'm just trying to poke. I'm just trying to
definitely see
hundreds of trillions of miles away.
I get it.
They should see the date on a cent on the pavement. If a penny has a date on a pavement, they should be able to tell from the satellite. I mean, if they can see black holes trillions of miles away.
When are you going to see through this nonsense? Come on. Come on.
Yeah, I was going to say, how cool would it be if they got a satellite? Right?
To cut space junk. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Continue, Hank.
Yeah, it's all right. So, instead of, like Voyager turning around and taking like one snapshot, right? Why don't they
once it reached Pluto? Is that where it was? Would it turn around after it reached Pluto after 20 years?
Right, even though none of the other heavenly bodies were in the photograph, just the Earth, which would have been impossible.
Yeah.
Right. So why don't they show us like a satellite going up into the air, and then we can see like the whole like live feed from launch to like years and years and years later, because these satellites, they go up and they last like 20 years, like the ISS and the Hubble. So how come we don't have like 20 years of live feed right now, where we can go back and watch? I would like to see the 4th of July, right? And we can say, okay, this was the
man, that'd be great to see. Yeah.
Right, pop, 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 pop. Right,
dude,
and then
4th of July from space. Feed. Why haven't we ever seen that? Holy shit!
Yeah, I mean, that's the most American thing I've ever heard of.
Wow, that's a really good point, dude.
We never seen it because the thing is, we could see if this is what Dallas Fort Worth. This is what they actually pop, right? And it matches the photographs from space. Wow.
What about the weather satellites that sort of do the same thing? The clouds match what we see on the Earth.
Yeah, but you could radar the clouds.
You can do anything you want with clouds.
Mirror image the clouds.
It's a little harder with fireworks, but it could still be faked. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be able to fake it live.
I would yes, they would. They'd find some way, and people would be stupid enough to believe it. But what I'm saying is, I would just like to see an effort, because at least from way high, I would like to see it. That'd be neat. I don't know. Thought it'd be pretty cool. But whatever. Can't even get that, can we?
Matthew, you just made a claim that we have weather satellites that we can see exact cloud matches in real time. Do you have any link to where I could see that?
It's not real time. I didn't say real time, but they take pictures and then we can see that those pictures match what happened at that time on the ground.
Only people I can think of that make that claim are the ones talking about that Japanese satellite. I can't freaking remember the name of it right now.
Himawari.
Himawari, yeah. That's the only one.
It could be done from the ground. Helio, all they would have to do is use the radar from the ground and then put it in a computer and mirror it and lay it over a map.
Sure.
And that could be done
100%.
once every 10 minutes. Right?
You're 100% correct, Hank. And that's why I was asking Matthew, because he made the claim that we have weather satellites that show us weather data, right, in real time. So images. So I was just wondering if you had a link to that. And even if you did, like Hank said, all of that can easily be done from the ground and mapped over any type of surface you wanted to map it over, whether it be a flat surface, an azimuthal map, a globe map, any of that, it can all be mapped.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any live satellite views like that. I think you're right about that.
Well, no, there are none. You don't have to think that there's not. There are none. Maybe, in the government, they may have some live satellite links that we don't have access to.
They've got planes that can stay in the air for weeks at a time.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it could be balloons, it could be planes, it could be drones, whatever. Yeah, sure. We don't have access to those live
you guys,
satellite links.
We're still in the weeds. Yeah. I'm sorry. We've been in the weeds now about 30 minutes on this just alone. It's
okay. That's my fault. Matthew, have you ever measured the water or the earth? You ever directly?
No, we've already went over that. If we're talking about satellites, what about
why would you talk about satellites? There's nothing to do with the ground.
No, sure, but at the same time, I was just going into the gas pressure without a container thing. But if you guys want to go,
if you want to do that, I suppose we can do that. But I have a sneaking suspicion that Matthew has heard the gas pressure without a container argument once or twice.
I'm pretty sure Matthew's heard all of them. So
right.
I even mentioned that. I know it's one of Miggy's 3 points, and I even mentioned it in the video I made.
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah, but I think it's also good to talk about satellites in the fact that many Globers rely on what they think they know about satellites, but when you
here's
press
the thing.
them,
yeah,
they
exactly.
don't know shit about them.
Here's
right?
a quote. Here's a quote from Matthew Learns today at just 10:46 p.m. here at Central Standard Time. It's 11:05 p.m. So about 20-ish minutes ago. Matthew Learns, and I can go and quote it, screenshot it. I don't know how satellites work. Just word for word. So, and then,
I think we were talking about
hold on. No, hold on. And then, hey,
for everyone to
please,
see.
Hey, okay, thanks. So that we gave him at least 30 minutes to talk about that. And nothing came of it. And you forgot when he said, I don't know how satellites work, but we kept letting him talk about it.
No, I didn't forget about it, bro. It's good to have these conversations to expose people that may be listening that
let's
don't have a lot of validity behind them.
All right, well, let's get an addendum. Matthew Learns, how do you believe satellites work?
I think that they are digital cameras in space that beam images back.
That's not what I asked you. You better freaking answer what exactly. How do they introduce satellites into space, and how do they work to? I mean, there are many different kinds of satellites, and they have different purposes. How do you believe satellites work? I mean, how are they introduced into orbit in your mind?
Are you asking him to spend an hour describing dumb shit?
Hold on. Wait. I have to admit, Helio's right about this question. Watch what happens. Watch the reaction we're gonna. Watch this one time. Watch what's gonna happen. Helio, ask the question again, please.
How do you think satellites work when they're introduced into space by rockets? I mean, how does this work on Earth?
How does it happen? Yep. How does
it happen for satellites? Because I can tell you each individual satellite.
Hold on, Helio, let him answer. Watch this. Let him answer.
Rockets take satellites up into space and move them fast enough so that they enter orbit.
Hold on, quit laughing. Let him answer the question.
I don't know if that's what you're asking. Like, how do they?
I'm asking you how they introduce satellites into space and how they could work on the globe Earth. I mean, are you familiar with this?
Helio,
Yeah, with
Helio,
rockets.
has he ever seen it happen? Can you ask him if he's ever seen it?
No, I'm not going to ask him that. I'm asking.
Why not?
The point. Yes, ask him if he's ever seen Yes, ask him if he's ever seen a satellite been put into space, Matthew.
I mean, he pretty much already.
Let him fucking answer, Helio.
Hey, watch the answer. Here it comes.
I've seen a rocket launch.
No. Have you ever seen a satellite be put into space, Matthew? So that you don't have to hide. You can say, "I don't know."
No, I haven't.
Thank you very much.
Good.
That was easy.
Very good.
I also haven't ever seen the Eiffel Tower, but I believe it exists.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just nobody's. Lots of people have seen the Eiffel Tower. Again, that's what the
the
Eiffel Tower.
That
Yes.
sounded like
People
a
have
non
seen,
sequitur.
Wait, Matthew, can you name one? Wait, Matthew, name one person that's seen a satellite put in space. Just one.
Nobody
name.
has.
One name. I
What?
rest my case. Thanks for playing.
Okay.
Nobody. Oh boy.
Yeah, I just want to say
I'm gonna
this:
make
like,
lovely.
different people have like different techniques and tactics, and right, they all want to try their own thing out, right? So I don't think there's one kill shot to end them all. I mean, yeah, the sextant argument it's a really good argument, right? How can you argue against? Really, Matthew?
Really?
So can you show me a curved adjacent? Can you show me a curved adjacent?
Over that, yeah.
Yeah, can you show me a curved adjacent?
Go ahead, continue your point. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Right. So different people have different techniques and they like to try different tactics. And, Matthew, he's a little squirmy sometimes, right? You ask him the right question, you might get the right answer. Right. So they all want to try different things. There's nothing wrong with trying different things. And sometimes it's okay to go a little off topic. And like, I wanted to hear Matthew explain like all the different stuff you would have to do if it was a globe. You'd have to calculate, okay, well, how far is the light bending around the curve, right? And that's going to, change the angle, because if it's bending 10 miles, right, it's going to be a different angle than if it was only bending 2 miles around the curve, right? So if it actually looks spherical that day, right, then the light's not bending at all. So what kind of calculation would you use? So all three are like different calculations that he would have to use. And how would you know which one to use at the time if you're out in the open sea with no oil platform? So is the horizon 10 miles out? Is it 1 mile out? There's no fucking platform. So you have to guess. And then you have to guess and then put that in the math. And then the math is going to come out with such high variation that you're not going to know where the fuck you are. Am I close to France or am I close to the UK? I can't tell.
Hold on. Hank, man, I do mean to. I won't say I don't mean to interrupt, but I do mean to interrupt. Look at what I just posted, stuffin.space. If you've never seen that site before, this is an independent site that follows satellites, and it's a really good where you can click on each satellite that was introduced into space around the globe. It's a really cool site. Have you ever seen that one before, Matthew?
I've glanced at it briefly. Yeah, it's interesting with all the little dots.
All right. So how do you think all of these satellites were introduced into those multiple hundreds of different orbits? How do you think that a rocket just launched up into space and just dumped the satellite out?
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt and dump all over Helio's question, but Matthew, if you could do the math for me and show me the different angles you would have to do from 30 miles away, because we've seen, the Black Swan video, right? It shows it from the horizon from 30 miles away, and show me the different angles that curved adjacent would have to be enduring from 30 miles to, let's say, 1 mile away. Could you do that for me, Matt? Could you show me the different angles?
I don't think the difference would be more than 0.1 degrees, which is the limit of sextants anyway. And then to answer Helio's questions, hundreds of different rockets put those hundreds of satellites up there.
I mean, I think your answer would be, well, I don't necessarily understand orbital mechanics and how all that shit works, right?
Yeah, it's complicated. It's rocket science.
That's right. Well, I mean,
Matthew,
I'm not
show me the independent variable? Can you show me the independent variable in your rocket science?
This is good shit.
Let me give you a tip, kiddo. If you're not funny,
not
you can't
science.
appeal to humor for anything.
Hello, everyone. Mic check.
Yes. Hi,
I
Gabby.
recommend everyone
Thank
look
you.
at stuff in dot space and see where these satellites they claim that they put out into space are. Go look at them. Look at the different orbits around Earth. You can zoom in and zoom out, and it's just like this is how they just launched rockets into space and just threw satellites out there, and then just went into some wild orbit.
Look at all of the pretty Christmas lights outside of the Earth, looking in on us, keeping us safe.
I'll shut up now, but this is one of my favorite things. I share it every time everybody brings up some ridiculous idea like this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to ask Matthew a question, quick, out of his mind. Are you? Do you hear, Matthew?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you said about something about launching into orbit, and you said 0.1 degrees. Out of your mind, how many seconds is that?
So those were two different conversations. One was about the horizon and sextants, and then launching into orbit was talking
you
about
said
the satellites.
0.1 degree. That's a tenth of a degree. And how many seconds does that mean?
6 seconds.
6 seconds. Okay.
60 seconds in a minute. Oh wait, no, there's 60 minutes. 6 minutes. I think there's 6 minutes in a degree.
1 degree is a minute?
No, minutes. Degrees are divided up into minutes, which are divided up into seconds, I think. Arc minutes and arc seconds.
Yeah, I know.
I just use decimal. I like decimals better. My point is that sextants aren't accurate more than 0.1 degrees. And so you need. It doesn't matter if there's something smaller than that. The error is bigger than that. But what is this about, Hilo? What do you mean? What asking about how rockets put satellites in space? What do you mean by that?
Well, what Hilo meant, I cannot be sure, but I think it's talking about reaching the orbit.
Hey, Jebby Jack, can I answer his question since he asked me?
Go ahead.
All right, cool. So when they send a rocket into so-called orbit, right? Which I mean, the rocket doesn't go to orbit; it's carrying a satellite, right, to a certain position. Now we have SpaceX. Some of the rockets come back down, whatever. Prior to that, they were just sending rockets to space and dumping objects so that they could start orbiting the Earth. Once they reached, over the Kármán line, then they could start rotating around the Earth. Right? Does that make sense? It's like,
yeah,
well,
that's
it doesn't
the basic
make sense.
story.
All right, so that's the basic story. So they're falling around the Earth. So the reason I shared this stuff in space thing is because you can actually go and click on each individual satellite, and how did any of these rockets just like go past the Kármán line, and what are they doing? Projecting these, with orbital mechanics and just projecting them in a certain way so that they can start in a different orbit. They're just like have to throw them further away so that the orbit would make them, travel further around Earth's orbit, but won't be affected by the moon's orbit, gravity or whatever, or the sun's gravity, and they're just traveling around. I mean, come on, Matthew, man, this is complete nonsense, bro. All of this, look at that stuff in space. go to that webpage and look at, this is their claim. This is an independent website where they show all of the satellites that they've launched. Some of them are dead. Some of them are in, multiple different distances from Earth. It's just like, Matthew, bro, you think all the freaking rocket launches are, most of them were to deliver satellites, just like dump their load into space and it's going to start orbiting Earth, or they're going to, are they putting them into a certain trajectory, certain distance from the Earth? I mean, some of them are geocentric, some of them are geostationary, right? I mean, not geocentric.
Helio, I don't mean to interrupt, or I actually do mean to interrupt. Why do you
please interrupt me. I mean, I want to make sense of this.
Why do you speak to Matthew that he will ever come to his senses?
No, the reason I'm doing it for the sake of the audience, because Matthew will never come to his senses. Because is what I'm telling you. This is what their claim is. It's like, hey, I saw a rocket launch into the sky, and then they put satellites, and they just, once they reach, the Kármán line, and they dump the satellite into space, and that's where the satellites are, and they just automatically start doing what they're doing. Now, if that's not the case, I think it's a hell of
a show.
So, in other words, wow, it's complicated. It must be false.
If that's not the case. If that's not the case, what direction and how would they project these satellites into this altitude from Earth once it reached the Kármán line or wherever this rocket is going? How would they project?
They just put extra boosters on it. I don't know what you're asking for.
Okay, well, did they design the satellite?
They just bust through that fucking thing
to another altitude above it. Earth.
Don't question it. There's fucking satellites up there.
Dude, don't fucking play cartoons with me. I told you, man. I mean, look at that link I shared. I'll share it again. God damn it. It's like, this is where they claim these satellites are. How the fuck did they get them there?
Motherfucker, don't Bugs Bunny me.
Yes, it's complicated and hard, but that doesn't mean that it's false.
No.
Helio,
he's right.
Do you believe in
magic?
magic?
Means that it's false.
It's complicated and hard.
Falsified it.
Okay, so orbital mechanics is hard, right?
Right.
It's hard.
It's rocket science.
Claim. It's your
rocket science and orbital mechanics. It's hard, and you'll never be able to figure it out because you're too dumb.
It's your claim.
Elio, he's accusing you of doing a logical fallacy. You're saying Matthew, he's saying that it's so hard to understand that he can't understand how it works. That's not what he's saying. He's saying it's a violation of natural law, and that's why it's not working. Is that right, Helio?
No, well, and on top of that, they've never given an explanation. And
yes
I'm telling you,
is that right? Is that right, Helio?
Not really, but
okay. So it is capable of going through a natural law violation.
He's just too really clouded to actually figure out that this is what they're claiming.
Okay, Helio. So you just kind of confirmed in front of everybody that you don't understand how it works, therefore it's not working. That's what you just did. Bro.
Okay, well, I mean, there's no globe, so I don't really. This is what they're claiming. Look at stuff in. Look at stuff in dot space. That's what they're claiming.
Right, that's what we could claim. That those satellites are in those positions. And yes, it's complicated.
Well, how would you personally demonstrate that to somebody, though?
I couldn't.
How do you demonstrate?
I thought for a second you were saying something that we were supposed to be taking seriously. My bad.
Glad. Ask him if it's complicated, and is that an admission that he doesn't understand it? So he doesn't understand it, therefore it's true. Right.
Look, putting together cell phones is super complicated, and I can't prove how they do it.
That's mechanics. That's mechanics on Earth.
Wow.
Yeah, we can
watch them doing the non sequitur shit.
No, it's the same thing.
We see through it.
He
No,
gets
it's
all
not.
his information from. Listen. Watch this. He gets all of his information from Antichrist channels. What
That's
do you
false.
think he's going to do? All of it, 100%. All of
Well,
his
either way,
presuppositions
I'm just asking him how they can throw a satellite into space in the right orbit to
Right,
make
so,
what happens on stuff in dot
saying
space.
he keeps comparing things that can't be seen to things that can.
Hey,
be
it's non
seen.
sequitur, all of it.
I know he's literally the most insane Satanist I've ever met. It's unbelievable.
Well, yeah, I'd like to bring it back though to how the audience isn't stupid; they smell it too. So, I don't know, Matthew. I don't know what you're doing here. I've asked you that before.
I've never seen an elephant in the wild. Therefore, that's a great claim. Yeah.
Matthew, how hard would rocket science be
This
without
is
a
like
radius
kindergarten stuff, right? It was just like, hey, we're going to throw a rocket up high in the atmosphere, and then we're going to just dump a load into space. I mean, that's really kind of like some Babylon
It's actually
shit,
not
right?
kindergarten stuff, but you bring up a good point, Helio. It's not kindergarten stuff. You have to, if you were going to seriously do that, you'd have to know a lot of shit about reality. Okay, you wouldn't just be messing around, tossing some rockets up. Maybe they come back. Maybe
That's
they
what
don't.
Matthew thinks. They can just throw a rocket up there, and satellites are just go where they go.
Is rocket science hard because there's no known radius value? Matthew learns.
Well,
is that why?
The problem is that he's getting his information from the television, and that's what his superior is. That's his god. The television.
Yeah, exactly. And the television doesn't tell you about geometry.
Right.
It just doesn't. It's talking about something else.
Well, he says, "Do you know,
Matthew?
What
have you ever brought up the radius value in an argument?
Listen, we're talking about the not even astrophysics. We're talking about the physics of the globe. If you want to get into that, I think he's scared of it.
Matthew, how
we're
did
talking
they get the
about
radius
how
value?
they can shoot
Hold
a
on,
rocket up
Helio,
into
hold on.
space.
Helio, real quick. Glat's gonna go. Hold on, let Glat talk real quick. Hold on.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Glat. What did you ask?
How did they get the radius value of Earth?
By presupposing that Earth is a sphere and then calculating it.
How do they presuppose it? Wait, how do they presuppose it?
Using other logic and reason.
He won't tell you. There's no claim. He will not tell you how they presupposed it. Yep.
No, I'm not going to say that the radius proves the.
He can't do it. Glat, all you have to do is ask him, how did they presuppose it? He will never answer you.
That's more simple than what I was getting at.
Yep,
Yeah.
he won't answer. There's no answer.
Well, how fundamental is the radius value to orbital mechanics?
Oh, it's pretty fundamental. Yeah, you better get it right.
Right.
Why do you let him escape the fact that he doesn't have a claim to how they got it?
That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah,
Guys,
the
hang
rocket
on.
scientists.
You gotta let Glat talk. Hold on, Helio, let Glat go.
I'm gonna go smoke.
I don't have
You
much
guys,
else to
I'm gonna be
say.
listening. I'll shut up.
I don't have much else to say.
No,
it was just no. Hold on. I wanted to obviate the fact that since you don't know how they got the measurement of something, you're just believing that they got the measurement of something, and then every fucking thing else is based around those numbers.
Exactly.
Do you see how important it is?
It is a presupposition and a belief.
I'll finish. Do you see how important it is to know how they got that number, so perhaps we could get it again and check for ourselves?
I don't think it's important to get that number. No.
Thank you. Yes, he just admitted it's not important. Congratulations, Glat.
It's not important for me.
Hey, that was not bad.
Yep, you get promoted to captain. Congratulations.
Oh, super. Matthew, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the audience. Everybody in the audience, let's just, of course, recapitulate this. 1026 West the Rockies, south of 33rd parallel. Matthew Learns has just told you the evidence and methods to how they got the information is not important. Thank you so much.
Exactly. Same as the capacitance of the each resistor
he's another
in your cell phone.
Insane. Yeah, he thinks you can teach that to people. You're preaching literally the most satanic religion in history, saying the evidence is not important.
Christmas came early. Thank you, Matthew. I'm done for the night.
Amen.
Okay, I'll take over.
Perfect.
Yep, I'll take over. So, Matthew, doesn't the Bible say to test all things and keep that which is good?
Yes, of course. That's always important.
Believe the Bible.
Right. So, how is the Earth being a globe? How is that good?
That has nothing to do with our our life of righteousness and
Yep, forget the Bible. He
charity
said
and
it's nothing
love.
to do with the Bible. Hey, good job, Hank. Yep, forget the Bible.
Right. So I think that we don't have to test the capacitance and resistors of your cell phone because your cell phone just works. You can demonstrate it. I could call you right now from
exactly
like 90% of the United States, and I know because I've driven around like half of it. So I want to point out that the cell phone works. I can demonstrate it, right? I can demonstrate that my cell phone works.
Yeah, it's
right?
important for
But
somebody to know how it works, but not me.
I can't demonstrate how the globe works.
Yeah,
And
it's
I would like
important
to
for
think
somebody
that,
to know how it works, but it doesn't matter for you and me, probably.
Exactly. He admits it doesn't matter. Thank you so much. Excellent job, Hank.
Yeah, the capacitance of my resistors in my cell phone don't matter to me, but
He
somebody
admitted
should know
that
how to
God. No,
do it.
he admits that God's creation doesn't matter, and you can actually just lie about it. That's the Hank. I'm impressed. Good one.
Thanks for putting words into my mouth. I appreciate it.
That way he said it. Said it's not important. He literally December 9th. Hank cannot believe it. Glad. Look at Hank. He's shocked. Hank, this is your moment, man. You guys had a good night tonight. That was awesome.
Yeah,
I've had plenty of moments.
It's not important for me to know how
This is
they
a big
measure
one. He
the
just
radius
admitted
of the
again,
Earth.
God's creation is not important. I love it. This is the best ever.
so is the globe God's creation?
The globe is God's creation, and Jesus Christ himself made the earth as a globe.
That's a lie. That is the perversion lie of, oh my gosh, this guy's possessed.
Can you cite your source for that? Can you show me where that's
Where's
in
the water under the earth, Matthew?
He'll lie. Watch. Here comes
For that fact, where is the waters above the earth?
I
Which
don't
is
know.
above the
I think
firmament,
waters
right?
below the
Above
earth
the
is
sky.
probably the oceans, and I think the waters above the earth is
Well,
probably
this
the
is
atmosphere.
right there in
See, another
fucking
lie.
Genesis and Revelation and fucking God damn it, what Exodus.
Hey,
Exodus
Matthew,
20.
he said it's not important. He just said it's not important. He said it's not important.
Okay, well, I
guys.
got another question. Okay, so do you believe, like Zechariah Sitchin, that the asteroid belt is indeed the firmament mentioned in Genesis?
I don't think so. I mean, they would have no idea about the asteroid belt back then, so I don't think that God
In
would
ancient
inspire them to
Samaria?
say it.
Well, they called it the hammered bracelet.
You would think so, but they had shims. According to Zechariah Sitchin, they actually had rockets that could, travel into space. According to
That's
his
false.
10th
The
Planet
first
series.
humanity's first rockets were like in the 40s, not the 30s. Maybe.
Haven't you seen those depictions of people in triangles that were sideways?
I
With the
would
fire
disagree.
coming out
I
of
would
them?
say the Chinese had missiles, not guided missiles. So let's say rockets. The ancient Chinese had rockets that they could, shoot back and forth.
Yeah, but that's more like artillery with gunpowder. I'm talking about rockets that would go like more than a mile high. I think the first ones were in the 20th century.
Okay, that's what you believe. But yeah, according to Zechariah Sitchin, his interpretation of the ancient Sumerian tablets, which is probably bullshit. Yeah, he took all of like the ancient flat Earth stuff, and he like made it all like modern global rockets and spacecraft landing, and yeah, he did that, and that was a pretty good bit of propaganda. Right, a lot of people read those books too.
So he was
But
saying
it's
the
all bullshit.
Sumerians made rockets?
Yes, Zechariah Sitchin, the 10th Planet series. Oh wait, 12th Planet. Excuse me. 10th Planet is the Jiu-Jitsu place. 12th Planet is the book series. Excuse me.
Yeah, but their metallurgy was just very primitive back then. I doubt they would have had the materials necessary to make that kind of stuff.
I'm still floored by him saying that JC, the son of the creator, created the ball Earth. Okay.
Well, there are a couple anomalies that fly in the face of how good or bad their metallurgy was back then. We do find hammers and stuff in coal seams that have elements that we can't metallurge today under our current conditions. So something was different and or possibly advanced back then. Looking at their metallurgy with the hammers and stuff that we find, it appears with different artifacts and anomalies like that.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. I haven't heard about those kind of hammers, but yeah, it's not super surprising that there's some mysteries about how they did some things.
Yeah, there's an iron. It's a very small pillar. It's made of iron or steel, and to this day, it still hasn't rusted. And I believe it's 700 years old. Also, they got concrete that was better in Greece than what we use today. It's probably hempcrete, in my opinion, or some sort of variation of. Yeah, there's all sorts of out of place technology. We don't have Greek fire anymore. Yeah, there's lots of lost techs. Not we say lost, right? There's lots of technology that we don't really have available that the ancient people did, right? We don't build pyramids like they did back in the day. Right?
We probably could. It's just super expensive.
Well, the question of infrastructure would need to be answered. Did they have atmospheric energy? Were the pyramids power plants to power wireless devices, or a different infrastructure, that allows something totally different than what we have available today? Was it giants? Was it, water with big stones? Were they built in place? These sorts of questions we'd have to ask to see if we're ever going to do anything similar to that.
Yeah, I wish I had a time machine. I could go back and see what they looked like when they were finished, because apparently they were covered in like masonry and even gold at the top.
He wishes he could be God. Yeah.
Exo, I did not.
Well, it would be nice to see those. Well, it would be nice to see those pyramids with the finished metal on them. They would have been had a sheen and a shine and a shimmer like gold. That's why I think that there are power plants to basically take energy from the atmosphere, funnel it up, and make it into a usable form.
And that guy, he went to the top of the pyramid. He had a glass jar, and there was lots of electric sparks and things coming off of it. I don't know if you've heard about that.
I hadn't heard about that. It's interesting.
So yeah, they had also found iron vessels and bronze and brass put together and fused with iron as the knocker on a bell that was found in a lump of coal. A lot of objects throughout time have been found in large lumps of coal, like, for instance, gold chains, things like this.
So, but wouldn't you say that we have better technology now, that we have surpassed them in many ways?
Not a chance.
No, not a chance, bro. Look at the triathlon.
There's nothing new under the sun, my friend.
Yeah, give me just a second.
Wait a minute. He just said, "Don't you think, Hank?" He just said, "Don't you think," implying that he's just again playing make believe that we have special magical technology he doesn't even know about.
I was just asking a question. That was my way of asking.
Exactly. Okay, what technology would that be, Matthew? What's the real technology that's that advanced that can do this?
A 747 flying from Los Angeles to New York in 5 hours.
Does what? Yeah, it measures what? What does that measure?
It is interesting that you mentioned.
Where's the answer? Okay, where's the answer? It measures something. Does the 747 measure something?
No, it moves people faster than anybody in ancient times ever did.
How do you know that?
How did they do it? Right. So how did they do it 2,000 years ago? Did they have a walkie-talkie or a 747?
No, 2,000 years ago, they could not move people that distance in 5 hours.
How do you know that?
So how are they supposed to be able to talk to each other from hundreds of miles away with the Sticks and Shadows cartoon?
Oh, no, they didn't talk to each other. Yeah, obviously.
Oh, okay. So then how did they know what happened when they had two separate people hundreds of miles away from each other?
Logic, reason, observation.
So nothing. Again, just another lie. Thank you for
So
lying.
logic, reason, and observation, or nothing?
You're just lying. You're just making stuff up. You're lying. You have no logic, no reason, no senses. You can't point out anything. You're just using the same words the Satanists and the atheists have told you to use.
No, it's
all of your claims from atheists. Show me one place that they're not atheists for the origins of your claims. You can't. They're all atheists and Satanists, bro. Thank you.
There were hardly any atheists before the 19th
They're
century.
all atheists. Every single one of those persons admits they get their information from pagan Satanists 2,000 years ago. That's the point. All of them.
Okay, but pagans aren't atheists.
They're antichrist. They're antichrist.
That's a better description.
Atheist means antichrist. I know.
No, atheist means they don't believe in God.
Atheist means antichrist. I'm sorry. You are an antichrist. You are an atheist. Thank you.
We're kind of talking at each other and kind of barking at each other. We need to.
Yes, I apologize. I don't mean to be bad.
Yeah, Matthew.
Some people talk about in India the temples being flying machines that worked off of some different principle, biological energy or something to that effect. You can hear about stuff like this. It's a little wooey, but hey, it is what it is. From YouTube channels like Above Is Below, saying that these temples might have been flying machines, and there are depictions of people in flying machine conveyances that we do see from the past. So
look at tales like Arabian Nights, right? The flying carpets.
Before you go on with that, there was people before the Wright brothers
I
that
think
used
Lemon was in the
Veda
middle of his sentence. I think Lemon was in the middle of his sentence. Go ahead, Lemon.
Oh, thank you, good sir. I want everybody to get in here. But just really quickly, it looks like there were some flying devices back then that worked off a different principle. You were saying?
Yeah, do you think there actually were flying temples and flying carpets or not? What do you think is possible?
Well, if you read the Gitas, right, especially the Bhagavad Gita, right, you can see that they were writing about flying machines as if it was like historical events that were happening, right? And some of these gods flew around from place to place, and they even talked about like not just flying machines, but cities in the sky at war with each other. So if you want to read more about this, it's called the Mahabharata or the Mahabharata.
Mahabharata.
I'm not quite sure on the pronouncement, but the Gitas, the Bhagavad Gita. But yeah, there's lots of now these are stories, right? This is some of the oldest in the world, right? So
the
you're able to bring
Mahabharata.
us
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have a hard time taking those literally, I guess.
The guy that invented the nuclear bomb, supposedly Oppenheimer, he quoted it.
A lot of times people go to the Far East to see their wisdom when it comes to energy, religion, philosophy, and different things like that. Supposedly the Nazis went to India and got some of their, texts that helped them make their UFO flying machine, like things like the Hoffenbauer, 360 or whatever they called it back then. And that was where they got some of their inspiration for their technology, along with their occultic Vril society, supposedly, and other stuff like that too.
Well, the Vimanas, didn't they have different classes of Vimanas? Like only one of them, or two of them were able to fly, and one of them was able to go to the other heavens.
I got a question for you, Matthew. You believe in the Bible. I understand you don't believe in the Bhagavad Gita because you weren't born in India, but you believe in the Bible, right?
Yes, I do.
Didn't some of the prophets take off in a chariot, a flying chariot?
Yeah, and I think that those are literally true.
Merkaba.
Okay. I think
yeah,
the
that's a
Merkaba
good
was something
point.
else.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, obviously the Creator, the Most High, the Creator of the heavens and the earth, he doesn't need a flying chariot, but maybe an angel who lost his wings, maybe he does.
Yeah, I mean, it's speculation at this point, but it's interesting to think about. I don't know.
That's like the Icarus story.
Yeah, people have been dreaming about flying for as long as humans have been around. We look at the birds and write stories about what if we could do that, but I don't know how many of those are literal, I guess.
Well, if you look back at the carvings, even in Samaria, they had birdmen, right? And they looked at these birdmen as teachers from another civilization that was destroyed, that they could not go back to, in other words, right? They were foreigners stuck here, marooned. And they oftentimes were depicted as having handbags, and these handbags are seen all around the world.
So we got the Chariots of the Gods, right? A book written by Eric von Daniken, which in my opinion is the honest book that he's speculating, asking questions, like a young person would, right, after reading about some of the stuff. But everything after that is pretty much BS. But one of the most important things that I learned from that book was that if they did have iron and steel hammers and chisels and machinery, after 5,000 years in the desert, wouldn't they rust away? That was a pretty good question.
Yeah,
that's a pretty good speculation.
Standard metals, you would think so.
Yeah, because they're close to the Nile, so there is atmospheric, conditions, that they would rust away. So, yeah, that's one of the best things I learned from that book. Makes sense. So another thing, the ancient technology. This one's a funny one, but how hard do you think it would be for them to get the Baghdad battery, right, and accidentally crack some water and make some hydrogen? And if they could contain the hydrogen and crack, the hot air balloon would, probably be pretty ancient, because everybody knows that, buoyancy and density is what causes things to rise and fall, and aerodynamics, right? We're not going to, throw out propulsion aerodynamics, but the easiest and cheapest way, in fact, I'm pretty sure you could probably get your own hot air balloon up and running for probably under $1,000. Just buy the material and make it yourself, and there you go, right? Crack some water. Just don't light a match.
In some senses, I'm really glad that science progressed more slowly than it could have. It could have been the Greeks could have figured out calculus, but just imagine Napoleon with a aircraft carrier, or like Genghis Khan with a nuclear weapon. That'd be bad news.
Well, remember, alchemy comes from Egypt. It's literally the study of Al-Kemet, the Black Land, the black art, black magic. And it has something to do with alchemy, or what are they called? Alkali metals, like salts, because there's an abundant amount of salts in the area. So that's what they had to use with. And that's significantly what a lot of our chemistry is still based off of, is salt and alkali metals. So it's kind of strange, man.
Especially with all those things are really interesting to learn about. I wish we knew more info about where all those things really came from.
All right, I remember what I was going to say a while ago. Okay, so you said that we got better technology.
Hank, you muted yourself in the middle of a sentence.
No, I didn't. The droplet of water did. Yeah, so the Baalbek Lebanon stones, right? You can look these up, and it's the largest stones in the world. And the one stone that they broke, right? They just left it there, whoever they is, right? And you can look at the stone. Yeah, that's it. You can look at the stone, and it would require 19 full-size cranes to move that stone today. But the problem with 19 cranes is, how do you get that stone to move in one direction if all the cranes are facing in opposite directions, 360 degrees around the stone? So how did they move that stone, Matthew? If they had better technology than us today, did they put Walmart cart wheels?
I don't know.
The wheels on the Walmart cart in the front that do 360s, did they put those wheels on the cranes when they moved it?
Well, not to mention the trilithon is even larger than the stone of the pregnant woman, and it's perfectly placed.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and it does seem like they knew how to do some things better than we do now back then. So maybe I could say that they were better at some things, but I still think that we are better at some things than they are, or they were.
Yeah, enslaving the whole population and making everybody wear face.
Worldwide instantaneous communication, flight at almost the speed of sound, those kinds of things.
Well, can I, before you continue, how do you prioritize this? Like, because usually if I'm thinking about building this giant structure, that's pretty far down my list, given the narrative that we have. This is people that need to hunt for food. They're worried about starving every week. They need to go and get their water. Like all these other things they've told us. Wouldn't moving a giant block of stone like this be pretty far down on the list of priorities?
That's an excellent point, meaning that they probably accomplished a lot of other things before they did this. I hadn't thought about it that way, but I think that's an excellent point. And of course, these large stones are the one thing that did happen to last thousands of years. Like we wouldn't know what else they did because those things had sort of rotted away.
Have you heard of Göbekli Tepe?
It sounds Egyptian, but I
was about to bring that up. It's so funny.
It's in Turkey, pot-bellied hill. And they've also got other tepes around it now. It's a 12,000 plus years old settlement. I'll post some pictures for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, with that one,
Go back
you
late
can listen
Teppy,
to
up Billy Hill.
with that one. You can listen to the mainstream, which they're going to have like stupid shit to say, right? And then you could listen to like the other guy. I forget his name, the old guy.
Hancock.
Yep, that's it.
Graham
And you can
Hancock.
listen to what he says, but then I think you should totally delete both of those and think about it for yourself. What is this magnificent place doing here? And it's like pre-flood, we don't know what was going on. They could have been far more advanced than us, right? Because if it was pre-flood and they were messing with angels, right? That's probably what we're doing nowadays, right? We're probably talking to the extra dimensional beings if they exist, right?
They had
And
animal
learning.
species from South America too.
Yeah, to tell the truth, I'm open to that kind of stuff. I think that we don't know hardly anything about what was going on 10,000 years ago or whatever. So I'm open to us being wrong about what they were capable of back then.
Well, 10,000 years, that's what, 8,000 years prior? If you think that 1500s was really the 1500s and not AD for IS, I mean,
you're open to that, but you're not open to the Earth being flat, stationary, and level, right?
Right.
Exactly. That's exactly what I thought.
He can't do it.
He just admitted that he'll never. He's not open. Closed-minded.
So you just admitted to being a bigot when it comes to the heliocentric religion.
Settled and decided is the way I would put it.
That's bigotry, right?
No new information. Does not matter.
What is the scientist really supposed to do? They're supposed to be open to all information, right? Like a scientist is never supposed to go, well, I just don't like the way that experiment turned out, so I'm not going to tell anybody.
Right, yeah.
They're not supposed to do that. Right? Come on.
Right.
So when Ares failure happened, are you familiar with Ares failure?
I am, yeah.
So when that happened, right, he published it. Right? That's how we know about it today, obviously. Somebody must have said, oh, Ares failed, right? Or maybe he didn't want it to come out, but it came out, regardless. But it came out. We know about it today. And we know that, he was supposed to be proving the motion of the Earth, and it failed. And the Michelson Morley thing happened, and it failed. Right? And the Michelson-Gale, and the Sonyak experiment. What do you think about all these, Matthew? Are they just, stuff that you don't pay attention to, you don't look at? It's already settled, regardless of what the experiments say?
Yeah, so I think they were trying to prove some kind of ether, or they had an assumption about the ether or light, and so I think that their assumptions
they were arguing over the ether in the late 1800s. No, bro, they didn't start arguing over the ether until the 1900s. In the 1800s, they were arguing over whether the Earth was, a sphere and moving through space. It's weird because in 2015, you search about this stuff, and they tell you what they were trying to prove. They were trying to prove that the Earth was moving through the ether, right? And then now, all of a sudden, they've completely rewritten history. And Matthew just did the rewritten history, which is they were trying to prove that the ether existed or not. Matthew, I would like you to do yourself a favor, bro. Take the scenario that you just said and look up the Michelson Morley in like an old encyclopedia, right? And try to find your narrative as to what they were trying to, disprove the ether, right? Try to find that in an old encyclopedia. And then when you find it, bring it back to me.
Okay, so no, I think you're right that what they were trying to prove is motion within an ether, right? But
motion of the Earth through
and they
the
didn't
ether.
find it.
They didn't find it. Okay. And then they said there's no ether, but there's space-time. Trust us. We're the experts. So is there ether or is there space-time? Which one is there, Matthew?
The magic G word. Say the magic G word.
I don't think there's ether in the way that they conceived of it, like this magic thing that sort of permeated all of space-time.
So think of it this way.
Go ahead, bro.
Oh, I was just going to say, Matthew, think of it this way. If they were trying to prove motion through water or light's propagation through water, and they failed to prove that something was moving through water, would that disprove that the water existed?
No, that by itself would not.
Right. So if they were trying to prove motion through the ether, if they failed to do so, would that disprove that the ether existed?
No.
Or is that just kind of how history has been rewritten, like Hank was saying, where they kind of flipped the script on that?
I don't know if they flipped the script. It's just like we've moved on and now we don't believe there's an ether. And so we look back and say, oh, that's why it didn't work, because there is an ether after all. They were making a bad assumption that ether existed.
Let me ask you this, Matthew. You ever heard of the inverse square law?
Yes.
Right. Does it ever actually go down to zero if it drops the signal strength 4 times every time you double the distance? Does that number actually get to zero, or is it a very small fraction?
Yeah, it approaches zero, but it's not. It doesn't ever get actual zero.
Right. So basically, Mr. Chen in China, his Wi-Fi signal, it's still passing through my living room, even though he's in China, right? Because it's never actually at zero.
I think that you can shield it. So if it can't pass through rock, for example, or not easily. So I don't think the inverse square law works through metal, for example. So I don't know if that would work.
Well, yeah, I would agree. If Mr. Chen lives in a lead house, then no, his Wi-Fi signal. But if he lives in a wooden house, right, like I'm assuming, right, and the Earth is a plane, wouldn't his Wi-Fi signal be passing through my living room? It's not detectable, but it would still be there.
Yes, but if there's mountains in the way, so yeah. So go ahead. What's your point?
Yeah. So my point is, every single light emitting EMF or electromagnetic radiation, right? Every single thing that's doing every radio, every Wi-Fi, every wireless camera, right? It's existing all throughout the entire universe. Every star, every planet. Well, I guess if planets have magnetic fields, which I believe they do, then basically, wouldn't that be like permeating through the entire universe?
In tiny amounts, I suppose. I don't know if we
Whatever
could
you
detect
do,
those small amounts.
Whatever you do, don't call it ether, okay?
But so you're saying electromagnetic radiation permeating the whole of existence would count as ether in their minds? I don't know. I thought they had a different description of what ether was.
Electromagnetic radiation or electromagnetic fields would be an etherical background, because they go together. You can't have one without the other.
Right.
You need a medium.
You couldn't really say electromagnetic radiation is a luminescent ether, because that's an effect of a something else. You know, the radiation itself. That's an effect. What things cause electromagnetic radiation?
EMF is a wave of what?
Well, EMF is a frequency wave, but we're talking about radiation. They're not the same.
I know, but I was asking Matthew if EMF is a wave, right? What is it propagating in? What is a wave of?
Well, it's a wave spectrum. It's a frequency. Well, first, what's a wave?
Those are pretty complicated
oscillation?
theoretical questions. I just don't know.
Well, they are. The truth is, we don't know.
Yeah,
that would be a genuine answer.
Yeah. I admit.
Or
that.
The same thing about the inverse square law. We don't know if it actually goes to zero or not. This is just the best way we observe it.
Yeah, and at some point it'll go below the threshold that we could detect it with instruments, I suppose.
What, radiation? Yeah, we call it background radiation, but we all know we exist in a magnetic field, right?
Right.
So wouldn't radiation be a product of an electromagnetic field? Yeah, we can demonstrate it is. So how we can't call it leftover radiation from a Big Bang when we exist in a magnetic field, right? I mean, wouldn't that make logical sense?
Well, Matthew likes to affirm the consequent. Right,
I
Matthew?
know.
No,
It has
this
to
is
be the
way
Big
so
Bang,
far
right?
out of my area of knowledge that I don't even want to speculate. When
They got a Peace Prize. They
It's
don't give
right up
Peace
my
Prize just
alley,
because.
shit.
Yeah, mine too. I like the deep space stuff. But yeah, they wouldn't just give out a Peace Prize because they got static on their satellite, would they,
Oh,
Matthew?
wait, can I get a Peace Prize by being the most vicious warrior?
Oh yeah, Obama. Didn't he get a Peace Prize?
Yeah, for what? I know. For fucking what?
For Libya, Benghazi.
Giving away all
Hey,
their
I got
money
an
to other
idea.
nations?
Let's disarm Americans and let's give like military grade weapons to fucking terrorists in
Give
Benghazi.
that man a Peace Prize, shit. Give him a free million, too. Fuck it, we gave it to the Saudis. Fuck it. Come on, man. I'm out of bubble gum, man. Make a statement I can beat you over the head with, Matthew. Come on.
No,
Humble your words, brother.
I gotta get going. Nice chatting with you guys.
Oh, man. You fucking suck, man.
Sorry, I've been here too long. I don't want to overstay my welcome.
All right, till the next day. I don't like to say goodbye. I'll see you some other time.
Okay, sounds good.
Goodbye's too final.
So he said that it doesn't matter if it's not important, right? that God created the globe. Well, we don't need to test these things because your cell phone works, but we don't need to test all things.
He said that shit for the live stream, didn't he?
Radius is not important either.
Right.
How we proved it's a globe's not important, just that we say it is one? Is that what he said?
He said a bunch of stuff, but really, we need to start calling these people out on their affirmations, right?
Yeah, I'd like to point one thing out. Information is only as good as its source. If a source isn't accredited or thorough, then neither is its information.
Right. Like I heard one today. One of the leaders of the European Union said that the other leaders, they don't want peace with Russia, right? They want war. It's like, can we get the name of that guy who said that?
Oh,
It's not
in
listed in the
Russia,
source.
peace make war. Oh, communism. I know. Dude, some people accept some of the most asinine shit today, I've noticed. It's like, did pure logic or just, generally normal people not exist anymore, or what?
In America, war makes peace.
Oh, it does. To secure peace is to prepare for war. Thank you.
I actually heard something about that recently. There's that show Inside Job. Have you heard of it?
Inside Job? No.
Yeah.
It's like they're just
it's
mocking
funny.
conspiracy theories. It's funny, but everything's true, or mostly true. But one of the bits I heard was they were going over how the population got so dumb. And he said, well, once they buy one lie, then they buy the next and the next. And with each lie, they just get dumber and dumber and more easily controlled.
I know.
And then
you know what
just
kills
ridiculous.
me? Listen, bro, people from the boomer generation are so smart. And people from the millennial generation are so dumb, they think they win an argument by saying, boomer law. And it's like, the boomer's like, and that means what? We're lost. We just don't know what this fucking idiot says. And I'm not even a boomer, but I was raised by boomers, you know?
Most of them don't even know what a record means.
I know.
Well, boomers were just also sold different lies than we're sold today.
You know what it is?
It was harder to sell a boomer lie because
it's because it was made illegal to beat your children.
You know, boomers didn't buy shit, and they believe it if it's on TV. And the most questionable shit in the life of a boomer was everything on TV. We said, TV ain't reality. We said boob tube. We called it a boob tube. You know why? If you watched it too much, you was gonna be a fucking boob before it was over.
My dad called it the idiot box.
Yeah, idiot box, boob. Well, that's what a boob is, Hank.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, my dad agreed with you.
Yeah, your dad was right. My dad told me don't trust anybody. You got kids nowadays that trust their government so much they ask, why would the government lie? Well, what, motherfucker? Oh, we caught them lying thousands of times over history. Why wouldn't they?
I mean, I don't think they're lying to me. Even though they lie to you.
Listen,
it's like national security.
They lie about your nation so we can send a bunch of Marines over there to kill you and your entire family. Then you'll have your answer on why would they lie.
But that's how you make peace, killing other people and causing terrorism in their lives.
Do you call that logic?
We also have to remember that
the American way.
I love you, bro.
We also have to remember that the boomer generation was spawned when everybody came back from World War II, which was spawned off of a lie that was sold to the boomers, right? Sold to the generation that spawned the boomers.
What lie was sold to the boomers? We're not the ones that went to that war.
No, the lie was sold to the people who spawned the boomers, right? Was Vietnam part of the boomer generation?
My uncle is a generation above me. He was in Vietnam. He was a Green Beret, but my grandfather was in World War II. Now, what generation do you think were boomers?
Boomer would have been the generation that was in Vietnam, right? What I'm saying is
the boomers are the generation that was raised in the suburbs.
Well, the boomers are the generation that went to Vietnam. Their parents went to World War II.
Yes.
Both of these
baby
were
boomers are
off
from 46 to 64.
Yeah, the people that went to Vietnam.
So yeah, some of those, yes.
Boomers were sold the lie of Vietnam. Their parents were sold the lie of Pearl Harbor. I mean, it goes on and on. I'm not trying to discredit what you're saying. All I'm saying is everybody is sold a different set of lies.
Harbor, you mean they didn't sink a bunch of ships there? Or the reason why
they claimed that they didn't know that the attack was imminent. It was an excuse to get into war.
Oh no, we already know that's a lie. We know, we knew they were going to attack.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. All I'm saying is each generation is sold just a different set of lies.
You know the difference?
Between
Baby boomers didn't believe the lie, so they weren't sold shit. They were given. To be given a lie and to accept it is one thing. To sell it to me, I have to accept it. I have to buy it. But you're talking about generations who absolutely knew that we always knew that you're given a truth and there's always more to it than is said in truth in history books.
I think generations even now also understand that as well.
Well, I really don't think they do because they ask why would they lie. So if you think there's no reason to lie, then why would they corrupt the history books? Why would they lie about the winners of the wars?
But I also interact with boomers that say, why would they lie? It's not just younger generations. We're all just sold different sets of lies. I'm not a boomer and I'm not a millennial.
Here, let's say it like this. The majority of boomers wouldn't ask that question, where the majority of people today do. So that's the difference, the amount of people. I'm telling you, most boomers didn't buy anything you said to them. Believe none of what they see and 2% of what they hear. My dad was a boomer, and that's the way I was raised.
I think you're right about that.
My grandfather didn't believe in the moon landing just because it was fucking on TVs. I said, why? He said, because you don't believe none of that shit you see. Your eyes can lie to you, boy, and you believe 2% of what you hear. And I'm like, well, why is that, Grandpa? Well, first off, you can't confirm 90% of what you fucking hear. And the other 8% is somebody's a fucking liar and somebody's a fucking idiot. So do you believe what liars say or what idiots say? No. You believe only what you can confirm.
Well, I just feel like you're kind of painting with a large brush, right? Because my parents are boomers. My dad
Well,
was
that's
born
what
in
you do when
45,
you say an entire
and
generation
my mother was born in
sold a
48,
lie that
and my
90%
parents
of
are
them
boomers.
or 40 could not buy. That's a
All I'm
large
saying
brush.
is my parents are boomers. My dad was born in 45. My mom was born in 48. I was born in the early 80s. And they believe everything that the television tells them. They question
So
absolutely nothing.
I know that's why I changed it to statistical things, because my premise is more the percentage of people that believed. Because I won't paint an entire generation as one kind of fucking idiot. I'm not that dumb.
You guys skipped over something. The current PSYOP that's going on right now is specifically targeted at boomers. So they know that. That's the thing. That's why they're going after them. So that's why now they're so gullible. So a lot of them are scared to death. And
Well, most old people are scared because they're close to dying.
Scared of what?
You know that, right? So it's fear that makes them concede or buy into that fear. A lot of people leave that out. How feeling motivates everything you do in life. And there's really only two emotions, right? Fear and love. I mean, hate and anger and aggression, that all comes from fear.
I was going to say Patrick Swayze, Donnie Darko.
The truth is, we can't put an entire populace, genre, or generation in one box. That's all I'm saying.
No, I agree with you on that. I just felt like you were trying to do that.
Whammer, fear is not learned. Fear isn't learned. You can have a fear of things as a child, before you can even communicate. Fear is an learned reaction. It's a tool.
So, Nate, you ever seen the cats? Like they jump out over the cucumbers?
Yeah.
Cats that have never seen a snake, monkeys that have never seen a snake, are terrified of snakes.
Well, it's no different than
fear was the opposite of
children.
understanding.
Well, it's no different than babies who are scared of loud noises. Fear,
babies are scared of loud noises, aren't they?
What's the opposite of understanding? Ignorance? So you think fear is ignorance?
Yeah, I do. Because why are we ever fearful? Because we're ignorant of something, right?
If a dog bites you and rips half your face off and you're scared of the dog, is it due to ignorance?
No, but that's
all right. Then
all of them.
there you go. There's your black swan for that.
Well, you don't know what else is going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen to your face. I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Well, it's proper to have a fear of anything that can harm you if you know it can.
Right, but that's a natural fear. That's a
is there?
Kind of fear than me.
Oh my God! Now you're going to label fears to make your point true. There's varying levels of fear.
No, I'm not. I'm just.
Fear isn't always
I won't do
just
that to you because I know you're right, but
I'm with you. Fear isn't always about the unknown, though. Not always. A lot of times fear is about what we actually do know. Like when some fucking idiot who's capable of killing a motherfucker threatens your life and you have fear. It's not about what you don't know. It's not about your ignorance. It's about the fact you know this motherfucker is capable of killing you. And you're intelligent enough to know that's something you should worry about. Fear is a good thing. It's a tool given to you. It's because most people are too stupid to fucking remember their mistakes. Fear reminds you of your fucking mistakes.
You're scaring me, Mike.
It also tries to make you aware when you're about to make another mistake. Like when Battle Mod beats you over the head with your own words, it makes you leery of using specific words in specific ways again. But it's common sense, man.
Damn that common sense. Damn it.
It's not every word that we have to take back that's been taken from us. It's our logic, reasoning, and understanding. It's a reality they wrap around us to make what they want true. That if I have more than you, I'm better than you. That if I've done more in life than you, I should rule your entire world because I'm smarter than you. That it's okay for other people to make choices for you, and that you're trapped in a system you could never get free from. The truth is, you're not trapped. There's not a thing you don't get in life that you don't accept. If you're unwilling to accept a thing, you won't get it. And when you realize there are no barriers, there are no chains, you can throw off the shackles of every word, every written on paper. You can live by your own damn beliefs. Free will is yours. You're unwilling to take it. Free will is mine too. And yes, I have fears based on I know what the reaction of normal people would be in society and all the societal issues backed with my open free will natural choice. If I chose it, it would be the world against me, even though I'm right in what I'm doing.
Amen, brother.
We all know what's got to be done. We're just unwilling to do it because we're comfortable. We're fucking comfortable. And fear stops you from throwing comfort off to I can take care of myself. Well, I'll tell you what, I can leave every luxury I have. I'm that motherfucker. I can live in a mansion and leave with my buck knife and my sidearm, my bow and arrow, my fishing pole, and never come back out of the woods again. And I'd be just as fucking comfortable. And there wouldn't be no fear in my heart about how I'm going to survive because I love the challenge that exists in this world as it should be in nature. I love that challenge. Only a real one can do it. The problem is most people fear the fact that they're a real one. They don't think they could build their own structure. They don't think they could survive. They don't think they can make it against the elements. They couldn't feed themselves. They couldn't find their own water. They need the government to purify their water. They need Walmart to give them their fucking food. You know, there's better food with more nutrient quality in a vacant lot beside your house and some wild fucking cabbage than there is in the cabbage that we farm, that we have in agriculture. You wouldn't have to buy aspirin if you ate wild cabbage. It's got anti-inflammatories and painkillers right in wild cabbage. It's better for you.
Also lettuce.
Wild cherry.
And then it makes you ask the question, if we know this as a people, that wild cabbage is better than cabbage we grow on farms, how come we're not introducing wild cabbage to agriculture? Well, then people would lose money selling you painkillers.
I'll be back.
It's not about what's good for us. Nobody's got our best interests at heart but us.
Well, salicylic acid actually comes from the willow bush.
It does. That's only one of the painkillers in nature, though.
Yeah.
And that's not the only plant that it's present in.
Milkweed has it too.
No, yeah. That's just
the willow is the one that has the highest content per volume.
Yeah. But it's still not aspirin until you acetylate it. It's acetylsalicylic acid. That's aspirin.
Yeah, but that's needed for copyright and trademark purposes for pharmacopoeia.
Well, they expire after 20 years. So then anyone
but
can make a generic form of it. But you
something
can still
else
eat a
that willow bark is also good for grafting or taking clones of something, cuttings, rooting compound.
I'm talking about the willow bush, but the willow tree, yeah, I'm not sure if that has salicylic acid in it.
Yeah, the weeping willow bark does. I don't know about the regular willow or the pussy willow. But I know the weeping willow does. It tastes like it too.
Yeah,
Did somebody say pussy?
Yeah,
the
pussy.
Somebody said it tasted good.
Yeah, Whammer, I would agree with the last one. Do I think love is learned? No, I don't think you have to learn love. I think you have to learn the recognition of what we call love, yes, but to have a loving feeling for anything in life, no, I don't think you have to learn that or be taught that. I think it's instinctual. But yeah, I worry more about my children than I do about myself. I would put my life in front of the life of others, yes. I'm more concerned about other people than me.
Nobody has to teach you how to love. Oxytocin is produced naturally in your brain.
Well, that comes down to the question of nature versus nurture. Because some people, there are certain people, we would call them, who have mental disorders who don't love is the same way other people do, which is very rare, but
well, love is just an attempt to describe a natural phenomenon. The word love, it's just an attempt to be able to relay to people that feeling we have when we really care for something, and that's natural. So people get lost in words, but we use words to describe and communicate and relay the natural world to each other, right? So that we can both understand. Communication, that's why a sentence has to be both coherent and cohesive. That's why all words work together, defined by usage to form one congruent point. They all work together to finalize something, But the word love in no way explains what it means to love or the feeling we're trying to describe. It doesn't relay a science on this feeling. This feeling is natural. The word love just tries to communicate that natural feeling I have for you. If there weren't a natural feeling, we wouldn't have created a word to describe it, because there'd been nothing to explain to another person or describe that we wanted them to understand. Is it even? No, it's not possible to define anything 100%. No, there is no 100%. The only thing that's 100% is change. There will always be change and things will always change. The more we know, the more different the world looks. With the growth of knowledge, everything will change. This is just our communication. That's why I can't stand when people say, "Can you define how you use that word?" And when I say colloquially and they continue with the same fucking point, it makes me believe that they didn't pay attention in fucking grammar. I said colloquially, that's specific. That's a specific definition. And in usage, colloquially, that's how I define it. Did I use it or adjective, noun, verb? Which one? Look it up in the fucking dictionary. Fuck. I got to define every word I use, and English isn't your first language, is how I feel. People got this, we got to take back this word. We got to redefine this word. No, maybe you need to find or create a better word to relay or describe what it is you're trying to say, because that's what words are about. That's what words are about. Communication. Relay to me what it is that you're trying to get me to understand, and do it in a coherent and cohesive manner, please. If not with the words that we already have, make up a new word, combine two words together, and then give me a definition for it. It's your word. You own it. You can define it. Otherwise, accept the words as defined and use them as defined.
Definition of definition is the definition.
Yeah, but that's just a paradox that doesn't stop communication. Can I teach you how to build a house with my words?
Maybe.
Dig this here. If you're a child and you want to be a mechanic someday, right? And here we are in the shop, and I'm trying to teach you how to change a generator. But you keep telling me it's an alternator. And we're stuck on the, okay, it is an alternator, motherfucker, but it generates electricity. All right. Well, it doesn't really generate electricity because it doesn't create it or make it. It just draws it out of a field that already exists through a process that we use for the application in that principle. Well, we
an
still
alternator
haven't.
makes alternating current, right?
We still.
The generator makes DC.
It doesn't make a current. No, it draws a current from an existing field through a process that we use for the application of using current. I covered that with my sentence, but we still haven't gotten to, can we replace the part that needs to be replaced? So could I ever teach you to be a fucking mechanic if we argue definition of every word that's defined already? No, I can't do that because you're just an idiot who doesn't want to do anything but argue words. You're unlearnable. You're unteachable. When you get over your argument with the English language, then maybe I can relay information to you. Because the only thing I have to teach you and describe what I know to you and relay it in a manner where you can use it is the English language and the words as they are defined. Otherwise, I can't teach you shit. That's why I can't stand this take back words. If you want to take back a word, take it back to the original definition or meaning. That I'll agree with. Do a word etymology on it. Come up with the root word. Don't play phonics with me. Say originally that word meant this. Okay, then now we're still talking coherent and cohesive. But we can't just change the meaning of a word to something it was never intended to describe. Yeah, and I'm good at this conversation. I have it with my 16-year-old.
So your part of the argument is you can't
It's
change.
not an argument.
Oh no, I'm just because I was talking to someone about this earlier about changing definitions, and it's like, what's the point of a definition if it gets changed? And this argument was tending to the crazy monkeyness going around the world right now.
Well, I can even cover that point of a definition when it gets changed. Well, it's either to keep up with an evolving language or to hide the truth, or so that only certain people know the truth. That's why I said you can even go back to the original etymology or root meaning of the word, and I'm fine with that. Because normally that's what they do. It's called misdirection.
Yeah.
So that's how you end up talking babble. When the words were created, they were created to relay a certain spirit, the spirit of a phenomena or a thing. There's the letter of the word and the spirit of the word, just like there's the letter of the law and the spirit of the law.
And the spelling of the word.
Exactly. So in the letter of the law, assault is illegal. But in the spirit of the law, we made assault illegal so people don't, aren't getting beat up on or just hurt. Now, we define abuse or assault as any unwanted touch. So now I just touch you and you charge me for assault. But all I was really doing is joking with you, and I poked you. I touched you. Bam! I'm touching you. I'm touching you like kids in the hall. Well, you go all hyper fastidious and you say any unwanted touch is assault, and you get me prosecuted by the letter of the law. By the letter of the law, I did assault you, but by the spirit of the law, there was no victim. So it's not the intended use of assault to avoid battery. That's the intended use. We made assault illegal, so we just can't beat up on you, which is battery. And so we're no longer adhering to the spirit of law. We're not protecting you from battery. We're just fucking policing people just to be a dickhead. And when you change the meanings of words, that's so the people who go by the original root meaning of the word understand the sentence that's been written to you. But the people using the modern slang definition or urban definition, those people don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I mean, law isn't the only thing that's specific to every word in the sentence. Language is too. If you change any one of them, you change the content of the sentence and the meaning. And literally, that's the way to hide it.
Well, it's just like the French when they came out with this he, she, him, there, this, that fucking thing. The French was like, no, thank you. We have male and female words, sentences. You know what I mean?
Feminine and masculine, yes.
Yep.
Did you guys see what the new one is?
Oh, God. What?
It's Latinx. You put an X at the end? Because, in the Spanish language, they already have male and female in the grammar of the word you're using, like the moon that we always talk about is La Luna, right? So they want to say it's not inclusive enough. So they use Latinx.
Oh my fucking God. You know what? How about this? I identify as an endangered species. So no one can touch me or change my location.
Hey, I'm cool with that shit. I just I say heterosexual in a totally different fashion. I'm a male lesbian.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I identify as a carpet muncher. Do you have a problem with that?
No.
I am a nanny attack helicopter. I was born that way. It's not a choice, man.
I was born endangered. There's only one of me in this world, so sorry, you can't arrest me and relocate me. You can't jab me. You can't.
He's a dark Sith. He's not using his proper pronouns. Get him.
Like, whatever happened, like, I'm waiting for the day someone in court is getting charged with murder. And he stands up and goes, I identify as a caterpillar. So you cannot charge a caterpillar with these charges. You know what I mean? Like,
murder is when one person takes the life of another. I'm not a person, sir. I'm not. God didn't make persons, did he? He made man and woman.
I identify as a polar bear. He was my food.
God didn't make any of that other bullshit. And when you start bringing up that crap, you totally blow out my coherent and cohesive, grammatically correct. And that just throws everything of what I said out the fucking window.
I identify as a penguin. Take me to Antarctica.
It also proves my point because all this politically correct bullshit, it defies all the laws of grammar.
Sorry, whenever, I don't conform to PC.
Proper grammar is to denote, it actually is to, it's not to denote what you identify as, but masculine or feminine. And to take it into identification and attribute that to our grammatic function it's grammatically incorrect, whether it's French, Spanish, or English. And it just shows how, language is being twisted. So we speak nothing but babble.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. As a heterosexual, I see Charlie's Angels, and I'm thinking, yeah, Chuck's got some angels. But to a homosexual, that's a penis, a Charlie's Angel. An angel is a gay guy who flies planes in urban gay slang. So those are penis pilots. Charlie's Angels, penis pilots. I'm serious. They're flying dick, bro. I'm telling you. Google it. Google it, man.
I can see that. I can see that.
Charlie's Angels are penis pilots, brother. I'm not lying to you. So now we're speaking babble. So either they're right or we're right. They're penis pilots or they're angels that Chuck owns. Which one? Well, you can't fly a dick and you can't own an angel. So I'd say neither one of them stay true to the spirit.
They should just call them Changels.
Changels. Well, hey, that would be homosexually grammatically correct. Changels.
Yeah, I
Just
got one
check
right.
them. Just check them. If they have a belly button, they're not. They're not
See,
angels.
listen, that man has a comprehension level. See, he paid attention. He made his own word and he defined it, and it's fucking awesome.
You know what? In my opinion, there has been and there still is only 3 genders. 3.
Angels transform.
Male, female, and hermaphrodite. That's the proper term, right? Yeah, hermaphrodite.
Yeah. Those are, and the third one's not a gender, but a blending of the two. It's not a gender. There's only male and female.
But they go by whether or not they can reproduce or not. So,
listen,
for the
if you got a penis, by biology, you're male. If you have reproductive organs, by biology, you're female. You got both. So it's a blend. Yeah, it's a blending of the two.
There was this one.
So it makes you wonder, listen, can a hermaphrodite be XX and XY?
Well, that's what I was getting to. There's this one person who it's kind of gross. She impregnated herself. So she was born with both genitalia.
She slipped and fell in her own nanny.
She was born with both genitalia, but no slit.
I wonder if she divorced herself for cheating on herself.
Yeah, and has to pay herself alimony.
Dude, that's just a tainted subject. We're making these jokes, but that disgusts me. But truth be, in reality, that's natural. It's a natural state, and I wouldn't have anything against that person. I'd actually feel sorry for them. They would have my compassion.
To each their own, you know.
I can't get over that. I'm digging that Changels. I'm loving that shit. I'm gonna start.
Wait, is this an actual thing that she impregnated herself?
She impregnated herself. I'm not joking. This is like from way back in the day. She was born with both genitalia. She didn't have a slit, so she had a slit made, and then she ejaculated into herself. Sorry for getting all vague here.
Oh, yeah. See,
had the right.
That's fucked up. You know, a hermaphrodite can't even whack off because they might get pregnant.
Wait, what happened? What happened after 9 months? What actually happened after 9 months? What was the result?
So hold on. So my last question is that inbreeding?
It technically is, because the way that they described it is she was her own brother and sister that came from the same womb. So technically inbreeding, but as much as fuck, how did they
is there like a family? Is there like a family album of this?
Bro, this is from like 15 years ago, man. This is old. I'm sure there's plenty about it now.
No, it doesn't work that way.
It did.
What are you saying? It does?
It was a disgusting documentary.
Okay, well, it doesn't work that way in nature. So why? What would anyone consider that to be something that does work that way? I mean, there's the XX and the XY chromosome that exist in the spermata and the, the XX is in the ovaries, right? So the XY, it just doesn't work that way. Who?
Yeah, it's confusing. I know, but
No, it's not confusing. It's very straightforward.
Well, apparently not.
Well, apparently not according to what?
Apparently not according to you. Like, this shit's really old.
Me?
Yeah.
Really? I mean, there's been men and women born from procreation from human history. It's just like the only way that a man and a woman can be born is from procreation from a man and a woman that have sex, and then they've studied spermatica, spermata, or whatever the hell you want to call it, and the ovum, right? I mean, this is it's pretty. It's pretty.
So we got a person who's born with both. I shouldn't say both genitalia.
Oh, wait. Are we talking about we're talking about an anomaly now?
Hermaphrodite.
Pretty sure that a hermaphrodite is.
All right, so we're talking about hermaphrodites. I mean, but that's a very rare, very, very, very rare phenomenon.
But this is a person.
Did you hear the whole
story? I'm not taking a person away from someone that's born a hermaphrodite, but I'm just saying.
Okay, let's say it is rare. I know someone who's a hermaphrodite. Do you guys know one?
No, I don't live in Bangkok.
Yeah,
that's fine. That's a good one.
No, but seriously, the majority of the vast majority of people are born male or female.
You couldn't tell, trust me.
But Helio, the majority of people are not drunks.
What are you saying, that I couldn't tell the difference between a male or female because I'm drinking? Is that?
Yeah, but the thing is that still the majority or minority doesn't matter. I guess if this is still a person that is going through life and this actually happened to them, I guess it's part of the experience of reality. So majority or minority doesn't really add to the situation.
Do you think that I just jumped into that? I understand that there are people that are hermaphrodites.
Yeah, but there are minorities, so that doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, no, it's whatever, to each their own. But if you didn't hear the whole story, yeah, she had the male genitalia, and then she had the female insides, organs to reproduce, and it was fucking complicated, brother sister thing, one body. So she had a slit cut, healed up, and she would whatever herself, and she whatevered inside herself, and it was a huge documentary. It was disgusting as shit, honestly.
I don't know, man. Maybe someone was playing a joke. I don't know if it's real.
I'm not trying to make a joke out of it. I'm just saying, yes, there are people that are born hermaphrodites. I mean, that's not what I was getting.
Can you imagine what that would be like, though? To be that way, and like how everybody would treat you when they found out. I mean, that'd be horrible. That'd be like really, like, it'd be worse than being the lowest minority. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is the first time ever that I've heard that someone can have a baby of their own like that. Like, I never heard that before.
You want to hear the gross shit? Before she got the slit cut, they knew about her inside organs that had to clean themselves up. You know what I mean? So before that, they went through her. This is gross. They went through her butt, made a hole because they didn't want to cut an incision. So when she did have her time of the month, it could expel, recycle, all that shit. And then, yeah, man, it's just gross. I don't even know why I fucking brought that up, man. Like back in the day when you're watching.
I want to hear this documentary.
Documentary things, and it's like HBO shit or whatever the fuck. It was a long time ago.
I'm gonna have fucking nightmares, bro.
Sorry, man. It's one of those scary things. You're younger, you're a kid, and you're watching late night TV, and you're like, "What?"
All right,
the?
cool.
Like,
Check this
for
out.
what?
Check this out, though. Most
wish I was
people
a
are
kid now.
born male or female,
I'm
without the
still skeptic
deformation.
about it.
Or most people are born male or female without the deformation. What you're talking about, hermaphrodism. This is that's a rare anomaly. Someone would have those kinds of parts in their lower regions, right? So most people are born, as a male or female.
Have you checked most people?
Oh,
I haven't checked very many people.
I have. Why are you asking that question? And most people know whether they have a penis or a vagina. I'm not sure why you're asking that question.
I've seen 3 different girls with 3 boobs, and there's 2 dudes with.
No, I'm
2
talking
dicks.
about the penis or the vagina. I'm not sure why you're asking.
All right, let's bring about the flutter here. Come on.
No, you guys were talking about this. I mean, now you want to change the subject because I jumped in.
Hold on.
All right, just share the link of the documentary. I wanna make my own conclusion about this shit.
Dude, I was like 15, and I was like, I don't even know if it was HBO channel. It was a late night TV, and I watched this disgusting showcase. No, it wasn't on show. Channel 28.
Did they have a disclaimer in the beginning saying this is all fictional, made up shit?
No. Dude, there's what 7.9
No, it's not
billion
made up
people in
when
the world
people.
now. You don't think
Hermaphrodism is not made up bullshit. I mean, there is hermaphrodites. It's not disputed.
No, but he's talking about hermaphrodite that impregnated herself or himself.
Yeah.
I never heard that before. This is the first time I ever heard this.
Well, now you heard it. It's like 15, 16, 18 years late, but you heard it.
So what was it they?
Oh, I just.
Sure you didn't hear
without getting into a
before you
deep
found
talk
it.
about genitalia, I mean, what do you? I don't know.
Sounds like a story.
Helio, I think you're not old enough to talk about genitalia. Come on, bro.
Yeah, yes, I'm not.
Okay,
I mean,
so today we're going to talk about the birds and the bees and the half bird and the half bee. Okay?
I'm almost 50 years old, but I'm not old enough to talk
Class,
about
pay attention.
genitalia.
Hey,
Talk
it's
about twigs and
2021.
berries. Do you
It's
all know the
2021.
difference,
The
son?
birds, the bees, the wasps, the dragonflies, the squirrels, the fucking beetles, the fucking.
So your mama wasn't who you thought she was. Your mama was your mama and your daddy. She was half man and half woman. And then we call this a hermaphrodite class. Are you paying attention? And yes, your daddy was into that sick stuff. Class?
Give me something to write on.
Do I have to explain to you what sick stuff is?
It's like going back to birds and the bees used to be a simple thing, but now it's weird, man.
I remember the first time I asked my dad what a hermaphrodite was. He said, son, hand me that 10 millimeter and shut the fuck up.
He's like, we ain't talking about that shit.
Yo, the first time my first
No.
memory of thinking or having any thought of like where babies come from. I was young enough. I was watching Tad.
Old dude ask a good question. Hold up. In plants, do hermaphrodites self-pollinate to fruitation? No. So if a plant, say you have all feminized seeds and you grow all females, one plant can hermaphrodite and change to a male to save the strain. They're trying to save their species. So one of them will change from a female to a male. But will it give buds? Well, all males give buds. You know, males and females both give buds, just females give you the buds that you want. You know what I mean? An unfertilized female has it's like we'll call it a yeast infection, and that's your hairs, you know, and your trichlomes and all that. But a male bud isn't the same as a female bud. So when they hermaphrodite, no, it'll give male buds. It won't fruitate to female buds, and that male will pollinate the females. It will functionally be a male if we're talking marijuana plants. So even in tomatoes, this is true. But see, a male and a female tomato plant both give tomatoes. So the question of fruitation isn't a question when we're talking male and female in plants, because a lot of plants, both male and female, give fruit. It's just each one holds a different process in the reproductive system.
That's kind of true in reality too. We all have
a reality of tomatoes or humans? Are you talking about humans?
No, in comparison,
or
Changeals.
tomatoes?
He's talking about changeals.
Yeah, that too.
Changeals.
Really? Have you? Is this
cool.
Brave New World? Are we in Brave New World right now? Is
Hey,
this
man,
what we're talking about?
Listen, bro, he made the word. He can define a changeal as
Yeah,
whatever he wants.
bring that shit on, man. Are you talking about Brave New World?
It's his fucking word.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
his
give me a
word,
break.
bro. Brave New World. Fuck no. Look,
Khalil's.
Changeals might be Brave New World, but with tomatoes and plants, that's the same old world you've been fucking used to. No offense, but you know, the male holds the pollen and the female the seed, but with plants, the truth is they all have seeds.
Well, it's the same when the females are in control, like with bees. They still take care of the males anyway.
Yeah, well, like with tomatoes, a female pollinates a male seed, and a male pollinates a female seed. Isn't that weird?
There's a lot of weird things about this world.
So what about a seahorse?
So the question is, do you want the really acidic tomatoes or the really sweet ones? Because the difference in pollination will be the acid level.
Really? Do tell.
I wish I knew more on a chemical basis, but unfortunately that's all I know.
I thought it had to do with the soil texture and all that. Amount of nutrients.
Well, yeah,
pH
that can boost acidity levels, but the thing is, the nutrient content in the soil can only boost what's already present.
Right, and it can only raise up to the pH level that it balances out to, or whatever. And then anything over that would become too acidic, and it wouldn't grow anything, or it would just.
And that natural balance or parameter is set by which way it was cross-pollinated. Yeah.
And there's electricity involved in that as well. I'm pretty sure.
Funny thing, a tomato plant can cross-pollinate a marijuana plant under certain circumstances. It's not something that happens all the time, but I've seen it happen. I've seen a marijuana plant that had a tomato on it on one side and a bud on the top. But how they got that way, I don't know.
Whoa, really?
It was it's drift off. So
there wasn't a tomato plant within 10 feet.
No, there was. Here, I was going to say that. So I grow a certain amount of marijuana. I grow all over the farm. Okay, I'm not going to lie, but
I meant like there wasn't a tomato plant and a weed plant right next to each other, right? So that they didn't just like graft onto one another or something.
Not right next to each other, but grow a certain amount close to the tomato patch or that portion of the garden. So it's blow off from both the garden and the weed. So it's just plants that drifted off. As far as I know, where I seen it, I thought, what the fuck is this? there could have been a weed plant growing right next to a tomato plant. It's off in the bushes in between two gardens where I never really paid attention. But one day during the fall, I noticed it because the tomato was still orange. And I said, oh, look, cherry tomato plant. And I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? This is a bud. The fuck is this?
I was going to say, wouldn't it be awesome if you ate it and got you high as fuck?
And believe me,
That would be cool.
Me and my son cured that bud and smoked it, and it was the dirtiest weed I ever tasted in my fucking life. I was like, man, throw that shit away.
But did you eat the tomato?
Fuck no. Fuck no.
Oh, man, I gotta try, or at least feed it to the cat or something.
It was already, when I found it, it was still orange, but it was already bug-ridden.
Hey, Mike. You ever try, I always heard the theory, if you put a male plant about 6 feet grid around your garden, it'll help oxidize and help grow your plants.
Well, you know the problem with that, though.
No, what?
All my pot plants are in the field, and the male will pollinate a female from 5 miles away.
Fuck.
You don't even need the weed plants close to your. You don't need that weed plant close to your fucking garden. That shit.
Yeah, I thought I heard you need, like, if you put the roots in the garden and shit, it helps with many things. Bugs too, or some shit.
Yeah, well, we make a remedy of shit from apple tree leaves and marijuana leaves and tomato leaves. We'll make a tea out of it and we'll spray that around. It's really acidic, and something about the apple, it helps repel bugs and mites too. But my dad did that when I was younger. I'd come out sometimes and the motherfucker just trimmed all the sucker leaves off my pot plant, and I'm like, what the hell?
That's really strange that you say that. You know that about
And my
the leaves?
dad, yeah, my dad says, I'm making natural bug repellents, boy. I'm trying something.
This is really interesting. Something that Jemsy just posted in the live stream voice text. He said, I did some research about where babies come from. That's really interesting. Thank you so much, Jemsy. Do you have something more to say about that, where babies come from?
Hey, I want to ask something. Okay, who brings the fucking stork babies, or do storks not get the fuck? Do we just clone them?
Where do storks come from?
Yeah. So babies come from storks, but where do baby storks come from?
Don't they always come flying from the ocean when they're like all drunk and like almost dead?
I think they come from space.
Remember the Looney Tunes?
What the
They're all
fuck?
smoking cigars on the way.
I've been trying to get you back, and we'll work on that later. But I'll see you in the chat. Anyway, but yeah, where do babies come from? This is let's go back to kindergarten. Where do babies come from?
Hey,
human babies. Where do they come from?
Hey, I'm wondering if a stork is like code language for a penis, and the sack in the mouth, that's a vagina.
When I was a kid, it depended on where you came out of, depended on who you were. You know, like if you were a wicked stepbrother, you came out of the butthole.
Wait, if you're a wicked stepbrother, you came from where?
What? He said butthole babies?
Out of his mom's ass instead of his.
Oh God, that's just a gross misunderstanding.
That
of where
is a
people
fucking
come
tainted subject.
A tainted.
Yeah, see the stork here with the blue cap on. That's a penis, and the sack is a vagina. It's pink.
No,
it's pink.
listen. So
my
the bag is pink, man.
You see how this stork is marked by the government?
That's
So
a
I think
euphemism for a
this bird
wound.
came from the government.
The stork is a big, hard woody, man. That's why it's got a beak, man. The stork's like, look at the look on his face. He's like, I'm really a penis.
I'll tell you what, though, that
is
stork,
really a vagina in my mouth.
That representation of the stork is not accurate. I've seen storks, man. They don't look like that.
They got longer legs, man.
Yeah. So anyway,
and skinnier beaks.
Yeah, that even what Gemsy posts, that's not a stork.
Man, I'm telling you, man, the stork is a penis, and that's a womb and a vagina. See the opening where the baby's coming out of? See, older people know what this is, but the kid thinks the stork's really bringing the kid. Oh no, we had to stick the beak in the womb, and then the baby pops out, and woo, everything in between.
Yeah, where'd you get that picture, Gemsy? That's not a stork.
That motherfucker got some ugly
I took the picture myself.
Okay, so
I got
you took that picture of a stork? That's not a stork.
Yeah, after he dropped me down.
Listen,
after he
I just
dropped
thought
me down the
I've been
ship.
known about
After
cattle.
he dropped me.
I think
He dropped me
it's
down
good
the
that there's
ship.
gay people, right? Because that leaves
Listen, I
more
wanna.
women for us.
I've been in cattle farming my whole life, right? Dairy farming and all that. The other day I was looking at a cow and I thought, man, that's a fat motherfucker. And I seen a heifer jump over a fence for a calf that was whining, right? And I thought, God damn, that heifer can jump, you know? Now I looked at her legs and I thought, man, them some little ass legs, you know, for that heifer. Have you ever looked at cow legs? How can them skinny ass legs hold up a 1,200-pound heifer? I never really thought about that in my life till the other day. Like it's like 2,000 pounds walking on toothpicks.
Hang on, it could be a baby stork, but that's no stork that I've ever seen. But yeah, the calves, yeah. I mean, it's crazy, man.
Guys,
Calves
I found it. Oh my god, I found it.
Amen, old dude. I don't go in my grow room unless I got clean clothes on and shit.
This link to the video, it's got 2 ads and it's fucking stupid. But back in the day when I was a kid, when I was young, cartoons, you know, Looney Tunes and shit, this came out. And this is where I believe this is the first time I ever thought.
Let's Google stork penis.
That cartoon is fucking 90s cartoon. And that is like my first thought is like where babies come from when I was like, what, 6, 5? I don't know. Young.
Stork market.
That's pretty cute, eh?
Really, when I was 5, I was trying to get laid. I knew what sex was at 5.
Hey, nobody ever told me where the goddamn stork babies come from.
The storks come from the ocean. I told you, they just come from the ocean. We don't know where they come
not
from.
working.
You know what's really interesting about the storks? They deliver human babies to people's doorsteps. I mean, this is what's
And
really...
sometimes gorilla babies to people.
Yeah.
And so the human babies bring the storks with them?
Oh, no, the storks just fly off, but they deliver babies.
Now the storks live at the North Pole.
Well, do they have stork sex or what, man? I'm still lost.
Yeah,
Could be wrong about the stork, Jim.
So does it have an innie or an outie?
I've seen a lot of storks with the little...
I'm being dumb. You don't have to try to answer.
Well, like the lower beak has like some flexibility when they're eating fish and stuff. It just kind of... I've seen some storks eating...
Man.
Oh, reproduction. Yeah, as far as delivering babies.
So, do they have sex with their beak?
I imagine.
No, they fall on
some got an erect beak, Mike, and some have a soft beak. But until the beak is erect, they can't have a stork baby, son. Are you with me?
The storks, as far as
they fall.
You sound like my dad. He used to try to confuse the shit out of me when I asked about sex and shit. Until I just finally said, "Fuck it, old man. Show me how to fix that car." I don't think my dad knows shit about sex. What, does mom got to give you instructions? He just look at me
more than likely.
He just look at me like, you don't know the half of that, boy. How about we do just here? Let me just show you how to rebuild this alternator. Let's just not talk that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's men are weird, aren't they?
Yeah, fuck, I could get $10 to change the subject, Julio. Here, save that for the ice cream truck. I'm like, Dad, we live in the fucking country. Goddamn ice cream truck coming.
No,
Motherfucker, I had to ride my 10-speed 14 miles to the fucking gas station. Country boy gets some strong legs trying to get an ice cream bar, motherfucker.
Holy fucking shit. It's like the birds and the bees and the storks. That shit is off limits for dads.
Yeah, I think my dad was worried my mom would be pissed if he told me. Yeah, you're right.
Well, I mean, it could be different for different families, so it's kind of like...
Well, my brother knew it. I'd say, hey, bro, what's up with sex? Ask mom. He'd say, ask mom.
And he was probably right about that.
Like, what the... When you fucking... I told my mom one
day...
What,
I'm going to go to mom and ask about sex?
Listen, I told my mom some shit one day just to fucking get my brother in trouble. I was like, Mom, what's up with sex? She said, I don't know why. I said, my brother said something about sticking your finger in your girlfriend's butthole. She was like, oh my Lord, let me tell your brother to come here.
Didn't do that, did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Every time my brother talked about sex, it was a finger in the butt and shit. I was like, man, will you shut the hell up? I'm trying to go to sleep here, motherfucker. Fingers in the ass and shit. What the fuck? I'm telling mom, don't do that.
That's sacred geometry when it comes to sex.
I'd be like this. Let me play with your remote control car, bro. Or I'm telling. I'm riding your mini bike tomorrow,
this
too,
is
motherfucker.
Going too far, isn't it?
I want both your Transformers and all your GoBots. Otherwise, I'm telling.
Took me a long time to realize my brother was right about that.
Oh, shit.
Did he really say that?
No, I just asked you, and you said you were like, "Yeah,
my brother really said that shit." I
don't doubt it. I don't doubt it, man. Maybe he was a hunk.
I was like 12, man. I didn't know whether my brother was just trying to fucking...
Oh, you were 12 and he told you shit about the butt?
I asked him shit about girls and shit, and he said, just stick your finger in her butt. You'll be all right. And I was like, fuck that. Is he trying? I was like, is he trying to gross me the fuck out? Is he serious? Or I really want to know about sex, bro. He finally said, ask mom.
Well, I feel bad. I must have been a horrible child, man. Because I was
that's trauma right there. That's trauma.
Yeah, my brother was like 16. I really think he was just trying to gross me out so I'd leave him the fuck alone, you know what I mean? But
anyway,
he was hoping you'd be like, I ain't doing that. I ain't touching a girl at least till I'm 25.
That's what I said.
But he was actually telling you, do it. She'll like it.
This is what I said. I'll get poop under my fingernails.
Thank God
bro.
you didn't try it, because you either might have made a friend or you might have made an enemy.
You don't want a real answer to that, do you?
Yeah, nobody does. So anyway, we're not all here. We've all had different experiences with all of it.
I married my high school sweetheart. For 16 fucking years.
Yeah. There's plenty of experiences that we've all experimented, whatever. So where were we? On flat Earth and flat...
Them was the Benny Hill's days, man. You remember Benny Hill?
I do. What was that song? Yeah, you thought about the song first, right?
Yeah, let's throw a baby party. Woo! Yeah.
Yeah, Benny
Hill. It was a
really,
really badly done show with guys with one guy that would chase after.
Wait a minute. Wait. It was not badly done. Hold on. Benny Hill had intention. He made it ridiculous on purpose. He was a very good comedian. He made it ridiculous on purpose. Why would you say it's a bad show? I love Benny Hill.
I didn't say it was bad. I said I loved it. I used to watch it when I was a kid and laugh.
Oh, dude, when Benny Hill, when he used to make fun of the Inquisition, that shit was so fucking funny. I was like, and I didn't even know what the Inquisition was. I was like, he's hanging on the cross,
Dude, I mean, anybody who say Benny Hill had a bad show, fuck you, man. Benny Hill was a fucking. He was a legend,
man.
Like
it was, with a grain of salt type of comedy. That dry humor.
Yeah, it's just dry, freaking, just like
toilet humor. Like overdone toilet humor.
Yeah, it was just like it's not a bad show. It was a good show for people that just love dry comedy, man. It's Benny
dry
shit. Well, I wouldn't describe it as dry, but just like open.
No,
I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I'm gonna say what the fuck I want to say.
Don't be talking shit about Benny Hill, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Anybody got that?
You can talk shit about me, but don't be dissing Benny Hill, bitch.
Don't be dissing my child.
Hey, a lot of people talk shit about me, so I don't give a fuck what the people say about me.
Oh, we love you, Helios.
If it weren't for Benny Hill and Dr. Roof, if it wasn't for Benny Hill and Dr. Roof, I wouldn't know shit about sex. Everybody kept giving me bullshit answers.
Well, it's just like what you had your brother saying. Hey, stick your finger up your girlfriend's butt.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. When I was like 17, I said, "Dad,
you have to lead up to that."
Listen, I didn't know what gay was, so I was like 17, and then I seen this dude at the fucking store, and I was like, "Holy shit, who is this dude in the Daisy Dukes? And what the fuck is that dude doing, Dad?" And my dad said,
"Oh no."
My dad
That's
said,
the worst way to find out.
He's gay. He's gay. Don't say nothing else, boy. So we go home, and I'm like, Dad, this guy's gay? What the hell does that mean? Why is he showing his butt cheeks off? I could see his butt cheeks in the fucking in his shorts, and he's like, "Don't look at his butt cheeks. You might get the gay, boy." I was like, "What the fuck is gay?" My dad said, "Shut up and listen. Men like men. You know about sex, right? Your brother done taught you about that by now." I was like, "Dad, we got sex ed at school." Well, okay. He likes men, boy. I was like, oh my Lord, what? He said, "Yeah, and you looked at his butt." I was like, motherfucker.
Well, holy shit, Michael, what the fuck?
My dad was like, "Do we got to talk about this anymore?" I said, "Never again."
Never again. It's like, I like women's butts.
Yeah, I literally had no idea about men could love men before that. I was like, what?
You know
what
what's
the
terrifying?
fuck did you say?
Now we have men.
Well, it's not terrifying.
It's not
terrifying, but at the same time, it's like
it is. It is. My whole world changed on this day. My uncle, this guy at the store, he was in Daisy Dukes, but he was really nice, and he had that certain voice and shit. And then all of a sudden, like the next family reunion, I realized my Uncle Bill talked like this, and I was like,
"Mm-hmm."
Oh, you had a gay uncle.
And I was like, I said, "Oh my God, Dad, is your brother the gay?" He said, "You don't not love your Uncle Bill now that you know, do you?" I was like, I didn't know, Dad. He said, I know, your whole world is changing right now, but yes, your Uncle Bill's like that, but he loves you like a nephew. He's gay. He's not a pedophile. I had to ask, what's a pedophile?
Well, that, and he doesn't like his own family. Yeah.
Wait, did your dad tell you he's a pedophile? You said he's not a pedophile.
No, my dad said he likes men, not children. He's not.
He was just reassuring him so he wasn't afraid of his
But he also told you that you'll never have a nephew from this person. Or a niece.
No, I figured that one out. I said, well, that's how come Uncle Bill doesn't have any kids, huh? And my dad said, yeah.
I always wonder why. And then you start asking more questions, and they go, "All right, damn it."
Yeah, it was.
Most adults don't know the answers to most of those questions.
My dad had 11 kids and adopted 2 other ones. So, that my Uncle Bill was the only one that didn't have 4 or 5 kids. You know what I mean? I'm like, I wonder.
Damn, but was he still a countryman like you guys were? Did he have a farm?
He was a big son bitch, yo. My dad was a big son bitch. He was a big son bitch, and he was a Native American big son bitch.
But your uncle, didn't have any kids, didn't never get married, but he had a farm and shit, and did his shit,
No.
What did he do?
He didn't live on a farm.
No, cool. So what did he
he
do?
was he was a National Guardsman, and he
How
taught,
went in the Army?
well, he was also what do you call it? A grade principal at a junior high school.
Cool. So he taught children math.
I'm not sure what all
history. No, that's cool.
But he was a grade
It
principal.
doesn't matter because anybody can teach that shit.
No, he
we
didn't
can do
teach
that.
nothing. He was a grade principal.
Oh, he's a principal. He regulated.
Yeah, in our middle schools, we had 7th, 8th, and 9th graders. And you had a 7th grade principal, 8th grade principal, and a 9th grade principal.
Right. So he was a vice principal.
Pretty much. We had one.
Have you seen that show, Vice Principals, on HBO?
No.
That fucking show is awesome, man. You guys gotta watch that.
I seen El Principal.
There's a show on HBO Max called Vice Principals. You gotta watch it. It's so funny. There's 2 seasons and it's freaking hilarious. It kind of reminds me.
My oldest daughter comes home from the Navy January 1st.
Really? Yeah. She's coming home from the Navy, like on deployment?
No, she's not. She's not going to re-enlist. This tour is up.
Oh, cool. How long has she been? Is it short, like 4 years or whatever?
No, 12.
I'm not sure. Maybe we have talked about it before.
My son wasn't the firstborn. My oldest daughter is. She's 30. She's been gone since she was 18. Since my youngest was 4.
That nobody else can say they have.
My son is 28 years old.
Well, I respect seaman. Would she be a seaman or a sea woman?
I don't even know how to use that joke. I've tried, but she's like, Dad, I'm not a man.
I'm just fucking with you, Mike.
She says, and I'm not gay. I shave my hair that way. I'm like, I know.
I mean, even if she was gay, would you still accept her? But this is
well, yeah.
No, sure. I mean, has she been from port to port? I'm just fucking with you, Mike. No, but it's cool. So she's been in the Navy for several years now. She's
times. I listen. I'm a Marine. I cracked every one of them jokes from the get, and she's like,
hell yeah. You're a Marine. Yeah. It's cool. I'm just fucking with you, just like
She's like, them jokes don't move me, Dad. I'm like, yeah, a boat does. Where you got seamen on the poop deck. Squid.
See, especially if you're a woman and you join the Navy, holy fuck, man! I imagine that's fucking pretty crazy.
Hey, one thing she does keep telling me is there's more gay guys there than there is in Florida, but
there you go.
I think that goes along with my deck joke. I think she's just joking, I mean, there's gay people in the Navy. There always has been, but I don't think it's that large of an amount. I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, it's exaggerated from the jokes and stuff. Yeah.
Right. They're just jokes. If we're on the same battlefield together, I'm not going to fucking call the fucking Navy guy gay while I'm expecting him to tend my wounds.
Right. It's like, cover me! Cover me!
Poop man, seaman, poop deck.
Cover me, poop deck!
Come on, Squid, get an extra arm.
Excellent that we never leave topic here. But is there a moderator that can go BC check points be real quick?
All right, EXO is recommending a moderator that's not.
Oh no, that's you. You ain't did it in years, motherfucker.
I need a moderator to BC check it.
Helio.
Oh, check in. Yeah, I can go.
I can move you there if you want.
I can go there, but do you guys want me to? I'll jump up there.
It's your fucking turn, man. It's been years, man. I just said
it has been a while.
I'm not going up there. Fuck that.
All right, I'll do it.
I don't want to get my hands dirty with all that semen on the poop deck.
On the food deck. I'm seeing. I'm looking at
Clean
the
that floor,
VC
boy.
check-in room. I see.
Don't make me get lazy. I'll just give them all VC, motherfucker.
Well, I'll go in there and check it out. Thanks, XO for. He's not even in here. He's back up there.
Well, goddamn, Jemsy's up there, man. What the fuck? Jemsy's got that shit.
I know.
If that motherfucker can't
And Hank's
moderate,
in there. Why are they going to jump in here when Hank's in there?
Listen,
and I'm
if
in there?
Jimsy isn't giving roles, man, I'm taking his moderator and I'm giving it to Hank. Damn it.
Well, Hank's probably back down there.
Probably been longer since he did the shit than you, bro.
I'm kind of interested now. I'm going to go see what they're talking about.
Yeah, I know. He's one of them Madonna mods.
Who?
It's just for looks. I ain't pointing fingers after I already.
Yeah, I ain't either. I ain't gonna. I was gonna say who, but I ain't gonna. Yeah. Anyway,
he's just one of our homies.
I'm gonna jump in there because I was asked to. But anyway, we'll see.
I'm gonna make him. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get on him to ban somebody. I don't think I ever seen him ban nobody. Let me look at the audit log.
Oh, never mind. Well, that's not gonna happen.
Pop his cherry.
Whatever. No,
I know. I've been bugging you to ban a motherfucker forever, and you ain't banned somebody since fucking. Let's see, platypus.
Me?
Yeah. Or did you get somebody?
Well, I only ban flat earthers when they're being dicks.
I'm not even. I'm just saying anybody, man.
Which is pretty much all the time.
Helio never bans nobody. You guys, he can be an asshole, but the motherfucker don't ban nobody. I'll give him that. He don't even give a fuck about that shit. We forced him.
That's well.
He said, "I only want mod," and we's like, "Fuck you, you're mod. Shut up."
I'd never asked for mod. I
know you didn't. It went that way. He was like, "No, fuck that, motherfucker. You got to wear green. Yeah. You're part of the clique."
But EXO came in and said, "Hey, there's people in VC checking that want to come in."
I get pissed off before Helio when people troll him, and I ban them. And I don't ban that often, really, either. I act like
we've been doing this for 4 years. Battle mod, man.
Yeah,
we support each other.
Yeah, I really don't ban people as much as they think I do. I like to keep up for appearances, so when I threaten people, I can actually get the VC to chill out. If I wanted to ban you, I'd just ban you. I wouldn't threaten you. So
yeah, that's the way I do it too.
Yep. I mean, the threats are just to get what I want, which is I just want everybody to fucking respect each other when they're talking. That's it.
But I'm gonna go into VC checking and I'll see what's going on.
I mean, that's the only time I really even try to moderate is when one person keeps trying to fucking talk, but 10 people keep talking over him. We got people in here that are too good-hearted, man. They won't get pissed off. They won't say, "Hey, motherfucker, I never get to talk, and when I try to, you fucks do this." So I try to be the one that says it for them. I'm the asshole, so they don't have to be. Same with the women. The women, I have motherfuckers treating them like shit, and they don't even want to point fingers at the person and tell on them. So they end up, they just keep, they're like secondhand citizens here, because they don't want to point fingers. But then and the people that notice, if you notice a woman being treated bad all the time by somebody, let me fucking know, because I really hate that fucking shit. And the women don't like to point fingers, and I get it. My mom wouldn't point fingers at motherfuckers. She'd be like, "Son, you're supposed to fucking pay attention."
Yeah.
Yeah. We're men, right? I'm a real man. Are you? I've got sisters. I had a mother and a grandma. I got daughters. A real man is in control of his faculties. He can bitch at and argue with a man all day long, but out of respect for himself, he treats a woman with the respect they're fucking due. Or he's not a real man. And that's my opinion. I don't give a fuck if you disagree with my opinion because you want to say, I can treat this bitch like shit and I'm still a man. In my opinion, no, you can't. No self-respecting real man disrespects women out of respect for their fucking mother.
Even if they're cruel to you.
Yeah, even if they're cruel to you. You're a man, you can get another woman. There's many fish in the sea. You don't have to treat them like shit. Man, everybody cutting this shit. Now that I got fucking time off, I'm gonna have to go spend me some money and build me a studio. Start cutting me some raps. I gotta out-rap half these motherfuckers who be redoing other people's shit. I'll make my own shit. I don't need somebody else's shit to rap over. Studio, bro. Yeah. I got room in the barn. I can just section off a piece of the barn, make me a fucking soundproof studio. I've been wanting to make.
Even the main curtain.
I got a lot. I got a lot of friends that are band members, and I kind of want to fucking make some CDs for them too. I like to take the death metal guys. I used to mix the Christian doctrine with rap all the time. I used to make the death metal guys play the drums for me so I could do it on their microphones. They actually dug it, you know. And people were like, nobody'd ever buy that music. And then people actually started coming out with stuff that was similar to it and becoming big bands. And I was like, man, see, I was right. But, you know, I got all off into asphalt. So I didn't write these Christian rock and Christian rap songs like I wanted to. But, I mean, we leave our dreams aside for stability often when we're trying to be a stable person in society. We have to conform to the parameters, and sometimes our dreams just don't fit in those parameters, you know?
Okay, boys.
Yeah, it's like when we're kids, we think, man, when I'm 18, I'm going to be a whole different person. I'm going to be a mature adult. But then when you're 18, you're like, man, I ain't no different than I was when I was fucking 12. Just now I got to take care of myself. That's it. And I got to learn how to make my own money in this fucked up system.
Can you make a beat?
Can I make a beat? Fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck yes. Fuck yeah. Not just yeah, but fuck yeah. I'm already on BandLabs. You know what BandLab is?
No.
BandLab has like a computerized studio with a mixer on it, and you can make your own tracks and then lay your vocals over them. All on BandLab. BandLab's pretty cool. But if you have synthesizers and switchboards, you know, and audio purifiers at home, you can do a lot better. But really, you really don't need all that. Just a good laptop, a good microphone, and knowledge on. I've seen people do a lot with a little, put it that way. Audio engineers. And I think there's enough people in here right now that are audio engineers that I could get advice from. So, but I definitely got my own lyrics. I mean, I'm 49. I've been making my own little rap since rap started. Shit, since Sugar Hill Gang.
I'm 49 years old. I've been through the shit. I walked through this life shooting from the hip.
Ooh. I bust weak motherfuckers from the hips. And when I drop shit on the mic, it's a fucking hit. I lie motherfuckers down dead in the crypt, so don't get on my hit list or I'll smack you like a bitch test. Don't test this. Fucking with me. I'm the Charles Bronson of rap. Fucking with me is like having a death wish. I'm the devil in flesh, bitch. You don't want to test this. Don't stress this. Or
That was sick.
I live my life just how I please, satisfying one person I know, that's me. Work hard for the things I achieve in life and never rap fake when I'm on the mic. So if a dream is all you got, homeboy, you got to turn that dream into the real McCoy. No time to waste, jump on that case. Can't be down because you need to taste a good life. Living like a king on the throne, getting everything you want and trying to handle your own. Yeah, I do that board and stone, bro. I used to be in the field driving the tractor when I was young, and rototill in the field, and it'd go room, 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 and I'd have a beat going in my head with the sound of the rotor, room, 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 room. Man, this shit is boring. It goes all day long. I'm listening to the tractor make its own damn song. I gotta plow these fields and then plant these crops. It's work on a farm, like nonstop. We get up before the sun and go down when it's over. The only time we rest is on Passover. What the fuck? Monday to Saturday? I never get a day to play. Ain't nothing but work when you live on a farm. Waking up every day to an aggressive alarm. I want to smash that clock. Seems like every time I go to sleep, I wake up 2 seconds later because the alarm's going beep beep. It's time to weed the garden and feed the dogs. I gotta shovel shit, but I'd rather be sawing logs. But eventually I got used to that shit. Never rode a track, never dropped a hit. Now I know this motherfucker didn't get rid of Michael's lobby in my okay. Say I gave a few motherfuckers admin on my server. I know they didn't know motherfucking get rid of my shit. I don't spit for the hell of it. Hell no, I know I'm more than relevant. My common sense has been bombing shits like you ever since I first started telling it. And in the present tense, there's more than enough evidence to prove I'm more intelligent than you, fool. You're trying to be eloquent, but you started off in deficit. Talking defecation, often dedication isn't prevalent, and that's what I see in you. Yeah, it's a parchment. Let me enlarge it and throw the whole fucking sheet at you. I'm here to burn fables and turn tables. Nah, I had to quit or I'll be fucking rapping all night. When I rap these bars of mine, planets and stars align. A prodigy like me is hard to find. I'm well trained in the art of rhyme. And my words are my nunchucks, so I'm Bruce Lee's a grab a mic and go dumb fuck.
The stars align.
Yeah. Yeah, so let me say this. In no way am I dissing any of the content suppliers that make good Flat Earth music. I love all the music you guys do. I just want to do my own thing. And I'm sure you can appreciate that. That's all. I want to throw my 2 cents in the game. Welcome to the Glow Wreck. Check it. Intelligence is what I bring. So clean your ears as I sing and let's hope that freedom rings. Let me collaborate. Let me articulate and demonstrate. Oh, it's a flat earth debate. And clouding on the globe is a topic. So let me talk about it. Cloud, what's it mean? To overshadow the other man, mess up his game plan, you understand? You can't see me, but I'm there like a predator. You better off mopping floors like a janitor. See, I can just piece together shit I say when I'm bored and make it a rhyme. If I really put some thought into it, you know. That's all I want to do. Sit down and put a little focused thought into a ditty or a rhyme. The structural format of the jam is the momentum. The bass rattles the mic, spit snake venom. There's a couple of these guys I want to press to do a fucking cipher too. If you know what a cipher is. Like, okay, so like, why would they lie? That's a cipher. 5 guys in a group, 1 beat and 1 hook, but they keep passing the mic. That's a cipher where you just throw a beat and let 5 people share the mic.
Yeah, I like those.
Yeah,
This
so
is
it all.
a battle mod. We have Angle here. We just got transferred. I don't know if you guys are in the middle of a conversation.
Oh, did he say Changel? Changel's here? Shit,
Angular momentum.
We just
Angle.
made that word up.
Angle. Yeah, his new name is Angle, which again is very ironic as far as the latest conversation.
Isn't that? I'm sorry, but in Angle, doesn't the L come before the E? Isn't that Angel?
No. I already talked to him about that. But we were talking about.
It's not a real word. It's just something.
I'm sorry, but ANGL is a real word and it's already defined.
Yes, Mike said he was not Angel. He told me it was Angle. So I have.
Well, then we're gonna have to change the spelling of that. Do you mind if I help?
No, don't change it. Don't change it.
Well, then you're. I'm sorry, but you're Angel. That's not Angle.
Aww. So,
it's the E before the L, not after the L.
Hey,
yeah, but I don't like it like that.
For the sake of the conversation, let's just leave it.
Hold on, Helio. I know you're getting frustrated, but I really don't give a fuck, okay? Is English your first language?
Yes.
I can't tell.
Yeah, I seriously doubt that shit.
Okay, so fuck the name. Let's just get... you got any Angle? Do you have any flat earth questions?
Yes.
We'll go ahead with them.
Oh, the same question I asked them.
What?
First thing I want to know, what is the reason you became a flat earther? So I can,
Oh, that's not a flat earth question.
No.
That's
so then
that's
I'm
a
gonna
pro.
know.
Next, you'll be wanting to stick your finger in my butt.
Then I'm going to know which questions I need to ask.
You want me to tell you what question to ask?
Yeah, man. Did you come here to ask us what questions we should ask you?
Can I cover the first one? And you're obviously not English. No offense. I'm not trying to be rude with that. There's nothing racy.
Oh, I just speak 2 languages, so it's weird.
Yeah, English just isn't your first, and I like genuine people, not just disingenuous people or
no, they're
liars.
They're both my first, but just
it can't be.
I spoke both of them at the same age and at the same level. So
I'm sure this isn't true, but yeah, okay, that's the way you see it. Anyway, why am I flat earther? So I came to the flat earth debate years ago, and I said, man, these motherfuckers are stupid. Haven't they been to college? And I started arguing with them. And because I have a bachelor's degree, I said, wait a minute, this guy's right. When he's talking about physics, we got people in here, what about physics? No, they ask the word physics, but they won't be specific about it. But here's these flat earthers saying, well, you can't just say physics. You got to give a specific physics on what you're saying I'm denying, like momentum, conservation of momentum, movement, anything like that. Anything physics is based on. You just can't say the word of physics and say people deny it. You have to give a specific case under which they do. Well, anyway, I started giving a genuine thought to this. And they said, we're imperialists. We're looking for empirical scientific evidence that Earth is a globe. So I know about the natural sciences, and I know what empirical evidence is. So I changed my standard of evidence the same as they did. Well, surely we have scientific evidence of a globe. And I was a glober with a globe Earth education. But then I couldn't find any scientific evidence to prove that it was a globe. All I had was pictures and assertions and theories and people who said they'd been to the moon, people who said they'd been to space, but I couldn't even verify their statements. So I became a flat earther by trying to prove scientifically a globe.
Okay.
It can't be done, Angle.
Okay. So you said you can't prove something. People were on the moon, right?
No, we can't prove that scientifically, and that's what I said. Don't leave that out.
Do you believe something
is
on the moon?
The standard
human.
No, it's not about beliefs. Belief has no place in science. What can I verify? So I want to cut you off before you finish this. I said nothing about belief.
Mm-hmm.
I said I cannot empirically, scientifically prove any of this happened.
Yes, yeah, you can. They put reflectors on the moon, so you can.
Well, here's the thing about that, Angle. You can't prove that's true. You know why?
Why?
Because we bounced lasers off the moons before they ever said there was a reflector up there. So the moon itself or the ionosphere bounces back a laser. We don't know which one. We can't prove which one.
Okay. And the second question I wanted to ask is that's a question I had.
Well, the first one wasn't a question.
Okay, so this one is a question that I had for years. We really don't understand gravity that well. There is general relativity, which I don't believe in. Normal people.
Well, general relativity is. What do you mean normal? I'm a normal person. What the fuck you mean by normal?
Globe earthers.
Listen, there's no such thing as a globe earther and a flat earther. There's human beings with different understandings. And there's no such thing as normal. Normal is a relative concept to the person that believes something is normal. So that's a belief system, no offense.
Okay. So
but understanding, listen, you're going to compare relativity, which is an attempt to explain something.
Oh, I don't believe in general relativity.
We can't prove. You want to compare that to an understanding. It's not an understanding. Relativity is not an understanding. It has nothing to do with understanding. It's an attempt to try to explain something we can't demonstrate. See, you keep bringing up belief, and the first thing you have to understand is everybody here is an imperialist.
Okay.
So it's not about belief. So facts are demonstratable, right? And the standard of empirical evidence is not what you can say, but what you can demonstrate.
Okay, so no, but okay. So as I said, I don't think general relativity is true, but at least I have an idea of how it works, and you don't.
Yeah, I don't care about your ideals or your thoughts. I don't need.
Can you tell me why things fall down?
Listen, you went to relativity and listen.
Compared
hold on, Angle. I want to point something out. You went to relativity and then you asked me why I'm not replacing relativity for you. Is there a reason why you would ask me to replace it?
Because it doesn't work on a flat Earth model.
Relativity doesn't, huh?
Relativity.
Is time-space fabric not flat?
Yes, but
yes, it is. So it would. No offense, but a gravity well would work on a flat Earth.
But
here's another thing.
Exist.
Here's another thing. First off, you said you don't believe it. Second off, I reiterated with you couldn't demonstrate it if you wanted to. Now you want me to take a fairy tale that you can't prove or demonstrate and replace it with a new fairy tale just because you want to know what causes things to go down.
Let's call it down, but okay.
No. Rebuttal what I said. Just because you have a fairy tale that explains why things go down and you assume I don't agree with it because I never made a positive claim that I didn't, is no reason why I have to replace it. Because here's the thing. Falsification is independent of replacement. So you say we have gravity on the globe, and I say you can't prove it or demonstrate it. I falsified it. Now you say replace it. Listen, I don't need to replace it because I wasn't the one with the positive claim in the first place.
Okay, so
I made no claim about why things go down. And I didn't make any claim about the Earth is shaped this way because of gravity. So I don't need some fake gravity I can't demonstrate to explain the shape.
Okay, so do you want
do
you want a question that is not just
No, I got a question for you. Now that we know you can't demonstrate relativity to be true, and we know that relativity and gravity can't be demonstrated to work on a globe, can you tell me why things go down?
Oh, okay. So right
Yes,
now
yes
I
or
don't have
no?
right now I don't have a complete theory that proves
Well, theory, listen, or a theory
Yes
wouldn't
or no?
prove shit anyway. Yeah, yes or no? Can you tell me why things go down?
100% no. I can't.
So understand the logic you're applying to the ideal that you can't prove it's a globe. Now
Okay,
you
so
want
let's-
me to replace
okay.
every fairy tale within your fairy tale just so you can try to say it's a globe. Even
okay,
if
so-
hold on, dude, you're too hyper here. Listen, even if I couldn't replace your fairy tale, why things go down, that doesn't prove Earth's a globe. You haven't been listening.
Okay, stupid question. Now I have a
Excuse
better
me.
question.
You keep interrupting me before I'm done. Now, try to prove scientifically through demonstration with empirical evidence that Earth is a globe. Learn to pay attention to what's being said to you.
Okay. I have okay, now I'm gonna do not exactly that, but I'm gonna do something similar, okay? There is something called a lunar eclipse, okay? Which on a globe Earth model works. On a flat Earth model doesn't work.
Now you're just giving assertions. You're saying my ideal of why the moon looks this way and that way throughout its rotations proves it's a globe. It doesn't. My
It
ideal
doesn't prove
does.
it. Doesn't prove
Stop,
it's a
dude.
globe,
Stop.
It proves it's not a
Listen,
flat.
your theory on why eclipses work on a globe doesn't disprove a flat Earth, and it doesn't prove a globe.
It doesn't prove a globe, but it disproves
The
flat
question
Earth.
was, it doesn't disprove the flat Earth. You've only asserted that it doesn't work on a flat Earth. You haven't given a reason why.
Because there is no. What do you mean? Why? There's no possible position that.
What do you
it's
mean
gonna
why?
work.
Yes, there is.
Show me.
What do you mean? Show me. Tell me why it can't work. You're saying there's no pop.
Okay.
Listen,
so
I don't have to
eclipse,
prove.
A lunar eclipse happened when the shade.
Listen, you're gonna say when the Earth
shadow.
blocks the sunlight, dude, but you can't prove.
shadow.
Here's
Okay.
the thing: you can't prove Earth blocks any light.
Okay, let's say. Okay, first
This
satellite.
kid
but
don't
second,
get it. How old are you, kid?
16 or 17.
Is this why you can't get out a theory and explanation and give me an empirical proof? You don't know what empirical means?
All I am asking you is.
Do you know what empirical means? Can you have a normal conversation? Stop with your theories and assertions and try to hold a focused conversation, please. Do you understand what empirical science is?
Yes.
What is it? That which is provable and demonstratable.
Yeah.
Now, do you understand when you say Earth blocks this amount of light and that's why we get a quarter moon? Do you know you can't prove that? Me and you, we can't leave Earth right now. And,
okay, I
can
can't
you
prove
not
that.
interrupt me? Can you not interrupt me? We can't leave Earth and look and see this, that the Earth is actually blocking any light. So you can't prove anything about the lunar model. And on the second, you're going to say there's no way it's possible on the flat Earth and I can prove it with words. No, you can't. Words aren't proofs. Demonstrations are. That's the definition of empirical, dude. You can say whatever you want, but if you can't back it with some scientific proof or principle, it's meaningless.
Yeah, I can say that invisible unicorns are blocking the moonlight, Angel. Invisible unicorns.
Blocking the sunlight.
I can say
Right.
attenuation causes it, and atmospheric
So
extinction of light.
So what makes my story less true than yours, Angel?
Angle, and because my story,
what makes my so the invisible unicorns have an angle?
Yeah, because my story actually has logic behind it.
What logic?
No,
right?
it doesn't.
Because you're one second. So what logic? You presuppose that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah,
in
it doesn't
space.
have logic, Roger. It's you can't
know.
demonstrate it, and to assert it as a truth is illogical.
So the first step would be angle. Is the angle? The first step would be is to prove that the Earth is actually a ball, right?
Hey, can I point something out?
Sure.
English isn't Roger's first language, but he said that word properly. What is his name again, Roger?
Angle.
Angel.
I know it's angel. I just don't like how you write angle. It's stupid.
It's not, dude. There's a reason the L comes before the E, and it's pronunciation.
So wait, so so your name is Angle, but you write it down as Angel. Is that it?
His name is Angela Merkel.
Okay. Well,
is the Merkel spelled K-E-L?
Okay, so
yes or no, man?
I didn't hear the question. I was lagging. What?
Is the Merkel spelled K-E-L? Merk, M-E-R-K-E-L, or is it M-E-R-K-L-E? Like it should be.
Which word?
Oh, fuck. Never mind. Go ahead, Roger. Please.
Yeah,
please.
so Earth is a ball, right? That's what we need to prove before you can say, well, look at the moon and the shadow. I'm just gonna say Angel because I'm so this fact, so this presupposition that you hold that the Earth is a ball needs to be proven first, right? So how did you prove that the Earth is a ball? Not by looking at the sky, right? No. So when we look at the properties of a ball Earth, it has to curve, right? Just like a basketball is a sphere, a ball.
Yeah.
So they claim that the Earth is. And how can we figure out that the Earth is actually a ball? That the floor underneath your feet is curving away from you. How can we figure that out?
Pay money, go to space.
So again, looking at the sky, right? How about we measure the surface of Earth?
He's not even looking in the sky. He's sending his imagination in the sky.
Yeah, he's just listening to what other people tell him, right? That's what you do. So when you go outside in nature, right? What we all will say that you have to do, right? We all encourage you to do so. Go out in nature, go to a large body of water or the ocean or a sea, and go measure the Earth yourself, right? Water is always flat and level in rest. Have you ever seen bendy water, Angel? Is that something you experience on Earth? Oh, is that something you experience on Earth, Angel? Bendy water. Am I still here? Hello?
You can hear you.
Oh. Is Angel still here?
Nah, he left.
Oh, he's still in my...
Yeah, he's here.
I don't know what he's doing.
Angel? Hello? Angel? Okay. That was pretty nice. I mean, maybe he has an internet connection.
Went to the can.
It's just a story.
Angel? I think he has a bad connection or something, or his internet or computer, whatever. And we also have Truffle. Truffle is VC verified, has a seem sincere tag, so maybe you have a question, Truffle? Anybody out there? Hello? Am I still here?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay.
So something that made me laugh today was I was walking work. I ran into these two guys next to the street. They were identical twins, and they had identical thick rimmed glasses. You know, they look like maybe like 3 or 4 years older than me, like maybe 32, 33 years old. But anyway, I walk up to like them, and they're like talking, and I just say, hey, I got something important to tell you. The Earth is flat and stationary. It's a topographical plane of existence. And one of them like immediately turns around and is like, no, I don't even want to look at this guy. And then like the other twin, he's like thinking really hard about it, but he still kind of got that expression like he thinks I'm crazy or something. But I'm like telling him like, sun's moving across the sky. Remember, the burden proves on the other side. Prove to you the Earth is moving. The sun is relatively stationary. And so I'm just like saying this to him as I'm walking past him for the most part. But what I thought was so funny is I didn't even see this homeless guy who was sparking up a cigarette at that moment on this other side of this light post. So I didn't even see that he was there, and he was like hearing everything that we were saying to each other, like me saying that to them and their reaction. And so as I was walking by, he just immediately like waves to me and says, "Hey," and then like without even skipping a beat says, "God bless you," to me, like, because he was smiling too. He was kind of laughing a little bit too, because he was like, "Oh man, that guy just walks right up to that guy, just tells him the truth." Both those guys don't you give a damn, and he just thought it was funny, like me saying that to them and their reaction. And then later on, there were these 4 teenage boys or whatever that I think were on like their lunch break from school or whatever. And I told them, if the Earth is flat and everything, I told them to ask their teachers that first of the 3 points question. Do you know of any time in the past when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth? And I was like, Tom, it's flat and everything. And they were accepting the truth and they were kind of amazed by it. But I just thought it was so great as we were walking away from each other, one of them just said out loud, like, oh yeah, I'm going to definitely go ask my teacher that and have fun with that in class,
Does anybody suspect it?
It is flat. Little G.
Yes.
Have you seen Logran?
Yeah.
Where is he now? Can you just DM me where he is now?
Hello?
Hey, Angel's back.
Yeah, I had some internet problems. Hello.
Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and the method of how they did that to find the radius value?
I didn't hear you. I had lag. What?
Do you know of any time? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you know how they came up with the radius value, or better yet, do you know if anyone has ever directly measured the Earth to find the radius value of 3,959 miles and the method of how they did that?
You're asking how, if someone, and if he did, how did he do it?
Yeah, because a sphere has a radius, just like a circle has a radius, and they would have had to measure allegedly an arc segment of the Earth if it was curving, prove it's a sphere, and to get that measurement. So, do you know of anyone measuring the Earth to find that radius value and how they did that?
Let's think of someone.
So you just can't think of someone? Is that what you said?
Yes.
All right, fair enough. Do you still think it's a sphere though, right? Believe it, right?
Yes.
All right, that's fair enough. Beliefs, are allowed. Do you know how anyone has ever proven axial rotation of the Earth? Because you and I, we observe the sun moving across the sky, and we observe the Earth is stationary every day that goes by. And so, do you know how anyone has ever proven that the Earth is rotating on an axis once a day, and the sun is relatively stationary? Do you know how anyone has ever proven that directly?
Okay, so I want to, and I'm gonna answer this, but to answer this, I need to ask you something. Okay, so let's say you have a piece of chocolate that you want to eat. Okay, you put it on the counter. Okay, now you go away for a few minutes, come back, and the chocolate is gone. Okay, and then you see your brother with pieces of chocolate on his face. So you assume, and that's the most logical explanation, that he ate the chocolate, right?
Yeah, sure. Yes, he ate chocolate.
Maybe a cat ate the chocolate and then licked his face with the chocolate. You don't know that, but you just assume the most logical explanation. And that's exactly what I do. And that's the explanation that makes the most sense.
Okay, but what would this have to do with the sun moving across the sky as the day goes by and us observing the Earth is stationary, when they tell us that the sun is relatively stationary and the Earth is moving once a day, rotating on axis once a day? I just don't see the connection. I mean, I understand that both of these things have to do with searching for evidence of these things, but other than that, I just don't see the connection.
Yeah, so let's say you are 10 meters up, or 10 feet up, 30 feet up. Okay, so it's gonna be basically...
I got a question.
Okay, and you throw a rock down to Earth. Okay, right? So right now the rock fell to the Earth, and at the same time you can also say the Earth, let's say, fell to the rock. Maybe they're both moving towards each other. So the same thing with, you can say, the sun. So yeah, we see it as it's moving. We see it kind of moving. If you're gonna go to the sun, you're gonna see the Earth moving like that. So it's just dependent on where you are and how you observe it.
Well, okay, but again, lifting up a rock and dropping it and observing it falling down to the ground, that doesn't prove that the Earth is rotating.
Yeah, but you agree that the rock is falling on to the Earth, and the Earth is also, let's say, going up to the rock.
No. Who says that the Earth is moving up? That's
This reminds me of a joke I heard a few years back, which was, did the chicken cross the road or did the road move under the chicken? And I thought that was funny back when I believed in the heliocentric model, but now that I understand the Earth is stationary, it just seems like, what a silly ass thing to say.
Okay, so
did the road move under the chicken?
What's so silly about it? It moved under the chicken. Yeah, it did technically. Yes.
No,
of course
I know.
not.
We were taught in school. I understand that we were taught in school. You and I, we were told in school. Not even taught. We were told in school that the road moves under the chicken, and the chicken doesn't cross the road. It's the road that moves under the chicken. Because the Earth is spinning on an axis. Because the Earth is spinning on an axis. But what I'm asking you is,
that's not what I'm
how do you find? Like, take for instance, they tell us that at the equator, they sometimes change it between 900 miles per hour and 1,000 miles per hour. It's approximately 900 miles per hour. It's what they say, their claim, that the Earth is rotating on an axis. The speed at the equator, 900 miles per hour, and it happens once a day. But we observe the sun moving. We don't observe the Earth moving. So my question is, how did they prove that the Earth is moving? How did they come up with that 900 miles per hour at the equator? How did they come up with that number? And how did they prove that the Earth is rotating on an axis at all, as opposed to the sun moving across the sky as the day goes by, which is what we observe? I mean, I would acknowledge it to be true, but if you can just show me direct evidence of it, something, they tell us that our senses deceive us, that the Earth is actually moving and the sun is relatively stationary. But if you could, or someone could just directly prove that to me somehow, some way, then I would accept it as the truth. But I can't find that evidence. But can you help me find that evidence if it's out there?
You're asking, how can I prove that the Earth is moving, spinning around the sun or around itself?
Well, that's another claim. They claim the Earth is orbiting the sun, but I was more specifically just talking about axial rotation. They claim that the Earth, kind of like that globe in the classroom that spins on an axis. They say that the Earth itself is actually freaking doing that, but we don't observe it doing that. And as far as I know, through my own research with accelerometers, it's proved to not be doing both those things at the same time, which pokes a really big hole in the heliocentric model. But let's just keep it simple. Axial rotation. Did they ever take, for instance, send a drone or someone up into the air and observe from a non-inertial reference frame the Earth moving, as opposed to the sun and the moon moving?
Yeah, that's probably above his head, I think.
Okay, so I'm gonna say something like that. So you're saying there's no one ever proved it, and there's no way to observe it?
Correct.
Well, there's no way to observe it, yeah, because it's just simply not happening.
So
as far as I
let's
can
say
tell.
I'm now gonna go to the International Space Station. I am going to
Is
observe
Is that something you can do now? Is that something you can do?
If I want to, yes.
No, you can't. Stop it. No.
Yes, I can.
No. So can you buy me a ticket for the ISS?
Technically, I can, but it costs a lot of money. So why would?
No, you can't. Don't be ridiculous. You can't. Right?
What do you mean?
No, you cannot go to the ISS.
There are companies who you can buy tickets from to go to space and to the ISS.
So if I told you that you can buy a ticket to go to Hogwarts, and Hogwarts is a real place, and Harry Potter's really there, Would you believe me?
If I could buy a ticket and then go there, yes, of course I would believe you.
Oh yeah. Well, you see, that's just it. You see, if we could buy the ticket and go to the ISS, we would believe that the ISS is actually doing what they claim it's doing if we went there and it was doing what they claim it's doing, orbiting the Earth. But that's just it. We can't do that. That's the point.
Okay, if I am going to buy a ticket and go there and record it, would you then believe that the Earth is round or a globe?
Well, that's just this. I mean, there's video evidence of Bigfoot, and we just,
Listen, I get the underlying implication, but who in the face of undeniable evidence would deny it? Are you calling us morons?
And
well, when you ask that question, you're implying we're morons. So if you had undeniable proof, we wouldn't deny it, but you don't. So what did if prove?
Okay.
So what if proved is if you had real proof, we wouldn't be arguing, but you still want to live in your belief system.
Okay.
That's what if proves.
So yes, it's not. I'm probably not going to buy soon a ticket to the ISS, but why?
I bought a ticket to go to the moon. They still owe me money, right?
Yeah, that's
Verizon Galactic. Yeah, they owe me fucking money. You know why?
Why?
Because they couldn't give what they offered. They couldn't take me to fucking space. Not low Earth orbit, space. Here's the thing. If you listen, what you should be asking yourself is how come the only proof I have of what I believe is if. That's how you become a flat earther. When you really understand what empirical scientific evidence through demonstration, when you understand what that is, you understand you have no scientific proof of a globe. Then you ask yourself, why do I believe in it? When I can give examples. When, for example, when we navigate, we ignore curvature of Earth. We ignore longitude and latitude lines. We ignore compass deviation, and we just follow Cartesian coordinates, which is a tic-tac-toe board spread out on a flat dimension. And we use planar geometry to navigate the oceans. Nobody uses a globe to travel.
Okay.
Why?
A globe that its radius is infinite, is infinitely big.
No, it's not.
No, let's say.
No, we're not saying. A globe doesn't have an infinitely large radius. 3,959 miles is not that fucking big.
Nah, compared to us, it is.
Compared to what? 3,000 miles is Michigan to Florida. That's not that far, dude.
Compared to us, it's really far.
Compared to 0, motherfucker. 0 miles compared to 3,000 miles. That's not that fucking big.
0 to 3,000 is big.
On a scale of measurement, 3,959 miles is not that large.
Compared to what?
Compared to the fact you're trying to say it's infinitely large.
No, I didn't say that.
Infinity doesn't even compare to 3,000.
No, I didn't say that.
He wasn't even doing that. He was going back on another what-if question.
I know. Listen, dude, do you have scientific empirical evidence that Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
No.
There you go. Then shut up. The debate's over. There wasn't even a debate from the beginning.
Do I have a?
You know why there wasn't?
Do I have empirical evidence that
you know why there wasn't?
Do I have empirical evidence that you exist?
Yes, you do, and you have it. Yes, you have evidence that you can test.
Maybe I'm just a brain in a tube. I don't know.
Listen, your philosophy applied to my empirical science is moronic. That's an ontological question. How about I'm just a spirit in a meat suit? Does that even apply to the question of the shape of the Earth? Fuck no. It's a moronic way to get out of answering the question. because you already came in here trying to assume a position of authority. You think you're going to sit on a pedestal. Here's a 16-year-old who thinks there's a place where they can go where they're going to be smarter, even though they didn't graduate high school yet, than every adult in the place.
You're talking about me?
You know what? Yes. Do you know what?
I did.
You were fucking wrong, okay? And listen, we're not all uneducated.
I believe it.
Oh yeah, I went to college. I have a bachelor's degree, but you want to know what? You're the only one here that didn't know there was no debate from the get-go. The rest of us did, because we know you have no empirical scientific evidence to prove it's a globe. You can only say what if you believe, and it's so big you wouldn't see it. We're not asking whether or not you'd see it. We're not asking what if, and we're not asking what you believe. We ask if you had scientific evidence that Earth was a globe.
Okay, so
and if you really knew what science was, you'd say shape isn't a scientific question, Mike. That's what you'd say.
Okay, so let's go on.
Did you hear anything I said?
Yes. Hello?
Can you repeat it? What was the last thing I said? Shape isn't a science question.
Okay, so let's talk about something.
Is shape a question of science? And no, this is a science live stream. We're not going to talk about things other than truths, scientific facts that can be demonstrated. We don't do what if thou, therefore thou art. It's like you want to read to me another scripture and another religion. Are you trying to baptize me in your belief? We're trying to ascertain through science what reality is. And no offense, but if you're smarter than a flat earther, can you fix your mic to where it doesn't give all that static like AM fucking radio? I can. Does a flat earther need to explain to you how to get rid of that? Because I don't have to answer that question. I can give it to any other flat earther in here and they can tell you how to fix your junky ass mic.
No, it's just because right now I don't really have my mic. It's broken.
No, it's not really. It's because of the settings you have in Discord. Anybody else want to prove it to them?
No, I'm just using my laptop.
Just to prove all flat earthers are smarter than your Discord and your microphone. Come on, guys. One of you. Roger?
My mic is...
Helio, teach this fucking kid how to work his mic.
Well, I don't know how to teach him how to work his mic, but I'm just wondering if he actually came in here curious about why people think the Earth is flat.
I am.
All right, cool. Well, Michael just laid it out for you, bro.
Can I get unmuted?
Yeah, no, all he wants to do is repeat what if.
Yeah, I mean, that's the standard narrative. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I have 8 minutes
listen, kid.
of battery left.
Listen, I've took some dives at you. Allow me to give you a little credit, if you would, please.
Yeah, cool. I mean, if you're curious about how we've come across this information, then we're willing to share with you.
I want to say something, Helio. It's not your fault, Angle. Grown-ass men do it. It's the world you live in. It's a world that's been pulled over your eyes. It's the false ideals of science that's been given to you through TV and education. And I'll tell you, most true science education doesn't teach you what you believe.
Teaches you what to believe.
No, it teaches you how to be involved in the scientific method. That's what true science teaches you.
True science, but not.
Yeah, true science doesn't teach you what to believe. And I guarantee you, 90% of what you say, the Earth's so big you wouldn't notice curve. They don't teach you that at school. That's some shit you read on Google when you got into this argument. It's not something school teaches.
Which kind of school?
Grade school. You're not out of high school. What kind of school would I
Well,
be?
shit. Preschool.
Yes,
They
I
started
am.
teaching. They started teaching you about the globe in
No
preschool.
offense, you're 16 years old.
Yes.
They started teaching you about the globe in preschool.
Yeah, and I understand that in where you're at, school is a little different than here, but high school would be the last school you go to.
Yes, I finished with
You
20.
didn't finish high school. It'd be called university for you.
Well, I want to hear what he has to say. Go ahead. Is it Angel?
I just want him to know he's not old enough to have finished high school in any
No, I
nation.
get that. I
In
get
any
that,
nation.
but if he's really curious about the topic, I mean, he obviously came here to talk about flat
And I
Earth.
don't care. I don't care if they call it university. It's still grammar school. You're still in grammar school.
Sure.
Hello. Okay. So
you're learning remedial sciences and remedial understandings of what we actually know. Rudimentary concepts, if you understand that wording.
I understand that I have 6 minutes of battery left, so I think.
Oh my
I
God!
need to go.
All right. So what do you think about what you've heard so
Not
far
smarter
from
than the mic,
from
not
Michael
smarter
and,
than
and
the battery.
I think you're not maybe stupid as I thought, but I think the things you believe in are
I covered that.
not
Mine
true.
aren't beliefs.
Yeah, those are beliefs.
Hold on, Mike.
Hold
Let me cover this for a minute.
My understandings are based on what we can demonstrate. It has nothing to do with belief.
Yeah, this isn't
I
belief.
believe that I
man.
see a chair right now. I'm not 100% sure. I just believe it.
That's a philosophical concept. We use the word chair to describe what we build to sit in. So if you think you see a chair, you probably do. That's why we made the word chair.
Okay, now I have
let's not be philosophical to the point of lunacy.
Okay, I have 5 minutes left, so.
Well, that's your problem. Be smarter than the fucking battery.
Freaking get on your laptop.
I am on my laptop.
Okay, well then plug it in.
Plug it in.
The charger isn't.
What's going on here? He can't figure out how to make his laptop last longer. Come on,
he's an angle of an angel. He's a changeable.
No, just the play. I'm with a.
Bro, you want to go philosophical on a word? What is a chair? In all of reality, what is a chair? It's something. Chair is a word.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the early philosophical things you work in. When you're studying philosophy. Yeah, I mean it's fun.
Guys, running away.
But when it comes to what we're talking about, flat versus globe, I mean these things are scientific.
If I am going to charge my battery, I'm not gonna have internet there.
Oh my God, that's cool.
So
I feel like this
instead
is
of addressing what we're talking about, he's talking about his battery.
Yeah,
because I need to go.
Everything he does is a constant obfuscation of the point, just to get to a point where I can repeat what I read on Google that I think debunks a flat Earth.
All right.
Okay.
So,
now I need
any
to go.
any last words before your battery dies, Engel?
Goodbye. Maybe you're not as stupid as they thought you were.
Well,
that's
cool.
Thank you for that. Man. Yeah, because we're not dumb.
My
Everybody thinks that flat Earth is dumb. Yeah. That's good.
You're right.
Now you know. Now you know, and knowing is half the battle. Now you know, and knowing is half the battle.
Okay, now bye-bye. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
No, but Angle, yeah, I thank Angle for coming around. Hopefully he'll come back in when his battery, he has better battery strength. And on both veins, I guess, battery.
Don't mess with me, y'all. I'm
That's
too hostile.
a ray.
The truth is, I'll still be a rat king when my bones become old fossils. I'm sorry, I'm so awful. But seeing as I'm putting chumps in their place and it's not unlawful, I'm going to go ahead anyway. I'll come in here any day and make this motherfucker topple anyway. Every day, style of a heavyweight in every way. Aggressive, it's how I stay. I never play.
Turning the reaction. We are with the torn away.
Hypnotic power.
Crushing all the power. Battery is here to stay.
Yeah, I shouldn't have rapped that shit when I was hitting the joint, damn it.
Crushing all the
boundaries. Lucy has found me. Can I stop the battery? Gonna kill the family. Battery is found in me.
Too bad.
Battery.
Too bad
Battery.
Too bad Angle didn't know that one. He could have had his battery working a little bit longer. Anyway. No, that's cool, man.
Family battery is found in me. Crushing all deceivers, smashing unbelievers, never-ending potency. Hungry, violent seeker, feeding on the weaker, breeding on insanity. Smashing through the boundaries, Lucy has found me. Can I stop the battery? Punning aggression turns into obsession. Can I kill a battery? Can I kill a family? Battery is found in me. Battery.
Battery.
Here's my verse. Circle of destruction. Hammer comes a crushing. Powerhouse of energy. Whipping up a fury. Dominating flurry. We create the battery.
Yeah, I like that.
Lucy has found me. Can I stop the battery?
Yeah, I like that.
Battery.
Yeah, I think Master of Puppets is my favorite Metallica album.
Yep. Whiplash.
Oh, Whiplash is on Kill 'Em All, though.
Oh, I know.
Whiplash.
Kill 'Em All is the even better one.
Yeah, it's just like I it's between Whiplash and Master of Puppets, my favorites, man.
Late at night, all systems go. You come to see the show. We do our best. You're the rest. You make it real, you know. There's a feeling deep inside that drives you fucking mad. Adrenaline starts to flow. It's There's a feeling deep inside that drives you fucking mad. A feeling of a hammerhead. You need it oh so bad. Adrenaline starts to flow. You're touching all around. Acting like a maniac. Whiplash! Bang your head against the stage. Like you never did before. Make it ring, make it bleed, make it really sore. Impermanence madness with letters you spike. Heads are bobbing all around. It's hot as hell tonight.
Adrenaline starts to flow.
You're touching all around. Acting like a maniac. Whiplash!
God. You almost as crazy as me, Mike.
I like Kill 'Em All, too. That's another one.
That's good, man. It's good stuff. So we were probably
that kid, oh my God. He was like, I felt like I was beating my head on the stage. He got me so frustrated I couldn't even pass him up.
Adrenaline starts to flow. Smashing it all around.
Acting like a maniac.
Whiplash. No, it's cool. Hey, man. I mean, we actually welcome that shit. You know, when we want the kids to come in and freaking say, "Hey, you flat earthers are dumb as fuck." You know, let's see what you got.
Hit the lights. Hit the lights. Hit the lights. Motor Breath's a badass one.
Motor Breath. Time I live my life. I can't take it any other way.
The rest of living fast, it is going to take your breath away.
Yeah. Anyway,
my mother was a witch. She was burned alive. Thankless little bitch. 4 tears I cried. Take her down now. Don't want to see your face. All blistered and burned. Can't hide my disgrace. 27 and almost died. Gotta see him. Gotta make them pay the price. See the bodies out on the ice. Take my dice. Am I evil?
Yes, I am.
Am I evil? I am man. Yes, I am.
Look at JD's got the little Hand on the face.
Die. I lost my head. Well, that's how I saw it. To break with my bread. Taking no chances. You come with me. I'll split you to the bone. Help set you free.
I think there were other people trying to talk. Maybe not. I don't know. But
no remorse. No regret. We don't care what it
meant.
Another day. Another death. Another sorrow. Another breath. No remorse. No regret. We don't care what it meant. Another day. Another death. Another sorrow. Another breath.
Anyway, so were there other people wanted to talk, or do you want to hear me and Michael
war without
some
end.
Metallica covers
no
all night?
remorse, no repent. We don't care what it meant. Another day, another death, another sorrow, another breath. No remorse, no repent. Blood feeds a war machine as it eats its way across the land. We don't need to feel the sorrow. No remorse is the one command.
Oh man. Hey Michael, that new Exodus album that just came out? Fucking incredible.
I heard that.
Oh my god, it's so badass, bro.
I heard that.
It's so intense. I listened to it for like 3 days in a row, and I was just like,
I
need to take a break. It's just like these dudes are in their 60s. They're in their 60s, and they're just like,
someone else controls death in the air, strapped in the electric chair. This can't be happening to me. Who made you God to say, I'll take your life from you?
Take your life from you.
Flash before my eyes. Now it's time to die. Burning in my brain. I can feel the pain. Waiting for the sign to flick the switch of death. It's the beginning of the end. Sweat chilling cold as I watch death unfold. Consciousness my only friend. My fingers grip with fear. What am I doing here?
Think that song is obviously about the electric chair.
Flash before my eyes. Now it's time to die. Burning in my brain. I can feel the pain.
So is this a singing battle?
No, it's not. It's just
help me. Oh God, please help me. They're trying to take it all away.
Just me and Battle Mod doing over some old Metallica shit.
I think Taryn can go at it with you.
Time moving slow, the minutes seem like hours. The final curtain's all I see. I'm through with this, just get it over with. If it's true, just let it be.
Yo, Battlemar, you think Taryn can go at it with you with these music?
Oh no. I don't think Taryn can do anything with music, bro. He's mentally ill. I mean, honestly, to be honest, I feel sorry for the guy because I don't think he'll ever experience real life or true friendship. And it's just my opinion. But if you can't,
he could never experience true friendship. That's pretty.
If he can't reach people on the grounds level with just normal conversation, then how do you do it? How do you make any connection on Earth? If you can't bring it down to earth, just have a normal conversation without schizophrenia or paranoia.
I like this Exodus song that I just posted, Prescribing Horror.
Oh yeah.
It's a lyric video that's on their channel, Exodus. It's badass. Go down.
Rain in blood.
We can't play it on here because it'll probably get us strike. You guys ought to check that out. It's good
Who
stuff.
sings Raining Blood?
I think this has something to do with the modern circumstance, prescribing horror.
You shall to heaven. Slayer sings Raining Blood.
Sure, but this new Exodus album came out. If you listen to lyrics on that album, they talk a lot about our modern circumstance, with all the lockdowns and all the forced inoculation, or not forced yet, but something like that. But yeah, their lyrics are pretty hot.
Dude, you know what? Hey, we do our little shit, right? We bump each other's heads and shit every now and then. But every time my dog hears you talk, he's got a way he looks at me, right? And he'll be laying right next to me.
What is he like? Does that heal you?
Well, me and you act so much alike. When we sing, he looks up and he just stares at the computer like he stares at me like, Dad, you're coming. Your voice is coming out of that thing, Dad. And when you get aggressive, it's like when me and my brother are sitting here, he looks at us both the same when we're getting all loud and hyper and shit. And he has the exact same look on his face when he hears you on the computer. He's like, "Oh, there's your brother, Dad."
You listen on open mic, because I have to use headphones, otherwise there'd be feedback. But you're listening on like open speaker.
Yeah, I listen on open speaker.
Really? Because if I do that, I mean, it would feedback like shit.
Yeah, a lot of time. Well, right now I'm just using my USB microphone, but it's just a microphone. It clips on your ear, and it's just got a microphone that comes out just like you talk to your computer with.
Yeah, but you're listening through your speakers on your computer.
Well, no, I got a set of little speakers or amplified speakers.
Yeah, but they come through.
Yeah, they hook up to the USB cord.
I just don't see how that would work without it feeding back, though. That's weird.
Well, listen. This is what I'm trying to tell you. They hook up to the USB cord and the earphone cord, and I leave one sitting on the love seat, so it's kind of blowing up at my right ear, and the other one's sitting right behind me on the love seat, so I can hear it, but it doesn't reach to the microphone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got my sensitivity down, so.
Yeah,
the dog can hear it.
Oh, that's cool.
Listen, we were singing, and the speaker's right by his ear, and he just rolled over and looked at it.
Your dog loves Metallica. He's just like, fuck yeah.
He just rolled over and looked at the shit like he looks at me when he's saying,
I'm telling you, Michael, you gotta listen to this.
I'm trying to sleep.
You gotta listen to this new Exodus album. I promise, man. I mean,
I'm gonna.
Yeah, you got to, bro. This is one song, but that whole album is
quite a few
badass, bro.
You're not the only one that. My buddy that is in a band, he called me to.
I've never been a huge Exodus fan, but this one right here, bro, it's freaking badass.
Yeah, my buddy called me to make sure they could come out and practice in my bar, right? But he said they're going to start doing some of this stuff so they can play at a bar, and they want me to check them out.
Yeah.
So I said, well, I ain't heard the new Exodus. He said, you got to listen to it and then tell us how well we'd cover it.
Oh my God. I don't imagine they could cover it. It's so fucking, it's just like, there's so much stuff. I mean, as far as the studio
their
album.
singer's pretty good. If they could just make their own song and get it out there, their singer's pretty fucking good. And so are most of the, the lead guitarist, the bass player, the drummer. These guys have all been doing it for a lifetime. You know what I mean? They're really experienced people. Awesome. But they just got this new singer from out of town. He's from Lansing. And the last band he was in did Hard Rock Cafe and shit in Lansing. He's pretty fucking bad. If they write some songs, man, their new singer is fucking bad. They could be a badass band, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. You can have the best guitarist in the world, the best vocalist, but until you mix them with the right people, they're just not going to produce.
Oh yeah, yeah, of course. I mean,
it's a
shit.
group thing.
You could have the average come together and make the best band. You know,
right?
You don't. You don't have to have the
band.
It was like supergroup. Well, nobody really wants to
you're
necessarily
right.
hear the supergroup.
You're right.
We want good music.
Average, a bunch of average players can come together and make a
but it's
album.
not average. It's just like if
they're all on the same thing. That's what I mean.
Yeah, it's the spirit of the group.
Some of these guys just play to say, "Look at me, I'm the baddest guitarist."
Yeah.
But if they all focus on the band and say, "Let's become
just
a
like
band,
damn Yankees."
let's build our
Holy
fucking
shit,
name."
damn Yankees made some really good shit, right?
Yeah,
that was a super group, but it wasn't.
You
like
got to have a group of people that aren't cool with being a cover band or a fucking bar band. They got to say, "Hey, we're gonna fucking make it, and we're gonna do our own shit." Then
like damn Yankees, they already made it, but then they put an album together.
I know you know what I mean. You're a musician. I listen to a lot of band members and a lot of bands, and I'm gonna be honest. A lot of my friends that play in a band do it just to say they can do it, and they cover shit. That's all they do. They're all, "Oh yeah, we covered that Soundgarden like nobody," but they're never about being their own trademark, you know.
Oh yeah, original music. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But
there's a difference. I've known a lot of
these
people.
These guys are hungry as a band. They want to be a fucking professional. They're all in their mid-30s, and they're like, "Man, if we're gonna fucking do it, we got to do it now." And so now they got this badass fucking vocalist while they're on this, and they're good enough to do it. You know, they're all good enough to play a professional show.
Sweet. Cool, man. Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. Keep me up to date, man. I'll check it out.
I'm just waiting to see, like he said we're gonna cover. We're gonna do some covering. They're gonna get money coming in where they can do shows and do bars. I'm just hoping they don't get caught up in, I got to pay the bills. We just got to make this a money making thing. And even if they do, while they're doing all them covers, I just like to see them do their own album. Because I know they got the music for it.
It's hard to make money in music, though.
It is. You got to be unique. You got to be special. You got to have what they want. And I want to make a studio just so I can do some raps. I want to build me a little sound studio.
Dude, you need to hook up with one of the... I know you got somebody around you that can just fucking hook the shit up with all the music and shit, and you do... Because your freestyle is freaking off the chain, bro.
I got a lot of friends that fucking...
You need to hook it up. I mean, freaking... And you could actually build a small studio for not... It wouldn't even cost you very much money to make a small studio. Get somebody that can build the beats and the rhythms and shit and music.
I haven't even did my old school white boy raps. When I go to Detroit, they're like, "Hey, white boy, you can fix cars. Can you get on the mic?" And I'll be like, "White boy, old school. I'm the car doctor. When I drop shit on the mic, it comes out proper. I'll fix your shit, yo, jacket, and Chevelle it. And when I'm done, you'll never tell it. Because when you get out the joint from selling that shit, you know the point. Hand over fist.
Shit,
you want to come back and get a new whip.
You could make a small studio in a corner of one of your barns, just like a little corner of one of your barns. Have one person that's a good DJ.
Oh, you're with me.
Set up all that shit, and then you could just be like, you could just freaking flow, man.
My daughter's got a little sound mix board where she can do some nice synthesized beats.
Oh, bro, man, just find somebody that's just right on top of that shit. I
like to rap.
Man, you can flow. You could flow all day, man. With that shit.
Yeah, and my daughter, she knows when I get high and I start rapping, sometimes I try to rap and you guys are having conversations and debates. So I mute and my daughter be like, "Here, listen to this beat I made on my board, Dad." and I start rapping it. She wants to be my little DJ.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
So I've been making her listen to all this old school rap. And I want to buy a Mix 10,000 board, a real mix board. You know, switchboards and shit. I got a lot of the other equipment, dude. Just audio equipment.
Well, it's hard to learn. It's hard to learn that shit from scratch, though. You're gonna have somebody to know.
Oh yeah, she's not learning it from scratch. When I started playing with BandLab, dude, I showed my daughter how to mix beats. She wants to do anything I do, Helio. She's in competition. It's like my older brother as a 16-year-old chick. I always compete with my older brother. She loves my older brother. Me and him were like the Superman men of her lives. And she wants to be accepted by both of us so much that she's constantly trying to outdo us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I guess. Well, that kind of reminds me of that Soundgarden song, right? I'm feeling outshine.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Because she's just like me, bro. She don't like to be outshined. You outshine her, and she doubles down and grits her teeth and says, "What do I got to do?" She starts asking questions. What do I got to do to beat this motherfucker?
That was Soundgarden's first hit, I think, wasn't it? First major hit was Outshine.
Radio popular, yeah. I would say one of their major radio popular ones, yeah. Dude, listen, I'll tell you what, when my daughter was a green belt, man, she was fighting brown belt boys at 2 years older than her. You'd be impressed if you seen the kid sparring martial arts with me. I mean, literally, I don't have to let her get them in no more just to increase her confidence, bro.
Is Soundgarden not an Australian pop band, or is it a rock band you guys are
literally?
Dude, they're from Seattle, Washington, bro.
Yeah, no, they're just bad. But literally, my daughter's a little autistic bitch when it comes to martial arts, and she be accidentally cracking ribs and shit. I quit sparring with her because the last time she just got her fist is that size. You know what I mean?
You're an old man. She'll beat the shit out of you, bro.
Well, she just hit me in the right place under my armpit where the fucking ribs round, dude, and she cracked 3 of my ribs.
Damn!
What? Yeah.
Did you forget hit you and cracked 3 of your ribs?
16 years old, she bench presses 145 pounds, curls 60, does reps of 10 with 60. She cracks me up, dude, but I'm like, no, she's too young and strong.
Were you like, don't ever do that again?
No, I tried not to let her know she hurt me. And then I started trying to get Master Webb, Jim, anyway, my instructor, who's now her instructor. I told him, and I said, look, bro, I got to get away from sparring with her. She can't spar with the girls. Can we start sparring her with some boys? He's like, yeah, Mike, I'd like to use your daughter to demonstrate what true attention to complete position teaches people. Because my daughter tries to perfect every movement in her kata, you know, and which is every movement is a strike or a block. And she's pretty fun. She'll beat down boys that are a couple belts above her, you know. She's pretty fucking good.
I wouldn't know anything about that. I've never been involved in fighting. So.
Yeah, I actually I signed her up for the full competition this year. I kind of want to see if I can get her into Olympic martial arts.
She the Karate Kid?
She's pretty good for a 16-year-old girl. That's all I'm going to say. But she's
pretty good.
But like I said, she's.
I have to go.
She's
I will
competitive, bro. And
see you guys this weekend. Tomorrow's Friday. I actually have to go. I have to leave now, or else I'm going to be up here all night, and I won't be able to make it.
She's been trying to kick my old ass since I was young.
Well, shit, if she broke 3 of your ribs, I imagine you're just like, oh no, that was a good hit.
Oh fuck, dude! It still hurts when I breathe, dude. It was only like 6 weeks ago, man. I'm serious.
Oh, that was recently.
Yeah, it was like 6 weeks ago. Fuck. That's why when I start coughing, smoking my weed, I just mute the mic because the weed chokes me, but the fucking ribs hurt so bad.
The coughing actually hurts worse. Like,
yeah, my dude. Oh,
yeah, I just smoked a shit ton of weed too.
I mean, dude, if you've coughed with 3 cracked ribs, you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I've never had 3 cracked ribs, but I can imagine.
It makes the muscles in the interior muscles in your rib cage, it makes them spasm.
Why you let her kick you? Like, was it the foot?
No,
or
it was a thrust punch, dude. It was just a forward.
Helio never listens to what we say.
Just a twisting punch, just a forward thrust punch, dude. Just a perfectly land thrust punch right in the rib cage, right under the fucking armpit. I showed her that shit, but I'm gonna tell you what. Listen, you got to hear this part. At 12, I said, "Let me show you the kidney punch, kid. This is how you put a grown man down on the ground flopping." 5 minutes later, I was bent over backwards, like, "Oh, damn it, kid! You weren't supposed to do that to me, motherfucker."
Wait, somebody said I wasn't supposed to say what?
Somebody says you never listened to anything.
Oh, I never.
No, I said that is proof you never listened, because right after he talked about the size of her fist being just the right size.
Or fist, okay, my bad. Well, hey, I do. Hey, but I do. I don't listen to everything, but I pay attention.
So I Serve Ham knows exactly what I mean. The spread on her knuckles is perfectly orientated with the spread of my skinny ribs because I'm lean. My ribs stick out right there. Look at my picture right there by my fucking armpit.
Was it near your sternum or like more towards the side?
Between my pec and my armpit, dude. It's right by my fucking
it's towards the side where the bones are thinner.
Hurts like a fucking motherfucker.
I bet, bro. Holy
I feel it in my armpit when I cough, man. It spasms from my rib cage up my pec into my armpit and my shoulder. I'm like, and it makes me sound like an old man dying. I'm just trying to get
around her. When you're around her, it's like, no.
Oh man, I try.
You don't want her to know how bad she hurt
you. She already knows, bro. I'm tired of her apologizing every time I fucking cough. I'm like, look, you little bitch, you're gonna make me kick your ass. So okay, you broke my fucking ribs, but you was really trying, and I wasn't really trying because you're the little girl I don't want to hurt. Don't make me. And she'd be like. Look, old man, I'm pretty fluid in my movement. Don't call me old man.
Do you think that a lot of trainers in martial arts actually get themselves hurt by training their their students without it was just like, hey, just like hit me,
dude.
They're just like, okay, I'll hit you. Bam! Ooh, I didn't really mean you to hit me that hard, but
a lot of punches to the sternum and the solar plexus are all about angle. And if you get hit from the wrong angle, you can hurt your solar plexus, you can hurt your core, or you can hurt your ribs or your wings. A properly set punch, it can cause damage and not even really.
But when you're a teacher, you don't want to hurt your student. You just want to teach them how.
Yeah, that's what I try to tell her. Look, I'm teaching you. If I was trying to whoop your ass, I'd do more than break your ribs. But
I look not like that. Yeah.
I told her, how would I look beating down the 16-year-old? And this little bitch is so cocky. She's like, if you could. I'm like, oh my fucking God, man. You better ask my brother, she says. I'll whoop your brother's ass too, Dad. I'm like, motherfucker. Me and my brother will double up on you, bitch. You get your little mouthy ass whooped. She's like, that's what it'll take. But she's She's a jokester, a cocky little fucking jokester, just like me. When she's done, she says, I don't write no checks with my mouth that my ass can't cash, Daddy.
Is that your only offspring? Do you have other kids? Or
No, I got 3. Oh, man, listen, my son's 28, she's 16. She's like, oh, your son's a punk. I'll beat his ass, Dad. He works hard. He works hard, but he's a pussy. He don't fight. He ain't a fighter. Me and you are fighters, Dad. I'm like, whatever. She is, though. She's a little fucking pit bull, man.
At least you don't have to worry if she gets abusive husbands. She'll just beat the shit.
Yeah, I expected my boy to be just like me, but you know the twist of nature is both my daughters are like me. They'd rather slap the dog piss out of you than listen to you talk dumb shit. And my son would be like, yeah, it's cool, bro. It's all good. And my daughters be like, nah, bitch, it ain't all good. Shut the fuck up.
He's just very mellow, takes after maybe the mother's side of the family or something.
Yeah, he's really laid back, dude. He's like, everything he does is to avoid having to beat your ass. And he's tall like my dad. He's fucking 6'1", $185. He can bench press like 260.
Yeah, he could probably take care of himself.
I think he's scared that if he really lets his anger out, because I used to be this way when I was younger. I think he's scared he'll really hurt somebody. He might kill somebody if he really let it all loose. You know what I mean? So he tries his hardest to control it. And I've tried to warn him that, listen, one day, son, you're just gonna have to let that shit off. Because when you keep caging it and bottling it, it's gonna end up being like a river that was dammed up by a bunch of toothpicks, and all of a sudden the toothpicks broke all at once. The entire river is gonna now flow into the stream. And if you one day you're just gonna have to pop somebody in the mouth when they piss you off. Otherwise, you're going to let it all loose at once and you're going to end up hurting somebody. And it's just the way it is. You can't bottle up anger forever. You got to deal with that shit.
That's true.
In one way or another,
I'm a bit like him, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't get it. He's the one that he'll argue with his old lady and then he'll go work out on the fucking Olympic. I got a Nautilus, an Olympic weight set. You know what a Nautilus is? The machine. Yeah, you got the machine with your lat pull downs and your leg press and shoulder press and shit. But he'll go work out and he thinks he gets all that anger out. No, you just wore your body out. You still got all that anger in your gut.
I had a home gym. It took me 3 days to build. I lost about a stone just building the fucking thing. It's incredible.
Yeah. Fuck, there's a lot of weights to move when you're building a home Nautilus system.
Took me 3 days, bro. I had everything laid out in the kitchen, and every day was a workout.
When I first got out to core, my first thing was a Bowflex. And I moved up to Nautilus and Olympic weights, but my daughter works out with the Bowflex now. That's hers. It's in her room. And she's ripped up. Like, she's got small muscles, but they're cut. Like, her arm is all bone and muscle wrapped around it, She doesn't realize how strong she is. Or she does, and
she does now. She fucking broke daddy's 3 ribs or cracked them, whatever.
Yeah, when she's doing chin-ups, she don't know how strong she's getting. She's just doing more than me, that's all. You know what I mean? I can literally control how big she gets or how ripped up she gets, because whatever I do, she tries to do more than me. So if I do 10 chin-ups, she's going to do 15. If I do 20 push-ups, she's going to do 30, I could just start doing 100 push-ups every day. I'm that guy. I can get down on my hands and just let you go through the deck of cards and never get off my hands. I can do I can be on my hands doing push-ups for hours. You're
not your typical American then.
I don't know. That was typical for me when I was growing up because all my brothers did it, you know?
Yeah, you guys are out in the farm though, aren't you? He's out in the.
Yeah, my dad used to try to get us to do things that increased arm strength. So you had more muscle to mend fences, shovel footers, dig post holes, drag equipment around, you know, like the walking on our hands. We used to have contests to see who could walk the furthest on their hands. We could all walk from the barn all the way to the road on our hands and turn around and come back. I mean, fuck, my oldest brother, he could climb stairs on his hands and fucking go up bricks. My dad would set 10-inch mortar bricks down in staircases and he'd build shit out of them. My brother just walk all over that shit with his arms. My bro could grab he could walk up bricks, grab the edge of a brick with his right arm, and then tuck his left arm up behind him and just stand there on one arm. My older brother, he's, you know, I joke around with I could whoop all my brothers, but the Lord's honest truth is my son is just like my oldest brother. And the only reason my oldest brother never really beat the shit out of me is because he's scared when he hits somebody, he's going to knock half their head off. He's literally stupid retard strong. The motherfucker gets drunk in boxes with the fucking goat.
Listen, hand standing upstairs is that's no joke.
Oh no. We used to sit in the chairs, the reclining chairs, and we do the Indian, you know, sit Indian style and hook our legs up. And I would be able to lift myself up, you know, and then halfway twist myself up. I couldn't get into a handstand, but my brother could go from sitting down to rotate his whole body off and under him, undo his legs from sitting Indian style where he forced them to be, and then straighten his whole legs out. He could do that from a sitting position. But he also did gymnastics for a while. He did the ropes and the horse and shit, you know, the 2 bars. So
that's strong. Yeah, that's very strong upper body strength.
Yeah, I never really argued with my older brother that long, bro. Once he started getting pissed off, you could see every vein in his neck pop out, you know? I'd be like, well, I see you're getting mad, bro. Why don't we just, you know, you're right, I'm wrong. Fuck it.
Run for the hills.
Yeah. My brother was an Army Ranger, too. So.
Oh, yeah. Is he still with us yet?
Oh yeah. Yeah, my oldest brother, yeah. My brother that died, he was 2 years younger than me. He was 47, but he was diabetic, and he got tired of managing his blood sugar. He got sick of stabbing himself in the finger, you know.
What happened?
And he just got sick of taking care of himself, and then his kidney failed, and he got a sore on his left leg, and they amputated the lower half. And honestly, I think after that, he just gave up, you know?
Oh, man. I'm sorry about that.
Well, my grandma was diabetic and she made it to 95. You just can't get tired of managing. You have to manage your blood pressure. The more you can keep it nominal, the longer you'll live. You can live a long time as a diabetic. You just have to manage your blood sugar levels. You can't get tired of poking your finger.
Your brother probably wasn't the kind of guy that took to that too easily. He just kind of
no, he wasn't diabetic at a young age. His eating habits caused him to be diabetic later in life. You know, that's the one that ate it. When I tell the story about the dude from Chuck's House Tacos, killed his wife and chopped her up and put him in the tacos. That's the brother I'm talking about. He literally he literally ate some of Chuck's wife. He had to go get tested because they came there when they were investigating it. They locked him up and they came to the place, and the dude's daughter was still running it before she knew. She didn't even know at that time what he was charged with. Once she found out, she said, fuck all this shit, you know. But then once he went to prison and she inherited everything, she reopened it. But it was tainted with her mom got put in the taco meat, you know. Fuck, I went to school with that girl. I couldn't go to the restaurant and have a conversation with her if I want to.
I'm sorry. Just explain to me again what you just said. That's really hard for me to take in what you just said.
This dude
hasn't heard your story before.
Okay, this dude named Chuck, he had a taco house, and it was called Chuck's House of Tacos in Jackson, Michigan. My brother used to eat there every day because they had a 2-pound wet burrito and a big ass taco salad that you could get for cheap, you know. And my brother loved eating for cheap. And one day Chuck had pressure on his brain, so they did that surgery where they drill a hole and release the pressure. Well, Chuck's old lady was cheating on him. She was cheating on him forever. He was married like 20 fucking years. She fucked every friend he had. Well, apparently she fucked the last straw, you know what I mean? And this motherfucker snapped and he said, fuck it. I just had brain surgery. I'm going to kill this bitch. I'm going to grind her up and put her in the tacos. And I'm going to blame it on the brain surgery if I get caught, you know? So he did. And he put her in the fucking wet burritos, and my brother ate some of her.
My God.
And then they put him in jail, and they started coming in there to see who was a regular. And they tested their feces to see if there was human remains in their shit. And my brother got that positive test. Now, I didn't even know what this was going on in my own town. I grew up with Chuck and Jolene, his wife, and I didn't know what was going on, and my brother just come to the bar one night, you know. I done worked a hard week at asphalt. I'm getting drunk. It's going to rain. I'm playing pool. And my bro looks all bummed. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? And he's like, I ate some of Jolene. I was like, wait, what?
So you think the whole diabetic started after he had them tacos or burritos or?
Actually, yeah.
And at first you're thinking adulterous thoughts, right?
Yeah, all right, sir. That's what I was. First, I was thinking, damn, my brother fucked Chuck's wife. I said, bro, you know how many dudes she done fucked? He said, no, Mike, you're not getting it. And I was like, well, you ate out Jolene. Fuck, man. Did you fuck her when you were done or not? You know, you just licked it and left it. He said, dude, she fucked Joe. And Chuck found out. He said, fuck it. He actually killed them both. And he put them both in the shit.
My God.
It's not funny, okay?
No. I'm fucking in shock, bro.
And so Chuck got caught because he took Joe's remains to a Goodyear plant. We have a Goodyear plant in Michigan. The boiler blew up here in Jackson, Michigan. So they closed down and they no longer run. That's right behind Chuck's House of Tacos. So Chuck took Joe and he jumped the fence and went in the old Goodyear plant and threw Joe's head and all the other shit he couldn't grind up of Joe in the sewer under the fucking Goodyear plant. Well, it got to stinking so bad that so the neighbors, all the neighbors that lived around this plant started calling, you know, the sewage place. They thought there was a sewage problem, so they called them. And for some reason, Chuck couldn't part with his old lady's head. He kept that head. He literally, honestly, I don't know if he blamed it on brain damage to try and get away with it. Yes, that's the dude. That's him. But I don't know if he literally went batshit crazy or if it was an attempt to try and get out of it. He couldn't part with his old lady's head, dude. That's how he got caught. he felt so bad afterwards. He loved her, you know, and he realized once he killed her, he didn't hate her. He still loved her. He was just mad about what she did, you know?
Yeah.
I don't care. You marry some woman 16, 20 years, she fucks your nephew. You can go around and say you hate her all you want, but I'm going to know the truth. You don't hate the woman. You love her. And she hurt you bad because you loved her. If you didn't love her, you wouldn't be hurt that bad. You've been like, I'll get a new whore. But because you loved her, it hurt so bad.
Yeah.
And you know, Chuck, that's fucked up. He couldn't part with her head, dude.
That's crazy, man.
So they found portions of her torso or her fucking head or rib cage. I was like, and when, you know, my brother tells me this at the bar, and I'm like, oh my fucking God, what? And he just starts bawling and shit, you know, and I'm like, that's fucked up. And to be honest, do I think that had something to do with it? Yeah, I think the fact that he ate some of this chick who we went to school with when we were children, I do think it bugged him a lot. A lot.
See, love it does fucking crazy things to people's heads, huh?
Well, see, my brother used to date this chick in high school. He loved her when he was a kid, and he said, I'm just like you, Mike, because I openly admit it. A lot of people can't openly admit it, but if I ever loved you, I always love you. If I'm mad at you, it's because you did me wrong, and I feel bad because I loved you.
It must have been some girl, hey, that so many men were just could fall in love with her probably within half an hour of meeting her or something. It's just like she must.
Oh, she was hot, bro.
And personality to boot, probably, and just
bubbly as hell, hot as shit.
Yeah. I've met girls like that.
Yeah.
Give you that eye.
I love Chuck, man. I love these people. I went to school with them, man. You know, I feel for Chuck. He's got to live with the fact that, you know, a lot of people that frequented his restaurant every day were his friends from high school. So now he's got to live with the fact that he killed a woman he grew up loving.
Probably still does, yeah.
In my school, a lot of the marriages, a lot of my friends and the people they're still married to, they met in high school. I met my wife in high school. My brother met his wife in high school. Chuck met his wife in high school, you know. And here's another thing that I don't mention, but my brother had a girl that he loved from high school. And around about this time, my brother's old lady was cheating on him and he got divorced and they split.
Is this the brother that passed away?
Yes.
Okay.
So her name was Bobby Joe, and she was just like Jolene. She was real bubbly, but Bobby Joe got hooked on crack. And my brother had twins. He had kids, a boy and a girl, twins. So Chase and Darian. And they're my kids now. I told them when their dad died, you're not short a father, you're short a uncle. I'm your dad now. And I take care of them. They got portions of my estate, you know. And there's a reason why. Their dad's dead at a young age, but in the end of the story, you'll understand the rest. So Bobby Joe cheated on Monty. My brother's name is Mont, DeMont LaShawn Spiker. Okay? And he loved this girl, and she tried crack one night, and she could never get off of it from that point, you know, and they ended up divorced. Well, she ended up with another crazy motherfucker like Chuck, except this dude was a crazy ass crackhead. And it's really crazy the way this folds out, because I wake up one day and I'm drinking coffee, and I knew Bobby Joe and where she lived with this new dude, you know, that she was with. And I knew their address, and I was listening to the scanner, getting ready to go to work, and I heard the call over there to go to that address to investigate a murder.
What do you mean, listen to the scanner? Sorry, were you in law enforcement?
No, I wasn't.
No, here in the States, we can listen to the frequencies.
Yeah, and one of my brothers is law enforcement, so I get frequencies that some people don't get. like dispatch and F1 lean. But I'm listening to the scanner, and her address comes over to investigate a murder. So I turn on all my shit because I got F1 lean, I got everything. And so I see the coroner's being called to come retrieve a body from there. And I'm like, what the fuck, you know? And then when they said they're looking for him, I knew that the body had to be Bobby Joe's. So I said, all right, I listened to it. Well, I went to talk to my brother about it, right? And then this is his ex. This is when this is his ex, but he was already in the hospital. This is when he just went in the hospital to get his leg amputated. So I went to go to somebody else's house, and I seen this motherfucker walking down the street. And I'm listening to my portable scanner as I'm going, and I know that they're looking for him for murder. So I guessed that he just killed my niece and nephew's mom. I guessed it. So I see him walking down to the street to the party store, and I get out and beat the fuck out of him. You know, I said, hey, man, I asked him, hey, man, what'd you do to Bobby Joe, man? They're at your house investigating a murder. And I noticed he got blood on his shirt. And he starts spazzing. I didn't do nothing, Mike, blah, blah, blah. And he pulls out a knife, and I grabbed his wrist and punched him in the face as hard as I could. And I armbarred him, took him down, started beating the fuck out of him. And the police come up, 3 cop cars, I don't know where, Paul guns on me. They tell me to back up. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to jail for assault, whatever. And I'm like, it's cool, officer. I'll go to jail for assault. And they's like, no, do you got any weapons on you? I said, no, but he's got a knife. And they're like, well, just back up and put your hands palm down on your hood. We need to apprehend the suspect. And they were already calling to get him for questioning. And I'm like, what? And they're like, we're not even going to fuck with you. We're looking for this dude and we want him now. We don't give a fuck why you're beating his ass. You can go ahead and go, to be honest.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, and they cuff him up, but then my brother's getting his leg cut off. And, you know, I want to know what's up. You know, I go to the county sheriff's and I start talking to him. And the guy at the desk won't tell me shit. But then I seen my buddy and I waved him over and he come out and come around out of the county jail and started telling me that dude tripped out and there was a fight and he didn't cut her head right off her body, you know. So now their mom's dead, and within 6 months after that, their dad's dead, you know. So and
my God, Michael, I've known you 4 or 5 years, and I've never heard that story about the guy that I put up there in this story. It's wow.
Yeah. So just after he ate, one dude trips out and kills his wife. My brother eats part of her, and then the woman he loves. My brother was a player, you know what I mean, and
oh, it's like me, yeah.
he didn't even try to get another woman, you know, and he was losing body parts at the time, and it just, I just think that all compounded, and it just took away his will to want to live, you know what I mean, to fight.
Yeah.
I went to the hospital every day. I went to his house every day. I used to drag him out. He just...
Some people do they just kind of lose the fight. They do. I've seen that before.
Yeah.
They just kind of...
And here's the fucked up thing, bro. Remember I was saying something about my nephew and his dad's car? And I bought the Caprice.
Yeah.
I was going to give it to my nephew for his birthday. And that was his mom and his dad. And just before I give him the Caprice, the guy that killed his mom finally got found guilty. Like 8 years later. It took 8 years to finish all the appeals and all the court cases.
And how long did you serve?
Yeah, and so all my brother's old friends, dumbass motherfuckers, they're on the internet saying, oh yeah, you can finally put this behind you, Chase, isn't this good? To my nephew, whose mom damn near got her head cut off her fucking body, and they're dumb enough to say the internet dumb shit. Oh yeah, you can put this behind you, bro. Who the fuck are you? You're not my fucking bro. And if you were, you'd know I'll never put this behind me. I'll take this to the fucking grave with me.
That's dumb shit.
I got right on there and said, no offense to all you motherfuckers. I went to school with you motherfuckers, and I know my brother loved you, but this is the dumbest shit. How the fuck are you going to tag my nephew in the conviction court case of his mom's fucking killer and be dumb enough to say you can put the fact that your mom got her head half cut off behind you now, Chase? Are you really that dumb? Do you think my nephew won't take this shit to his grave? And only one guy had the balls to reply to me over it. He said, you ain't got to be such an ass. You know what I told that dude? Bitch, are you at home? I know where you live. I'll come over there and stomp a mud hole in your ass right now, motherfucker. Don't be dumb.
That's dumb. That's dumb.
Recognize you're a dumb motherfucker. His dad died and his mom got fucking murdered, and the boy ain't never going to put neither one of that shit behind him. He's going to take it to the fucking grave with him. How dumb are you? And then the dude tried to DM me and say, oh man, Mike, in private, that wasn't cool out in open. Do you really think? I was like, bitch, do I really think? Motherfucker, you didn't do shit after high school. I'm a trained motherfucking killer. I know. You know what I mean? Ain't no do I think I'll stomp your ass. I know I'll come over there and stomp a mud hole where your ass was, boy. I know it. I'll demonstrate it too.
That's a crazy time for you, bro. Crazy, crazy time. I think something like this happened in Eastern Europe too. There was a butcher, and he killed his wife, and he was renowned for the pies that he made, and he actually started putting.
Hey, remember I told you my nephew cried when I gave him that car?
Yeah, nice, man.
He just wanted to drive around, smoke weed, and show it off to his friends.
That's a good thing you did there.
Oh, he's my son. I'm not going to let him give up. Or his sister. She's in college, though. It doesn't matter how she got there, but she's in college. She's a good kid.
So talking about all the crazy shit that happens, I watch a guy on YouTube called Donut Operator, and he breaks down police shootings, and he's normally on the side of the police. But I seen one there this morning. A cop shot a guy in a wheelchair. I don't know if it's on the news there in America now, but 7 times or something.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. He was going back into the store with a knife.
Yes. All he had to do was take out his baton, pop him on the head, or pepper spray him, or fucking put the wheelchair over. He shot him 7 times dead in a wheelchair from behind. What the fuck? There's no talk about charges, but obviously the guy got fired from the job, the cop, but he has to be charged for that. That's insanity. Like, shoot a guy in a wheelchair from behind 7 times because he's got a knife. I mean, some of these cops are just pussies, like.
He'd already stabbed somebody in the store, though, hadn't he?
He did, yeah. Yeah, or something like that. But no, I don't think he killed him.
The cop will get off.
Yeah, because
charges won't stick. If he hadn't already stabbed somebody, I think that it's uncalled for. But I think he'd already stabbed people. I'm not saying what the cop did was right. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying legally, I'm sure he'll get off.
Yeah, legally he will. Yeah, but if it was me, I'd just fucking kick the wheelchair over or something. Put the arsehole on his pepper spray him, hit him with a fucking baton, tie him up, whatever. I'm not gonna shoot him. That's a bit OTT, yeah.
Yeah, look, bro. I actually filed a lawsuit against MLive, Jackson Citizen Patriot, because they ran this article about my niece, and she just wants to be left alone. But I mean, the headline is true. She is the clone of her mom.
It's crazy stories, Michael. I'll be right back.
Yeah, they pressed my niece for this interview, and she said, I'll give it to you, but I don't want nothing written about it because I just want to be left alone. And they did it against her will anyway. But the thing is she was staying here just before she went to school, and you know, I got video. I got video surveillance, you know, so even in my front room, at my front door in my front room. So I got her telling the reporter that they couldn't use any of this for the newspaper. And they tried to say, no, she said we could and then recanted when we printed. But I got the proof they're full of shit. And if I win the lawsuit, I'm giving it all to my niece and her brother. I'm going to make her split it with her brother. You can't drag her through the mud just so you can get a fucking story, you know what I mean? A good read. A murder mystery. Fuck you. She's a fucking great kid, and she's beautiful, and her mom was beautiful, and her mom's life got fucked up and she hung out with the wrong people. That's all that kid needs to know. That's it. Doesn't matter what, you know, it really doesn't matter what they write, though, because, the only reality them two need, honestly, they're perfectly willing to accept from their Uncle Mike, because they know I didn't just love their dad. I went to school with their mom, and I love their mom too. I mean, she was my sister-in-law, but in my family, my brother brought home a sister, and that's my sister. And I give her the same family respects I give to my brother. If I was somewhere and somebody was talking shit about my sister, I beat their fucking ass. If they didn't fold when I said, "Hey, that's my sister you're talking about, bitch." And if I was somewhere and I see she needed help, I'd be the first motherfucker to give it, not offer it. But the fucking newspaper place, man, you know, they just drug them kids to the mud. After 8 years, them kids didn't give a fuck. They put it behind them when Uncle Mike said, the kid said, well, what if they don't find him guilty, Uncle Mike? And I don't care what police organization hears this. I said, if they let him go, son, I'll kill that motherfucker. And then the only question then is, will you help me wood chip the body and clean the wood chipper? And that's God's honest truth. And the police in my town already know it. They wouldn't have let that motherfucker free in my town. They already know. I'm a combat veteran. I got deaths on my belt that I worry about whether I'll be forgiven for. That's one I wouldn't. Maybe I could, get some karmatic balance with that one. Do a righteous.
Did you just make up a new word?
Karmatic balance?
Karmatic? Yeah, is karmatic a word, or did you just make that up?
No, that's a word. Karmatic, having to do with karma.
Yeah, I just never heard it before. That's why I was asking.
You're 100% Christian, but you do know what karma is, right? Yeah,
it's the Buddhist thing.
Yeah, you just never read about karmatic balance, which is the good outweighing the bad or the bad outweighing the good. Well,
I've heard of karma before. I just never heard that word.
Yeah, it's a real thing. Karmatic balance is, does your good outweigh your bad?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Just when I hear a word I've never heard before, I want to ask about it. I don't like to remain ignorant.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I'm sure you can understand what I'm saying. When you're in combat situations, sometimes you have to weigh your life against individuals you'd rather not have to weigh who lives, but when you're faced with those situations, you almost always choose your life over other people, which leaves you to deal with issues, in places like Iran, Iraq. That other individual could be a 13-year-old in the street with a rocket launcher. a 10-year-old in the front room with a hand grenade that's tired of you motherfuckers kicking in their front door when they didn't do a damn thing wrong. You know? So when you had something like that on your belt, then to kill somebody who actually did transgress the law of your father, and the wage of sin is death, right? And righteous people deliver the wage of sin. You can't tell me the Bible says thou shalt not kill when the Bible tells you when you can kill. Let he who's without sin cast the
shall not
first
murder.
stone. Exactly. It's a legal term. So there is a lawful, when you take the life of one, your life becomes forfeit, and that's part of Leviticus, a life for a life. You have heard it's been written, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a life for a life?
Yeah. Oh, I'd kill him too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a fucked up situation, but yeah. I just the one thing is I wouldn't want them, to put that on those kids. And I still want to be there for the kids. So I'm glad it just worked out the way it did. You know what I mean? I'm not happy she died, but I'm happy that motherfucker's never getting out of prison. Then I don't have to worry about it, It just breaks my heart with them kids had to deal with it at a young age, that's all. And then, there's a lot of kids in the world that deal with this shit, First they deal with their parents aren't together just because of drugs, No, Reckoner. That's the law of Leviticus. Christ told you, do not think I have come to abolish the law. He told you that. You're preaching something you can't
don't
back
think.
with. You're preaching something you can't back with scripture. He didn't change that forgiveness shit. He said, No, I'm not misinterpreting and cherry picking. You're adding your belief to what he said. I come not to abolish the law or the prophets, the works of the prophets, but to fulfill them. When you fulfill the law, that doesn't mean you get rid of it and write a new one. It just means you follow the entire law of your father, just like we're supposed to do by the covenant. So
If they don't read that. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's not revenge, Reckoner. You're not, he says, yes, not to enforce eye for an eye for revenge. See, it's not revenge, Reckoner. It's the law of our Father. It's the law of our Father. What is the wage of sin? I can back this scripturally. The wage of sin is death, right? Who delivers the wage of sin? What does the law say of our Father? If they do this and they do this, stone them to death.
Purge the sin.
We're not talking about living by the sword. We're talking about living by the law of our Father, Reckner. You're the one twisting shit trying to get out. You think righteous men aren't supposed to deliver the wage of death, that God says that transgression of the law is sin and the wage of sin is death. You're twisting words and adding a doctrine to what is obviously stated. You're adding a doctrinal belief to what's obviously stated in Scripture. I come not to destroy
said when the
law.
Sadducees. Yeah, and he said when the Sadducees and Pharisees sat in Moses' seat, do as they do. And when they sat in Moses' seat, all they could do was read from the scrolls, the Torah scrolls.
Yeah, that means they were policing the law of Leviticus, wherein we find eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and a life for a life, right? Why? Because we entered into a covenant with Yahweh. If you're not in the covenant, you're not a marriage, you're not a bridegroom. There'll be no wedding for you. Many will be called, but few will be accepted. Am I right, brother?
Yes.
You think you have to follow the law of your father just like your brother Jesus did? Why was he the way? The truth, the light, and the way. I know Paul told you when he was in prison, if the law was the way to heaven, Jesus died for nothing. He didn't die for nothing. He followed every aspect of the law of his father. And guess what? He got the prize. He got the resurrection, the new body, and the ascension. This is promised to you in the covenant if you follow the law of the covenant. He followed the law and he got the prize. That's why he's the truth, light, and way. He showed you how it's done. I mean, I served. Do you think I'm wrong?
No.
And I'll tell
Not
you
on
another
this
thing.
particular subject.
Messiah
What you've spoken.
Messiah also preached against following doctrines. But you follow a doctrine. See, Messiah gave to you a guide, the Holy Spirit. You're supposed to trust in the Holy Spirit. But yet you put your faith in men, not in God, not in the Holy Spirit. And you follow doctrines of men. You know, men can be demons, right? They can be angels and demons. For we earned the right to be called sons. Sons of gods. Where angels and demons come from? They were the sons of gods. We are the sons of gods. Through the descendancy of Adam, we can be both angels and demons. It is within us. But the Messiah came and showed you the truth, the light and the way. The light of what? The light of the covenant. The great hope that shines on the path. There's only one path, and Messiah took it. So to say there's any other path to the Father through ascension and resurrection and a new birth, to say there's any other way to that than the way Messiah took is to just be not a heretic, but one who is not in the body of Christ. And I won't even call him Christ because that's not his name. There's power in the name. So you didn't follow Yah. Yah sent his son and his messenger and his savior and his truth and the light to the world. And you fell in love with the messenger and didn't get the message. He's the truth, the light, and the way. Go ahead, bro.
Peter warns exactly about that in 2 Peter chapter 3. He says that the unlearned and unstable, and I'm not quoting because I don't have anything in front of me, but he says that the unlearned and unstable will twist Paul's letters to the way of the wicked. And if you look up that word wicked in the Greek, it means lawlessness, falling from their own steadfastness.
So who's the man of procession? Lawlessness, right? The man of lawlessness. Get that. Why is it so prominent that the Antichrist is lawless? The man of perdition, right? He's lawless, right? Perdition is those who, through generation after generation after generation, fail to follow the law of their father. There's only one way, and that's the covenant, bro. Either you're at the proper time and the proper place when you're supposed to be, and you live the proper way, the way your father wanted you to, or you don't. That's why it's narrow. Towards the gate, one path and a narrow gate.
Messiah says, many will come to me in that day, saying, "Did we not profess many things in your name and cast out demons in your name?" Something like that. And he said, "Depart from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you." And if you go look up the word iniquity, it means lawlessness.
Yeah. Look, I serve. You did the same studies I did. What was that 2 Peter what?
The verse before I was quoting is 2 Peter chapter 3. Starts around like verse 14 or 16. But the one I just quoted is in Matthew somewhere.
Yeah, I know that. I was wondering where the first one was. Yeah, but you got to follow the word entomology to see the reference to lawlessness over and over again. Messiah was the law. His entire
You can look in
life was a legal precedent. Genesis is a legal book. It establishes all the law for Leviticus. Right? Dominion and ownership. Be fruitful, multiply, and go out and seize earth and have dominion over her, and the fowl of the air and the birds of the field and the beasts of the burdens and the fish of the sea. Have dominion over them all and rule over them and take care of them. This is an establishment of authority, the chain of authority here on earth. Man, he told man to go out and be fruitful, multiply, to seize earth, replenish her, and have dominion over her.
But
that's illegal.
Sorry.
Hold on. That's a legal precedent. That's the law of first seizure. And it's in Leviticus, in Ecclesiastics. That means you can't own land, but as long as you have land, you maintain land, and you seize this land, and this is where your bloodlines live, it's yours. As long as you can keep it and maintain it here on earth. And dominion, that's the principalities on earth. Man has dominion over earth. That puts no man above any other man. It gives no man the right to rule over other men. It makes no man better or worse than any other man. It makes all men equal. It gives you an equal position in creation when it says you can be fruitful and multiply. You can go out and create. You can subdue the land and mold her, bend her to your will. All of Genesis is law. When Jesus was on the road, right? When Jesus was on the road, and the lawyers and the scribes were questioning him about the law, right? What law were they questioning him about? And what were those scribes? You know, they were ecclesiastical lawyers, right? You know, law to this day is still ecclesiastical. This is why your rulers say they're pure and righteous. Why? Because they follow the law of their God, ecclesiastics. And yes, they rule over you and they take advantage of you, but they tell you this. And through free will, you give your natural authority to them, so they're righteous and pure. Because they follow their law, they don't have dominion over it. Jesus covered this when he said, no man can serve two masters. Meaning you're either your own master or somebody else is going to lord over you. The entire Bible is a legal book. It's a law book.
In the fourth commandment, that the only one that says remember, that no one hardly pays attention to, right there is all the precedents you need for a legal document written within the fourth. He states his name, all three things that are required for a legal document.
Where?
He posted in the live streamer.
Yeah, I like those verses. Yeah. Blessed are they that do his commandments. What is his commandments? How many laws are they? Are those commandments, brother? I'll let you answer.
You talking about me?
Yeah. Are the laws commandments of your Father when they're part of the covenant?
Yes, we have commandments, ordinances, and statutes.
Yes, we do. Remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. Yeah.
Would that be a Saturday or a Sunday?
Or is that a false dichotomy?
Right, it's honor your mother and father. Right?
If you're talking to me about as if my statement about, because I can't watch the text chat, I'm working. He said, "Is the Sabbath SAT day or SUN day?" And I said, "Or is that a false dichotomy? Because that's a
It
Gregorian
is
calendar." And
because yeah, exactly. It's a solar calendar, and the Sabbath is based on lunar functions. The Sabbath is actually the first Saturday after the new moon, right?
no, we don't
Or
go
the
by Saturday. People that keep a moon calendar, a
well, the
solar lunar
first. Yeah,
calendar.
you're right. The
So
first day.
after new moon day, after new moon day, it's a day on itself, and then the following day starts the count, the 7th
Yeah,
day work week. So
yeah,
the
and
Sabbath
on the
falls on the
7th.
8th, 15th, 22nd,
Exactly.
29th of every month, every lunar month, not a man-made calendar.
Yeah, that's 8 days. It's 7 or 8 days after the new moon, right? Dictates the
8
Sabbath.
days.
Your count of the day of creation, because well, that says that Earth was created on a new moon,
That's
right?
That's knowledge that's been lost, hasn't it? It's like we're living on Caesar's calendar.
It hasn't been lost. It's been disregarded by people who think they're under a new covenant and a new law.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Well, even the people that don't believe that, the scripture says that he'd cause his people to forget the Sabbaths.
Yeah.
So I don't think we can exactly blame all individuals for the Sabbath being lost when going to cause it to happen.
You know how I discovered the lunar cycles, the Enochian calendar, and the true Sabbath? With the week, the month actually begins on the new moon, and the 7th day is the Sabbath, so you have to count it down from the new moon. Being in the argument with Catholicism and Adventism, and saying, no, the Adventists have it right. And that argument actually stemmed my deep research into scripture, at 11 years old. And that's the Sabbath. Because why? Because I wanted to honor the day as I was supposed to. I wanted to be at the sacred time at its appointed time. Because I read scripture and I let the Holy Spirit guide me. And I threw off, at 11, I threw off the shackles of doctrine. Because I read the part and I let it sink in where it said, I will send one to guide you. So if I'm guided by the Holy Spirit, do I need man? Or do you need man's doctrine? Can I interpret the word myself based on the guidance?
The moon rules a lot more than the sun, doesn't it?
Well, here's the thing. I walk in faith. I believe in my God. I believe he sent me the Comforter. So I believe I am guided by the Spirit. And I don't need the doctrines and beliefs of another man, Ellen White, anybody.
You have a one-on-one connection, bro.
Right. And I'm thankful for the Adventists for making me a Torah adherent Christian. That I'm thankful for them for. That part they have right. Messiah and the law. As Adventists, we don't believe there is a new law or a new covenant.
Oh, you're an Adventist?
Yeah, I was a 7-day Adventist.
Oh, you
He said was.
Yeah, it was. But I threw off the shackles of doctrine when I was 11. And the funny thing was I had a female pastor at my 7-day Adventist who I discussed this with because I did advanced Bible studies. And she kept asking me the answers. I used to go with the older people, and she would ask me, Michael, do you know the answer to this question? And I would always give our doctrinally preached answer. I can memorize this stuff, bro. You guys know I can memorize verses.
The 12 pray for the Mormon Church too. I have them memorized. I used to.
Yeah. So, and one day I just said, I'm not giving the doctrinal answers anymore. I'm seeking my own answers. And she actually encouraged that. She liked that. She said, well, we are said to be guided by the Spirit, Michael, and we not said to need doctrine.
Well, I don't know too many of the Adventist teachings, but I know that they adhere to Ellen White's writings, and she says not to reject new light.
New light. Yeah, that's when the Spirit sheds new light on the soul. But you know, you can have the same type of belief on Ellen White as you can as the scripture. What do they tell me it means, and what do I take from it?
Ellen White was probably as correct as fucking L. Ron Hubbard.
I think Ellen White knew damn well that she shouldn't be preaching a doctrine, but she wanted people to know what her personal connection to the Most High enlightened her to.
Who's Ellen White? Was she one of the big Adventists?
She was an Adventist, prophetic Adventist.
And did any of her prophecies come true? Was the world going to end in 2002?
Some of her prophecies came true, yes.
She never claimed to be a prophet, but the Adventist Church has the Adventist Church has doctored her writings. You have to go actually look for her actual writings. You can't go to like a Seventh-day Adventist website to get them.
Yeah, you know how I know that? That female pastor I had, brother. I thank God for her. I think she gave me more truth than any person ever in the church. She said, Michael, there's nothing wrong with don't let anybody tell you not to follow the Spirit. If you feel guided by the Spirit and moved by the Spirit to do this, then maybe it's time for a sealed book or a sealed scripture. Maybe you're the one that's supposed to open it. She was great, man. She said we can't tell our kids what their limits are. We can't limit the creation. I really liked her. I really thank God that I met her. Because I think she was the one that guided me to say, I believe your heart is guided by the Spirit and that you should follow it.
She wasn't a bad person.
No, she absolutely accepted that we have a personal connection with the Most High. And we don't need other people for that. We don't need church. We don't need doctrines. I think she was so advanced in her teachings that she knew all the things I know right now. But this was her profession and her way of existing in this system we live in. So her economical status came from having a parish and a church, you know. I mean, she literally, it was her church. She was a minister since she was 19 years old. I went to her church. She owned the church. She built a following. And everybody who went to that church, they loved her. And to us, we didn't go by that women are not, I suffer not a woman to preach. We didn't go by that, especially not when we believed in Ellen White, you know? But I think...
Where is she now? What happened to her?
She still runs the church. I still give money to her. She's
okay.
She's richer than me, bro. Never worked a day in her life unless, well, that's if you don't see connecting to people on an individual basis to their Lord and Savior, their God.
Why would you donate to a millionaire though?
I like the work she does. We her and I together, listen, I can give it to taxes, or I can give a certain percentage to charitable organizations and claim it off on my taxes. So I do, and I trust her to give 90% of my money to the people that need it. She don't pay organizations to manage her money or to fund anything.
Okay, yeah. Unlike Bono, whose charitable organization gave 1%, and he took the rest.
Yeah, listen. I don't know. I'm sure you've heard it. I adopt people every Christmas. I got 5 people right now I adopted. I'm going to change your life for Christmas.
Michael, you're some guy, man. You are some boy, I tell you.
My church, my pastor, she's got 30 people. She's going to change your life, She's going to get them homes, and some of them she'll rent them homes. Some of them, if she really believes in them, they're just a family who's down on their luck. Then she's going to buy them maybe a tax repo home, and she'll pay a person in our church or our parish or our group, our community, who does remodeling or construction. She'll pay them to bring the house up to code, and she'll reestablish this family. And I do it, but I let my youngest daughter do it, and that's why I'm happy. My oldest daughter's coming home, because next year, instead of learning military stuff and battle strategies and reading every book on war you can,
or how to crack you up with 3 ribs,
my oldest daughter will be saying the same thing that my daughter says. And there's a lot of kids who people say, well, rich people are spoiled brats. One of my daughter's favorite things about Christmas, she gets to change people's lives. We go to the shelters.
But you guys are passing forward. You're making a difference. You're giving back. It's incredible.
I do, and we go to the shelter and we talk to homeless people for months. Sometimes, right now, I have 5 families that I'm going to do for, and certain single people that I'm going to do for too. Like I own a building that used to be a old man's retirement home. It was a George home, John George home, but now it's just it's a rooming, boarding house with 40 rooms in it. So I got 3 guys and 2 girls that are single. The girls got 1 kid, but I'm gonna get them off the street, and I'm gonna get them cars and help them get their license back and stuff. And
holy shit, bro!
But I have 5 families that I'm gonna make their entire Christmas for them. There's 13 kids right now that don't know it. They're staying at the shelter, but within the next 2 weeks, they're gonna be in a home. They're gonna be putting a tree up in their front room, and I'm gonna be crying over their tears of joy. Their entire life's about to change, and they don't even know it. And I'm gonna cry because my daughter loves this. She loves it. That's part of our Christmas. We get to enjoy these families' happiness. I get my joy from other people's happiness. Find my happiness in other people's happiness.
I feel like I'm only getting to start to know you tonight, Michael. Jesus Christ, bro. Sorry, I didn't mean to blast me.
I thought you knew that. We do that.
Oh, I didn't know this. No, we've talked a lot, but we're always talking about other stuff like music and the shape of the earth. But the stories about your brother and the people that you help, I had no idea, man.
Yeah, I didn't just give my nephew his dad's car for his birthday. I bought him a house. Right now, me and my older brother and my 2 cousins, we're building a barn on the house for him so he's got a 7-car collection here at my house, and trying to build him a barn big enough where he can have at least 5 of his cars at the house, But that's just spoiling my family. My favorite part about Christmas is other families that I get to help.
I'm guessing it doesn't just happen at Christmas too. There's things throughout the year too that occur that.
Yeah, actually, there's a lot of people in my community and DHS and welfare departments that have my name and number. If there are special people, even CPS, I got involved with CPS, when my wife
Sorry, who's CPS, Child Prosecution Services, or Child Protection?
Child Protective Services, yes.
Child Prosecution Services, yeah. Prosecution.
Yeah, so my wife, when we were getting divorced, she got pulled over, and I said, she went to drugs and she got in trouble. Well, she still had my address. She was still my wife. We shared an address, and she got caught with methamphetamines. And so CPS came to my house, and I got involved with them. And it was a real young girl. It was a 19-year-old girl that was my investigator, but she got to telling me about a family that she really would help if she could, but because the girl it was an abusive family, an abusive environment, but she couldn't get the girl away from the guy because the guy worked and the girl couldn't get her own home. And this girl is one of my secretaries now, but she was a young girl, and I ended up being friends with her. She's a CPS agent. She kept coming and having to check on my kid and shit like that because I had to satisfy them because drugs were involved with my wife, So I had to do drug tests, and I was positive for marijuana and pain pills. And even though I'm a prominent businessman with a lot of money in the bank, now I got drugs in my system, and there's issues of pain pills, and I'm like, these are prescription drugs. Well, marijuana. Well, I've got a prescription for that too. I've got a medical marijuana card.
90% of America today, yeah.
Yeah, but they still weasel their fucking way in there, and I was like, instead of fighting it, I was just whatever, I made the girl's job easier, and I'm like, whatever, I'll do whatever, but I really don't feel that I have to bow to you or your organization, but I will attempt to satisfy you people. And then if it becomes apparent that you're not, there's no pleasing you, and you're just going to try and invade my life to keep yourself a job, then I'm going to throw a team of lawyers at you, and I'm going to sue everybody involved,
Fucking governments. So if I get my passport renewed and come out to Jackson, is it Jackson, Michigan?
Yeah.
Can I get a job?
Yeah, more than likely, bro. What do you want to be? A maintenance man? A diesel mechanic? You want to work on heavy equipment? Just want to drive a truck?
Drive a truck.
What kind of truck? Does it matter? Can you drive big trucks?
Well, I'll get my license.
Oh, that ain't shit, man. I ain't worried about the license. I'll teach you everything you got to know, and then
I'd love that. I'd be here for like 3 days. Paul, take this fucking haul.
But I mean, driving a dump truck, for a big job, you never get out of the truck. You just pull up, wait your turn, and then back up to the paver and keep the paver full and pull forward.
Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, and then when you're empty, you go back for more fault,
I could do that. I could do that all day, every day. Even
I've done it for people that I don't know that were involved with CPS, so they could keep their children. A lot of the people I helped that were homeless, they have problems. Once you're homeless and you got kids, you got Child Protective Services is up your ass. They want to act like poverty means you can't take care of your kids, but the truth is you can't separate a parent legally from their child based only on poverty.
Yeah.
So there's people I help with, legal money, and one of my lawyers, well, two of them that are on my team, they're started their own business. They separated from other guys and they're starting their own franchise. And part of starting is they got to do so much pro bono work. So they like to do that. If I get that kind of stuff, they do it because it's easy pro bono work, defending a parent's right to not be separated from their child based on poverty.
Well, they seem to be here in the UK too, as well as the States, they really they really want to do that. They really want to break up family if possible. I don't know. It just seems like they're
this
Money
year.
off of it.
Money. Yeah.
Not all of them. Not all of them are good natured like Mike seems to be. Some of them are evil. They get in it for
Seems to be.
evil reasons, not
Yeah.
the right reason.
My daughter's really geeked this year. I got company right now. I think some people know, and it's a full-blooded Native American woman I met on the reservation. But we picked 5 people from here, and my daughter's like, we should help our people too, you know. And so this is my cousin's friend. So I kind of established a thing where I give my cousin and her friend. I pay for what they want to do, outreach program for natives who need help during the holidays. A certain amount to establish people's lives again, or just buy kids Christmas if they need it. And my cousin is so geeked. I swear, she was crying last time she called me, just to tell me, you know, what all she with the right person, you can do a lot for a family with a little bit of money. You know what I mean? And my cousin,
I don't really, but you do.
my cousin is a beautiful-hearted person. So that was like a Christmas gift to her. I told her, you know, you can pay yourself out of this money to distribute the money. And she's like, no. I said, well, it'd be my Christmas present to you. And she said, no, if you want to give me a Christmas present, cuz give me a Christmas present. But this is for people that have not. You know, my cousin, she has. She's an accountant for a tribal casino. She makes good money. She's paid, you know. Oh, her friend is fucking nice too. I like my company. She just fits right in, bro. I'm fucking.
You single now, Michael?
I am single, but
of course, yeah. There must be lots of pretty women trying to get your attention.
Right now, I'm dating a round booty Ojibwe native.
Ojibwe.
Yeah.
Hey,
She's a good girl. She's a good girl. The best part is that she gets along with my daughter. My daughter enjoys her company. You know, like I said, her mom in the divorce and drugs, you know, and rehab, and she left me for my nephew and drugs, and now her and my nephew have this newfound sobriety, you know what I mean? And they're all geeked in their sobriety, but it seems in her life, my daughter always is the last thing, you know? And her life is the first thing. She's narcissistic and that she's self-centered. So it's hard for my daughter to have she doesn't have a mother figure to talk to whenever she needs it, you know? So my sister,
New girl might be the new. Sounds like a good mother figure.
yeah, I love her for that. My sisters try. Whenever they're here, if they come here before they even talk to me, they make sure Taylor doesn't want for or need anything. And then, you know, that they'll get to me. They know I love them, and I love the fact they do that. But I also get my daughter's got a female therapist, so that she has a woman to talk to or relate to, that she can tell stuff to, and not worry about, you know, getting in trouble or offending somebody or pissing off the parent, or you know what I mean. But she's smiling at me now too. This new girl, she gets along great with my daughter. They sit around and play games together, and they talk a lot. And she's got a daughter that's 15, and it's like having a sister, a new sister, your own age. It's fucking great. And it's not something
I wasn't looking for it.
Just fell into your lap, you lucky bastard.
Yeah, well, I think that's the best love you can find.
Yeah, well, you deserve it. It sounds like you deserve it because of all the good shit you do.
Well, I deserve only what I get and what I earn, bro. My father blessed me, and I think he did it for a reason. My parents raised me right. My grandma instilled the love of humanity and God in me. Brought me back. They brought me back to our Father. You know, they did their jobs. I tried to do the same. I tried to so. I don't like to tell my children about all the evil and misery that I endured in my life, but I do. And I show them all the good and tell them why I do the good. I really I worry about karmatic value. I really do.
Why?
Why?
Why do you worry about karmatic value? It sounds like your karma's good, bro.
Well, I'm a combat veteran, bro. I've had to weigh other people's lives
Okay.
over my own. And
Yeah, I work with a bouncer called JP, and he's from Alabama. And well, he was born here, but his dad took him over to the States, and he did 3 tours: one in Iraq, 2 in Afghanistan, and he used to carry the M26 all. And he has killed a couple of people, unfortunately, and you can see it's sort of. I don't actually think he cares that much. It's just kind of like a job he had to do, but
yeah, it's
sergeant, and
it weighs on my mind. I can't write it off. It just is a job, brother.
PTSD, isn't
it? They call it PTSD because it's got to be something other than what it is. But no, it's just it's just worrying about transgressing the law of our Father. Well, in combat, you can kill a person who in no way earned it by the law of God.
Well, if you feel sorry about that every day and have remorse about it, then
there is that.
You're not a psychopath anyway.
No, I'm not a psychopath.
No, but there are people who live with that quite easily, that they've killed 25 people.
I don't know how they do it, bro.
But there are people that can do it.
I really don't. I mean, I deal with it. I don't let it hinder my life, but it's always there. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't let it make me so miserable I lay down and do nothing. But if I said it wasn't a dark spot on the light of my soul or a weight, I'd be a liar. You
would.
Well, I definitely I do logs. I keep a journal. You know what I mean?
Like
I don't write it down, but if I wrote down everything, I try to focus more on my problems. And this is a mental issue. I write some of that stuff down in the journal because I want my kids to read it and know me as a man, and I also want them to know how I dealt with certain things in life. But if I wrote it down every day, then one day my kids would read this and they'd know how much it weighed on me every day of my life since it happened. You know what I mean? And that's a burden that I want to die with me. I don't want to pass it along to them.
Yeah, that very, very hard, very, very tough. I don't know if I could live with that. But yeah, getting the gist of what you're saying, I don't know if I could. But it must be tough. But you're doing fine anyway, bro. Fuck's sake.
Well, yeah, it's just you learn to celebrate life in the midst of death. You couldn't really appreciate life if it wasn't for death. And those who don't have a great appreciation for life haven't experienced death. I'll tell you what, I met many guys who I was in with people who came just to kill somebody. They went in the Marine Corps just to kill somebody. And they thought they were that guy. I'm a killer. I'm going to be the best machine. I'm just going to do it and bow, it's over, you know? And then it happened and their entire fucking world changed. And they weren't that same motherfucker that signed up. All of a sudden, they were a different person. They were like, I don't know. They were actually lost when they thought they had it all sewed up and they knew everything. And man was the center of everything. And we know everything. After that moment, in that moment that they actually took a life, they realized we don't know shit.
Yep.
And their entire life changed and their perception of life changed. And after that, when we experienced it together, they went from being a person I couldn't fucking stand because they were there just to take a person's life, not to be a hero or do some good or protect their community, just to kill somebody, you know? They went from that piece of shit I couldn't stand to a person who is maybe now equal to me, wanting to talk to me about God. Because they didn't grow up in what I grew up in. They had no concept of what God was. I've heard people talk about God, Mike, but you're religious. Can you help me with this? You know what I did? I gave him a Bible. I told him you got to have faith in you and faith in God. And if you believe there's a God up there and he's your creator, then you have a father up there. What would your father want of you? He said, my dad just wants me to live a good life and be a good person. I said, so what would your father want from you? He just want you to try your hardest to be a good person. And that's the most you should take from that.
It sounds like your faith has brought you through a lot of trials and tribulations.
Yeah, I think I find my most solace in everything happens for a reason, bro. That maybe I wouldn't be the person I am now if I hadn't done what I'd done. Maybe I'd just be some greedy rich bastard that sat around and put other people fucking down. But no.
You were a different person at that time, though.
Yeah, but instead I'm a person who loves my community, loves my fellow man, I love people. I don't love the way we live or the systems we live in, but I love people. And money isn't shit.
Yeah.
People. It's people. It's what.
It makes a massive, massive difference if your diet is not money, it's not.
Listen, my grandma gave me this. For me, life isn't about a nice pair of shoes, a t-shirt, a silk shirt, a gold watch. It's about people. And if you don't have people that are happy and can enjoy this with you, and you get no enjoyment out of all the shit you have, your fucking life is meaningless and you're probably miserable. But if you have nothing, I don't care if you got $1 million in the bank. If you have shit, $1 million in the bank, you're wearing old work boots, old blue jeans, and a white t-shirt with no watch. But you got plenty of friends around you, that actually love you, and that you love, and you would each do whatever you could to ensure each other's longevity and happiness. Then you're a rich man.
Yeah, it doesn't mean shit, but I mean, so many millionaires, so many rich people top themselves or whatever.
Yeah, well, they don't know what we know, that I can't take any of this physical shit with me. And I get what they meant when they said don't store up treasures. It's not a treasure. None of this shit in the physical world that I can stack up is a treasure. Sure, I love my cars, but I'll tell you what, I'll give a person a car if I'll meet a person and just try to have a good conversation with them at like Coney Island, right? And if the person's miserable and I can't have a conversation with them, then I'm going to want to know why they're miserable and what can I do to make it stop so that we can start back again and go have breakfast together at Coney Island and have a good conversation where I'm happy and you're happy. That's what kind of person I am. Because I value that human interaction more than I value any physical thing on earth. And what might leave this life with me, if we're all a spark of the divine, we all have a eternal soul, then you and I might share the afterlife together. But I sure the fuck can't take no gold bars with me.
We travel light. We travel light.
Right. We travel light. And you got to understand that goes for mind, body, and spirit. Travel light when it comes to mind, body, and spirit. Don't do anything you're not proud to say that you did. Then your spirit won't be weighed down with luggage. In the same sense, don't do anything you can't be happy and proud to say you did and share with your children. Then your mind won't be bogged down with it. Once your mind and your spirit are good, then your body's going to be good. Because your health is greatly related to your spiritual and mental position. If you feel good, chances are you're going to be healthy. If you feel healthy, if you're happy, chances are you could get over all sickness, you know? Do things that lighten your soul, not weigh it down. That would be the advice I give to any young person. Do what you got to do to be able to not worry in this. We live by an economic system, so be a master of economics, but also be your own master of your mentality, your feelings, and your life. Master over your soul. Don't do things that are going to weigh you down for a lifetime. When you die, you want to smile and not have to look back on your life because you enjoy every minute of it. Right?
Yeah, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, the only people who, before they die, see their entire life flash before their eyes is a person whose life is full of things that the moment they die, they're wondering if their immortal soul is damned for all this shit they did. And that affects your passing. And I would say that the state in which your soul exists affects your next life. So you don't want to take negative energy with you. You don't want to affect your passing.
So you think there's a possibility of a next life?
I do.
So do I.
I don't think this is home, PMAC. I think when we get home, you and I believe in soul groups, and the fact that we interact makes me believe we're part of a soul group. We've probably done this through the cycles. That's why we're so familiar and we get along so well. And I believe when we get home, we'll look back on all this and we'll say, that would have been way more enjoyable had I known I was going to live through it.
Man, you're giving me goosebumps now. Holy shit, bro.
Well, that's because you know that truth is written on your soul. This isn't home, brother. This is a vacation from home, because home is eternal. It's an eternal state. When we get there, it'll always be like that. There'll come a time when eternity bores us again. And the Most High will say, well, son, let me give you a gift. And we'll come back.
That's good.
It's virtual reality in my eyes. Eternity, eternal bliss would be dull. The love we give the Most High would be dull because it's all we know. When we do this, when we go back, the love we give them, our Father knows it's more real than any love we could give Him for an eternity. Because when we come back after experiences free will, life, and death, when we should have been in an eternal state and we loved our Father just because that's all we ever knew, when we come back after experiencing this, and we see the Father we always knew, and we realize the truth of reality, and we come back to our senses, at that moment, we're going to give love to that which we missed. I missed you guys so great. As a father, I know how enjoyable that would be.
In here, in this physicality, that's great. In here, in this physicality, is where it's happening. This is where you learn your lessons. This is where you learn do unto others. This is where you learn to be who you are. This
is where we learn an appreciation for what we live eternally.
This is what's teaching you. This is what it's all about.
Because when we live in a place of singularity, bliss, harmony, and love, we don't fully understand what love is. But when you experience great evil, you have a greater understanding of love.
And when you're going through hard times, I found that the times when I'm actually at my, well, shall we say happiest, not the happiest, but times of learning, the rough patches that I've gone through in life, like for like 2-3 years, it's just constant challenge, one challenge after another. I'm like, how the fuck am I still walking? But
the downs make the ups all the more better. I know they do.
I'm at my best when I'm at my downest, if you know what I mean. It's
I've got to a point where I can't get enough of making other people feel good. I don't enjoy the cars and all the work and shit as much as I used to. I think it was part of being single, and it's almost like an addiction. Like if I don't go out and do something for somebody and see pure appreciation and a pure smile and pure love from somebody I don't even know, that you can tell that they're at that moment they love you, because they can't even understand why as a person you would give a shit about them. I fiend for that. I look for people I can help. I do. Because oh man, I don't know. When I get that smile and that, I can hear people exhale. You know what I mean? And I can see in their face they feel like they're over that hump, because I've eliminated every problem that they had in their life. Like I look for the type of people I look for is a family with a good man who was in the shelter, and he can't even hold his head up high because his family's in the shelter too, and it weighs on him that he's not giving them what he should, and that he let them down. This is the type of family I look for a man that's at the head of it, or even just a woman by herself with children who can't even be pleased with themselves because they let their children down, because they're in the shelter, but they're still working and they're still trying their hardest. You know what I mean? If they got to ride a bus or walk to work after they put their kids on the, these are the kind of people that I want to help. The people who still try. And even those people who've given up and think nobody give a fuck. You know how much of a change it can provide to a person who just give their whole life to drugs, and they're lost in a hole and down and out, and they're living in a shelter. They got shit. The only thing they can think about is getting their next crack rock, and then they got a guy like me that comes up and is just like, "Why you here, bro?" And they don't want to kick it, but I'm so pushy and I weasel my way in life. And then, after about 3 days, they're like, dude, why do you keep bugging me? And I'm like, because I'm the guy that wants to change your entire life. I just want to know that I can pull you back from that bottomless pit that you're in, show you a little love, let you know you're not alone, and actually change your life. People feel alone in this world, and you know what it can do to the spirit to feel alone? Well, look at it on the opposite level. What can it do to the mind, body, and spirit to have a sudden realization that you're not alone and that there's people out there that care? And
massive.
And I won't just do it myself. I'll invite my church in to come and give what they'll give, and other churches too, because my pastor, he knows a lot of other pastors, and I get like 10 churches to help a family, Each church buys the kids 3 outfits and a pair of shoes. 10 churches. That's a fucking Christmas right there, dude. For a kid that don't have a home. And then you just put him in a home and bought his daddy a car, got him 6 months worth of insurance, put him in a license. He had a job. He's struggling. He's like, fuck, I can't make it. And then you're like, hey, fuck that job. Come work for me. I'll pay you more. And then people say, they think I'm just lucky or something. They're like, Mike, you're lucky. You're surrounded by people who love you.
You work for everything you got. Yeah.
You know why I'm surrounded by people who love me?
Because you show them that you love them too.
Yeah, and because that's the treasure I worked for. Yeah. My daughter already told 2 of the families, and tomorrow's Friday, but Sunday after services at the shelter, we're gonna go let the other 3 families. We're gonna tell the kids. I'm gonna bring all 5 families out here until their houses are ready. I love to see these kids just like, really?
Their faces light up.
You mean we're not homeless no more? You tell a kid, yeah, I'm gonna buy your daddy a house. Yeah, I'm gonna buy your mommy a house. They cry, and then they start to giggle, and they're like, "You're serious?" And I'm like, "I wouldn't lie to you. You're a child. I wouldn't want to just break your heart like that." And they giggle, and they want to know why too. Even a child said, "What? Well, why are you doing that for my mom?" But unlike grown ass people, when you tell a child, because I love people, they don't need more. They don't need more answers. They don't need any more explanation. They still believe that there's people out there that care about them and love them. So society hasn't disconnected them from their humanity.
Have you checked your back recently? Are there any fucking wings on there, bro?
No, I got wings. I got wings, but not like that. Bro, I got love. This, it tickles my daughter pink. Oh, my daughter, she cries, P. Cries. She can't believe we even get to do this. Her friends watch this shit on TV, and I tell her, I don't like to brag about this.
No.
But I'm not bragging. Hopefully I'm inspiring other people to do what they can for the people around them.
You are. I feel inspired. I do.
In their communities or in their families or.
Always treat people the way you want to be treated. This is the way I see life. The last interview I had, I got the job, and he says, "So, what's your philosophy on life?" And I just says, "Well," and I couldn't think of anything.
You get what you accept, and you get what you work for.
After the interview, I cringed. I thought it was probably the worst thing to say. He says, "So, what's your philosophy in life?" And I just said to him, well, and I couldn't think of anything, and I just thought, listen, treat people as you want to be treated. I treat people as and it's cliche.
In short,
it's generic, but it's true because the good old sayings are good, and they've been around for a long time because they're fucking true.
Mine is in short, life is what we make it, and I can get really deep into that.
Oh, baby, life's what you make it. Sorry, talk.
Yeah, that's why.
Don't clap for But yeah, no, treat people the way you want to be treated. Just if you treat somebody really bad and you reflect on that and you realize somebody to talk to me like that, no, right? So do it differently.
This girl I'm talking to now, she's sleeping, but her name's Anna, and that's why she came in town this weekend. She actually wants to experience that. When I have 13 kids here that are just all of a sudden this week, Sunday, I'm bringing them all here. I got 7 bedrooms upstairs, and normally when I do this, I got enough rooms where the parents can all have their own room and they can put the kids in other rooms. But normally when I bring them home for this, until their houses are ready and all their stuff's done, normally the entire family just wants to live in one room.
Man, you're doing something fantastic. You really are, man.
You know what I'm waiting for? Monday.
The second coming?
Monday, when all them kids are here and their parents are sleeping, and I can tell them, go ahead and sleep in, man. I'm not a pervert. I'm not a pedophile. If you want to know anything about how I am with kids, just ask my daughter. And then Monday, I get up, make a pot of coffee, and just get stuff ready and sit and wait for these kids to come down and say, what do you want for breakfast? And when they say, what do you got? I'm going to say, oh, we don't go to boxes of cereal for breakfast. You want eggs? You want an omelet? You want toast? French toast? Pancakes? Sausage?
Oh, French toast.
You know what I'm saying? And these kids go from the shelter to, who is this fucking guy cooking us breakfast?
Who's this fucking guy?
I love it. I can't get enough of it, bro.
That's kind of what I'm saying to myself tonight. Who is this fucking guy? I had no idea, bro.
I really can't. I can't get enough of it.
I know you were kind of well off. I know you like your cars. I know you believe in the flat earth. I know you do good things for society, etc. every now and then, but I had no idea what you do, man. You go above and beyond. And, not to bum yourself up or blow smoke up your ass, but holy shit, bro.
No, I don't get to share it with too many people without them feeling like I'm bragging.
Yeah, it's not something you would share every day, like.
But I just want somebody to know my greatest joy in life. These kids I've had kids cry, cook them an omelet, give them a big glass of milk. My dog comes in, sits down, starts begging, rubs his head against them, licks them. Mike just sits there and smiles and sips his coffee, and they just cry because they realize they ain't got nothing else to worry about. Grown ass people cry, their parents cry, they come down. I'm like, what do you want for breakfast? And then they realize the thing is that I get them here, bro. And they're like, oh man, this guy's the biggest church guy, and I'm gonna have to sneak outside to smoke this cigarette and blaze a joint.
Then they hear your foul mouth.
Yeah. And I'm like, hey man, if you want to drink, I got a liquor cabinet. There's a whole bunch of liquor out. There's just bar on the side of the barn, you know what I mean? You guys want to smoke some weed? I got a big bag of weed, but you got to go out away from the kids to smoke it. And then these people are like, sometimes they think I'm batshit crazy. Sometimes they're just like, I just try to tell them, I just want you to know you can relax. I'm not that uppity church. I'm not the pastor. You don't have to act like you're living in the church, but we are the church. This is the church. If you want to worship God, then we can do that, and I'll say amen. If you want to enjoy this life and this creation on this earth where our Father put us, we can do that too, but I'm all about the kids. You know what I mean? They're the next generation. My parents were like that.
Well, they're kids, so.
My parents were. Most of all, I want to take kids who don't have the greatest opportunity out of poverty and out of desperation and give them a life that they deserve. That some people are perfectly fine sitting at home with money and thousands in the bank, and my kids are good and everything's good. Me, I can't. Sometimes I can't sleep at night worrying about what other people's kids suffer through, and I just want to I want to help as many people as I can feel the same comfort in life that I feel. And it doesn't just come from money, but yes, having the ability to supply myself with everything it is that I need and my children does give me a degree of comfort, but my comfort is spiritual. I really feel that I could lose everything I got and it would come back to me. I don't worry about where a meal comes from. I don't do things and worry about them. I do what my heart leads me to do. And I don't half-ass it. That's it. I'm feet first, wholeheartedly into whatever I do, and no regrets.
You're in the moment.
I'm not the person that's gonna sit there and let you keep telling me thank you forever. I don't need thanks, man. And if you spend enough time with me, you already know that just seeing you smile, I've already gotten what I wanted out of this interaction. You'll sit down and say, hey, Mike, you got a laptop I can get on your internet with? You want me to polish that car you got in the garage? And I'll say, no, I got a kid for that. And you'd be taking his work. Yeah, you better roll another one. This one's almost gone. I love this time of year. And, I'm going to wait all year long for my daughter has an experience. I wasn't really big in this when she went away, when she was 18 and she joined the service. And I'm really anxious to let my oldest daughter know who I am now and give her a greater appreciation for what matters in life. What matters in life are the people we share life with and nothing else. And how well we treat each other. If you treat people right, you'll create every opportunity you ever need in that action. And I wholeheartedly believe that. There's so many people in my life that I've showed great love to that if I fell and lost everything I had, I'd have help. And that's not faith. I know that. I could lose everything I had and I'd never end up homeless. I already know it.
It's a good place to be.
It is, but I believe what my grandma told me. The world is what we create it with our actions, son. If you look around and the world's not based on love, then you should know why. Because people don't show love.
Mama told me.
Their actions aren't out of love. We create this world with our actions. If it's not based on love, then that tells us there's no love in our everyday actions. And if it doesn't tell you that, then I think you need to work on correcting your thought process. That's just my opinion. The love you give out, surely you will give back. You will get it back.
Whoa.
When you give true love, you'll get it back. It's just, what is your measure of love? Is love how much somebody is willing to do for you, or how much they're willing to give you? Or is love just a person who notices that you need help, a person who cares about you, a person that recognizes you are a living being with the same wants, needs, and feelings as everybody else? You know, I don't like to say it, but you know how many black people I've invited into my home that are like really uncomfortable, bro, and then after a day they still act like, man, I'm the only black guy here, and their kids are like, yeah, this is great, Mike. You got every video game that they ever made. And I'm like, man, if you like that 64, you can take that one with you, I end up having to call my cousins and I say, hey, cuz, what? I got a black guy out here, man. I just bought him a house and he can't get comfortable. You want to come out here and smoke some weed with him, man, and get him comfortable? And my cousin be like, oh, yeah. You want me to bring my mama? My mama misses you. My family is mixed. There's Mexicans, blacks, natives, whites,
Indians there, yeah.
But my cousin will come right out and be like, why ain't you comfortable here, man? This is the least racist motherfucker in the world. He'd be like, that cracker's a nigga. And they're like, what? Oh, my cracker, my motherfucker Mike. That nigga there white than the motherfucker, but he black is a motherfucker too. Because he's just a man. And I'm a man.
Hey.
If you don't get that, you're not worth talking to.
Outstanding, Michael. That's fucking amazing, bro.
Yeah, my cousin's just as rich as I am.
Do you ever hear what? For a completely different topic. Do you ever hear what H.P. Lovecraft called his cat?
No.
Niggerman.
No shit.
No shit, bro. Look it up in Google. That's strange.
I don't even like that word, but
no, it's a bad word. But
it is. But
what the fuck is that for? 1920s, maybe it was acceptable.
I found in my life before all this political, accept the fact we're all racist crap. When I was a kid,
spoke a little bit of racism.
Sure, we understood that the generation before us were kind of racist, and their generation before them racist, or even they talked about people in a way that they shouldn't. But when I was a child, that's when black people, and I don't even like to say black because there's no black, white, or brown people. There's just fucking people, just like cats. The goddamn calico cat isn't no different than the black cat or the tiger striped cat. They're all fucking cats, all right? But when I was a kid, they started taking the weight out of that word. They used it for their own shit, and I thought, yeah, that's the greatest thing people ever did. These people are smart. They're really trying to lift their experience and get over that. To where the N-bomb is meaningless. In a proper world, people wouldn't care about racism, even black. If somebody said the N-bomb, they just keep on going what they're doing and live on their life because they'd want the motherfucker that said it to know it didn't stop a fucking thing in this world. They'd be above it. And my generation, we worked for a connection, a unification, and they don't like our governmental rules, didn't like the fact that all white people, black people, brown people were all starting to get along and have cookouts together and party together and go to the bar together. They didn't like that. So they had to come in and teach our kids that the nation is separated by race when we'd already worked around that.
Something race theory. Like one of the
critical race theory. It's bullshit, dude. We got over that shit 2 generations ago, man.
It's over for like
the fucking government's the ones that keep bringing it back up.
Everybody was fine, and all the black people.
You know how many black people I know right now that are like, "What the fuck is this shit
going on?
Why do the crackers keep bringing up racism?"
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my cousin. I don't know why you crackers keep saying that word. I'm rich in the motherfucker. That's
like, what the hell?
That's
happened?
what he tells me. Half them crackers that use the word, they ain't got a damn thing I got, you know. So what do I give a fuck about racism?
We're all getting along to get along. Morgan Freeman was asked about it. So what do you think about this whole race thing? And it's one of the greatest quotes. You've heard it before. I know you've heard it before.
Yeah, I have.
Stop talking about it. And what do people do 2 or 3 years later? That's all they can fucking talk about.
That's all they're fucking talking about. Why? Because everybody started to get together, get high together, party together, cook out together, go to church together. There's no more. You got to understand this. When my grandfather grew up, there were white people churches and black people churches. When I grew up, there was black, white, brown, and Asian motherfuckers at my church. The entire congregation was mixed.
I grew up in South Africa.
And the government didn't like it because we were all starting to talk about how we're all oppressed by the same system. We're starting to unify. And the government said
together, and suddenly
the government said we couldn't win a war against these motherfuckers.
Do you remember when
they're all together
100 years ago?
Hold on. And the government said we got to separate these people again.
Exactly.
So politicians brought race up again, not white people and black people. Because no offense, my brothers and my Mexicans and my Chicanos, we all know politicians ain't people, right? They're politicians, right? We all know that. People is people, motherfucker. We's people. They's elites. They think they're better than us. The rest of us know we ain't shit, right? We's all ain't shit. No matter how much money we got.
This is what I've observed to be happening, is that the world was coming together too much, too quickly, too fast. We were all starting to realize, listen, color don't mean shit.
Once we started going to church together, bro, they had to break that shit up.
There's always
they knew, listen.
Let me finish. There's always a little bit of racism, people, whatever, but we're getting past that. And we were getting well past that. It's just, people were just coming together. It was flat earth. It was color. Nobody gave a shit. Your religion, the color of your skin. Nobody gave a shit. And then, what was it, about 2 or 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Suddenly there's an explosion about...
Obama brought it up, bro, and he was the first black president. That's my point.
It's all about divide and conquer, and it's all about divide and conquer.
That's my point. When there's been a black president, how can you even say it's racist? When there's black senators, when you have representatives in the collective, they got to keep us divided. They don't want us to all know we're all sons of God and we got to unite together.
When people talk about that, and I say, listen, there's 35,000, probably more. It's 150,000 black people in America that are living a life, living in mansions. They will have a better life than I ever have, because I'm scraping at £10 an hour, trying to make a life. They're happy. It's not about they're rich beyond their wildest dreams. They throw a fucking football, or
Slavery was 10 generations ago, bro.
That's gone, yeah.
Racism was 5 generations ago.
Suddenly it's all now a new thing. And you're like, what the fuck? I mean,
yeah, they want to act like
black people that are far richer than I'll ever be.
They act like
suddenly
50% of the population in America is still KKK. And that's just not true. You don't even see that shit in the North, bro. There ain't no Ku Klux Klan in the North or no Aryan Brotherhood because Yankees have kicked them bitches out of our state.
I suppose what I'm trying to say is we got to the stage where pigmentation of your skin didn't
mean shit.
Yeah. And now suddenly, out of nowhere, it does.
Oh yeah, when the first politician when I heard Obama speak about all the racism in politics and workplaces, and I thought, my grandpa, he admitted that, man, my dad was kind of racist, but I got over that crap, and his parents were even more racist before him. But even my grandpa said, it's been 20 generations since anybody owned anybody, Michael, but they got to keep us separated. Even my grandfather said this because he realized, he said, the governments of the world rule us. And if white people, black people, Asian people, and Mexican people all get along and they're not fighting against each other, then they're all going to start to participate in the system and talk about the system. So they have to keep those lines of division up so we don't all get hyper focused about politics. If we all really were active in politics in the American political system and we demanded that our votes counted, dude, we could actually live in the country that we want. And they can't have that.
I think people were starting to get out of the system. They were starting to realize that it is a system. And then suddenly the system had to reinforce itself.
Draw them back in. Black people, you use discriminated against, and we, the government, we care for you. We're going to change this. Look, we put Black Lives Matters outside the county sheriff. So do they think just because they put this on every federal building and every court building that there's going to be less of a percentage of black people in prison? Do they think the police now are somehow on their side? Do they think that the laws in the system oppress them less now than they do anybody else? It doesn't matter what we think about each other.
It is kind of obvious that
anybody can get a job that wants to work nowadays.
The system, and the system is dragging us back into the system.
Yeah.
People were starting to release themselves from the system because of flat Earth, because of the shape of this and the shape of that, and because we realize that we're living in a fucking fugazi. Most things you've been taught are utter bullshit. So they had to start bringing back all these divisions.
Yeah.
Like, cause it's just what it looks like to me. It's
flat Earth. Oh, you sons of God. Oh, you want the laws to be equal. Oh, wait. Don't forget that you're all a bunch of racist fucks.
Yeah. It's crazy.
They want to come back. Oh, black people don't trust white people. White people hate you. No, we don't. Politicians hate you, motherfucker. Because you're a force to be reckoned with. You're a great people. You're a multitude.
I did not say give a shit.
And when you put good white people with good black people, we're a greater multitude. And when you put good white people and good black people with good Mexican people, I don't care who says what about Mexican. They're some of the most religious and humble people in the world.
Do you know
listen.
Go ahead, sorry.
I think Mexicans have greater morals than a lot of other peoples. They love their parents. They honor their parents. They love their family. Their families are so tight that their children know all their aunts, all their uncles, their second cousins.
Yeah, and we don't get that in modern day society. The Chinese are the same. The Chinese look after their
Yeah, I love Mexican people, man.
yeah, they're different.
I love Native American people too. I'm not racist. I love dark complected women. They are sexy as hell.
Sexy as fuck.
And I'm not intimidated by a dark colored competent man.
No.
My cousin is, my uncle is. You know, my uncle's a black man, and I don't get offended when he looks at me and says, "Michael, I'll still whoop your ass. I ain't that old yet. Don't be joking with me, you little motherfucker."
Right. I got three cards right
and
now.
when he says, my mama, my uncle's black, and my grandma was still his mom. When he says, my Native American grandma, when he says, my mama called you a little white bear. Your native name's Wabi Macoons because you're a little cracker motherfucker. So you little cracker ass don't be talking shit to me.
Little white bear.
I don't get mad. It's a joke.
That's a good name.
Well, it is my name. I'm a white bear. That's my name. Wabi Macoons, little white bear. I'm not a big man, and I'm a white bear. I'm a white man that's part of the Bear Clan. So,
makes sense.
Yeah, and it's not just my black uncle that'll joke about it. It's my full-blooded Native American cousins who joke about it too, because I'm not full-blooded. But
well,
you know what I mean. The point is, they still love me, even though I'm not full-blooded. Even though I'm not brown.
Yeah, it just seems that
they still love me like a brother.
People were getting together too much. It was coming together too much too fast, and they just
too much unity.
Too much
love. Yeah, they can't have that, dude. They need the hate. We got to be so engulfed in the world we live in the system we live in, that we never see the bars of the cage we live in.
That gilded cage. Yeah, the
I'll be right back, bro. I got to go to the bathroom and grab some papers.
Me too.
Yeah, they need to keep us divided because the bars of the cage are starting to show, brother.
That's what it seems.
We agree.
Yep.
We do. Most people don't know they live in a prison. We're just in a general population in the largest prison in the world. It's called a political system or a state. My state is my prison yard. If I want to leave my prison, I got to get permission to go to another prison. Unless it's if I'm going from Michigan prison to Tennessee prison, I can do that. But if I want to go from the USA prison to the Mexican prison, Mexico, then I got to get papers. Or if I want to go from the United Prisons of America to the corporate
United Prisons of Europe,
the corporate correction center of Canada, then if I wasn't a First Nations person, then I'd have to get a passport to do that too. But because I'm a First Nations person, well, my prison yard's a little bigger than you guys because we still know 20 generations ago we were really free. So they give us okay, you can go to that prison too, Well, see, we took all your land from you, so I guess you can go to Mexico too, you don't need a passport. Just forget you was ever free. You native bitch. Forget you own the land.
We need a toilet break here. Be right back.
Yeah, I love it.
Let's take 5 minutes in the breath.
I'm gonna smack this native butt before I go to the bathroom. I don't care if she's sleeping. I'm gonna reach over and slap this booty.
Shake that booty.
Just slap it.
Oh,
dude, she's hugging my dog and sleeping with my dog. I'm fucking jealous. I'm not, but
not really. All right, Mike. I'll see you in a bit. Sing along. Please don't take it so badly.
Like, fuck for that.
Anybody has any objections if I play some Mitchell of Australia?
Maybe.
No?
Yeah, no.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Flat Earth School. The school is around us 24/7 since the beginning of existence. I'm Mitchell from Australia, merely a student, always questioning, always learning about the world around me. Our Flat Earth School, it is the best teacher anyone could ever hope for. I want to extend my appreciation to all my patrons, all the supporters, everyone who is liking and sharing the show. Please, I encourage everyone to please share and like the show. It's going to be a great show today. I've got a very special guest, Rob Duran. He has recently brought out a very killer video, a very devastating video for the globe, just demonstrating how we can never use the globe for celestial navigation, how it's never taken into account, how no one actually has a physical globe that takes with them when doing celestial navigation. And we're just going into everything about that today. Rob, thank you for coming on Flat Earth School. How are you, mate?
Thanks for having me, Mitchell. Good to be here.
Rob, the video, if anyone hasn't seen it, go to Rob's channel. I've linked his channel in the description. Please subscribe to Rob. He deserves a lot more subs and a lot more attention. If anyone hasn't seen it, go over to Rob's channel and view that video. But we're going to go through that live today with his AutoCAD model. Rob, how did you? What's the backing to this? Like, how did you come to this realization that we're not actually plotting things on a globe? We're actually plotting things on a flat map. Like, where'd this whole story come from, mate?
Well, I don't know if you're aware or not, but I've been in Flat Earth since 2015. That's when I put my first video out. I work with AutoCAD professionally, and I have done for over 20 years. So I started doing some modeling probably 2 or 3 years ago with the globe and wrapping the Mercator projection around the globe just to check angles to stars and, such like. And then I kind of had a break. I didn't really do anything for a couple of years, and then I wasn't active in the community, but I was very sort of passive. I was watching everything, keeping up to date with everything, and specifically the Flat Earth debate. I was very interested in that, and when the sextant topic came up, it got me to thinking back to when I was wrapping Mercator projections around the sphere, and I just, something spurred me to sort of try and see what would happen if you if you drew a circle on the Mercator projection map and wrap it around a sphere. I knew it was going to be distorted, but I didn't know to what degree or to what it would actually look like. So yeah, that's pretty much what inspired me to do it.
Yeah, I think everyone's pretty stoked that you did, because it is beautiful. It is beautiful what you've done with the AutoCAD model. Obviously, you've said that you're very comfortable using AutoCAD. This isn't the first time you've used it. You've been doing this for a while, but it's kind of upon seeing arguments like the sextant. This is why I say I encourage everyone, if you don't understand the sextant, if you haven't looked into it properly, look into how the sextant works. Look into celestial navigation, because if more people do that from the flat Earth side, you get more angles of attack, more perspective. Like Rob has got here, he thought of something that no one else has actually thought of before. He's brought it to the table, and it is such a killer point. It is so devastating for the globe. Before we get into that, Rob, you said you've been into Flat Earth since about 2015. What was your awakening journey? What made you first question your reality, I guess? Obviously, you believed that you lived on a globe in the first place, growing up through your schooling, up until what point? What made you question the globe, do you think?
Well, I don't know if it's the correct expression, woke up in 2012 my younger brother actually was the one that woke me up into the deception and the lies going on, not just about the shape of the Earth, but everything. And in 2015, he just said to me, "Hey Rob, have you looked into the flat Earth?" I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, you've convinced me of I stuff, but flat Earth, that's just a little bit too far." Anyway, I went and watched
So
a
it's actually
video.
your brother.
Yeah, I watched a Mark Sargent's Clues, and then obviously Eric DeBay's and Gerrans, and yeah, that was it. I mean, I wasn't completely convinced straight away. It took me a good few years to be absolutely sure. I mean, I'm still not absolutely sure. I know it's not a globe. What the actual shape is, it appears flat. That's how it presents itself to us. And I suppose with this new sextant proof, it is looking more and more like it is flat. So, yeah, that's how I came to the realization.
Yeah, I mean, like for you, what possibilities that it could be a globe is left in your mind? Like, I don't want to expose any kind of weak points in your understanding of our world, but like, what do you think is holding you back? Because I like to ask that to people because for me it was the stars for the southern pole rotation. I was uncomfortable with that. I didn't have an explanation with that for that, but upon realizing that my mind was kind of still in the globe mentality, in the heliocentric mentality, I had to bring myself away from that, thinking that when looking south at the southern pole rotation, that I'm looking at an axis, that I'm looking at a southern pole rotation. I had to bring my mind out of an antipodal view, because upon everything else in my reality presented as flat, the black swan, we can see too far, we never experience or view Coriolis, gas pressure without a container, all that stuff I was really comfortable with. But upon looking at the stars, I still thought that maybe it could be a globe. But there are just some things that I realized you just have to be comfortable with not knowing how it works, but it always happens. Just because we don't have an explanation for something that is happening in our world doesn't mean it's not happening. That's the thing that the globe believers don't get. We don't have to have an explanation for absolutely everything. As long as we can view it, as long as we can see it, if it's in our reality, it's happening. We don't have to go into imagination land like they are with the globe. So once again, not to expose anything that you don't want to, Rob, but what do you think is left to be answered for you to confirm that we are definitely living on a flat Earth, do you think?
There's not a lot, to be honest. One thing that's perplexed me quite a lot with this realization of the sextant is the fact that it works on the Mercator map. Specifically, I know it does. They do say it works on other maps, but specifically the Mercator map is used quite a lot, I believe. So I don't know. It's the looping Pac-Man model, isn't it?
Yeah. So obviously you're not really a subscriber to the AE model.
I was, and I'm not dismissing it. I mean, at this juncture, I have no idea. All I know that for sure is that it's not a globe, and this demonstration that I'm going to show you shortly, I think proves it. It absolutely proves it. For once, I can say that this absolutely proves it.
That's brilliant. I love that way of thinking. You get to a point where you definitely know it's not a globe, and then you can actually have for everyone in the audience, this is the point where you need to get. You need to prove to yourself that it's not a globe, and then you can investigate what it could be. Because if everyone did that, then we could figure out maybe where the hell we live. Because up until this point, I don't know the layout of the land. All I know is, it's definitely not a globe, and it's definitely not I don't think it's an AE model. There's just too many things wrong with the AE model. One, it's a globe projection anyway, which doesn't line up with reality. In the Gleason's map, in the AE map, it's only for positions of the sun and that sort of thing. Like it's not even for what the globe try to straw man's in. They say that this doesn't work on a flat map, and they put the picture of the AE map up there, where there's very few people that are actually saying this is literally where we live. It's more of a tool to get people out of the mindset of the globe, out of the mindset of that we're living on a spherical surface. It could be something else. It may not be this AE map. It may be something else, but that's what we're investigating. All right, so we may as well go into... are you comfortable sharing screen now?
Sure, yeah. Give me a sec.
I'll bring that up. So that's already shared. So this is the view that we're going to see. So this is the... What's this, Rob?
So you see my cursor moving here?
Yes, yeah. So this is the Mercator map, is it?
This is the Mercator map, yeah. So this is a image file. So it's a raster image, just downloaded from Google Images. And first of all, it is common knowledge that the Mercator map distorts, or it is distorted the further away from the equator that you get. The more north or south that you get from the equator, the more it's distorted. And I wanted to just show, first of all, if I click this image here, I've scaled it within AutoCAD. So you can see here that the width is 24,875. That's AutoCAD units. So you could just say that they are miles. And obviously the height is exactly half of that. So that the 24,875 is obviously the circumference of the globe. So that's left to right. And the height is pole to pole is exactly half that. So if you multiply those two numbers together, you get 309 million square miles. Okay.
So that's the area of this map, the Mercator map.
That's the surface area of the Mercator map, yeah, is 309 million square miles. So if we just round that down to 300 million, yeah. If you take the surface area of the globe, which is the formula for the surface area of a sphere is 4 pi r squared, which works out to 197 million miles squared. So that's a difference.
Surface area of a globe.
The surface area of the globe, yeah, 197 million. So if we round that up to 200 million square miles, that's a difference between the Mercator and the globe of 100 million square miles. It's actually 112, but let's round it to 100 million square miles of difference. So that's how much surface area of a Mercator projection that you have to lose to wrap around a sphere, which is a huge amount.
Oh, that is massive. So just get that into perspective. The surface area of a globe was rounded up about 200 million square miles, would you say?
Yeah.
So that's an extra 50% that they're dragging out of nowhere to put it onto a flat map. An extra 50% of that globe surface area has now just become available and obviously distorted onto the map that we're seeing here, the Mercator map. So this map has a surface area of 300 million square miles. That's amazing.
Exactly, yeah. And obviously that surface area has to be removed, and the more of it gets removed from the south and the north, and then it's like an exponential function as you get back towards the equator. So yeah, that's why the teardrops are formed on the globe when you wrap it around it, because it's the further north it is, the more it has to lose.
Yeah, the further north or south. That's where extra 50% from the globe, that extra 100 million square miles has had to be elbowed into this map. That's amazing. And we've had a bit of after some globers have seen your first video about the teardrops of the circle of attitude, which we're going to go into after a bit after this. We've had a rebuttal saying that we don't use the Mercator map for navigation, but upon making that video, that certain individual didn't actually give us what map we actually use. So, and until you tell us, globe believers, what map you use for celestial navigation, we're just going to assume you use the Mercator model. So we'll keep going with this Rob. And then if we are given a different map, obviously you can put this into your AutoCAD. We can go through the same process, and we can see how it doesn't relate to the globe in the same process.
Yeah, it's immaterial anyway, because if it's a flat map, it has to be distorted if it's gone away. If it's been projected from the globe to flat, every flat map has got distortion in it. You can't get away from it. You can't draw a circle on a flat map that's been projected from a globe and expect it to form a perfect circle when it goes back onto the globe.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? We're not actually starting with globe measurements. We're not starting with a spherical surface, a curved surface when we're measuring maps. All maps here in reality for navigation, for layout of the land, they're all measured on this ground that we live upon. And using a total station, using a theodolite, they're angle measuring devices, similar to sextants. And we can measure distances, we can measure angles with these things. And that's how we have actually come to forming these maps. They're all flat earth maps. We measure the layout of the land. They all have horizontal baselines. They all have angles, obviously, when measuring terrain. So they can only be measured on a flat surface. They're all flat earth maps. So any map that we use for navigation that's been measured from the physical surface of the earth, none of that has any globe consideration, curvature consideration. We never physically measure any curvature. So they're all flat earth maps. They're all measured on a geometric flat plane. And so let's continue with this demonstration, Rob. This is the Mercator map. This is you've got what a circle of equal altitude. I just want to define that circle of equal altitude, if that's all right. So a circle of equal altitude on the Earth is the focus point of all points equidistant from the substellar point of a celestial body. So we've got the GP. You've got GP in the middle of that circle. So we've got a radius from the GP to the extremity of the circle. All points on that circle are going to be equidistant to the substellar point, which is the GP point. That's what a circle is. It's got the same radius. It's all points on that circle is going to be equidistant to the center of the circle. The altitude of the celestial body measured from any point of that circle is going to be the same. That's why it's called a circle of equal altitude, also called a circle of position. This is impossible on a sphere. You cannot get angles on a curved surface. They claim that they have a bent radius line, but obviously we've got a circle. It's a flat circle. It's a flat surface. It's an area of equal altitude. That circle there, everything within that circle that we measure from any point on that circle to the GP, to the position of the star, that's all absolutely flat. That area right there is absolutely flat. That's just what a circle of equal altitude is. So we've drawn this. You've got this on the Mercator map, Rob. Let's go into what we're doing here.
Okay, so as I said earlier, this is a raster image that's just been imported into AutoCAD. What I've done is I've drawn an actual AutoCAD element here, a circle element in, just to show. Just select it, singulates, just to show the radius. So the radius is 2,500 miles. Yeah. So if I delete that entity, this now is the circle that was drawn in a photo editing software. Yeah. So this circle is actually embedded into the raster image. I can't select this as an AutoCAD property. Okay. So this is actually this circle is actually embedded into this image. Okay. So I just want to just examine some of the locations that this passes through. So here on the southern tip of West Africa, and then it goes up through Africa. It crosses this sort of body of water, crosses this little body of water here, and it goes up through Russia and up through Finland. It just skirts this set of islands here. It skirts the south coast of Greenland, southeast coast, and then the rest of it's in the sea until it comes over these little islands here. And then it cuts across the corner of this sort of green area of Africa and returns to this part, yeah? And these, I just wanted to point out that specifically on land masses or land, the position of this line is geographical. So this can be passing through cities or towns or whatever. How do I explain it? The angle to the star or to the celestial body from any point along this circle has got to be equal to that same star, hasn't it?
Yeah,
agree?
exactly. Yeah, that's what. Yep,
on this flat
definitely
map.
agree.
And these are all. My point is that it's harder to sort of judge when you're out in the sea because one bit of ocean looks like another bit of ocean, but when you're on the land, this is actually passing through geographical locations. Okay, so I just wanted to make that point before we move on to the sphere. So let me switch to the sphere now. So this is what it looks like, the circle, when it's wrapped around a sphere. And if we go and look at the locations again, so obviously the southern tip of West Africa, it crosses that body of water, it crosses this body of water up through Russia, up through Finland, it skirts around that island, and it comes back around underneath Greenland, and then the rest of it's ocean, and we go over those islands, and we go through this sort of green patch of Africa again. So the geographical land masses that it passes through is identical. However, it's obviously no longer a circle. And the implications of that is quite mind-blowing, really, because if I show a globe circle here, if I select this circle here, this one, you can see that I've drawn it as to a radius of 2,500 miles, which is the same radius as this red teardrop shape was when it was on the Mercator projection. But you can see how much smaller it has become. You can fit the whole teardrop inside this circle of equal altitude. And this is obviously the result of that reduction of size of map from Mercator to globe. It's had to remove all this land or this area, hasn't it?
That's fantastic. Anyone who realizes what they're seeing here has a massive smile on their face. This is what the globe believers think that they're doing with the that yellow circle there. They think that they're plotting straight onto a globe when doing celestial navigation, when doing plot points after using a sextant. You were never doing that. As Rob just demonstrated with the Mercator map, we're using a flat map to draw the circle of equal altitude. That's the circle. And then if we transpose that onto a globe with the dimensions of what the globe is, this is what we get, a teardrop. These are globe tears right here. That's why I've titled the show Salty Globe Tears, because this is what we get when we try and put that plot point from the flat map, because all maps are flat, all maps are measured as flat. We try and put that onto a globe to consider what we're doing onto a globe, because we never plot onto a globe, we plot onto a flat map. This is what happens. We get these teardrop shapes. And Rob's put that circle of equal altitude, what it should be. It is so far from what it should be. And obviously, Rob, we haven't got a single radius point anymore on that teardrop.
Nope.
No, it's not.
The radius is different all the way around. Well, it hasn't got a radius. It's not a circle, so it hasn't really got a radius.
No, it hasn't even got a radius anymore. And obviously, like, this is kind of a looking down from the GP of the star. Not only does it not have a radius, a straight line from the extremity of the circle to the center of the circle where the GP is, the radius now, if we do draw a straight line from any extremity of that circle to the GP, it's now a bent line. You've now, if we're trying to make triangles on this, the adjacent is now curved. A radius is never curved. We never have a curved radius. We only ever have a straight radius. So there's just so many things that are impossible when doing celestial navigation, when taking into consideration a curved surface or a globe. It is just impossible to do on a globe. That's what Rob's showing here. We don't ever take into consideration curvature, take into consideration a globe when doing celestial navigation. It just does not work. There is no need to bring a globe into it, because this is what we get here. We don't get a circle of equal altitude. We don't get our positions accurately. You can't navigate on a globe. It's over just looking at this. But obviously there's more things we're going into, Rob.
Yeah. So 10th Man linked a video to me where there was a guy doing an actual demonstration of this using a 3D model, and he was actually simulating like we've just done and drawing circles straight onto the globe. And he was demonstrating how at each point along this circle to the celestial body, the angles are the same. And what he hadn't done was taking it like I've done and taking it from the flat map and transposed it onto the globe. He was just drawing circles like this yellow one straight onto the globe. And yeah, if he draws a circle like this and draws lines up to this celestial body, they are all going to be the same angle. But I thought it would be fun if we actually went and just actually did this on the globe, you know, as if we were in a boat and we was actually trying to locate our position, and we were actually using a globe to do it. So we were drawing the circles straight onto a globe, and I was just wondering how that would look. I mean, it's a moot point really, because that's not what we do, but I just thought, just for fun, we'd see what would happen. Yeah. So this circle here is actually the 2,500 mile circle, but it's pressed down onto the place where it meets the surface of the Earth, if you see what I mean. So there's the GP. So coming out on a flat plane out, you've got 2,500 miles, but obviously to draw a circle on a globe, you would have to draw it down here. Now, I don't know if when you was at school, the way I was taught to use a compass for drawing circles, you know, you get a ruler and you put your compass on, and you put the point of the compass on the 0, and then you open the compass out and you put your pencil on the radius value on the ruler, and that's how you get your circle drawn to the correct size.
That straight measurement, you're never doing it on an arc. You're not measuring that distance with the compass on an arc. You're measuring on a nice straight line.
So if you was to do it on this globe and you was to put your point of your compass here and you was to draw the circle all the way around, well, where would you do it? If it's 2,500 mile radius, then you would have to angle the pencil down. So this would angle down. This line would angle down here, and it would come to here somewhere. It wouldn't come straight down to this point, would it? Do you see what I mean?
It'd be less, wouldn't it? Yeah, you wouldn't
slightly less. So where exactly would you draw it on a globe? I mean, like I said, it's a moot point really, because the red line is the actual line.
Yeah, that's the actual line that we've drawn on the flat map, and we've just transposed it onto the globe. But when globe believers take us through how we do celestial navigation, and they think that they're doing it on a globe, this is what we see. We see the orthographic view. We see that top line there, that top radius, a tangent plane, if you will. They say that to have angles, to attain angles, in the first instance, we have to have that horizontal tangent plane. They're saying that because we have a spherical surface beneath our feet, the tangent plane is just touching at one specific location. So to have 90 degrees, to have any angles from any positions, you have to have that horizontal baseline. And right there, welcome to flat Earth. You need the horizontal baseline. You need that flat adjacent. But they like to also put that second line there when just looking at plot points on a globe, that second line circle beneath that tangent plane, that's how they represent the plot points on their globe. But you can't do that. You can't transpose that horizontal tangent plane onto the surface of the globe. You're never going to get an angle when using a curved surface. You're going to have a curved adjacent. You're going to have a curved line trying to measure an angle. It does not compute, does it, Rob? You can't get an angle from a curved line.
Indeed. And I'll just show you, let's go into something else. I'll show you, let's turn some stuff off.
And this is fantastic. This is exactly what we need. We needed to model this in a 3D aspect and do this live. This is fantastic stuff, Rob. I really appreciate you coming on and showing everyone how they think that they're doing it, but how it can never work on a globe.
No worries.
Brilliant.
Oh, let me just turn the circle on again. That one. I'm just going to delete that one temporarily. Okay. So what we've got here is position 1. We're going to say that we are on this southern tip of Africa, okay? That's where the flat Mercator projection circle has triangulated our position to. Yeah, say we've done 3 sightings, and that's where we've discovered that we are on this position here. Yet the circle here is the perfect circle on the globe. If I just, it's what we was looking at a minute ago. Okay. So if I go back to this view. Okay, so we're at our actual. Hang on, which one was it?
And this is like, that circle there, that yellow circle is when the globers get a globe, like a spherical surface, and they put something like a cup on it, and they say, look, you can put a circle on a globe. It's fine, you can do that. But yeah, go through what they're doing, Rob.
Yeah, that's not what's happening though, is it?
No.
So the observer position here is, or the actual location is here on this red line. So this is that southern tip of West Africa. And the angle to the celestial body from there is 26.5 degrees, okay, from this position.
And that's if you've got the horizontal, the tangent line, the tangent plane, if you will. So they have to have that horizontal. That's the only way they're getting an angle there. Yep.
It's the only way they get an angle. So on the globe, it's 26.5 degrees. The yellow line, which is the actual circle, as if you was putting a 2.6 degrees. Okay.
You're roboting a little bit. Just
oh, sorry.
Just say that point again, Rob. You're roboting a little bit there.
So
with the second angle.
Yeah, the second angle, which is the yellow, the actual circle, which is like the cup placed on the orange.
Mm-hmm.
That is 22.6 degrees. Okay. So that is the position. That is the 2 positions. One is the position that was transposed from the flat map, and the other one is the actual circle that we've drawn on the globe. Okay. So that is, if we just get a bearing of where we are, we're on this southern tip of Africa here. What I decided to do is pick probably the worst case where the teardrop shape deviates from the circle, which is probably around here, the biggest distance here. So let me just.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see that is a massive difference. That's brilliant.
Yeah. Just go to view 2.
So yeah, where's the radius, globe believers? Where's that equidistant point on this teardrop? You don't have it. You don't have one radius anymore. You don't have a circle anymore. You've got a teardrop, a salty globe teardrop.
So this is just to highlight the point. The circle obviously is 22.6 degrees again, and it is going to be 22.6 degrees anywhere around. Wherever I did an angle around that circle, it's going to be 22.6 degrees, and that's the circle that the globers think they're doing their sightings from. In actual fact, the red line here is 41.8 degrees. 41. I can't remember what was it? 26 degrees from the other location.
Yeah, it was in the 20s. That is, yeah, it was almost double the angle. So on that point there, where it is, it has the shortest distance from the GP to the extremity of what they thought was going to be the circle of equal-altitude on the flat map. Put it on a globe. Look what happens. It turns into a 41 degree angle instead of a 22. It is so far off what it is meant to be.
26.5, 41.8, and obviously the 22.6 is the same. It'll be the same anywhere around. That's what they think they're getting, and in actuality they're getting the red if it's on a globe.
If it's on a globe. And obviously the circle of equal-altitude, no matter where you are on that circle, you're meant to get the same altitude to that star. That's why it's a circle of equal-altitude. You don't know where you are on that circle. Well, you kind of do because you know where you're leaving from. But just say if you dropped in the middle of the ocean or dropped in the middle of a bit of land, you don't know where you are on that circle. Wherever you are on that circle, well, yeah, any position on that circle should be equidistant, should be equal angle, equal altitude. But as Rob's just shown here, any part of that red circle there that has been plotted on a flat map and then put it onto a globe, every single point on that circle is going to be different altitude. It's meant to be the same.
You see the arc that's highlighted here?
Yep, that curved adjacent. Brilliant. That's what I was talking about there, the curved radius now that we never have a curved radius.
1,779 miles. What it should be 2,500.
You can see how distorted it is, yeah. And then obviously the yellow circle, that is the 2,500 mile mark, isn't it?
Yeah. The actual arc length is 2,700 because it's an arc, not a straight line.
Because it's an arc, yeah, exactly. It does not work on
2,700.
Can you see problems here, globe believers? Do you still think you're doing celestial navigation on a globe? We never ever, the point is, we never ever plot anything to do with celestial navigation directly onto a globe. We don't, mariners don't hold a globe under their arm, go out to sea and plot things with a compass and a square on a globe, because it doesn't work. You can't use those tools, a compass and a square, when using navigation. We have to use a flat map like the Mercator map. And that's what the red line was. We plotted the points. We got an angle using the sextant. The sextant is an angle measuring device. We got an angle to the celestial body. We plotted the area, the circle of equal altitude on the flat map. And then if you want to take into consideration the globe for whatever reason, for whatever delusion you want to put yourself into, this is what happens. It doesn't work on a globe.
Yeah, there it is.
It's over right there. I just want to go into what Quantum Eraser. He has 3 easy steps for. This is for flat earthers to follow when we're talking about celestial navigation with the globe, or celestial navigation to begin with. This is the official end of the ball-tard spinning space monkey religion right here, says QE. Follow these 3 easy steps. Number 1, ask sexts by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial bodies. Obviously, yes, that's what we do. We use the sextant to navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects. Obviously, we're not doing that on a globe. We don't have a curved surface beneath our feet. We can't attain an angle. Number 2, are sextants used to obtain elevation angles from your position to celestial objects? Yes, that's what a sextant does. It is used to obtain an elevation angle from your position to a celestial object, as Rob's shown on the Mercator map. That's what he did. That's what he plotted on. And number 3, can you obtain an elevation angle? This is what, if we think we're starting on a globe here, as Rob's demonstrating here, if we think we're starting on a globe, can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved baseline, a curved adjacent? No. Welcome to Flat Earth. It's over right there. If we think we're starting with a globe, which we never do with celestial navigation, if we think we're plotting this on a globe, where are we getting the angle from? It's over right there. We don't have a curved adjacent. You have to put, as you've put. Go on, Rob.
Do you want me to demonstrate that again?
Yeah, definitely.
So angular dimension from here to here. Obviously, that gives me. It's rounded up on this particular one. But if I go from here to the curve, the arc, where's it gone?
Why didn't that work, globe believers? Why can't we select that arc value? Why can't we select it to get
Is this a real person talking?
Why does it only work when we select that straight line and the horizontal line? Why can't we select the
the
curve?
There you go. Object selected is not a line.
It's over.
Or as Adam says, computer says no.
Computer says no, and you get a big cough in your face. This is brilliant, Rob. If you haven't realised it by now, globe believers, we're not doing celestial navigation on a globe. We can't attain an elevation angle on a curved surface. Look what you have to do. You have to think. You have to make a horizontal plane, a tangent plane. That's what the 22.6 degrees. That's what it's measured from, and horizontal tangent plane. You think it's a tangent plane because you think you're still living on a globe. We measure that angle. We've got 22.6 degrees on the flat surface. But if you think you're doing it from a curved surface, you can't attain an angle of elevation on that curved adjacent. That's the housekeeping question in the flat earth debate right now. Is there any evidence? Show us a curved adjacent when attaining an elevation angle. It is impossible. That's why you have to put that horizontal plane on there. You need the flat baseline. As Rob's just demonstrated, you can't even attain an angle on the curved surface, can you, Rob?
No. It's impossible.
It's impossible. That is brilliant. Love this stuff. And this is just what we do with celestial navigation. We plot it onto a flat map. That's what you have to do in the first instance. If you think you're plotting it on a globe, you can't do it. You can't use those flat Earth tools. You can't use the sextant. You can't use the compass. You can't use the square. But you have to when you're using celestial navigation. Like this demonstration here, Rob. This is brilliant.
Mitchell, if you got this in a math test at school, if you had a triangle and they showed you, they drew a triangle like this, so it follows that yellow line, then that white line, then this yellow curve, and they give you an angle, they give you one angle and one length, and say, work out this angle. How exactly would you do that?
Yeah, well, you're using straight lines, aren't you? You're never using a curved adjacent. you have to use that.
The student wouldn't be able to answer the question.
Well, it's not a question that is. No, it is an impossible question. You'd be scratching your head. You'd be is this a quick trick question? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You're pulling my leg here. How can we do this? I mean, and let's go to the 90-degree angle. So we're meant to have a GP point from the star to the surface of the Earth. Can we obtain a 90-degree angle using those two lines, if you will, the curved adjacent and the GP right there? Are we attaining a 90-degree angle there, Rob? Straight line. And once again, what does it say there, Rob?
Object selected is not a line.
How are we getting a 90-degree angle on a curved surface, globe believers? That's what it says in all the almanacs. You've got a 90-degree angle. You've got a GP point to the star. Any given time, you've got a GP point from the star to the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth just isn't curved. You can't get a 90-degree angle on a curved surface.
No.
What else did you want to go into, Rob? Is there some other things you want to go into?
No, I think that's about it on that demonstration.
Did you want to bring up the demonstration that I requested we go into with the
Sure,
those separate
yeah.
layers?
You have to run me through that one.
Yeah. This is brilliant, Rob. Thank you so much for coming on there. Yeah, 10th man in the chat says object selected is not a line. No, it's an arc. It's a curved adjacent. You can't obtain any angles, any angle of elevation with a curved adjacent. So when we're actually doing celestial navigation, yeah, we'll use this angle. So if that GP point of the first star in going directly to the center of the globe, on top of the globe, if you will. So if that's your zenith, over to the left-hand side, Rob. So put your cursor. Yeah, okay. So if that is, and forget about the star above his head, but if you are at that star, you are at the GP point of that star. So if that is your observer point, that's where the person is standing. You've got the star 90 degrees above your head. So, and then star 2, you've got somewhere out in the distance. You're trying to, obtain an angle to that star. So from the GP point, from your zenith, you have to obtain a 90-degree angle from your zenith. That is the horizontal plane that you think is a tangent line. But upon doing that, in every single example of celestial navigation, the GPs of all the stars are parallel. And that's how we do celestial navigation. All the GPs of that star. So it's star 1, that's 90 degrees. That's a straight line down, vertical. Star 2, over to the right, 90 degree down, that's vertical. If they're parallel, look where the GP point would be on a globe. It misses the surface of the globe altogether if they are parallel, which in every single case of celestial navigation, they are parallel. They're not curving away from each other. That other line that you've got from the GP of the second star to the center of the presupposed spherical Earth, you're not getting a 90-degree angle there. It's not parallel. That's not how celestial navigation works. We have to treat everything in the sky as flat. Every GP point of every star that we use is parallel to each other. They're all vertical. The globe believers want you to believe that, they're all tilting away from you at all different angles. That's not how celestial navigation works. You have to treat everything on the ground as flat, that horizontal flat baseline. You have to treat everything in the sky as flat, a celestial flat plane, if you will. That's the only way we can attain angles. That's the only way the celestial navigation actually works. You can see the GP point of that star too. That'll miss the Earth altogether. And obviously, you draw more stars around there. So what's the radius of that tangent plane there, Rob, that we've just drawn to 90 degrees to that? Yeah. So obviously, if we have a distance,
6,152 miles.
So you can see anything, any distance greater than 3959 miles, it does not work on a globe. So any distance from the observer to the GP of a star, which can be thousands and thousands of miles. Yeah, in this case, we've just randomly plotted 6,152. Yeah. So, and that is a GP distance from the observer to the star that is obtainable here in our reality in Earth. So we're measuring an angle, whatever the angle may be, from the observer to the star, and we're deducing that distance to the GP of the star, in this case, is 6,152 miles. If that's the case, the 90-degree from the horizontal to the GP, that's a 90-degree right there, where those two lines meet. That's the only way we can attain a 90-degree angle where those two lines meet, because they are straight lines. The GP, where it's meant to be touching the surface of the Earth, if it's a globe, it misses it. It goes off into space. It is. You can't attain a GP of greater than a distance 3959 miles on a globe. It goes off into space. And if we're in the north, if we're in the south, a lot of the time the sun's GP is going to be greater than 3959 miles. It's going to be thousands and thousands of miles away from us. And if it is greater than 3959 miles, look what happens. It doesn't even touch the surface of your globe. It has to be flat. Get rid of that sphere beneath your feet. You don't need it. It is all done on a flat horizontal, a flat adjacent, a flat baseline. That's what we need in every instance. And if you can't see that by now, you're highly deluded, aren't you, Rob?
Precisely, yeah. And you will be miles off course if you plotted it on a globe.
I mean, that's where you have to take it. Like, if you think you're doing celestial navigation on a globe, you're not going to get any locations. If you're using a globe, if you're plotting on a globe, do you know of anyone that's ever plotted any of these on a globe when using a sextant, Rob?
Well, I don't know anybody who uses a sextant, but nobody, as far as I'm aware, nobody does it. They all do it on flat maps. They don't carry globes around in the vessels as routinely. They do it on charts, navigational charts, flat charts.
Exactly. And we're going to get 10th Man and Adam Meakin on Friday on Flat Earth School to go over a bit more about using the sextant, using our reality, just what we're going to be doing with the sextant. And 10th Man's going to detail with references to all the information. He has so much information, and 10th Man has really sparked this discussion. 10th Man is pulling the strings here. He's got all the resources. He's watched all the videos. He's got 2 sextants now. He goes into such detail about what we're actually doing when using a sextant, when doing celestial navigation. He's going to highlight this. No mariner takes, as Rob just said, holds a globe under their arm when going out in the ship to do celestial navigation. it's not something that a celestial navigator uses. It is all flat maps. And could we go back to the Mercator map, Rob?
Sure, yeah.
That's what we need to do. That's what we're doing when doing celestial navigation. We've got that area of equal altitude, that circle of equal altitude on the flat map. That's what we plotted on, a flat map. And then it works. That's how we do it. We don't do it on a globe. We don't use a compass and a square on a globe. No, we're doing it on a flat map. And then what happens when you try to put it onto a globe, Rob? Do you want to go back to your? You can get rid of mine. I was just making that example, but yeah, as Rob demonstrated so brilliantly, when we put that, if you want to take into consideration anything to do with a globe, you get these salty globe tears. Look at that. Where's the circle of equal altitude again, globe believers? The points that are equidistant from the GP to the extremity of the circle? Non-existent.
Yeah, and just to hammer home the point, these are geographical locations.
Yeah.
These red lines pass over, and they will all be different angles to that. If you actually do this on the globe, they will all be different angles and different distances to that celestial body.
Yeah, I mean, if you think you're still doing it on a globe with a horizontal plane baseline, not a curved adjacent, because obviously you can't get an angle with a curved adjacent. If you think you're doing it on a globe in those positions, as Rob's just demonstrated right there, it's meant to be a circle of equal altitude. It's meant to be equidistant from the GP to the extremity of that circle. It's not. It's a teardrop shape. Rob, this has been brilliant. Thank you for so much for coming in and demonstrating this live. Like, this is... The globe's over. Like, we don't use the globe with celestial navigation, do we?
Absolutely not. How could you? You'd be miles off course if you did.
I mean, yeah, you'd be hopelessly lost if you thought that you were plotting anything on a globe. If you thought that you use a globe for celestial navigation, it's all done on a flat map. Flat maps are always measured from reality, from the Earth right here. Never take into consideration any curvature. That's why it doesn't work when we wrap it onto a sphere like Rob's done. How much more surface area was there, Rob, from Mercator to a globe, or less?
Approximately 300 million square miles on the Mercator and 200 million square miles on the globe. So a difference of 100, it's actually 112 million square miles, but yeah.
More than 50% you have to get rid of from Mercator to a globe. That's outrageous. Like, where's all those points gone that you thought you had on?
But it's a third that you have to get rid of, isn't it?
Well, a third going from
from
Mercator to a globe. But if you're starting with a globe, you have to. What if you're going from the globe that they think that they're living on the first instance? You create an extra 50% from the globe, 200 million square miles. Yeah, from that. And in your video, I like how you put it. They think they're living on a globe, so we have to take it from the perspective as if we're doing this on a globe, right, Rob?
Yeah, it has. If we're living on a globe, it has to work on a globe. There's no two ways about it. It all has to start from the globe, if that's what we're living on.
Yeah, it has to start from the globe. And if we're trying to start from the globe, this is what happens. It doesn't work out. It only works on a flat map, on a flat surface. In every instance, the globe isn't taken into consideration when doing celestial navigation, when plotting your position. Globe just isn't used. It's fantastic. So, is there anything else you want, any other points you want to hammer home, Rob?
No, not really. Just to say that this is, to me, this is probably one of the best proofs that we're not on a globe.
Absolutely,
In my opinion.
It's
a tool that's used routinely, and used with in conjunction with a flat map, and it will not work on a globe. Categorically, will not work on a globe. It's over.
I have a question.
As far as
on
I'm
screen
concerned.
right now. Yeah, salty globe tears. That's what's coming out of the globe. That's what's coming out of globe believers right now. If you understand what is actually going on here, you don't use a globe for celestial navigation. You cannot use a globe for celestial navigation. But you have to if you think you're living on a globe. No mariner has ever used the physical globe to plot any points on, because they know they need that flat horizontal baseline. So you have to do it on a flat map. You don't have. It's not like you. Imagine if they were trying to do it on a physical.
Somebody had a question?
Yeah, I did.
What's up?
Yeah, I just want to know, like, how does it make you, anybody, how does it make you feel knowing that we aren't on a globe and that we live on this beautiful flat plane?
Question. It makes me feel that we don't know we don't know everything, right? That it's tons of stuff to explore yet. They told us they've explored everything. They know it all. Apparently they don't. So lots of stuff that can be explored. Gives me personal, well, how do you say this? Looking for words. A goal, maybe? No. For the correct words here.
Well, like, does it give you like it just opens your eyes to the fact that, yeah, we are just re-waking up to this fact. You know, we've come so far to get lost again, and now we've woken up to this truth, and it's just we know nothing to at this point. You know, everything you're told to me, it seems like a lie. Ever since the day I was born, being lied to instantly. You know, even about the very nature of the thing that we're living on. You know, it's just, you know, does it make you believe in a higher power then? You
Yeah,
know,
so
if you were like an atheist that believed in a globe, and now you've woken up to the fact that, oh shit, you know, we do live on a flat plane. You know, it's not a sphere. You know, does it make you think like, oh shit, maybe there's a god? You know, maybe, you know, it puts like
yeah,
a bunch of other ideas in your head.
correct word I was looking for was purpose, right? It gave me purpose. Um, before I knew before I knew that the Earth is a flat plane, I was a glober, right? And I was always like, oh, these people, these Christians, these people that believe in God, how stupid are they? Why would you believe in God? That's a stupid thing, right? Uh, people I know did university. There are religious people that did university. I was like, how can you be so smart and still believe in God, right? How could you? And now that I know, right, that the Earth is flat and level, done my own observations, and that couldn't be happening on a ball, then the paradigm shifted, right? I was wrong. Yeah, I do believe there's a God.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? I think it's a beautiful thing.
It is. Yeah. Yeah. Now with the sextant argument, right? globers need to wiggle themselves into any lie they can figure, they can imagine, right? No, it's still a ball, but we assume a flat plane. No, it's still a ball, but yeah, you need a flat baseline for a triangle, but still a ball.
Yeah, actually, I was messing around with Rumpus last night, and QE's got these 3 questions, and he gave them to me and kind of broke it down. We talked about it, and so now like all these Glovers, I asked them, hey, you guys want to play a game? I got 3 questions. All it is a yes or a no. If you don't understand the question, I'll be happy to repeat it. And whatever you don't understand, I'll work with you to help you understand it. 3 simple questions. And question number 2, man, Rumpus went off. But when he broke down what he was trying to get at, was right back to the very question I asked, which he answered it successfully. Then the 3rd question puts the nail right in the coffin, and I welcome them to Flat Earth, and they go off. It is great. But it's like, when I'm asking these 3 questions, I want you to be able to fully understand your answer before you answer it. I want that way, when it gets down to that last question and you answer it yes, well, the other 2 questions already confirmed that you understood, and the 3rd one is just solidifying you in concrete that you just can't get out of, that we live on a flat plane. I don't know, I know belief and everything is very strong in a lot of these people. It's pride, it's a whole bunch of things, But it's like, when you answer all these questions about a flat Earth, and when I welcome you to Flat Earth, why is it so hard to be like, oh shoot, wow, okay, well, you kind of got me, but why did you get me? Oh, well, I understand this and I understand that, and you asked me this question, and it just kind of made me realize, like, okay, yeah, we might be. Same thing with the black swan. We don't see any of the curvature. So what? What is so hard for these people to just be like, oh shit, you know what? You actually could be right. And that opens up a whole new realm for my mind. And I need to do a lot more research now. Like, it just baffles me sometimes.
Yeah, could be that they really believe that they're on a globe, right? Or they know that it's a flat Earth, but they have an agenda.
Yeah, then they're just anti-flat Earth, and they're just polluting the pool for everybody else.
Scrumpus, if he did that Bedford level thing he promised to do. Say that he was going to do the Bedford level again.
Who? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with that.
Compass. I heard him say he was going to do the Bedford level experiment.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
That would be very interesting. I think it's sad to these people, because a lot of them, they are pretty smart, and a lot of these aspects that we talked about, they know a lot of information because they do their research. But it just makes me sad that they're wasting their time believing that we're on this magic ball. It just, they could be putting their efforts into the truth and not so much into all this lying BS.
Makes you wonder, right? If flat Earth was such a ridiculous, dumb, batshit crazy idea, then why are all these people battling it so hard 24/7? Why are all these usual suspects doing that, right? Is it because they need the dopamine just from arguing? Is it because they have an agenda, getting paid? Right? If it's such a
I think,
ridiculous
yeah,
idea,
I think it's because there's legitimate truth, which it is. There's legitimate truth in it, and they see it, and they got such a problem with it, and that's, science. Science is a religion, and that this is, they believe in these people. It's like, we believe in a creator. They can't let go of that. If you're telling them to completely drop their religion and convert into, something else that they don't want to believe in. I think it's sad.
Oh, it's just so they can justify their porn habit.
yeah.
That's why. That's why, because then they don't feel guilty about it. If there's no God, they don't have to feel guilty about their porn habit.
It's just
Simple as that.
yeah, sure. Well, there could be tons of reasons, right? Again, money, addiction to dopamine because they want to argue. If they found a server where Bigfoot was where people really truly believe in Bigfoot, maybe if they found that server, they would be there 24/7 to argue against Bigfoot. I don't know, right? Just argue because you like to argue. People exist, right? Those people exist. If it still, I just can't fathom. I can't just grasp why, if it's such a dumb, crazy idea, why would those people, the same usual suspects, battling it 24/7, year after year? What if it's such a dumb thing and you think it's a waste of time? Why are they wasting their time, their valuable time, on people like us, right? Why would you do that? Wasting your valuable time if you think it's a dumb idea.
Right, because they're not teaching us anything new that we haven't already heard. And they might get deeper into the whys and and the mechanical or the semantical aspect. But we've already, I have, my curriculum that I've grown up with. We've already been on the globe side. We already know what they're going to say. We already know this stuff. So they're not really teaching us anything new that we don't already know. But what we see and what they think they know, they're wrong, because when you go out and observe these places, they're not they're not curving. There's no curve. We're not spinning. There's none of this stuff, and it's just what I asked them. I started to ask them now, like, what information do I need to provide to you to make you realize that we are not on this spinning space ball? What information do I need to provide to make you go, oh, okay, I'll look into that. And actually, now you have my attention, and I might start believing in this. Like, at what point are you actually going to be like, oh, okay, actually, I think you're right, and we're not on a spinning space ball,
Do they tell you?
Nothing. There's pretty much no information that I'm going to provide to convince them because their mind is already made up. That's it, you know. So I, in another Discord, I told them, we should be labeling these people so we know how to handle, the conversation with them. But any information that you provide isn't going to do any good because they're in their mind, they're never going to believe in a flat world. So okay, well, I'll probably never talk to you again about this because any information I provide, you're not going to believe it anyway. So it's a waste of everybody's time.
Lasers have been shot over 24 miles. And the world record longest distance photograph is like 274 miles. More do you need, right? It's crazy. Yeah, but the light is bending over the curvature.
Yeah, I love it when they say it's the light bending, because if they say that, the good old Black Swan argument, that if you actually say that, it means that every single way everybody ever calculated the R value, it was wrong. Because nobody did it physically, everybody did it optically. And if you're saying that light is bending, then you're saying the R value is wrong. It's always been wrong. So how the hell can all those satellites and everything that requires the R value to have the formula for the gravity pull, how can that be accurate when it changes every single time? Like, I don't know, they just don't get it. We keep on explaining it, they just don't want to accept it.
I've yet to see. So I've yet to see a demonstration where I can see over a hill, right? Where I can see see stuff that's on the other side of a hill. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, right. And then and at that point, they're going to say, oh, refraction, light, get into semantics and mechanical aspects, and they're still completely wrong because you're right. I have never seen light bend something from overhill. You know what I mean? It's just, and then they come up with, well, how much curve do you expect to see or refract? It's just parroting the same thing over and over and over again, and I don't want to debate with these people. I don't want to argue because, again, anything I say, they're just going to shut down anyways and not even consider what I'm saying. And then they want to say, oh, well, you're not considering what I'm saying. I've had 20 plus years to consider the globe. I believed in the globe till I started considering flat Earth. And then once you start researching and looking into these things to debunk the globe, the proof is in the pudding. Everything is laid out for you right there, and it's like, wow, how comes I didn't actually see this with my own two eyes way earlier? Was I really that indoctrinated, that blind to what I can actually see, that the lies were so thick that I literally did not see what was directly in front of me? Wow. And it saddened me. It broke my heart to realize how much I was lied to, how much I believed in the lies, and how blind I was to the very nature of what I can actually see in reality. And now that I've opened my eyes and I can see it, I'm like, wow, this is beautiful. This is great. I need to tell the whole world, all these other people, they need to wake up to this fact. And then you have people like Rumpus and Zanuck and all these other people who just shut down everything. And it's like, dude, you already told me you can see 60 miles from your house. You look at it every day. So what's the issue? What aren't you grasping? That's what I mean. Like, what information do I need to provide to you for you to understand this? And you are literally looking at it for yourself every single day, and you're still not seeing it. And I empathize with them a little bit because I was the same way. But when I provide you the evidence and the proof, and you still deny it to the fullest extent, then you're just a blind fool, and I'm not going to associate myself or even try to make you think of a different reality because you don't want to, you know.
Yeah, I get it, but don't feel sorry or emphasize with people that push a narrative, right? That's the
No,
don't
no,
think.
I don't empathize on that level. I just feel sorry for their ass that they don't that they're I was in that position. I understand the blindness. I can see it. But once I've given you the information that I needed, that I saw and you still don't see it, well, then I'm not empathizing with you. You're just a blind fool. And I'm not going to give two flying monkey farts about you or what you freaking believe in because you're just an idiot. Once I was given the proof and I show you the proof, well, that's it. Game over. If you're not going to believe it, then you're just a numpty. You're a square. I don't care. Whatever. You're a loser. You're blind, and you're going to live a life of lies and whatever else. I don't even care.
And that is what I was trying to say, right? They come with space pictures and whatever, right? Whatever. So you are a guy that says, well, if I give you the evidence, the proof, the measurements, and you still won't look at it or make shit up, then I'm done talking to you. But these guys, they're 24/7 in the server battling something they find ridiculous. Why the fuck would you do that? Why would you waste your time if you think it's ridiculous? Why? Go do something else with your life if you think it's ridiculous. Why? Just
Right?
boggles the
Yeah.
mind.
It
Boggles
doesn't
the
make any sense. These people are just they have no purpose, like you said. They have no purpose.
I mean, if your life is about 80 years, right? And when you get older, you realize, well, that's a short time, right? That's a short time. So every minute you waste, that's a minute you could be doing something else. But these guys are wasting, apparently, right? Because they think it's ridiculous, stupid, insane. They waste their time on quote unquote us. I mean, if life's so short, why would you do that? Why would you be in a server 24/7 wasting your time on something you think that's ridiculous? I mean, we here on this server 24/7, we want to teach people about what they can do for themselves, right? Hank always says we like to brainwash people into thinking for themselves, right? That's the only thing we want, is that you can think for yourself, take any arguments, and make your own conclusions by doing the shit yourself, right? Go outside, verify it, do it yourself, right? But these people 24/7 are throwing out fallacies, whatever they need to do, lie, using alt accounts to disrupt. Why? You think it's so ridiculous? Why would you make 20, 30 alt accounts? Why?
Oh no, I think it's great. I think it's great that these people go to such lengths to do what they do to make us believe in the globe again. Well, buddy, I was already a glober. I already believed in all that stuff you're trying to explain to me. I don't give a shit about it anymore because I know it's a lie. I'm here to tell you that it's a lie. And when you go to try and prove your own globe, you debunk it yourself. But yet you still don't see it. Get out of my face. You're a liar. You're a fool. You're a beggar. You want attention. I don't care. Get out of here. You know? The sextant, navigation, all of that. It's all beautiful proofs. No curve. Beautiful proof. Refraction. Ah, yeah, okay. Well, then how'd you get your R value then? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, some more lies. Yep. Chant your lies. Okay. Yep. Cool. 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 Hey, I didn't claim that there was an R. You're the one who's supposed to claim it. You know. Yeah, oh, whoa. No. You're just a liar. Get out of here. Go believe in some more fairy tales like unicorns and fairies. I don't care. Go away. Goodbye. Like I've been looking into a lot of this sextant talk, and like I got a 500-page PDF on how to use the geometry and the nautical map and everything. There's a lot of information, and then when you get about 3/4 of the way through the book, it starts bringing in spherical geometry. Then they start showing you how to calculate for the curve and everything. But in the first 3/4 of the book, there is none of that. So they teach you on a flat plane, and then they indoctrinate you in the last quarter, because that last quarter of the book of the spherical geometry or whatever, that's what's really going to stick with you, because that's the last few things that you read, unless you're going to reread the beginning or not read the last quarter. So they will teach you in their own book how to do it on the flat surface, and your dip angle correction and how to calculate this and that. They show you properly on what you actually see in reality, but then in the last section they're just going to completely indoctrinate you, throw away the first 3/4 of the book, because now you're going to use this spherical geometry. It just blows my mind that these, who actually uses, as a navigator, who actually uses a spherical geometry? Nobody. So what's that last quarter of the book good for? Nothing. Indoctrination. Just to solidify their indoctrination in your mind, just to verify it, Hey, buddy, just remember, we taught you the flat part, but you still live on a sphere, okay? You remember that. You remember that part, and you'll forget the flat part, and you'll just remember the spherical part, because that's what they want you to remember.
Yeah, it's fun, right? It's fun stuff, because all these people that believe that before the heliocentric model came into existence, they were navigating on the sea. I mean, were they using spherical trigonometry, geometry? No, right? They weren't.
Yeah, absolutely not. They did not even. That wasn't even a thing, Trigonometry, calculus, all that is just made up. It's just more concepts. They just added to the concept. But hey, no matter what information you provide to these people, they'll never believe it. They just won't. I don't know why. Their eyes deceive them so much. The indoctrination is so thick in their brains that they'll come up with any excuse to just keep believing in this globe. And You know what? Good for them, because I'm not going to surround myself with those types of people, and I actually want them to make it known that they believe in the globe. And once I give you the evidence and the proof, and you still want to believe in it, get the hell away from me. You're just a babbling fool.
Well, let's continue with Mitchell from Australia then.
sphere. Like you've got a sextant, you've got your artificial horizon, so you've got your flat horizontal line. You think it's a tangent plane. Try to transpose that onto that physical sphere that you've got in front of you. Like, do you reckon they have like flat, straight rulers that they're trying to obtain the angle? Like, it's just such, man. There's nothing you can do to put this onto a globe.
No, it's
Like,
dead.
It's dead. It's as I said, the Black Swan, January 1st, 2020, that absolutely killed the globe. The globe's been dead since then. This, when using the sextant for celestial navigation, we're just digging up the grave of the globe, like the coffin of the globe, lining it with C4, and we're absolutely blowing it beyond all recognition. There's no longer any remnants left of the globe. If you understand what we're doing with celestial navigation, how we use the sextant, how we use flat maps to plot our position, never using a globe. This is fantastic. Thank you so much for coming on and explaining this to people, Rob. Like, this is, definitely a one of the strongest proofs that we're not living on a globe.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you for having me.
And I mean, yeah, no, it's been a pleasure as all mine. And I mean, if anyone wants to rebut this, give us the map that you are actually plotting the GP points on, the circles of equialtitude globers. If you think that we're doing this incorrectly, if we're not using a Mercator map, what map are we actually using, Globe Believers? That's what you have to come up with. What map are we actually using? And then Rob can do this same thing. We can start with the flat map, put the circles of equal altitude onto that flat map, because that's what we're doing in every instance, and then Rob will wrap around your globe. And you will still get the salty teardrops here. Won't we, Rob?
Yeah.
We'll go.
The teardrop of unequal altitude.
Exact. Teardrop of unequal altitude. Has anyone ever heard of that before? No. Because that's not what we're doing with celestial navigation. I mean, you hit it out of the park. Everyone, the link to Rob's channel is in the description. Please send him some love. Subscribe to Rob Durham today. Go to his channel. Go to watch his video. He puts concisely, how long's the video, Rob? It's about like 9-12 minutes or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. It's very concise. It goes through what we've just gone through today. We've just gone through it in a bit more detail, expanded a little bit, just played around with it a little bit. Rob's video is a killer. Everyone go and look it up. Rob Duran, link in his description. Unless there's anything else, Rob?
No, I'm all good. Thanks for having me,
Awesome.
Mitchell. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Rob. If you feel like the Earth turns on you, turn to Flat Earth School. It is around us 24/7 since the beginning of existence. I've been Mitchell from Australia. He's been Rob Duran. Thank you, Rob, for coming on Flat Earth School. You have schooled everyone on how we actually use the sextant. And it's, spoiler alert, we're never using the globe, are we, Rob?
Definitely not.
Catch you, mate.
See you later, mate.
All children naturally assume and believe we live on a level, stationary Earth, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around us, because that is what we actually experience every day of our lives. No children before heliocentric indoctrination would ever assume or believe they lived on a tilting, wobbling, spinning oblate spheroid hurtling incredible speeds through infinite vacuum space, because none of that is present in our lived experience. Only after thorough indoctrination through mainstream media and government education do children slowly begin to abandon their actual, natural, everyday lived experience of the world and adopt the new imaginative model espoused by their teachers and televisions. I remember the moment we began studying the solar system in elementary school, and were taught that Earth was a giant blue ball floating in space, spinning circles around the sun. The entire concept sounded ridiculous to me as I sat clearly still and motionless in my chair, while being told the ground beneath me was actually tilting, wobbling, rotating and revolving many thousands of miles per hour in various directions. I could see the flat horizon out the window, at the beach, and from mountain tops, clearly never curving downwards in the slightest, yet I was being told the Earth was a ball, and that if I dug a hole straight down far enough, I would pop out in China and find more sky below me. When the teacher then insisted that everyone in Australia was actually living their lives upside down relative to people on the Northern Hemisphere, I remember raising my hand confused and asking, why don't people in the Southern Hemisphere fall off of the ball? To which my teacher readily replied with the heliocentric model's one-word magical answer for all critical questions: gravity. An invisible force, strong enough to hold the world's oceans, buildings, and people stuck to a rapidly spinning ball, while simultaneously weak enough to allow birds, bugs, smoke, steam, and helium balloons to completely evade its grasp. As a child, I didn't have the vocabulary, confidence, education, or experience to contest anything my teachers and textbooks were claiming, but my bewildered brain never fully bought the model being taught, and there always remained a nagging inkling in the back of my mind that Earth was not as they said. During college, I wrote my first book, Asbestos Head, in which I outlined several problems with Big Bang cosmology, and synchronistically chose the Flammarion flat Earth painting for the cover of the book. After graduating, I began studying